What was once thought to be a rebirth has turned out to be the apocalypse. Su Leyan gazes skyward with a deep sigh, lamenting the misdeeds of fate. Surveying the ravaged land of Huaxia, Su Leyan knows what must be done. He must roll up his sleeves and strive with all his might. System, beep beep beep. The Apocalypse survival system has been successfully integrated. It has detected that the host's mental fortitude is sufficiently powerful, meeting the binding criteria. Do you wish to bind? Casting a glance at the staggering zombies outside, Su Leyan sneers coldly. The Apocalypse survival system holds a certain intrigue. Su Leyan, bind with the system at his disposal. Shall the world be his? A faint smile graces Su Leyan's face as he declares, I apologize, but my reliance is solely upon myself, not the system. In the face of a contaminated environment, Su Leyan chuckles softly. There is no rush. He possesses both a soil enhancer and a growth agent to rejuvenate the land and reap bountiful harvests. Confronted by terrifying zombies, he wields a formidable energy gun, undeterred and confident in his ability to eliminate threats with a single shot. When besieged by the undead, he activates a protective shield. And when faced with an alien invasion, what is merely the end of the world to him? Su Leyan stands resolute, leading all of humanity in the defense of the great Huaxia Empire. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse. General. Major General Vic has urgent matters to report. What is it? Su Leyan's voice is slightly frosty, seemingly devoid of warmth. A glimmer of reverence flickers in the soldiers' eyes. This man is the guardian deity of their gallant empire. Without the presence of the general at the front line, the gallant empire would have long since succumbed to the onslaught of the insectoid menace. Noticing the prolonged silence, Su Leyan abruptly raises his head, his gaze turning icy. What did you say? Su Leyan suddenly straightened up, her gaze sharp and imbued with a terrifying sense of urgency. The 102nd Defense Line is under siege by the Zerg Su. Major General's whereabouts are unknown. The voice trembled slightly. In an instant, Su Leyan rose from her seat, her eyes chillingly cold. The Zerg uprising at such a critical juncture was indeed an opportune moment. A hint of derision flickered in her eyes. They dared not lay a hand on her, opting instead to target the disciples of the Su family. General, you intend to go? Of course, I am heading to the 102nd Defense Line. Su Leyan abruptly halted, a frigid smile curling at the corners of her lips before striding forward. The soldiers, intimidated, dared not impede her and hurriedly followed. Damn it! Why have the reinforcements not arrived yet? The message has been dispatched. They should be here momentarily. Major General, our energy reserves are nearly depleted, and the Zerg numbers are increasing, not to mention the many other beasts. We must devise a means to escape, or we will face total annihilation. Major General, there is an issue with the battleship. What? The young man's expression darkened as he maneuvered the mech to evade the Zerg's assault, his countenance grim. Boom, boom, boom. The group looked up, a flicker of hope igniting within them at the sound of the super crystal cannon firing. Then, they beheld a silvery white battleship materializing before their eyes. A spark of excitement glimmered in the young man's eyes. It was the personal battleship belonging to his aunt, come to rescue them. General Su has personally come to rescue us. Brothers, rally your spirits. What is there to fear from mere exotic beasts? Oh, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Soldiers stationed at Defense Line 102, evacuate this area immediately. Major, we can fight alongside you. The proud woman seated in the cockpit let out a soft, mocking laugh, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. No need. You performed admirably before. Now. Take your soldiers and promptly retreat from Defense Line 102. The young man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, realizing their mechas and warships were nearly out of energy. Remaining would only burden the team. With practiced ease, Su Leyan maneuvered the warship, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the aberrant beasts that had inexplicably gone berserk. Since she had arrived, it was time for Defense Line 102 to unleash a massacre, serving as a deterrent for those harboring ill intentions. The woman executed her commands with deft precision, and in just half an hour, the exotic beasts at Defense Line 102 were utterly annihilated. The onlookers nearby could not help but rejoice at the sight. Truly, she was the Empire's guardian warrior, remarkably formidable. Warning, warning, energy structure breach, core damage detected. The warship is about to disintegrate. An energy structure breach? Core damage? A glint of cold light flashed in Su Leyan's eyes. Before the warship could disintegrate, she swiftly activated her mecha, decisively abandoning the vessel she had relied upon for years. However, in the next instant, a terrifying crisis surged from behind, erupting into a deafening roar that sent shockwaves through the entire border defense line. And, upon witnessing this scene, the young man frantically maneuvered the mech, striving to draw closer, only to be flung away by a terrifying shockwave, rendering him unconscious. "Help! A series of piercing screams echoed, causing Su Leyan to furrow her brow. She slowly approached the window and drew back the curtains, instinctively raising her hand to shield hers from the blinding sunlight. Once her eyes adjusted, she dared to gaze outside, an action that left her utterly speechless. She involuntarily inhaled sharply. What had she just seen? The outside world resembled an apocalyptic scene, filled with grotesque, mindless creatures that sent shivers down her spine. The once beautiful campus now lay in ruins, a landscape of devastation before her eyes. Bloodstains marred the ground, saturating the entire area in a haunting crimson hue that made her skin crawl. Bang! The dormitory door was violently smashed open, and two women in their 20s burst into the room. After such a long passage of time, her memory blurred, leaving her uncertain if she recognized them. "Su Leyan, you're still alive?" One woman screamed in shock, her eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and disbelief at Su Leyan's survival. Su Leyan frowned, casting a cold glance at the woman, disregarding the stunned expressions of the two as she began to gather her belongings, preparing to depart. "Su Leyan, where are you going?" Jiang Minyan blocked Su Leyan's path, her gaze fixed intently on the bracelet adorning her wrist, her eyes glimmering with determination and greed. "Step aside." Su Leyan's countenance was marked by displeasure. This woman harbored an abundance of malice towards her. Surely she could not believe that Su Leyan was oblivious to it. As a general of the Galan Empire, even amidst the apocalypse, she was capable of living with unparalleled ease. "Su Leyan, you may not yet realize that the world outside has drastically changed. Venturing out in your current state is tantamount to courting death. I advise you to remain in the dormitory and await rescue instead. Step aside." The frigid gaze caused Jiang Minyan to instinctively take a step back, her hands clenching tightly around her friend's arm. Observing Su Leyan's apparent indifference, Zhou Ying, in a fit of exasperation, pulled Jiang Minyan aside, clearing a path. If she wishes to seek her own demise, then let her do so. She is truly ungrateful. Su Leyan shot a glacial glance in her direction, her eyes devoid of warmth, which startled Zhou Ying, who then blustered, "Su Leyan, what are you planning to do? If you do not wish to perish, then silence yourself." "You," Zhou Ying, incensed, gripped Jiang Minyan's hand, lamenting, what is she so arrogant about? She is merely an orphan from the orphanage, flaunting her slight advantages with such hubris. Let her go outside. She should be wary of being devoured by the monsters lurking beyond. "Zhou Ying, we are classmates. After all, you ought not to speak in such a manner." Zhou Ying sighed in resignation. "You are simply too kind-hearted." Su Leyan snorted derisively. Kindness, a trait of the foolish. Chapter 2. Ding! The Apocalyptic survival system has been activated. Having expressed so much, Su Leyan remained utterly unresponsive, prompting Zhou Ying to scoff. "Oh, how could I? Forget. You are but a bookworm, utterly oblivious to the notion of an apocalypse. 3 days ago, the world was engulfed in a crisis, and the majority of humanity transformed overnight into grotesque, mindless creatures akin to the zombies depicted in novels. Without formidable abilities, one cannot ensure their own safety. Are you truly certain you wish to venture outside? There may well be zombies lurking in the corridor." With a light chuckle, Su Leyan dismissed the notion of zombies. She was unperturbed by both insectoid and exotic beasts. So how could she possibly fear mere zombies? It was a gross underestimation of her capabilities. "No need." Su Leyan resolutely declined without a moment's hesitation, causing Jiang Minyan's expression to stiffen. "Minyan, your kindness is misplaced if she doesn't appreciate it. So be it," Zhou Ying remarked with evident impatience, harboring her own ulterior motives. Although Minyan was indeed formidable, The distinction between safeguarding one individual versus two was significant. She had no desire for Mian Mian to jeopardize herself in an attempt to protect Su Leyan, whose bookish demeanor exasperated her. A glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Mianmian's eyes. This foolish girl truly believed her intentions were to protect Su Leyan. In truth, it was merely because Su Leyan possessed something she coveted. Had she known better, she would not have involved this dimwit. Despite her inner displeasure, Jiang Mianmian was compelled to don a facade of graciousness. Shouting, "We are all classmates, and besides, Lian is my roommate. How could I possibly abandon her? Mian, you are simply too kind-hearted." Su Leyan quietly observed the two individuals for a brief moment before decisively stepping out of the dormitory, disinterested in the effet of pretense unfolding before her. Liyuan, with a resounding bang, the dormitory door slammed shut, cutting off Jiang Mianmian's unfinished words. "What is her attitude?" Zhou Ying mumbled discontentedly, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Mianmian, who also bore an unpleased expression. Recognizing the delicate situation, Zhou Ying wisely chose to remain silent, as she would need Jiang Mianmian's support in the future and could not afford to irritate her. On the other side, Su Leyan effortlessly exited the dormitory building, encountering scarcely any zombies. A glance at her phone revealed the reason for her ease. It was summer vacation, and the campus was largely deserted. The disordered college road, stained with blood, presented a grim tableau, with sporadic zombies meandering through the campus, seemingly drawn by the scent of the living. These creatures gradually began to converge towards her location. Witnessing this, she could not help but let out a cold laugh. Even zombies appeared feeble in her eyes. Roar! The coarse growl made her frown. It was indeed an unpleasant sound. Bang! As a zombie lunged at her, Su Leyan retaliated with a swift strike, followed by another blow as she bent her body. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, she dispatched all the encroaching zombies. Hiss! 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 Instinctively, she scanned her surroundings, seeking the source of the mental assault directed at her. Her mental prowess had surpassed the 4S level, placing her among the top 3 even within the Interstellar Alliance. Ding! 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 The Apocalypse survival system has been successfully integrated. It has detected that the host's mental strength is sufficiently robust and meets the binding criteria. Would you like to bind? Su Leyan was convinced that this cold, mechanical voice resonated within her mind. A system? What on earth could this be? Perhaps a higher echelon of intelligence surpassing artificial intelligence? Would you like to bind? Su Leyan chuckled softly. What do I stand to gain from this binding, and what must I sacrifice? Tasks will be issued, allowing you to earn points. And what happens in the event of task failure? What penalties shall I face? In the case of task failure, 10 points will be deducted. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Only a deduction of 10 points? No further penalties? Indeed, the host may also exchange points for resources essential for survival in the apocalypse. The system encompasses every conceivable resource for such an ordeal. Su Leyan stroked her chin thoughtfully. A survival system being offered so readily piqued her interest. Let's proceed with the binding. Binding the apocalypse survival system. Binding complete. Please name the system. Let's call it 666. Greetings, esteemed host. You are now bound to the Apocalypse Survival System 666. Please be informed of your ultimate task. Ultimate task? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. It seemed this ultimate task was the very purpose of 666. So what could this task entail? Your ultimate task is to resolve the impending apocalypse, safeguard Huaxia, and save all of humanity. To resolve the apocalypse and save all of humanity. Did 666 perceive her as some sort of savior? From a moment of her rebirth until now, merely a day has passed. Although it is the apocalypse, the situation remains unclear, yet she has already been assigned a mission to save all of humanity. Su Leyan chuckled softly. While considering her first life was spent in an orphanage, effectively raised by the state, one might say that saving the entire human race is a lofty ambition. However, saving the Xia nation is an obligation she cannot ignore. With this Doomsday Survival System, it seems the task has become slightly more manageable. Does the host accept the ultimate mission? Su Leyan sneered. I accept. The host has accepted the ultimate mission. The reward is 10 points, which can unlock the points mall. Would the host like to open the points mall? Open it. The points mall has been opened. The host currently has 0 points. Please continue to strive and accumulate points. How do I accumulate points? 10 points for a level 1 attributeless zombie crystal core. 5 points for a level 1 single attribute zombie crystal core. The higher the level of the crystal core, the more points it yields. Completing tasks issued by the system within the designated time will also earn you corresponding points. She understood points could be earned by exchanging zombie crystal cores and completing tasks assigned by the system. Since this is a Doomsday Survival System, the missions will likely pertain to this theme. As for other matters, she could observe gradually. Are there any other avenues to earn points aside from zombie crystal cores and system tasks? Relying solely on the zombie crystal cores, how long would it take to accumulate sufficient points? As far as she is aware, the apocalypse has only just entered its 5th day, and the zombies have yet to evolve cores within their brains. Before that, it would be unwise to depend solely on missions to acquire resources. Chapter 3. My refusal. The familiar sound of electricity crackled in the air, and Su Leyan couldn't help but curl her lips into a smirk. It seemed her suspicions were indeed correct. There must be alternative methods to accrue points. After another quarter of an hour, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Recharge. What? Su Leyan was taken aback. Recharge? Is it what I think it is? The system will convert the value of your recharge into points. However, the system exclusively accepts antique jewelry. The older the piece, the greater the points awarded. I see, you are not a survival system for the apocalypse, rather. You are a profit-making system. As a cultural heritage of a nation, antiques should never be used for such exchanges. This left only one option, to collect a plethora of jewelry. Even in the face of an apocalypse, the cultural legacy of humanity must be preserved. Even if she possessed antiques, she would meticulously safeguard them, awaiting the day they could be returned to their rightful country after the turmoil subsides. In the end, what could be deemed least valuable in a world descending into chaos? Jewelry, undoubtedly. With this realization, a faint smile graced Su Leyan's lips. Beep. Please initiate the task. After a moment of contemplation, Su Leyan extended her hand and accepted. The host has accepted the task. Please collect 100 level 1 zombie crystal cores within 1 month. There are no attribute requirements. Upon completion, you will receive an additional 100 points. Wait a moment. Su Leyan furrowed her brow. If I recall correctly, you previously mentioned that a single level 1 zombie crystal core could be exchanged for 5 points. Therefore, 100 should yield 500 points. Please be informed, host, that completing tasks can earn you points, but points cannot be exchanged. However, if there are surplus zombie crystal cores, the host can still exchange them for points. What a scam. The entity known as 666 cowered in trepidation within Su Leyan's mind, sensing an aura of intimidation emanating from her. Considering the host is a newcomer, a complimentary beginner's gift pack may be drawn. The urgency in 660's voice was unmistakably tinged with guilt. Confident in her own fortune, Su Leyan mused that perhaps only she possessed the unique ability to be reborn twice in the entire universe. The host's luck is exceptionally high. A probability of 1 in a billion, a rare occurrence indeed. It is no wonder that you are the fated one capable of reincarnation. In the throes of excitement, 666 failed to notice the sudden shift in the expression of Su Leyan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a gene modification serum. Consuming this serum will unlock the maximum potential of the species. Oh, only then did 666 realize that the host's demeanor seemed somewhat unsettling. Trembling, it clutched its small light orb and cautiously inquired, Host, what's wrong with you? Hiki. Su Leyan chuckled softly, her smile betraying an undercurrent of chilling intensity. You just remarked that my ability to be reborn twice signifies I am the fated one. It seems you know me quite well. 666 shook its head vigorously. Trembling in fear, Host, I misspoke earlier. Misspoke? Su Leyan let out a light snort, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she remarked. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to disclose it. However, I fear I might be unable to fulfill this task. Host, the 666 system grew anxious. Perplexed by the predicament, while other systems could firmly suppress their hosts, it found itself utterly dominated by Su Leyan, a rather pitiable situation indeed. The struggle for survival was arduous. No worries, take your time to contemplate. Once you've arrived at a conclusion, we shall reconvene, it suggested. Ever since she had bound herself to the 666 system, those once hazy memories had begun to crystallize. and she could scarcely believe that they bore no connection to the system. Su Leyan attended a prestigious national university, which housed a key physics laboratory. Renowned for her exceptional intellect, she was cherished by various professors, and even though she had only just begun her sophomore year, she enjoyed unrestricted access to the campus. Upon entering the building, Su Leyan made her way directly to her destination. Yet, halfway there, she was startled by the chilling roars of zombies emanating from the upper floors. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, could there be others trapped inside? Indeed, even during the summer break, it was highly probable that the professors remained at the lab conducting experiments. With this thought, she quickened her pace. After all, those professors were her mentors. Following the sound of the roars, Su Leyan swiftly navigated her way upwards. Upon reaching the scene, her expression darkened as she observed the professors surrounded by two ferocious zombies, their frantic howls echoing in the air. Were it not for the weapons in their hands, they might have already been torn asunder by the undead. Nonetheless, their endurance would not hold out for long. Bang! The sudden, jarring noise immediately captured the attention of the zombies, who sluggishly turned around, their bodies still somewhat rigid, and lunged at her with outstretched claws. Upon seeing Su Leyan, the professors urged her to flee at once, but the next moment revealed a scene that left them questioning their very existence. The once delicate genius girl they remembered was now decisively dispatching the two zombies with a swift kick to their heads, executing the task with the finesse of a true warrior. After eliminating several of the undead, Su Leyan hurriedly approached. Professor Zhou, Professor Wang, how are you? Are you all right? Aside from you, are there any others in this building? Little Su, you shouldn't have come here. If we old folks perish, so be it. You are different. You are the hope of our nation. This was indeed an awkward situation. She had not come specifically to rescue anyone, but merely intended to create a few small inventions. However, witnessing the professor's distress, she felt it inappropriate to voice her true intentions. Enough, old Zhou. Little Su is already here. You have no idea how perilous it is outside. We cannot let her leave again. The laboratory is far safer than the outside world. Professor Li sighed deeply, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. At the onset, they had contacted their superiors, only to receive no further communication. They had assumed it was merely a typical viral outbreak, never anticipating it would escalate into an apocalyptic scenario. Once a mere jest, it had tragically come to fruition. Fortunately, it was summer, and that fateful day happened to fall on a weekend, resulting in fewer personnel in the laboratory. Otherwise, these old scholars would have truly struggled to cope. Due to it being summer vacation and the fact that it was a Saturday prior to the incident, the laboratory was sparsely populated. Apart from a handful of seasoned individuals, there were merely a few security personnel, totaling no more than 20. How many of them transformed into zombies? 8. Professor Zhou sighed deeply. Initially, we believed they had been subjected to some form of radiation and subsequently infected by a virus, which led us to confine them in a single room. Little did we anticipate that after their mutation, they would become uncontrollable. In a bid to protect us, Captain Ye was horrifyingly torn apart right before our eyes. Chapter 4, The Zombie Crystal Core, The Thrill of 666. As he recounted this, the eyes of the elderly men brimmed with tears, their faces ashen, evidently shaken by the traumatic scene. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Xiao Su, they too might have met a gruesome end at the hands of those zombies. With 2 zombies dispatched, it signified that 6 more remained within the confines of this laboratory. Professor Zhou, please stay inside and do not venture out. I will take care of the remaining zombies. No. The elderly men instantly rose in protest. They had witnessed firsthand the sheer terror these zombies embodied. Regardless of whether it was the apocalypse or not, Xiao Su's extraordinary talents should not be squandered here. Even if it meant their own demise, they could not allow Xiao Su to perish in this place. Observing the professor's fierce defense of her, Su Leyan felt both touched and amused. How had she become the one in need of protection? Professor Zhou, you need not worry. I shall be fine. Did I not inform you? I have awakened my abilities. Zombies cannot harm me. You have just witnessed that the 2 zombies were no match for me. Rather than leaving danger to fester in the future, it is far wiser to eradicate it from the outset. Who can say whether they might evolve? We cannot afford to leave this crisis unresolved. The others, observing the situation, ceased their attempts at persuasion. Indeed, Xiao Su is correct. Zombies are a new species born from the apocalypse, no longer human. If humanity can evolve, so too can zombies. The longer we delay, the more perilous they become. Xiao Su, do exercise caution, never let your guard down. After ensuring the safety of several professors, Su Leyan finally departed. Host. There are zombies 200 meters to your left. Proceed with caution. Host, I can assist you in eliminating the zombies, as long as you. Su Leyan chuckled softly, not bothering to retort. This fellow was clearly growing impatient, yet it was not enough. Until matters were clarified, she would not undertake the task. A mere 10 points? Deduct away. She was unafraid. A single woman can afford to be so audacious. Sensing the host's emotions, 666 were a mournful expression. Inquiring what to do if the host was too clever, urgently awaiting a response. Bang! Su Leyan decisively shattered the zombie, the resounding noise seemingly attracting nearby zombies. Each one lurching toward her. A smile curled at the corners of Su Leyan's mouth. They were arriving precisely as she had hoped, willingly presenting themselves. How convenient. Swiftly dispatching the encroaching zombies, she counted. 1, 2, 3, 4 zombies here, with 2 remaining. Quite an efficient endeavor. The host discovered a crystal core nestled within the heads of the 2 zombies. In a fit of excitement, 666 could hardly contain itself. Wishing fervently to excavate the cores with its own hands, resembling a dog fixated on a bone, an utterly ridiculous sight. Su Leyan clicked her tongue, suppressing her disgust as she cracked open a zombie's skull to extract a translucent crystal core. With a slight grimace, she resolved to wash her hands post-haste. The task was simply revolting. At that moment, the 666 system was even more animated than she was, chattering incessantly, conveying that her fortune was remarkable. Both cores were of neutral attributes and ranked as level 1. It gazed at her with an expression of longing. However, Su Leyan furrowed her brow. Was this truly a level 1 zombie crystal core? The apocalypse had only transpired a few days prior, from her awakening to leaving the dormitory. Nearly 2 days had elapsed. This indicated that today marked the 5th day of the apocalypse, and already there were level 1 cores within the zombie skulls. If the evolution of zombies outpaced that of humans, extinction for humanity might be imminent. Yet, at present, perhaps she was overthinking the situation. Everything was merely beginning. Host, do zombie crystal cores require exchange points? The cold laugh that escaped Su Leyan was resolute. Not at all. The system, eager to acquire the crystal cores, suggested that the energy contained within them might also benefit the system. 666, trembling within its luminous form, lamented how terrifying the host was, regretting its decision to engage. When will you speak the truth to me, so that I might undertake my tasks? Upon hearing Su Leyan's forthright refusal, the expression on 660's face resembled that of utter despair. This was indeed the consequence of speaking without discretion. After vanquishing all the zombies, Su Leyan sought out Professor Zhou and the others. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, several professors hastily rose to their feet. When they beheld the unscathed Su Leyan, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Xiao Su, how are you? You're not hurt, are you? Is there anywhere you've been injured? The elderly gentleman hurriedly approached, expressing their concern. Even while sheltered within the confines of the laboratory, they had heard the distant roars. Had it not been for their safety, Xiao Su would not have ventured here. Little did they know, compared to the outside world, this laboratory was, at present, the safest haven. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Su Leyan felt a warmth in her heart and continued, all the zombies in the laboratory have been eradicated. There will be no further issues. All resolved? It is not that they doubted her, but she had only been gone for a brief hour. To have accomplished so much in such a short span was indeed impressive. She appeared delicate and frail, yet demonstrated remarkable prowess. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. What? You intend to go outside? The crowd gasped in unison, shaking their heads vehemently. Xiao Su, you must not venture out. We are uncertain of the conditions beyond these walls. But it is undoubtedly perilous. We have already contacted the authorities above. They will come to our rescue soon. There is no need to take risks. We can wait a few more days. Is it possible to communicate with the outside world from here? She had previously checked her phone, but the signal was intermittent. Although communication was not entirely cut off, conveying messages proved to be quite challenging. After their mutation, we promptly reported the situation to our superiors, but since then, we have been unable to establish contact. We are currently working to restore communication. Although they are not experts in communications, they are fundamentally rooted in the principles of physics, and thus possess a certain degree of confidence. Professor Lee, may I use the 301 physics laboratory? I also require some materials to construct weapons. I am uncertain if I can find them in the lab. Are you planning to conduct experiments? Professor Lee was taken aback, not expecting that Xiao Su would wish to engage in experimentation at such a moment. Truly, She demonstrated the qualities of a researcher, remaining composed even in the face of crisis, a promising talent indeed. Su Leyan nodded and explained simply, I wish to create some small weapons. If help from above does not arrive soon, we must have the capability to defend ourselves. The entire world is engulfed in a cataclysm, and we cannot place all our hopes in external assistance. We must strive for self-sufficiency. Well said. Professor Hu applauded enthusiastically. Xiao Su is right. We cannot remain passive. Xiao Su, what do you need? Please compile a list. Whatever is available in the lab will certainly be provided to you. This is a critical moment, and talents like Xiao Su are of utmost importance. Su Leyan, without hesitation, smiled and nodded, pulling out a sheet of paper to list the materials and energy sources she desired. If not, other alternative materials will suffice. Chapter 5. You call this a small weapon? Several individuals were astonished to see an abundance of materials and energy, with hundreds of options available. In a conventional laboratory, possessing a mere dozen would be remarkable. Fortunately, they were situated in a national key laboratory, where, despite the rarity of these materials, they could still be assembled. Xiao Su, here is the key to Laboratory 301. Feel free to utilize the instruments inside. If you encounter any difficulties, you may seek our assistance. We shall help you find the materials right away. There is no need to rush. Su Leyan chuckled lightly, promptly halting their efforts. First, have something to eat, and then get some rest. The professors were not young. The eldest among them was over 70, while the youngest exceeded 60. They often burned the midnight oil, and after enduring tremendous psychological stress over the past 5 days, it would be wise for them to take a proper break. Su Leyan gently closed the door behind her and proceeded to Laboratory 301. She was eager to create a spatial hub as swiftly as possible. With a spatial hub, gathering supplies would become significantly easier. After all, how much could one person carry? At that moment, she was profoundly grateful for the advanced technology from the interstellar realm. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss. Lacking suitable materials, she turned her attention to the zombie crystal cores. Although the energy contained within them was limited, it would still be feasible to construct 2 smaller spatial hubs. Host. Given Blue Star's current technological level, even with your possession of spatial folding technology, it remains unattainable. Su Leyan paid no heed to the incessant chatter of 666. Engrossed in her own pursuits, whether she could achieve her goals was not determined by its words, nor by the technological prowess of Blue Star, but solely by her own resolve. Host, if you are willing to undertake tasks, I can assist you in exchanging for a space hub. The points will simply be deducted from your task rewards. You need not complicate matters. Host, you will not succeed. Silence. Su Leyan could not help but retort sharply. The initial cold, mechanical tone was far more pleasant than this incessant prattle. Experimentation is a journey rife with failures leading to success. This was merely the beginning. Once the first was achieved, the second would follow with ease. The second space hub, boasting a capacity of 10 cubic meters, indeed invigorated her spirit. After all, it was a splendid means of storing resources. Host, are you truly not considering undertaking tasks? The voice of 666 was notably subdued, conveying a sense of resignation, yet perhaps not entirely defeated. I shall not embark on any tasks until you elucidate the matter. Nearly 10 points. Alas. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, bemused by the unexpected display of human emotion from what was supposed to be a mechanical entity. If I revealed to you the entirety of the truth, would you then consider undertaking tasks? 666 attempted to resist further, yet Su Leyan denied it the opportunity. For Professor Hu had entered the room. Xiao Su, we have located the majority of the materials you requested. Would you prefer them delivered now? Or shall we wait until everything is gathered for a single delivery? I shall go and fetch something to eat. You have been in the laboratory all night. Do not take advantage of your youth to deprive yourself of rest. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits and will not overexert myself. After nearly 2 days of arduous work, I have finally completed it. Looking at the steel rod in my hand, I nodded in satisfaction. Professor Hu and the others gazed at it in confusion. Is this seemingly mundane steel rod the weapon crafted by Xiao Su? It appears to be an ordinary steel bar. Could there be anything extraordinary about it? A smirk danced upon Su Leyan's lips as he glanced around, then led everyone to the window. Outside lay a scene of utter devastation, the low growls of zombies sending shivers down their spines. Professor Hu, observe closely, Su Leyan declared as he opened the window, aiming the steel rod outside, where several zombies were lurking. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, obliterating not just the zombies but turning the entire area into dust. It was as though the ground had erupted without any apparent cause, reducing everything to mere fragments. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard, instinctively glancing at the steel rod in Su Leyan's grasp, stuttering as they inquired, "Xiao Su, what exactly is contained within the steel rod?" "This is a multifunctional weapon, capable of sonic attacks, laser strikes, energy assaults, and more. I call it Reaper Number 1. The steel rod crafted by Su Leyan housed a sonic weapon capable of directional control and precise targeting within a specific range. The fact that such a perilous weapon was created right beneath their noses was a testament to his extraordinary genius. A few individuals froze momentarily, swallowing hard as they absorbed the weighty name of Death God Number 1. Though the Summer Nation also possessed sonic weapons, the way Xiao Su had seamlessly integrated it with a steel rod was truly a sight to behold. If such a weapon could be mass-produced, could it not be employed against the zombies? After all, the recent demonstration had obliterated those creatures in an instant. With this thought, their gazes grew increasingly fervent. "What type of sonic weapon is this?" Professor Hu inquired, his voice trembling. The earlier scene had been exceedingly harrowing. It was a relief that this child did not exhibit antisocial tendencies. Otherwise, the world would indeed be in peril. If we are to create, we must strive for perfection. Both neural and organ type infrasonic weapons are feasible. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Su, did you manage to produce these in just 2 days?" The incredulity was palpable. What astonishing speed! It seemed even light could not keep pace. The crowd was astonished, not at the sluggishness, but at the breathtaking rapidity of her work. Xiao Su had transcended mere genius. She had become a genuine prodigy. "Professor Zhou, I must step out for a moment. You all should not leave the laboratory. And even if someone approaches, do not open the door lightly." Chapter 6. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, questioning the necessity of venturing outside. Was it truly imperative? Professor Zhou's expression shifted. Even without first-hand experience, they understood the perils that lurked beyond. The laboratory was the safest haven, and they were genuinely concerned about Xiao Su's solitary quest for supplies. "Indeed," Su Leyan nodded. "You have witnessed that I possess the Death God No. 1 and have awakened my extraordinary abilities. Encountering zombies should pose no problem. However, old Zhou, let Xiao Su go out. We ought to place our trust in her." Observing Su Leyan's resolute expression, Professor Zhou refrained from further opposition, offering 3 cautionary reminders. She must not act recklessly, and if danger arises, her safety must be paramount. Upon her agreement, a collective sigh of relief was shared among them. They understood her intentions were for their benefit. They were acutely aware that the circumstances had changed from before, and it would be wise to exercise caution. Upon departing from the laboratory, Su Leyan's first destination was the campus supermarket, where she aimed to gather a sufficient amount of supplies before addressing other matters. The zombies were likely former students of the campus, tragically transformed during this apocalyptic upheaval. They could no longer be deemed human. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry and hide. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" A deep male voice resonated from the left. Su Leyan instinctively turned her head to see several young men in their 20s, evidently students of the school, taking refuge in a small building at the corner of the boys' dormitory, not far from the campus supermarket. They appeared to be on a quest for supplies as well. "Qin Feng, be quiet. If they hear us, we can forget about leaving here." Zhou Mao urgently covered Qin Feng's mouth, his expression grim. They had narrowly escaped the dormitory, and there was no time for unnecessary distractions. The woman was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of sophistication that was unmistakable. Even amidst the chaos of what seemed like the end of the world, the notion of a gallant hero rescuing a damsel in distress had become obsolete. Timing was of the essence, even in heroics. Qin Feng broke free, casting an irritated glance at Zhou Mao. The entire campus was besieged by zombies. Did he truly believe this place was safe? Such naivety was alarming. "Ah, if you wish to play the hero, do not drag us into your folly," Zhou Mao retorted. "No one is compelling you to follow me." Qin Feng scoffed, then turned his gaze towards Su Leyan, bellowing, "Classmate, hurry over here. It's far too perilous over there." "What on earth are you doing, Qin Feng? Are you intending to open the door for her? She'll attract the zombies, and then we will all be doomed." "Silence yourself. Do not open the door. If you seek death, go alone. Do not involve us. We are not convening to open doors. If the zombies are lured here, we will all perish." "Qin Feng, you cannot jeopardize everyone for the sake of one." As the zombies drew perilously close to Su Leyan, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He forcefully pushed aside the roommate blocking the door. "Stand aside." The others gasped, disbelief etched across their faces. "Qin Feng, what are you thinking?" Unfettered by any consideration, Chen Feng was resolute. He could not bear to witness that female classmate being torn apart by the undead. As a vestige of humanity, he knew precisely what he must do. Observing Chen Feng's actions, Su Leyan was perplexed. Why venture out? You could survive a few more days inside. Let us depart. There is no need to squander time here. Shall we truly wait for those zombies to catch up to us? Chen Feng refrained from elaborating and reached out to grasp Su Leyan's hand, only to have her evade him. She fixed her gaze upon him, and in the next moment, produced a steel rod from her pocket. With a gentle press towards the horde of zombies now perilously close, she unleashed a devastating force. In an instant, the previously flailing, rigid bodies of the zombies were obliterated, leaving a grotesque scene of dismembered limbs and shattered remains scattered across the ground. This sight was even more repulsive than the terrifying zombies themselves. Chen Feng could not suppress a wave of nausea, his pupils constricting as he looked at Su Leyan with eyes filled with dread. Did you do this? He stammered. Yes. Su Leyan nodded, seemingly unfazed by Chen Feng's terror. She retrieved a clean tissue from her backpack to wipe the blood that had splattered onto her face, an act that only heightened the horror of the moment. Chen Feng regarded her as if she were some deranged killer. Host, there are crystal nuclei within. Zombie crystal nuclei are just ahead, along with an attribute-less crystal. The voice of 666 was charged with excitement. Remarking on the host's extraordinary fortune in encountering an attribute-less crystal right upon her arrival. Hurry and excavate it. It's worth points. Su Leyan scoffed, donned her gloves, and approached the pile of carnage, skillfully extracting the zombie crystal nuclei and placing them into a plastic bag she had prepared in advance. Host, there's no need for such trouble. You can directly exchange for points. Ignoring 660 SIX's suggestion, Su Leyan proceeded towards the campus supermarket. Witnessing this scene were not only Chen Feng but also Zhou Mao and others hidden within. All were rendered speechless, clearly taken aback by the terrifying display of their female classmate, despite having done nothing overly. The gruesome sight of blood and dismembered remains left no doubt that she had indeed been responsible for it. How chilling. How had she accomplished such a feat? I believe that by following her, we might find a glimmer of hope. Did you not see? A dozen zombies were obliterated in an instant. I must accompany her. I too wish to follow her. In the wake of the apocalypse, they yearned to awaken extraordinary abilities akin to those depicted in dystopian novels to dominate their surroundings. Yet, reality was far from such fantasies. Those around them had either succumbed to zombification or were merely surviving as ordinary individuals. The prospect of becoming an extraordinary being was bleak. Thus far, not a single one among them had manifested such powers. But we just offended her, Li Lei whispered. Are you certain she would allow us to follow her now? This remark extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited within them. Except for Chen Feng. No one was inclined to invite their female classmate inside for refuge. If they chose to pursue her, would she truly be willing to accept them? What shall we do now? We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. We are out of provisions. Let us not forget, we initially ventured out in search of food. Li Lei, you share the closest rapport with Chen Feng. What do you suggest we do? Stop speaking. They have left. Quickly follow them. One person opened the door and stepped outside. There were no zombies in sight. It was the perfect moment to escape, lest they linger indefinitely. The others, seeing this, promptly followed suit. It was better to move forward than to remain idle here, even though they had just witnessed a colleague in distress and chose not to intervene. Surely that female classmate would not send them away. Su Leyan paid no mind to the individuals trailing behind her. The campus supermarket was situated beneath the first cafeteria, where chaos reigned outside. The silence was deafening, sending chills down their spines. The steps were drenched in blood, and now and then, dismembered limbs could be seen scattered about, a stark reminder that their peril was only just beginning. Upon reaching the basement, they discovered that the supermarket's roll-up door appeared to be locked. Gazing at the tightly secured entrance, Li Lei remarked that there must be someone inside. If there were no one within, the door would not be locked. With a series of sharp knocks, Chen Feng called out quietly, I am Chen Feng, a master's student from the School of Chemical Engineering. I know there are people inside. We are 6 individuals outside. Please open the door and let us in. Zhou Mao and the others exchanged awkward smiles with Su Leyan, realizing their previous actions had been less than honorable, yet here they were, seeking refuge. Chen Feng knocked for several minutes, but there was no response. Perhaps there truly was no one inside. Yet he was convinced that individuals were present, simply unwilling to open the door, or perhaps afraid to do so. If they did not let them in, they would be unable to enter. It seemed they would have to venture outside in search of supplies. If they continue to linger here, encountering zombies becomes an imminent threat. The current situation necessitates venturing outside. It has been 7 days since the incident, and one cannot help but wonder how the world has changed beyond these walls. In this apocalyptic realm, the trials of humanity have been exponentially magnified. The individuals inside refuse to open the door, leaving them with no choice but to seek resources outside. However, Shenfeng's proposal is met with staunch opposition from Zhou Mao and others, for they are acutely aware that the perils outside far exceed those within the school. Unless absolutely unavoidable, they cannot abandon the safety of their refuge. The dangers that lurk beyond are undeniable. Venturing outside is simply not an option. Please, open the roll-up door and let us in. There are no zombies outside at the moment. We implore you to allow us entry. Zhang Yang pleaded, his palm striking the door with urgency, his face a portrait of terror. Why had they taken this perilous step? Yet the people inside remained silent. Did they wish for them to perish outside? Let us in. This selfishness is intolerable. Zhang Yang's voice rose in desperation. There are abundant supplies within. Do not deny us. Zhang Yang, lower your voice. You risk attracting the zombies. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang hesitated, realizing the noise could indeed be a beacon for danger. Yet, without the door opening, their entry was thwarted. Was it truly necessary to venture outside in search of supplies? This was no longer the sanctuary of the campus. Even during the summer break, the school housed hundreds of individuals. Once they stepped outside, the throngs would only multiply, along with the likelihood of encountering the undead. The distinction between safety and peril could not be more evident. Had it not been for the scarcity of supplies in their dormitory, he would have been reluctant to venture out. However, being left alone in the dormitory filled him with trepidation. What shall we do now, Su? Shenfeng instinctively glanced at Su Leyan, pondering if perhaps she might have a solution. Step aside. Shenfeng and the others cleared a path. And then they beheld Su Leyan crouching down, her hands gripping the rolling shutter door, pulling it upward with all her might. Su, the shutter door is locked. It cannot be lifted. Yet, in the next moment, they were met with astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. The shutter door seemed as pliable as cork in Su Leyan's grasp. As if with a gentle twist, it could be severed. The door was lifted. It truly opened. A gleam of excitement spread across their faces. For this signified that they could procure supplies from the campus supermarket. Such a vast establishment, even if it contained others, would not be entirely depleted within just a few days. Zhang Yang, Li Lei, why are you here? Li Mu? Zhang Yang exclaimed. Why didn't you open the door for us? Li Mu scoffed. Open the door, Zhang Yang? We are in the midst of an apocalypse. No one is inclined to tolerate your entitled whims. You ought to temper your arrogance, lest you find yourself in dire straits without even realizing it. You. Zhang Yang glared at him furiously. Li Mu, you have gone too far. We are classmates, after all. It is rather unreasonable for you to monopolize the campus supermarket like this. That is far better than having a certain useless heir around. Regarding their conflict, Su Leyan chose not to partake. Her purpose here was solely to gather supplies. Observing the youth blocking her path, she let out a light scoff. Are you certain you wish to obstruct me? Hidong was taken aback for a moment, then replied, This is our territory. What do you mean by that? Shenfeng inquired, momentarily puzzled. It is quite simple. All the supplies within here belong to us. If you wish to acquire them, you must pay the appropriate price. You are familiar with Qin Song, are you not? Qin Song from the School of Engineering? He looked confused, wondering why Qin Song was being mentioned at such a time, as if there were some hidden story. Indeed, it is Qin Song from the School of Engineering. Hidong declared with arrogance. Qin Song is now our captain. He is an ability user. This area has been designated as Qin Ji's domain. If you desire supplies, you must first obtain Qin Ji's permission. What kind of joke is this? Shenfeng frowned. Even an ability user cannot be so tyrannical. To hoard all these supplies alone is simply outrageous. We are not jesting. This truly is Qin Ji's territory, and do not provoke an ability user lightly. The consequences are beyond what you can bear. The expressions on Shenfeng and his companions grew increasingly grim. Was this a blatant threat? Step aside. You, the little junior, certainly possess quite the temper. Qin Ge has a fondness for roses with thorns like you. If you serve him well, perhaps you could enjoy the finer things alongside him. Let go of me, you foul woman. Release me at once. Bang. Su Leyan delivered a swift kick, sending Hidong crashing against the shelf. His body sliding across the ground for several meters, an act executed with remarkable precision and without a trace of hesitation. Chapter 8. Qin Song Yu. You? Just wait. Li Mu stammered before hastily retreating, seemingly in search of someone named Qin Song. Zhou Mao and his companion swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. Su Leyan's prowess was astonishing. She had effortlessly dispatched the towering He Dong, who must have weighed at least 200 pounds. This young lady truly possessed formidable combat skills. Su Leyan proceeded further inside, her primary objective being the collection of supplies. She gathered every item she deemed useful, from bread and biscuits to milk and bottled water. Regrettably, her spatial nexus could only accommodate a mere 11 cubic meters. Otherwise, she would have aspired to hoard all the resources within. Host, I have a solution. If you exchange crystal cores for points, you can use those points to acquire a spatial ring, alleviating your concerns. Exchange now, exchange now. Disregarding the incessant chatter of 666, Su Leyan continued her scavenging. In response to her fervent efforts, Qin Feng and his companions were taken aback. Zhang Yang hesitantly inquired, Su Leyan, have you awakened spatial abilities? Where else could you possibly store those items? My goodness, spatial abilities, a legendary phenomenon. How significant such extraordinary abilities are in the face of an impending apocalypse. It is quite unexpected that Su, a fellow student, possesses spatial powers. If they were to follow Su, they need not fear starvation. Upon this realization, Zhang Yang and his companions exchanged glances and stepped forward. Su, we apologize. They expressed regret for their prior actions. Although Su Leyan was not in any danger without them, their behavior had undoubtedly left an unfavorable impression on Su. To accompany Su, they felt compelled to make amends for their past conduct. Su Leyan paid them no heed, continuing to pack supplies until the spatial hub could accommodate no more. Only then did she cease, stuffing her backpack to the brim with additional items. Su, please forgive us. We wish to follow you. Are you the one who struck me? Two voices echoed simultaneously. The crowd turned to see Qin Song emerging, surrounded by admirers, reminiscent of a monarch amidst his stars, with two beautiful women on either side. This spectacle left everyone, except Su Leyan, utterly astonished. Qin Song, you are the Qin Song from the engineering school? With a grin, Qin Song remarked, Ah, Qin Feng. Long time no see. You seem to be in quite a predicament. It appears that life has not treated you well since the apocalypse. Qin Feng could only manage a wry smile, noting how much Qin Song's demeanor had transformed, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Junior, I hear you struck one of my people. Su Leyan remained unperturbed by their exchange, as her two spatial hubs were already filled to capacity, without a single crevice left. Her backpack was equally stuffed. And as she surveyed the remaining supplies, a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. However, she could not take everything for herself. She had to leave some resources for others. After all, there were still hundreds of people in the school. If they became desperate, they would inevitably come here in search of supplies. Once she had finished tidying up, Su Leyan prepared to leave, completely disregarding Qin Song. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Brother Qin is speaking to you. What happened to your earlier arrogance? He Dong exclaimed, slapping the air. Perhaps it was because Qin Song was present that he felt emboldened. He Dong. Chen Feng's expression changed as he stepped forward, intending to prevent He Dong from escalating the situation, but was stopped by Qin Song, who regarded him with a bemused smile. This is my territory. You would do well not to act rashly. Qin Song, you were never like this before, Qin Feng remarked, his face darkening as he observed the unfamiliar demeanor of Qin Song. Logically, as a student from the School of Engineering and Qin Feng from the School of Chemical Engineering, their paths should not have crossed frequently. Yet, few were aware that they had been classmates in the same high school. Qin Feng was charismatic and came from a privileged background, while Qin Song's family was of average means, bordering on impoverished in modern society, which rendered him somewhat withdrawn and introverted. After graduating high school, Qin Song never attended reunions. It was only after Qin Feng was admitted to the graduate program at Huagong University that he discovered Qin Song had also been accepted into the same institution. Being from the same place and having attended the same high school, Qin Feng initially sought out Qin Song in the School of Engineering. However, Qin Song seemed less than welcoming to his presence, and over time, Qin Feng frequented the engineering department less and less. He never anticipated that the once silent and introverted individual would transform into someone so entirely different from the Qin Song of yore. How I conduct myself is no concern of yours. Qin Song scoffed, remarking that the world has changed to survive well. One must either possess formidable strength or align oneself with the powerful. Qin Feng has come to this realization. With a cold smirk, Qin Song added, in the past, I could not aspire to reach your heights. Now, You can only gaze up at me. Qin Gu, why engage in conversation with an ordinary person? You are destined to rise and dominate, to claim your territory and become an unparalleled force. There is no need to waste words on someone so mundane. Qin Feng and his companions wore grim expressions, astonished to discover that the once-esteemed Qin Song of the Engineering Academy harbored such perilous thoughts. Has the shifting tide truly altered all the rules? It cannot be. The machinery of the state still functions, and does he truly believe he can reign supreme? Suddenly, a piercing scream captured everyone's attention. They turned to see He Dong clutching his wrist, his face ashen, while Su Leyan opposite him remained completely unscathed. Qin Song's displeasure was evident as he looked over. Ever since the apocalypse awakened supernatural abilities, no one dared to act recklessly before him. Had this woman repeatedly disregarded his authority? Qin Gu, that wretched woman. A searing pain shot through He Dong's wrist, contorting his features into a grimace. I merely intended to teach her a lesson, he thought, indignant at this insolent woman who dared to act brazenly in Qin Ji's territory. To his utter astonishment, she had actually broken his wrist. Useless, Qin Song scoffed, while He Dong forced a smile, refraining from retorting. After all, he was dependent on Qin Song for his existence. He could endure being called useless, and even if Qin Song were to strike him, he would have to swallow his pride, all in the name of survival. Step aside. Qin Song, observing the impassive expression on Su Leyan's face, chuckled. She had just struck one of his men, yet she still chose to disregard him. Did she truly believe he refrained from striking women? You wish to walk away after attacking my subordinate? Little Junior. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Su Leyan furrowed her brow, casting him a cold glare, disdain flickering in her eyes. Such a fool, intoxicated by a momentary rise to power, would not last long in this perilous world. Step aside. Chapter 9. Instant kill. Those familiar with Su Leyan knew well that she was incensed. If they were to yield now, they might escape unscathed. However, should they continue to provoke her, the consequences would be dire. Huh? Qin Song sneered, raising his right hand, a flicker of flame erupting from his palm. Despite having just witnessed Su Leyan's spatial abilities, the sight of flames bursting forth from his hand left several in shock. Witnessing such a phenomenon firsthand was far more impactful than mere hearsay. Was this the source of Qin Song's confidence? Tell me, when the flames scorch your exquisite visage, won't that be a pity? The voice of Qin Song was soft, yet it emanated an exceptionally terrifying sense of oppression. The blazing flames appeared particularly glaring, and Zhou Mao and the others regarded Qin Song with a hint of trepidation. Instinctively, they took a step back, questioning how he could effortlessly utter such dreadful words. Was his temperament not excessively drastic? Step aside. Su Leyan had completely lost her patience. I present you with two choices. Qin Song casually extended 2 fingers, declaring, either submit to me or face death. Qin Song, have you lost your mind? Chen Feng shouted, murder is against the law. Huh? Qin Song scoffed, law? You seem unaware of the current circumstances. He had always found Chen Feng's naive demeanor intolerable, ever since their high school days, and it was even more pronounced now. Qin Song, this is your territory. We shall take our leave. Chen Feng positioned himself between them, shielding Su Leyan behind him. Regardless of the fact that Qin Song was an ability user, Su Leyan was merely a fragile girl. At this moment, Chen Feng appeared to have forgotten the brutality of their initial encounter. Chen Feng, do you aspire to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? Do you believe yourself worthy? Qin Song waved his hand, and a surge of fierce flames suddenly surged toward Chen Feng. Confronted with this unforeseen fiery assault, Chen Feng's eyes widened, his pupils constricting, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. Yet, despite this, he did not yield, uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. He seemed to hear a sigh emanating from behind him. In the next instant, an unseen force yanked him away, and he beheld a steel rod that had materialized abruptly, slicing through the flames that roared fiercely, dissipating the inferno into the air in an instant. Standing before him was Su Leyan, whom he had shielded. Superpowers represent a form of self-preservation in human evolution, rather than a means to turn against one's fellow beings. Gazing into those dark, enigmatic eyes, Qin Song instinctively took a step back, only to be overtaken by a wave of indignation that flickered in the depths of his gaze. With a swift motion, he hurled several fireballs in her direction. The truth is not dictated by your words. In the face of the oncoming fireballs, Su Leyan remained unfazed, effortlessly extinguishing them with her steel rod. To the astonishment of the crowd, she executed a spinning kick that sent Qin Song flying. dragging him several meters across the ground and crashing into 5 or 6 shelves. How formidable! How did she achieve this? Did you witness her movements? They were astonishingly swift. No, all I saw was Qin Gu being sent flying, without even a moment to react. Truly remarkable. The onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. Qin Song had awakened a fire-based superpower and was their captain, undeniably possessing formidable combat prowess. Yet here he was, effortlessly overpowered by a mere girl, who had not only sent him sprawling, but had also extinguished his flames. How could she possibly accomplish such feats? Could it be that she too was a superpowered individual? That seems to be the only explanation, for this girl's strength borders on the extraordinary, in stark contrast to the trepidation exhibited by Qin Song and his associates. Zhou Mao and the others found themselves both astonished and elated. Just moments prior, they had been anxious about whether Qin Song would take action against them. Yet, in an instant, classmate Su demonstrated what true prowess entailed, further solidifying their resolve to closely ally themselves with this formidable figure. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Song forcefully shoved aside the shelves, a tempest brewing in his eyes. To be humiliated before so many was a first since the apocalypse began. How delightful. Nevertheless, he was no fool. Recognizing that he could not achieve much through sheer brute force, he resolved to bide his time. Let us go. Su Leyan paid no heed to the malicious gazes directed at her from behind. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and conspiracies amounted to nothing. For someone like Qin Song, it was akin to a sudden windfall. Life would teach him how to navigate his circumstances. Although extinguishing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant, she refrained from doing so merely to uphold the law. She had faith that the state machinery would soon respond to the regulatory frameworks concerning relevant supernatural individuals, and those in authority would manage the situation. As a friendly successor to socialism, she certainly would not oppose the state during such critical times, though she acknowledged that exceptional circumstances warranted special considerations. In instances like this, she would act judiciously. As for Su Leyan's departure, the others dared not obstruct her. Noticing that Brother Qin had remained silent, they felt even less inclined to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Chun Feng and the others busied themselves with moving items from the shelves before trailing behind Su Leyan as she exited. Brother Qin. Once the figures had completely vanished, the group turned their apprehensive gazes towards Qin Song, whose countenance was as dark as the calm before a storm. First, close the rolling door. Understood. The others hastily complied, realizing that the recent commotion might have attracted the attention of the zombies. It was imperative to secure the rolling door. What would happen thereafter depended entirely on Qin Ji's strategy. They were all but grasshoppers on the same boat as Qin Song, the sole supernatural being among them. Even if Qin Song had been swiftly overpowered by that female classmate, they dared not act recklessly, for they were not her, against Qin Song. They would be the ones swiftly eliminated. Classmate Su, where are we headed now? Emerging from the campus supermarket and surveying the ravaged surroundings, Qin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. The apocalypse had only just begun. What were they to do? Communication was sporadic, their knowledge of the outside world was limited, and they were reluctant to leave the safety of the school. Encountering classmates, Su felt akin to finding a pillar of support. The laboratory? Qin Feng paused in surprise, then inquired, which laboratory? After posing his question, he awkwardly scratched his head, sheepishly adding, I apologize. I completely forgot to ask your name. Right? Zhou Mao and the others quickly chimed in. Classmate Su, what is your major? Are you also a graduate student? Where are you from? Su Leyan, Department of Physics, sophomore. Headed to a national key laboratory. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Huangze tapped his forehead, suddenly struck by a thought. His eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 10, Internal Strife. Su, you can't possibly be that legendary genius beauty from the physics department, can you? Huangze, keep your voice down, or you'll attract the zombies. Zhou Mao admonished, delivering a sharp slap to Huangze. He then glanced at the impassive Su Leyan and quietly inquired, what genius beauty? TSK. If you had only paid attention to the school forum as I suggested, you would have known, Huangze retorted. Now, not only Zhou Mao but also Qin Feng and the others regarded him with curiosity. They were not as inquisitive as Huangze. Su Leyan, the genius beauty of the physics department, was admitted to Huagong University at the tender age of 15. As a freshman, she worked closely with professors, and by her sophomore year, she had the privilege of unrestricted access to the National Research Center, becoming a prominent figure in the physics faculty. Moreover, it was rumored that Su Leyan was an unparalleled beauty. The group discreetly glanced at the ahead-walking Su, nodding in agreement. Indeed, she was stunning, an impressive persona. But was she truly that remarkable? Gaining admission to Huagong University at 15 and enjoying free access to the National Research Center as a sophomore. Could such a prodigy genuinely exist? That was the National Research Center, not a place just anyone could enter. Even many professors from the university could not gain access. It was no wonder they found it hard to believe. Is she really that formidable? If she is indeed the Su Leyan I mentioned, then she must be extraordinary. Su, are you truly the fabled genius beauty Su Leyan? Yes. The presence of a true academic prodigy stood before them, igniting a sense of exhilaration. Especially now, as they clung to this esteemed figure's metaphorical golden thigh, there was no greater joy to be found. So, the laboratory you mentioned is indeed the National Research Institute? If it is, then safety is significantly assured, for the security measures at the National Research Institute are unparalleled. If they were to remain within its confines, supplemented by ample resources, they would undoubtedly endure until rescue arrived. With this thought, a wave of relief washed over them. They need no longer fear the intrusion of zombies. Indeed, it truly is the National Research Institute, a realization that nearly brought them to tears of joy. Zhou Mao, Zhang Yang, and the others earnestly apologized to Su Leyan, both for their initial behavior and for the incident in the supermarket. In response to their apologies, Su Leyan offered no words. After all, self-preservation is a fundamental human instinct. These four, merely timid and perhaps a touch cowardly, were not particularly blameworthy. With their company in the laboratory alongside the professors, she felt reassured enough to venture outside. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the left front, startling Zhou Mao and the others. You all continue ahead. I will go take a look. We will go with you. Zhou Mao stammered, not out of newfound bravery, but because he felt safer trailing behind Su Leyan. Even if danger arose, she could handle it. What if they encountered zombies on their own way to the National Research Institute? It was indeed wiser to stick with her. Let us follow, Su. We won't hold you back. Upon uttering these words, Zhou Mao lowered his head, for he himself did not believe them. Su Leyan retrieved several fruit knives from her backpack, distributing one to each person. You may accompany me with these, but I shall not shield you deliberately. In the face of the apocalypse, reliance on others is futile. One must depend on oneself. Thus, you must learn to eliminate the zombies. Should you encounter one, sever its head with the dagger. Su Leyan demonstrated. Have you observed? Your movements must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Should you hesitate or succumb to fear, it will be you who pays the price. Surely, you do not wish to meet a gruesome end or transform into a wretched creature. Thank you, Su. We understand. Zhou Mao and the others nodded eagerly. Acknowledging the impracticality of solely relying on her protection, they must learn to safeguard themselves. No, we absolutely will not. Li Lei's eyes sparkled with determination. Su was clearly trained. And that spinning kick was nothing short of spectacular. He was resolved to practice diligently. Let us proceed. Roar, roar. The zombies emitted terrifying growls as they lunged toward the four female students, their mouths agape to reveal razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a shark's, with viscous liquid dripping from the corners of their mouths, accompanied by a putrid stench. The girls huddled together in fright, their legs trembling uncontrollably, retreating without the courage to flee further. Please, please, do not come closer. Do not eat me. It is utterly terrifying. I have repeatedly warned you not to venture out. Yet you chose to disregard my pleas. Now, we find ourselves confronted by zombies. What shall we do now? Oh, where are you, Mom and Dad? I'm not ready to die. Who will come to my rescue? Ah, Liang Bibing, silence yourself. Were it not for your shrill screams. Do you think we would be encircled here? Could you possibly keep that foul mouth of yours shut? Liang Bingbing clamped her hands over her mouth. She did not wish to scream, but fear consumed her. She was genuinely terrified, as these monsters sought to shred them apart. Just moments ago, she witnessed a zombie tear apart a living person and devour them right before her eyes. The sight was too horrific, truly harrowing. If it weren't for your insistence on coming out, how could we have encountered zombies? Xinyan's words dripped with resentment. If Wang Ying had not insisted on venturing out, they could have remained safely tucked away in their dormitory, entirely free from danger. Who is to blame for this? The fault lies solely with Wang Ying. If it weren't for her, they would not be facing such dire circumstances. Wang Ying let out a cold laugh, retorting that no one compelled them to accompany her. They could very well remain hidden in the dormitory. As the zombies drew ever closer, Liang Bingbing could not suppress another scream, which, in turn, attracted 3 more zombies. The Xian was infuriated, nearly striking her in exasperation. Did she not realize that her screams would only summon more zombies? hastening their demise? What should she do? What should she do? Wang Ying was in a state of frantic anxiety, instinctively tightening her grip on the wooden stick she had taken from the dormitory. A mop handle repurposed for this dire situation. The head had already been severed, just in case, but she never expected to truly face such a scenario. She did not exhibit the courage she wished to portray. Fear gripped her heart. As the zombies drew closer, their sharp teeth and long black claws appeared increasingly terrifying under the sunlight. Chapter 11. A critical moment. Liang Bingbing and Zhang Yuan could only weep, while He Xian could only voice her grievances. The only one who still retained a sliver of rationality was Wang Ying. Thus, she could not afford to remain passive. Having chosen to confront this peril, one must possess the courage to abandon all else. Was it not simply a matter of killing? No, what lay before her were not humans, but monsters, zombies. Wang Ying, do not panic. Recall how they are portrayed in novels. The zombies' weakness is their heads. If one could merely shatter their skulls, victory would be assured. Yes, that's it. With the zombies looming just inches away, Wang Ying closed her eyes and swung the wooden stick, delivering a heavy blow to the zombie's head. In the next instant, the creature's head flew from its body, prompting Liang Bingbing and Zhang Yuan to scream in unison. Wang Ying cursed under her breath, suppressing her nausea, and struck again, sending another zombie's head flying, thus preventing the two young ladies from meeting their demise at the hands of the undead. If you wish to survive, keep your mouth shut. Wang Ying could not help but roar, her frustration boiling over. Did these two ladies truly fail to grasp the gravity of their predicament? Did they wish for a swifter end? Were the sticks in their hands mere decorations? The horde of zombies was growing. They needed to rise and take action. One after another, they are all delicate young ladies. Can such individuals truly survive in a post-apocalyptic world? Even if they manage to escape this time by sheer luck, what about the next? It is impossible for someone to protect them each time. Every situation has its first occurrence. Wang Ying, you have taken a life. Wang Ying laughed through her anger. Killing? Was that even human? If you don't wish to kill, then prepare to be killed. Were it not for the fact that the four of them shared the same dormitory, she would have abandoned them long ago. Ultimately, Wang Ying's words fell on deaf ears. The three were consumed by fear, unable to even rise to their feet, shrinking back in terror. Since Wang Ying dared to confront the zombies, she might as well handle it alone. Surely she could manage, right? If Wang Ying knew what the three of them were thinking, she would surely be infuriated. Could she truly handle it alone? 1 against 3, and 3 useless individuals at that. She certainly could not. Wang Ying's strength waned, her speed diminished. She no longer harbored any hope of assistance from the three. She merely wished for the scene before her to conclude swiftly. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes. Was her life destined to end here? Suddenly, a force propelled her forward. Exhausted from battling the zombies, she stumbled and was thrust into the horde. Wang Ying couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, just as she resigned herself to despair and closed her eyes. Expecting the searing pain, it never came. Instead, warm hands enveloped her. Instinctively, she opened her eyes to behold a stunningly beautiful girl. Was this girl her savior? Be careful. As Wang Ying beheld the approaching horde of zombies behind her, her eyes widened in terror. What should she do? She yearned to turn and shield the young girl who had appeared solely to save her, not wanting to implicate her in this perilous situation. Then, she witnessed an astonishing scene unfold before her eyes. The gruesome and violent spectacle rendered He Xian, who had been momentarily dazed, utterly speechless. Was that woman a devil? Her mind was flooded with images of mangled flesh. All that remained was a sea of red, causing her to heave uncontrollably. It was simply too horrifying. If anyone suggested that this chaos was unrelated to the sudden appearance of that woman, she would not believe it for a moment. Miraculously, Zhang Yuan and Liang Bingbing, upon witnessing this scene, were paralyzed with fear, desperately covering their mouths, terrified that they might scream in a moment of carelessness. It was evident that this woman was not to be trifled with. They wished to avoid becoming mere puddles of flesh, for the terror was overwhelming. Ah, host. There are several zombie cores inside. You are wasting them, squandering such resources. Even if you do not wish to complete the task, you could still collect the zombie cores and exchange them for points. Silence. Su Leyan coldly huffed, irritated by the incessant clamor echoing in her mind. This annoying creature had been howling at her since the onset, and were it not for the inability to sever their bond, she would have swiftly put an end to it. Oh, how terrifying. The trembling 666 clutched its small light orb tightly, feeling that within Su Leyan's mind, the host was akin to a great demon. Truly, it was frightfully overwhelming. If 666 so desired the cores, It must be that they held many secrets within. Thus, she too could conduct her own research. It was merely a matter of time. If 666 were aware of her thoughts, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "How devilish!" Observing the ground strewn with flesh, Su Leyan furrowed her brow. Amidst this gruesome scene, who could possibly discern the whereabouts of the zombie crystal cores? Where are the zombie crystal cores? 666 trembled in fear, whining, "How terrifying! Please tell me." Sensing the host's impatience, 666 hastily replied, "To your left. There lies a water attribute zombie crystal core. To your right behind, you will find a neutral attribute crystal core, and there is another with a fire attribute." 666 lamented. "It's clearly high-tech. To the host, it appears merely as a radar. How vexing." With the locations provided by 666, Su Leyan donned her gloves and skillfully excavated the zombie crystal cores, subsequently storing them in a plastic bag. "What is that?" In the absence of zombies, Wang Ying curiously gazed at the translucent zombie crystal core in the girl's hands, which shimmered like a gem, radiating brilliance under the sunlight. Undeterred even by the viscous liquid that still clung to its surface, the zombie crystal core is the energy source that drives the zombies' actions. Su Leyan casually elucidated. Not all zombies possess a zombie crystal core. Those who gained admission to Huagon University are certainly not fools. They inherently understood the implications of Su Leyan's words. The zombies have begun to evolve. But what of humanity? The pace of human evolution is exceedingly sluggish. And even after several days of the apocalypse, the number of awakened individuals remains scarce. In the face of this cataclysm, can humanity truly endure? Chapter 12. Wang Ying's request. My name is Wang Ying, a senior student from the School of Foreign Languages, currently preparing for my postgraduate entrance examination. I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Wang Ying let out a wry smile, never anticipating that while merely preparing for her exams at school, she would encounter such dire circumstances. After the incident, she attempted to contact her family, but the lines were down, and outside lurked monstrous beings. They could only seek refuge in their dormitory, a feat of survival in itself. Fortunately, no one in their dorm had transformed into a monster. Yet other dorms had not been so lucky, with some of her classmates succumbing to the horrors. The entire dormitory building had descended into chaos. Filled with the low growls of zombies and the piercing screams of students, they could no longer endure the confinement and chose to leave the dormitory, only to find, despite their utmost caution, that they still encountered monsters. Su Leyan, from the School of Physics. Su Leyan? Wang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain it is Su Leyan from the School of Physics? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, pondering when she had become so renowned. The others, upon hearing her name, wore expressions of astonishment. What was there to be so shocked about? Indeed, Wang Ying could not help but swallow hard, giving her a thumbs up. Su Leyan. The genius beauty of the School of Physics, no, the genius beauty of Huagon University, possessed immense popularity and was revered as a goddess among many seniors and juniors alike. Astounding. Su Leyan chuckled lightly, pondering the origins of these rumors. If her memory served her right, she had scarcely participated in any activities since her enrollment. Her time had been predominantly devoted to the laboratory. To her astonishment, she had become quite renowned, extending beyond the confines of the physics department. Was she truly basking in the glow of celebrity? How did you manage to achieve this? Wang Ying gestured towards the gory remnants scattered across the ground, swallowing hard. The notion of zombies disintegrating spontaneously was, of course, far-fetched. She must have done something. It's merely a small weapon I crafted, she replied nonchalantly. Wang Ying felt a chill run down her spine. A small weapon was an understatement. The silent execution of such a scene was indeed unsettling. You are here searching for supplies, aren't you? Chun Feng stated, retrieving some food and drink from his backpack and offering them to He Xian and her companions, who had been hiding nearby. Upon seeing this, He Xian's eyes brightened, and she eagerly accepted the provisions, clutching them to her chest as if they were treasures, fearful of theft. Remembering Qin's song, Chun Feng kindly reminded them. May I accompany you? He Xian inquired. Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. They were merely following Su, and thus had no authority to decide. He Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at them with pleading eyes. Senior, I won't eat much. Just a little is enough. I can help, please. Take me in. It's not that we don't wish to accommodate you. We are also following someone else's lead. I apologize, we cannot make that decision. He Xian's heart tightened instinctively as she glanced at Wang Ying. Upon meeting Wang Ying's frigid gaze, she instinctively recoiled, feeling an even greater sense of insecurity. He Xian. I must inquire why you so brazenly pushed me aside just now. Wang Ying strode forward, her expression icy. She had not anticipated that He Xin would cast her aside. Throughout their journey, it had been she who had shielded them. In a moment of peril, He Xin had dared to push her away. Even if Zhang Nuan and Liang Bingbing could only weep, they were far more reliable. At least they posed no threat from behind. He Xin, who had been crouching, stumbled and fell to the ground, her face ashen. Stammering, she pleaded, I didn't mean to. I truly did not intend to. Frantically shaking her head. She clutched the supplies in her arms, aware that she could not afford to confess. Admitting guilt would mean her end. She had to stick with them. She could not afford to be alone. I didn't mean it, truly. He Xion's panicked explanations fell upon deaf ears as she retreated repeatedly. Nevertheless, the group's perception of her diminished significantly. Although humanity was being severely tested in these times, no one wished to accept a traitor who would betray their comrades. For fear that they too might become the next victim. Whether it was intentional or not, only you know the truth within, Wang Ying stated coldly. From the moment we left the dormitory, I believed I had done my utmost. I am not your guardian. I bear no obligation to protect you. Thus, it is decided, from this moment forward, we shall part ways. Zhang Nuan and Liang Bingbing were taken aback, instinctively glancing over. Ying, this was done by He Xian. It has nothing to do with us. You cannot abandon us. Cannot. Wang Ying sneered, why not? What are you to me? The two were left speechless by Wang Ying's retort. Indeed, they were merely classmates, not relatives. Wang Ying had already shown them enough mercy. Yet, without her, they could not survive. Wang Ying was genuinely terrified. She had come perilously close to dying amidst a horde of zombies. Was this chaos solely the doing of He Xian? No. Zhang Nuan and Liang Bingbing also bore responsibility. Even a small effort on their part could have spared her from such dire straits. She owed them nothing. Sister Su, may I join your group? Wang Ying asked, disregarding the pallor on the faces of the three. I want to be a freeloader. I can slay zombies and assist with tasks. May I join you? Of course. Su Leyan admired Wang Ying's fortitude. Even in the face of overwhelming danger, she bravely grasped her weapon to resist. In times of crisis, no one could always rely on being protected. Only by taking up arms could one truly safeguard oneself. Thank you. Wang Ying beamed, flashing a broad smile. Sister Su, may I join you? Seeing Wang Ying integrate into the group of girls, He Xin began to scheme. This Sister Su appeared quite formidable, and girls often empathized with the weak. Surely, she would not refuse her, would she? Chapter 13. I do not tolerate idleness. Wang Ying stood silently to one side, her displeasure towards He Xion's previous actions palpable. Now aligned with Su Shuemei, she dutifully adhered to the latter's directives. Should her junior be inclined to assist her, she would voice no objections, merely fixating her gaze upon He Xian, resolute in not granting her any further opportunities for mischief. I'm sorry, but you are not suited for my team. He Xian was taken aback by Su Leyan's forthright rejection. Why? Why was she being dismissed? Was it truly due to Wang Ying's earlier remarks? A flicker of resentment ignited within He Xian's heart, though she dared not betray her emotions outwardly. Unbeknownst to her, Su Leyan perceived her facade with clarity. Su Shuemei, I understand that Wang Ying's words have cast a shadow upon your impression of me. I swear, it was not my intention, He Xian implored, raising her hands in a pitiable gesture. I was genuinely terrified just now. I stumbled and accidentally collided with her. I assure you, I did not push her. Please. Believe me. Wang Ying scoffed quietly, well aware of the truth regarding the incident. Was feigning helplessness truly effective here? Su Shuemei, I am capable of anything. Please take me in. I can cook, do laundry, and tackle any arduous or dirty tasks. Senior, I beg you to intercede on my behalf with Su Shuemei. I cannot survive on my own. I implore you. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her face, reminiscent of delicate white flowers swaying in the cold wind, appearing pitifully fragile. Regrettably, Su Leyan was not a man, nor would she ever be the type to attract such a weepy girl. Chen Feng and the others remained silent, as they too felt compelled to heed Su's wishes. Furthermore, given her recent actions, they dared not retain her. Such a person was a potential threat to the team. No need. He Xian choked, her gaze turning venomous. Were they all made of stone? Why, despite the circumstances, did they still refuse to agree? How could they be so callous? Why? I will not entrust my back to someone who has betrayed a teammate. That is not magnanimity, it is sheer folly. One betrayal leads to another, especially with someone as duplicitous as He Xian. It is utterly inconceivable to allow such a person into the laboratory. lest it bring about tremendous peril. Su Leyan tossed her a fruit knife, speaking coldly. This is a fruit knife. The zombies are relatively sluggish, with a bit of effort. You can handle it yourself. Now go. You will regret this. Xian clutched her supplies, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. She was determined to survive and would ensure Su understood the folly of abandoning her. Grasping the dagger tightly, Xian turned to leave, vowing that one day the arrogant woman would pay for her disdain. Zhang Nuan and Liang Bingbing caught a glimpse of the malevolence in Xian's eyes and felt a shiver of fear. Was this truly the real Xian? They exchanged a glance and hastily followed, a glimmer of hope rising within them. They understood that Su Leyan was the one in charge among the group. Recalling the horrifying scene they had witnessed, it was easy to foresee that as long as they remained in the company of this junior, their safety would be assured. Su Jr., may we join you? Zhang Nuan suddenly stood before Su Leyan, breathless as she spoke. I can fend off zombies. I can manage with less food. And we're capable of working. Please, take us in. Su Jr., please accept us. Despite the terror gnawing at their hearts, they recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xian had already dashed away with supplies, and they lacked her reckless courage. Alone, they could not survive. So they were willing to align themselves with Su Leyan and would learn to combat the zombies. Su Leyan turned to Wang Ying, who pursed her lips and slowly remarked, "They are merely timid, but their character is not lacking." The two girls exchanged a grateful glance, understanding the significance of Wang Ying's words. As expected, the next moment, they heard Su Leyan state, "My team does not harbor idlers. If you wish to be well fed, you must learn to work and to fight." Yes. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Leyan had agreed. As long as they could be accepted, they were willing to labor and to attempt battling the zombies. Wang Ying was taken aback by their transformation, yet upon reflection, she deemed it reasonable. After all, in this society, those who do not adapt will be eliminated. You have certainly gained much from this experience. 666 gazed at her with envy. During this outing, the host had acquired 5 crystal cores, along with 8 individuals, effectively forming an initial team, which was indispensable in this apocalyptic world. Su Leyan snorted coldly, aside from Wang Ying and Chen Feng, who could be considered half-capable fighters. The others were merely cannon fodder, though they could serve logistical purposes. Host, exercise caution. Zombies are ahead, approximately 5 or 6 in number. Please prepare for combat. Su Leyan felt a surge of frustration. Was 666 resorting to live broadcasting now? And preparing for battle? No less. However, these zombies had arrived at an opportune moment, providing a fitting test of her companion's combat skills, which would allow for targeted training. 100 meters to the left, 6 zombies were visible. "Draw your daggers and sever their heads," she commanded. "I have stated before that my team does not accommodate idlers. Now is your moment to demonstrate your worth." The zombies' weakness lies in their heads. Simply decapitate them. Chen Feng and the others instantly tightened their grips on their fruit knives, aware that Su Leyan was serious. This was their first battle since joining the team, and her intention was to train them. They could not afford to falter. Zhang Nuan and Liang Bingbing went pale with fear. Even though they had prepared, the opportunity had come too swiftly, catching them off guard. Having just endured a minor zombie siege, they were still shaken. Could they truly accomplish the task? Do not be afraid. They are sluggish now. And you still have a chance. Remember, act swiftly and decisively. The voice of Su Leyan seemed to bestow upon them immense encouragement and courage. With Su, their junior, behind them, they were certain they could prevail. After all, they were merely zombies, monsters, not humans. Even if they were to kill them, it would not render them murderers. Yes, that was it. They would treat them as creatures from a game. As the zombies approached ever closer, the group tightened their grip on the fruit knives, each secretly bolstering their resolve. Wang Ying refrained from joining the fray, casting a worried glance at her 2 roommates. They ultimately needed to grow stronger. Chapter 14. Harvest Compassionate? Wang Ying shook her head, not out of pity, but rather disbelief. Those 2 delicate girls truly possessed the courage to confront the zombies, a fact that earned her newfound respect. The potential of humanity is boundless. In the face of zombies, it is either you perish or I do. Only when teetering on the brink of death does one realize that the undead are not truly terrifying. Rather, it is the frailty of the human heart that is fearsome. Observing Su Leyan, who spoke with such conviction, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. The prodigious beauty from the physics department was merely 17, yet was capable of articulating such profound thoughts. What could she have possibly experienced in recent days? What had Su Leyan endured? Merely a series of harrowing encounters at the edge of death. Her battles against the insectoid hordes and otherworldly beasts had long since revealed to her the true nature of life and death. Zhang Nuan and Liang Bingbing stood resolutely, one on each side, brandishing their fruit knives, gazing unflinchingly at the advancing zombies that lunged toward them with clawed hands, eager to tear them apart. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, the sight of the horrific, grotesque zombies before them instilled an unavoidable fear within the two. They stifled the screams threatening to escape their throats, fully aware that a single cry would summon a horde of the undead. With pallid faces and eyes devoid of pupils, the creatures bared their sharp fangs, occasionally emitting low growls as they clawed about in search of fresh flesh. Zhang Nuan braced herself against an approaching zombie with a wooden stick, while Liang Bingbing targeted the creature's head, delivering a decisive blow. A nauseating, viscous fluid splattered across her, yet the zombie succumbed, its head severed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Battling their revulsion, Liang Bingbing and Zhang Nuan exchanged a glance, tears streaming down their cheeks. They had succeeded in slaying a zombie. These monsters were not as terrifying as they had imagined. They were indeed mortal. In that moment, they were oblivious to the sticky residue coating their bodies as they embraced tightly, softly weeping. They had truly accomplished the unimaginable. Those two fools. Do they not understand the gravity of the situation? Wang Ying muttered, stepping forward with determination, wielding her stick to dispatch another oncoming zombie. Are you all blind to the circumstances? Upon seeing Wang Ying, the two couldn't help but cry again, followed by laughter. Ying, I'm sorry, and thank you. Host. A large wave of zombies is approaching from behind, drawn by the scent of blood. Su Leyan frowned, unwilling to squander any more time in this perilous place. Hurry. Another wave of zombies is attacking. If you wish to survive, act quickly. Yes. Hearing yet another wave of zombies approaching, Zhang Yang and his companions cast aside their fears and collaborated seamlessly, transforming the impossible into the possible in an instant, swiftly dispatching several undead. Keep up, Su Leyan urged, her swift pace compelling the others to exert themselves just to match her speed, their admiration for her growing ever deeper. On their way back, they inevitably encountered several more hordes of zombies. Su Leyan acted with resolute efficiency, claiming several zombie cores, which nearly drove the creature known as 666 to a frenzy. Its eyes glistening with desire for the course. The surroundings of the National Heavy Physics Laboratory were eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the devastation outside. Once they entered the laboratory, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, for they understood that within the entire campus, this was the safest sanctuary. Xiao Su. How is the situation on campus? Xiao Su. These old fellows are a bit thoughtless. Do not take it to heart. Rest for a moment, and we shall discuss matters later. Su Leyan chuckled lightly, shaking her head to indicate that it was of no concern. The professors were merely expressing their care for her, as well as their concern for the events unfolding within the school. Professor Zhou, rest assured, I possess this. How could anything possibly go wrong? You have all witnessed its power. Even when faced with zombies, I shall not be the one in peril. Upon seeing the death god number 1 in Su Leyan's hand, a gentle laugh escaped her lips as she recalled a previous scene. Little Su was indeed correct. With the presence of this formidable weapon, her safety was assured. With a graceful flourish, Su Leyan produced all the supplies from the spatial nexus, revealing an abundance of resources. The professors, upon witnessing such a bountiful array, finally exhaled in relief. If they managed their provisions wisely, these supplies would suffice for 2 to 3 months, by which time military assistance would undoubtedly have arrived. Little Su, you have worked hard. Not at all. Su Leyan suddenly remembered something important. It seemed she had overlooked a few individuals and hurriedly called over Chen Feng and Wang Ying. This is Chen Feng, Zhou Mao, Li Lei, Huang Zhe, and Zhang Yang. They are all graduate students from the College of Engineering. And here we have Wang Ying, Zhang Nuan, and Liang Bingbing from the College of Foreign Languages. Allow me to introduce Professors Zhou, Wang, Li, and Hu. The professors did not express any annoyance at Su Leyan bringing others into the laboratory. Rather, they were pleased. The National Key Laboratory, known for its robust safety measures, typically would not allow outsiders. However, given the current extraordinary circumstances, they were more than willing to make an exception. It was evident that Su Leyan had assumed the role of leader within this group, and whether it was the professors or Chen Feng and his peers, they were all inclined to heed her directives. Do not worry about conserving supplies. I intend to venture out again tomorrow, so please do not hold back, eat as you please. Professor Zhou was the first to voice his dissent. Little Su, you plan to go out again tomorrow? Xiao Su. We believe that we have sufficient supplies to wait for rescue, so you should refrain from venturing outside. The dangers beyond the school are far greater. Both Old Zhou and Old Li are correct. Xiao Su, it is far too perilous out there. However, danger is merely a concern for others. For me, it poses no threat at all. Communication has been severed, leaving us oblivious to the circumstances beyond these walls. While the school may offer a semblance of safety, one must still venture out to ascertain the truth. Yet, Professor Zhou exchanged glances with his colleagues, a silent acknowledgement of their helplessness. These old men could do nothing but await rescue, inadvertently becoming a burden to Xiao Su. Had it not been for them, Xiao Su would not have remained at the National Heavyweight University. Chapter 15, Cowardice 666. The thoughts of the group were evident to Su Leyan, prompting her to voice her intentions. Professors, it is imperative that we ascertain the conditions outside the school to formulate further plans. If possible, we could utilize the National Heavyweight Physics Laboratory as a foundation to establish a base. Should Guang City fall, we must be prepared to evacuate swiftly. Establish a base? Leave Guang City? Professors Zhou and Li exchanged another glance, astonished that Xiao Su had contemplated such distant possibilities. Nevertheless, each option presented formidable challenges. Establishing a base necessitated manpower and resources, while departing from Guang City was no simple task. Indeed, Su Leyan nodded, acknowledging that the geographical location of Huagong University is quite advantageous. It is neither nestled in the bustling city center nor situated in a remote suburb, being merely an hour's drive from downtown. The campus spans a vast area, making it a viable foundation for establishing a stronghold against the impending zombie threat. From this base, they could systematically expel the undead from Guangzhou. A collective gasp escaped the group. This endeavor would not be accomplished overnight. Thus, it is imperative to ascertain the conditions outside and to secure additional manpower to clear the zombies from Huagong University. Establishing a base here is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. However, should Guangzhou fall, the situation would be dire. What does fall entail? It signifies that a significant portion of the city's population, numbering in the millions, has succumbed to the zombie plague, outnumbering the living. In such a scenario, even a well-fortified base would struggle to maintain control should the undead lay siege. Therefore, it is crucial for them to comprehend both the local circumstances and the external environment. Xiao Su, pursue your ambitions boldly. We, the elder statesmen, shall undoubtedly support you. However, one thing must be emphasized: prioritize your safety. Professor Li suddenly rose, his gaze intense as he admonished her to safeguard herself and avoid falling into peril. Xiao Su, go ahead and act without hesitation. She was confident that they would endorse her proposal, a smile tugging at her lips. All right, Sister Su, we shall stand by you, they echoed, certain of her capabilities and reassured by the prospect of following her lead. After a long day of toil, everyone had their fill, and Su Leyan suggested they find a place to rest. The laboratory had a limited number of lounges, which were allocated to several senior professors, while the others opted for 2 conference rooms. Fortunately, it was not winter. Otherwise, they would surely suffer from the cold. It seemed imperative to gather more clothing supplies for their outing tomorrow. Once she had settled the others, Su Leyan did not succumb to sleep, but instead made her way to Laboratory 301. Today, she had acquired 13 zombie crystal cores, and her eagerness to conduct experiments was palpable. Given the current spatial hub was rather constricted, a larger hub was essential for their expedition the following day. In her initial attempt, she had wasted quite a few resources. However, as the adage goes, practice makes perfect, and she had faith in her abilities. Host, you need not exert yourself so much. By exchanging these crystal cores for points, you can procure a spatial ring. Host, the points marketplace is currently offering substantial discounts. A spatial ring with a capacity of 50 cubic meters costs merely 85 points. You possess 4 attribute-less zombie crystal cores, which can be exchanged for 40 points, along with 9 single attribute cores that yield 45 points. In total, that amounts to 85 points, just enough to acquire the spatial ring. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Host, you cannot incur losses or be deceived. Seize this rare chance. Silence. Su Leyan could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter of the 666 system, which seemed to be promoting itself. The 50 cubic space ring was indeed quite spacious, yet the coincidence of it costing precisely 85 points seemed suspicious. Did she truly appear so naive? It was merely a matter of space. She was perfectly capable of creating it herself. Previously, Her attempts were limited to smaller spaces due to insufficient materials and lack of skill. Now, with ample resources at her disposal, crafting a large-capacity spatial hub was a straightforward endeavor. The unique structure of these zombie crystal cores was perfectly suited for accommodating spatial folding technology. Thus, regardless of how much the 666 system prattled on, Su Leyan remained unfazed, proceeding with her plans as intended. If the 666 system had a physical form, it would undoubtedly be lamenting the obstinacy of its host, who was oblivious to the fact that a mere exchange of points could have secured a 50-cubic space ring. Why make life so arduous? If Su Leyan were aware of 660 SIXS musings, she would certainly scoff. She had become thoroughly acquainted with the intricacies of creating a spatial hub. Then, 666 watched in astonishment as the formidable figure before it fashioned a colossal spatial hub using 6 crystal cores, utterly flabbergasting it. Oh, but of course, 666 lacked a chin. Host, how did you accomplish this? Even after witnessing it again, 666 remained perplexed. The technology in this world was evidently incapable of such feats. How could the host achieve this? It defied all logic. Just a casual attempt would suffice. In a state of utter bewilderment, 666 harbored serious doubts about the host's intentions, suspecting a touch of pretentiousness in her demeanor. Was it truly permissible to achieve such remarkable feats with such casual effort? A profound sense of inadequacy washed over it, leaving it feeling utterly vexed. Gazing at the spatial nexus in her hands, Su Leyan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, what she crafted with her own hands was unparalleled. After exchanging 13 zombie cores for points, she was only able to procure a mere 50-cubic spatial ring. However, utilizing 6 zombie cores, she created a spatial nexus with a staggering capacity of 10,000 cubic units. This was no mere quantitative change, but a qualitative transformation. From 1 cubic to 10, and now to 10,000. All within the span of just 2 days. Who would believe such a tale if it were told? 666, thoroughly demoralized by Su Leyan's prowess, felt a wave of despair wash over it. How pitiable it was. All it desired was to profit from the difference in value, yet the host was an overwhelming force, leaving it not only without points, but also facing the threat of deductions. Host, I confess, I lay bare all my truths. I beseech you for a chance. The mere thought of the Dark Dominion sent shivers down 660 SIX's spine. The host was indeed a formidable entity if it failed to divulge the truth. It risked becoming the first system abandoned by her, and perhaps even subjected to her whims in a most dreadful manner. Trembling, 666 clutched its small form tightly. Confess? What was there to confess? Clad in a white lab coat, Su Leyan exuded an aura of terror, especially with her calm, inscrutable gaze that seemed to penetrate the very essence of reality. The tools in her hands only served to heighten the atmosphere of dread. As I gazed upon the terrifying host, a cry of despair escaped me. How frightful it was. I pleaded not to be sliced or stripped away. Host, grant me this opportunity. Chapter 16. The Confession of 666. Since we are to speak, let it be done with complete candor. Should I discover any deceit, I shall sever our ties. Trembling in fear, I beheld the host's expression, which was utterly terrifying. No matter how many times I looked, the dread persisted. Well, honesty brings leniency. While resistance incurs severity, I shall reveal everything. Confronted with the overwhelming terror of the Dark Lord, I dared not conceal even the slightest detail, recounting the events in their entirety. I have spoken. The host must not become angry, nor may I be severed. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, questioning your audacity. 666 stammered. I am not. If not, speak swiftly. My curiosity was piqued regarding why 666 had approached me, how it knew I had been reborn twice, and whether it was truly the orchestrator of these events, or if there existed a hidden puppet master behind it all. Indeed, at the moment of your demise, my system detected that you were the only life form in the universe that met the criteria of this binding system. Thus, at the very instant of your death, your soul was bound, and I brought your spirit back to life in the kingdom of Canaan. Su Leyan chuckled softly. It was all so simple. Are you certain there are no hidden conditions? This hardly seemed characteristic of 666, given its apparent nature of being one who rises only for gain. With an awkward smile, 666 explained, the host has been reborn in the Canaan Empire, tasked with becoming its guardian deity. However, before I could issue the mission, I fell into a deep slumber due to the exhaustion of energy while traversing the rift in time and space. Truly, the host is remarkable. Even in the absence of an official mission from this system, you have nonetheless become the guardian deity of the Canaan Empire, perfectly fulfilling your role. The tone of 666 sounded somewhat obsequious. It is precisely because the host has accomplished this task so flawlessly that I was able to awaken from my slumber. Yet, Su Leyan chuckled softly, seemingly aware of what was to follow. When I regained consciousness, the host's warship had already disintegrated. Torn apart by the battle against the insectoid queen, which had ripped the very fabric of space. Had I not intervened in time? The host might have been drawn into the rift and ultimately perished within it. Host, you see, I have saved your life once again. Su Leyan furrowed her brows, seizing upon a flaw in 660 SIXS reasoning. Did you not say that our bond formed only after my death? If I have already died, how could there be a glimmer of hope? This presents a contradiction. 666 hurriedly sought to clarify, fearing that the formidable host might misunderstand. Are you not aware? Su Leyan's lips curled into a gentle smile, her expression both serene and unsettling. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? That gentle smile appeared terrifying to 666. As if failure to speak the truth would result in its own demise at the hands of the formidable host. The fear was palpable. No, truly not. I assure you, everything I say is absolutely true. Discern the veracity in 660 SIXS words. The entity was genuinely terrified, precluding any possibility of deceit. However, the fact that 666 itself was oblivious suggested a more profound intrigue. An individual lurking behind 666, the true architect of these predicaments. Her environment dictated the system's directives. In the Canaan Empire, she was tasked with becoming its guardian war deity, while in the apocalyptic world, her mission morphed into global salvation. And 666 transformed into a doomsday survival system, an anomaly indeed. 666 feigned innocence. Host, I speak the unvarnished truth, devoid of any deception. Sob, host, please spare me from dismemberment. Its trepidation was palpable, sensing the host's genuine capacity to dismantle it, a prospect that filled it with dread. Let's delve into the matter of points. What is the impetus behind your insatiable desire for them? What percentage do you accrue from crystal nucleus exchanges, and what purpose do these points serve for you? Is it you who craves the crystal nuclei, or is it another entity? There's no need for apprehension. Our bond signifies a partnership, where transparency should prevail. Only then can I assist you more effectively in amassing points. Wouldn't you concur? Was this the genuine state of affairs? 666 remained silent, unable to refute, for it perceived itself as a pitiable creature. After the system collects the crystal core, it will automatically deduct and exchange points, allocating a portion to the host and retaining a portion for itself. With enough points, the system can upgrade. As for the fate of the crystal cores, I am unaware, as it is determined by the master, and I lack the authority to know. Huh. Su Leyan scoffed coldly, pondering the intricate design of this 666 system. Upon hearing Su Leyan's derisive laughter, 666 instinctively shuddered, trembling as it explained, "Woo-woo. Everything I said is true. I am not deceiving you. Please believe me." Oh. So what level are you now? 666 hesitated to respond, fearing to reveal its current lowly status to the host, worried that the host might disdain it. Unbeknownst to it, Su Leyan had already deduced part of the truth. It surely could not be too high, for otherwise, why would it exhibit such a dog-like eagerness upon encountering a crystal core? 10 points for a level 1 attribute-less zombie crystal core. 5 points for a level 1 single attribute zombie crystal core. How many points can you possibly obtain from these? It could not dare to speak, fearing the host's wrath. This was not its decision. It was dictated by the system's programming, with no relation to it whatsoever. 666 burst into tears, exclaiming that the host was terrifying. Why, in the entire universe, did only the Dark Lord fit the criteria for life forms? Woo-woo, it was truly too frightening. The system's points are twice that of the host's. So, Su Leyan scoffed, a null attribute level 1 crystal core yields 10 points for me, but 666 gets 20? This system is a miser. She continued, and what about the tasks? How much profit is it skimming? Regardless of its programming, it will always find a way if it wants to. From now on, you'll give me half of the points from crystal core exchanges, or you'll get none at all. 666, crestfallen, acquiesced. All right. Knowing resistance was futile, it chose not to argue, lest it face an even worse fate. Chapter 17. A city scarred and desolate, having uncovered the truth, Su Leyan finally felt a sense of relief. Whatever the intentions of those behind the scenes, she believed that with enough power, she could overcome any obstacle. For now, her immediate concerns took precedence. As a consolation to 666, Su Leyan exchanged 5 crystal cores and allocated the remaining ones to power Death God number 2. Crystal cores were invaluable resources that she desperately needed. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Leyan gathered the group. Today, clean the laboratory and care for Professor Zhou and the others. I need to go out. Leyan, are you going alone? Wang Ying asked with concern. Shouldn't we accompany you? Won't it be too dangerous for you to go by yourself? No, I'm safer alone. A few individuals exchanged awkward smiles. For what she had said was indeed true. They decided to accompany her, fearing they might hinder her progress. It would be safer for Su Leyan to go alone. Your primary task today is to clean the laboratory, which has previously witnessed transformations into zombies and is likely to harbor viral infections. Professor Zhou and his colleagues are advanced in age. They need to restore communication, so the responsibility of disinfection falls upon you. Should anyone approach the Guozhong laboratory, do not open the door. Even with Qin Feng and others present, we cannot afford any risks. The Guozhong laboratory will serve as a cornerstone of their base, and we must ensure that nothing goes awry. Rest assured, we will certainly heed your guidance. As they watched Su Leyan gradually distance herself, a profound silence enveloped them. Though several years younger than her peers, she had become their steadfast anchor, and it was high time for them to mature quickly. Let us get to work. Once we finish, we shall commence our training. They could not solely depend on Su Leyan. Amidst this fleeting tranquility, they were determined to hone their skills. It was evident that Su Leyan was not an ordinary individual. She was destined for greatness. Those who walked alongside her must not become burdens. With renewed vigor, they set to their tasks, while Su Leyan remained blissfully unaware. Upon exiting the laboratory, she made her way toward the school's entrance. Standing there, she was confronted by a harrowing sight, bodies strewn across the ground, an unbearable stench of decay, and under the scorching sun, the scene was all the more terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. Subconsciously, Su Lei glanced over, only to witness several zombies devouring a deceased human. Sensing her gaze, the zombies instinctively looked up, their eyes fixed on her with a ferocious intensity. One by one, they abandoned their gruesome repast and lunged toward her, their speed seemingly increased since the previous day's encounter. I have no time to waste on you, she muttered. Perish. With a gentle wave, the zombies hurtling toward her were instantly pulverized by a silent, invisible sonic blast, rendering the already appalling street even more horrifying. Having dispatched the zombies, Su Lei scanned her surroundings and fixed her sights on a reasonably intact sedan. She strode over, yanked open the car door, and noticed the keys dangling from the ignition. After a thorough inspection, finding nothing amiss, she settled into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, and drove towards Central Avenue. En route, she encountered numerous zombie hordes, their eyes gleaming with malevolent green light as they lunged with bared teeth and claws. Undeterred, Su Lei obliterated the onrushing zombies into fragments, creating a scene of utter horror. Host, there are dozens of zombie crystal cores. Won't you retrieve them? Su Lei scoffed. Am I daft? To descend now would be to invite a siege by hordes of zombies. I won't risk my life for a few paltry crystal cores. While not insurmountable, the resolution lies beyond the present moment, as her objective for today transcends the acquisition of zombie crystal cores. Host, those constitute a multitude of cores, capable of yielding over 100 points upon redemption. Are you certain you wish to forgo them? Su Lu gently chuckled. If you possess a means, they are all yours. 666 pouted, lamenting that if it possessed the ability, it would not seek a host. Alas, with a recalcitrant host, its options were limited. It could only ruefully observe the departing points, a veritable fortune dismissed with such nonchalance. The host exhibited a profligacy that was truly regrettable. Su Li's velocity was considerable, however. The haphazard arrangement of corpses and vehicles necessitated nearly an hour and a half to traverse Central Avenue. The thoroughfare was flanked by commercial establishments, echoing with the piercing cries of humanity and the guttural growls of the undead, a tableau of utter desolation that sent shivers down the spine. Along her journey, she had surmised that within the confines of District L alone, a preponderance of the populace had succumbed to zombification. The exigency in Guang City was indeed dire. A shrill scream emanated from the fore, eclipsing even the blare of automobile horns, verging on the point of shattering. Verily, one should not fear a godlike adversary, but rather a swinish ally. The woman's piercing cry instantaneously drew the attention of the surrounding ambulatory undead. precipitating a cacophony of horrific roars in concert with the rhythmic cadence of footsteps. As Su Leyan beheld the relentless horde of zombies surging towards the source of the screams from all directions, she could not help but gasp in horror. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 undead, surpassing the total number she had encountered at the school. Indeed, the situation outside was more dire than she had envisioned. Even in the face of the woman's cries that had attracted the assault of countless zombies, the three men remained steadfast in their defense of her. One man tightly covered the woman's mouth, preventing her from screaming again, as they confronted the densely packed swarm of zombies. It was only upon seeing the icy blades that resembled shards of ice that Su Leyan realized the man was an ability user, specifically one wielding ice powers. Those hiding within the shops merely observed with indifference, too fearful to open their doors and lend assistance. The prospect of hundreds of zombies awaiting them outside meant certain death. In the face of such peril, self-preservation took precedence. Host, what are you planning to do? Chapter 18, terrifyingly so. The Reaper one in the host's hand had inexplicably transformed into a blade of approximately 3 feet in length, casting an ominous shadow in the sunlight. The host clearly possessed superior alternatives. Why resort to direct confrontation? Was it truly without risk? Host, I believe you could effortlessly employ soundwave attacks. Isn't Reaper one capable of targeted assaults while ensuring precision? There is no need to engage personally. With a delicate hum, Su Leyan acknowledged the pointlessness of relying solely on weapons, even one as formidable as Death God No. 1. True strength, she mused, lay in one's own capabilities. Viewing the approaching horde of over 100 zombies as ideal sparring partners, she retrieved a pair of specially crafted gloves from her spatial nexus, their appearance reminiscent of those worn by esteemed aristocrats. Observe closely, she declared, for I am not merely a luminary in the realm of research. My combat prowess is also unparalleled. Her gaze, cool and detached, swept over the frenzied throng of zombies as she alighted from the vehicle and advanced towards them. Each footfall, though light, resonated with an immense sense of pressure, causing even those lurking in the shadows to gulp audibly. Who was this person, they wondered, and what accounted for the overwhelming aura she exuded? One observer, mid-sentence, was abruptly silenced by the oppressive weight of her presence, paralyzed by a fear that surpassed even that inspired by the zombies themselves. As Su Leyan closed the distance to the undead, the tension in the air thickened. Heavy with anticipation, the atmosphere grew ominous, like the calm before a tempest. Even 666 dared not intrude, sensing a formidable pressure emanating from its host, a force capable of crushing all in its path. Host. Su Leyan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as she gazed upon the horde of zombies lunging towards her. A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, and with both hands gripping her longsword, she swung it with sudden ferocity. Whoosh! A terrifying aura emanated from the blade, and in the next instant, all those observing the siege were struck with an unforgettable spectacle. A moment of sheer astonishment unfolded before them. Swoosh! In an instant, the zombies fell in unison, their heads scattering in all directions. The central street fell into an eerie silence, a silence that was chilling. What an overwhelming attack this was. How could that girl possibly achieve such a feat? Such a display of power and pressure? Could she be a hidden martial arts master? At that moment, the crowd's thoughts began to wander. In this apocalyptic world, humanity had evolved into 2 distinct categories: the flesh-eating monsters known as zombies and the awakened individuals with special abilities, alongside the ordinary humans who remained unchanged. Thus, the existence of martial arts masters in this world seemed plausible. Who exactly was she? With a single stroke, she had annihilated over 100 zombies. What manner of person was this girl? So formidable. In that instant, many who lurked in the shadows resolved to follow her, for they saw in her the glimmer of hope, the hope for humanity's survival. Do not underestimate the zombies in The Walking Dead. Despite their apparent lack of intellect, they have displayed a sense of urgency after these past few days of evolution. Witness those zombies besieging several men and women. They seemed to perceive the terrifying aura emanating from Su Leyan, howling ferociously before beginning their retreat. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, as it was their first encounter with zombies in retreat. What does this signify? It signifies that zombies are not invincible. As long as humanity possesses greater strength than the undead, they can triumph over them, restoring a peaceful and stable environment for human existence. 666, as usual, trembled in fear and hugged itself tightly. The Dark Lord truly deserves the title. With a single stroke, he dispatched hundreds of zombies. Even without the silent and unseen assault of soundwave weaponry, the Dark Lord's combat prowess remains unparalleled. Indeed, It is far wiser to opt for collaboration with such a formidable being. Host, each of these zombie skulls contains a zombie crystal core. I have marked them for you. Su Leyan grinned, feeling quite pleased. Skillfully extracting the glistening cores, he tossed them directly to 666. Thrilled, 666 eagerly inquired, Host, shall we exchange for points? Exchange half and retain half. Isn't there a cleansing pool in the system? Clean them up and place them in the storage compartment. Understood, Host. Although it was disappointing not to convert everything into points, this arrangement is still quite satisfactory. With an influx of points, he can level up. And perhaps once he ascends, he will no longer fear the Dark Lord. Hey, indeed, he is a clever little assistant. Had 666 been privy to Su Leyan's thoughts, she would have undoubtedly informed it with a genial smile that Sun Wukong could never escape the Buddha's palm, and that she was similarly inescapable for 666. After extracting all the zombie crystal cores, Su Leyan delicately withdrew a pristine tissue from her bosom to cleanse the blade, before sheathing the sword. To the onlooker's astonishment, the meter-long blade metamorphosed into a palm-sized steel rod, an utterly bewildering sight. The onlookers harbored disparate sentiments regarding this wondrous spectacle. Some were convinced of Su Leyan's preeminence and sought to ingratiate themselves with her, while others, succumbing to avarice, contemplated seizing the artifact for themselves. The sheer astonishment of the moment was overwhelming, as they speculated that the miraculous weapon might be the source of her power. Alas, Su Leyan's current image stood in stark contrast to her formidable combat prowess. Miss, you are truly remarkable. Are you a martial arts expert? Perhaps sensing no imminent danger, the adults did not restrain the child from approaching, seemingly eager to cultivate a rapport with her. Miss, my name is Xiao Duo. What is your name? Su Leyan was inclined to extend patience towards the young, for juveniles were highly prized within the Interstellar Alliance. Human offspring faced considerable challenges in reaching adulthood. And in this apocalyptic era, their survival was even more precarious. Su Leyan, she replied. Gazing upon the boy, Su Leyan smiled faintly. The lad possessed considerable courage, a trait she admired. Chapter 19. Invitation. Mom, Dad, come quickly. Sister Leyan just saved us. You must express your gratitude. Esteemed Miss Su, allow me to introduce my father. Xiao Hongfu, my mother, Chen Xia, my elder brother, Xiao Zhe, and my cousins, Chen Liang and Chen Yun. And this is Miss Su Leyan. Were it not for Miss Su's intervention, my entire family would have perished amidst the swarming undead. As he spoke, the young boy cast a displeased glare toward Chen Yun. For had his cousin not emitted a sudden shriek, they would not have been besieged by the ravenous horde. Her timidity was indeed lamentable. Chen Yun, utterly petrified, remained silent, her mouth covered by Chen Liang, lest she inadvertently summon the ghouls once more. Miss Su, we are eternally grateful for your benevolent rescue. Su Leyan offered a detached shake of her head, remarking it was of no consequence, as my motives were not solely for your deliverance. She inquired. Having been sequestered within the confines of the school, I remain uninformed of the external circumstances. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me regarding the situation outside? Certainly. We would be delighted to. Su Leyan nodded in acknowledgement and directed her gaze toward the adjacent commercial center, suggesting, let us continue our discourse within. Very well. Perhaps owing to Su Leyan's commanding presence, or perhaps due to Xiao Hongfu's possession of ice manipulation abilities. Their approach was met with neither obstruction nor the locking of the mall's entrances. The expansive emporium housed clusters of individuals huddled together in various corners, its interior bearing the disarray of the cataclysmic day when many within its walls succumbed to zombification, thus explaining its current state of disrepair. Xiao Zhe located a relatively clean area, and once all were seated, Xiao Hongfu commenced recounting the harrowing events of the preceding days, the unforgettable global catastrophe. On July 3, 2050, a mere 6 days prior, the metropolis of Guangzhou was subjected to an abrupt and alarming escalation in temperature, soaring to a stifling 100 degrees Celsius. Such torrid conditions rendered the environment uninhabitable for humankind, with anomalous natural occurrences reported across a multitude of locales, from mountainous regions to rural hamlets and urban centers, foreshadowing an impending cataclysm. Indeed, that fateful day proved to be the genesis of a global catastrophe, the harbinger of humanity's potential demise. Subsequently, regions across the globe besieged higher authorities for aid, as widespread disruptions to water and electricity supplies ensued. Within a mere 2 hours, an urgent communique was disseminated, imploring all individuals to seek refuge indoors and refrain from venturing outside, with assurances that the cause of the meteorological anomalies would soon be ascertained. Alas, unbeknownst to all, the onset of these erratic weather patterns heralded an inexorable descent into chaos. It was fortuitous that his family was together on that day, a circumstance for which he was profoundly grateful, as he could scarcely fathom how he would have persevered otherwise. The extreme heat persisted for 5 grueling hours, whereupon the temperature underwent an abrupt and precipitous decline, plummeting to a frigid -100 degrees Celsius. This abrupt transition between extremes defied comprehension, as if the very fabric of reality had been irrevocably altered. The weather, the climate, all had undergone a radical transformation before any official directives could be issued. The following morning brought with it a horrifying revelation. A significant proportion of the human population had metamorphosed into monstrous beings. These abominations, driven by an insatiable hunger, preyed upon the living, devouring them with savage abandon. His parents-in-law had succumbed to this gruesome fate, as had the parents of Su Leyan and Su Yun. Had they not arrived promptly, the lives of those 2 children would have been in grave peril. That harrowing scene is forever etched in his memory. Initially, the news had reported the incident, urging everyone to remain indoors and stockpile water and sustenance. Forums, microblogs, and short videos were rife with apocalyptic pronouncements, which the authorities neither confirmed nor denied, instead advising people to safeguard themselves, assuring them that rescue teams would be dispatched. Guangzhou, already a populous metropolis, saw a vast majority of its inhabitants transformed into monstrous beings, leaving no truly secure haven. Xiao Hongfu offered a wry smile. In the preceding days, the news had been broadcast, serving to placate the populace, but 2 days hence, while some areas still had access to utilities, all communication was severed, precluding any contact with the outside world. We remain entirely ignorant of the global and national situation. Extreme weather precipitated the outbreak of this cataclysmic crisis. As 7 days have elapsed, it appears the situation across the globe is dire. She had previously surmised that the apocalypse was the result of a virus, but now it seems to be linked to the climate and the Earth's geography. Moreover, she strongly suspects that this global catastrophe may well be another evolutionary leap for life on Earth. Failure leads to monstrous transformations, while success begets individuals with extraordinary abilities. Those who have not yet evolved remain unchanged. This affects not only humanity, but also flora and fauna. Humanity's adversaries are not merely the undead, but also those life forms harboring latent and immense potential for peril. Upon the advent of sentience in flora and fauna, should humanity fail to evolve, it would be relegated to either a precarious existence or utter annihilation. The gravity of this realization prompted a sharp intake of breath from Su Leyan, as the perils facing humanity were far more dire than she had initially conceived. 666. As a system, are you privy to the genesis of this apocalyptic crisis? I am not aware. 666 lamented its inadequacy, unable to furnish an answer to such a fundamental query. Su Leyan nodded knowingly, harboring no genuine expectation that 666 would possess such knowledge. Despite its consciousness and emotions transcending human limitations, 666 remained bound by its programming, falling short of true personhood. However, while it remained ignorant, its enigmatic mastermind likely held the key. A tremor ran through 660SX's core, sensing an impending stratagem brewing within its host, eliciting a profound sense of trepidation. Beyond her awareness of the situation in Guang City, Su Leyan also knew that Xiao Hongfu was a retired soldier, honorably discharged due to injuries sustained in service. Furthermore, he had recently awakened to ice-based supernatural abilities, rendering him a formidable combatant. Given his military background, his integrity was beyond reproach. Observing the family, Su Leyan began to formulate certain ideas. Mr. Xiao, what preparations do you intend to undertake? Xiao Hongfu offered a wry smile. Preparations? What preparations can one make? My sole aspiration is to safeguard the lives of my family amidst this. Beyond that, I harbor no other desires. Upon hearing Xiao Hongfu's wish, Su Leyan's lips curved into a smile as she extended an invitation. I am a student at South China University of Technology and am currently endeavoring to establish a secure base centered around the university. Should Mr. Xiao have no alternative plans, I extend an invitation to join my team. Undoubtedly, upon hearing Su Leyan's invitation, Xiao Hongfu was thrilled. However, he hadn't forgotten that he was once a soldier. Could it be that Miss Su intended to seize the opportunity to become a regional overlord? As if discerning Xiao Hongfu's doubts, Su Leyan chuckled softly and elucidated. I am an orphan, raised by the state since childhood. I am willing to combat this apocalyptic crisis alongside the nation and jointly resolve the human predicament. Chapter 20. Underground Supermarket. Observing Su Leyan's resolute countenance, Xiao Hongfu knew she spoke the truth. He too was willing to join her with his family. I am willing to join Miss Su's team, but my wife and children are ordinary people. I trust Miss Su won't mind? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Of course not. However, Su Leyan shifted her tone. I have no use for idlers. Everyone entering the base must work, regardless of age or gender. My children are not pampered young masters, Xiao Hongfu assured. Please set your mind at ease, Miss Su. Su Leyan nodded. It must be said that Xiao Hongfu's status as a retired soldier garnered him additional favor. Su Leyan, herself a general of the Canaan Empire, naturally held an innate fondness for soldiers. Coupled with the previous scene outside, Su Leyan extended the invitation to them. There is also another matter to address. The university is currently infested with zombies. To establish a base at the South China University of Technology, our primary task is to eliminate all the zombies within the university. Mr. Xiao must prepare to engage in combat with zombies at any moment. Driven by an instinctive apprehension, Chun Yun clasped her Aunt Chunjia's hands, her body recoiling slightly as if gripped by fear. Very well. I shall venture into the subterranean supermarket to gather provisions. Please await my return here. Miss Su. Allow me to accompany you, Xiaozhe declared, rising to his feet, unwilling to be outdone by a young woman. I shall join as well, Chun Liang proclaimed, cognizant that, with the departure of his grandparents and parents, he now bore the mantle of responsibility for the Chen family. He and his sister could no longer perpetually rely on their aunt and uncle. They needed to stand on their own, for in this era, no one would consistently accommodate or safeguard them. He was resolute in his determination not to become a burden to his uncle. Brother. Qin Yun released Chunjia's hands and seized Qin Liang's, her face etched with terror. Brother, please don't go. Chen Liang knelt down, gazing into his sister's eyes, and enunciated each word with precision. Yun, with grandparents and parents gone, your brother will protect you. Have no fear. Brother. Qin Yun's voice trembled with a hint of a sob, her dread stemming from the possibility of her brother succumbing to the same monstrous fate as their parents, leaving her utterly alone. She did not wish for her brother to court danger. Rest assured, nothing will befall me. Your brother is strong. Xinjia contemplated interjecting, but upon observing her husband and son, she ultimately remained silent. The others, witnessing the scene, gathered around. Miss, are you planning to go to the underground supermarket? The supermarket teems with zombies, at least 100 of them. Venturing inside would be akin to seeking death. It would be best to reconsider. Their concerns stemmed from the potential for the zombies to escape. Indeed, by unlocking the supermarket doors, you are essentially unleashing the ravenous undead upon us. We painstakingly lured the abominations infesting the mall into the supermarket, and now you risk unleashing the horrors lurking within the underground supermarket as well. Madam, while your prowess is undeniable, the underground supermarket harbored nearly 100 souls at the time of the outbreak, who have undoubtedly been transformed into grotesque monstrosities. Your actions demonstrate a callous disregard for our safety. The doors must remain sealed, unequivocally. Their reluctance to breach the supermarket's threshold stems from the very real terror of confronting the 100-strong horde of zombified fiends contained within. Su Leyan scoffed, her gaze sweeping across the unsightly visages of the crowd. Driven by fear, they herded the ghoulish entities into the underground supermarket, sealing the doors behind them. What of those who remained untransformed within the supermarket's confines? Were they condemned to share the fate of the damned? How could you even suggest such a thing? They stammered, a palpable sense of guilt permeating their words. It was true that when they secured the doors, a significant number of people remained trapped inside. But could they truly be blamed? The mall's population far exceeded that of the supermarket. Had the undead spilled forth from the supermarket, countless innocent lives within the mall would have been devoured. Faced with such a dire calculus, their decision was, in their minds, justifiable. Su Leyan, with a contemptuous sneer, disregarded their feeble justifications and strode purposefully towards the underground supermarket. The remaining onlookers, feigning righteous indignation, yearned to impede her progress. Yet their courage faltered in the face of the recent, harrowing spectacle. Given her prowess, it is likely that she will manage. Should we follow in her wake? The subterranean hypermarket is quite expansive. The trio can only carry so much. Let us tarry and await their ascent. Indeed, the assembly harbored their own designs. Once the aforementioned trio emerged from below, it would signify the eradication of the undead, thereby permitting them to descend and procure sustenance. Observing the firmly shut rolling shutter, Su Leyan smirked. Previously, she had once hauled at one in the campus supermarket. Little did she know she would have to do it again. Miss Su. What is the course of action now? The Emporium's portals are secured. Those within, for the sake of their own preservation, falsely proclaimed the key to be lost. Whether the key is truly missing is known only to them. However, their desire for the provisions within is hindered by this very rolling shutter. What is to be done? Su Leyan's lips curled into a smile as she indifferently stated, "Why, sever it, of course." Xiaozhe and Qin Liang were utterly bewildered. Sever it? How? Retreat a pace. After some contemplation, she further inquired, "Do you possess any armaments?" "We do." The two produced paring knives. Su Leyan smiled. Verily, the quintessential weapon of the nascent apocalypse is the paring knife, convenient to carry and ubiquitous. However, while such knives may prove useful in the early stages, they will become largely ineffective as time progresses. It seems that armaments must be included among the supplies. She seems to recall an arms emporium not far from Central Street. Whether it is truly there remains to be seen. Prepare yourselves. Once the portal is breached, the undead will surge forth. Exercise caution. Understood. Emerging from the spatial nexus, Su Leyan retrieved a steel rod. With an adjustment to an indiscernible mechanism, the rod metamorphosed into a meter-long blade. Qin Liang watched with palpable envy. Regarding Su Leyan as an accomplished martial artist, a reclusive master whose true capabilities would have remained concealed were it not for the cataclysm. "Cousin," he inquired, "do you think Miss Su would accept me as a disciple?" Xiaozhe, hearing his cousin's words, was exasperated, knowing his fascination with martial arts since childhood. However, was this the appropriate moment for such considerations? Su Leyan casually brandished the sword, and with a resounding crash, the rolling shutter door shattered. Simultaneously, they discerned the howls and agonized cries of zombies. Extending their necks, they observed that the preceding strike had unleashed a tremendous aftershock, instantly annihilating over a dozen zombies. The vast supermarket lay in disarray, shelves overturned, and the floor stained with blood, littered with severed limbs. As it stood, the supermarket harbored no living souls, only the undead. Behold, cease your gawking and commence your assault. Chapter 21, Spatial Ability? Xiaozhe snapped Qin Liang out of his reverie. Having resolved to join Miss Su's team, they could not afford to be mere freeloaders. They had to demonstrate their combat prowess. Through the battles of recent days, they had evolved beyond their initial naivete. Confronted with the onrushing zombies, Su Leyan smirked, and with a delicate flourish of her blade, a surge of terrifying white sword energy erupted. Boom! In a fleeting instant, the zombies, once contorted with ghastly pallor and bared fangs, were utterly annihilated by Su Leyan's sword chi. Of course, Su Leyan deliberately left a few zombies for Xiaozhe and Qin Liang, for one can only grow through combat. She must not only become powerful herself, but also enable her teammates to grow stronger through practical experience. Xiaozhe and Qin Liang coordinated seamlessly, jointly slaying the remaining zombies. Gazing upon the scarlet scene, they couldn't help but gag. Even after witnessing it countless times, they still couldn't suppress the churning in their hearts. It was simply too horrifying. After slaying zombies, don't forget to check their skulls for zombie crystals. The crystals from the zombies you kill are yours. In the future, zombie crystals can be exchanged for supplies. So don't waste them. Zombie crystals? The two exchanged glances, recalling the scene in front of them all. So, what Miss Su had extracted from the zombies' heads was a zombie crystal. Could it be that the descriptions in apocalyptic novels are true? Qin Liang, a novel enthusiast who had read many apocalyptic stories, naturally knew about zombie crystals. He should have thought of it sooner. Art imitates life. Who would have believed in the end of the world before? Now that the apocalypse has arrived, zombies have appeared, and so have ability users. Zombie crystals are only a matter of time. I remember reading in novels that zombie crystals are the energy source of zombies, and that ability users can absorb zombie crystals to enhance their abilities. This should also be true, right? After all, now that zombie crystals have appeared, absorbing them to enhance abilities shouldn't be a problem, right? Indeed, the energy within zombie crystal cores can augment the abilities of the supernaturally gifted. However, these cores harbor a novel substance that may lie dormant within the human body. Should this substance accumulate sufficiently, it can cause abilities to spiral out of control, ultimately transforming the individual into a zombie. Is this factual? A chill ran down their spines. They had just contemplated giving the zombie crystal cores they had acquired to Xiao Hongfu, so that he might absorb them and elevate his abilities. Little did they know that these cores contained such a substance. Fortunately, they encountered Miss Su. They had no reason to suspect that Miss Su would deceive them. There was simply no need. Indeed, Zombie crystal cores are a manifestation of zombie evolution. They serve as the energy source that controls zombie activity. When those with abilities absorb the energy from zombie crystal cores, they are essentially absorbing the energy of zombies. That seems logical. However, it's not entirely impossible to absorb them. As long as the novel substance that causes abilities to spiral out of control is purified from the zombie crystal core, then absorption becomes feasible. Purification? Su Leyan's eyes widened, his face alight with excitement. Yes, purification. It's mentioned in novels. After zombie crystal cores are purified, they can be absorbed. Miss Su, do you also enjoy reading post-apocalyptic novels? Su Leyan. Xiaozhe looked at his foolish cousin with a wry smile. Do you think everyone is like you? What's wrong with enjoying novels? It's coming in handy now. Under Xiaozhe's gaze, Su Leyan's voice grew fainter and fainter until he fell silent altogether. There was nothing he could do. His cousin's expression was terrifying, as if to say, if you say another word, I'll hit you. I don't read novels. Su Leyan chuckled softly. All right, hurry and see if there are any crystal cores inside. Yes. Su Leyan had no desire to personally deal with her pile of zombies. Since there were 2 free laborers, it would be a waste not to use them. So, pointing to the pile of zombie heads, she said with a smile, search through this pile too, but it's not for you. Afterward, I will purify 10 zombie crystal cores for you for free. No need. You are the one who killed them. We are just helping to dig them out. Seeing this, Su Leyan didn't explain further. Most of the fruit in the fresh produce section had already rotted, so Su Leyan could only pick and choose, storing what she could. After all, nutrition needed to be balanced. Except for the unnecessary items, Su Leyan directly emptied out a large portion of the supermarket. Did Miss Su do this? What's wrong? Su Leyan looked up and was equally taken aback. Holy SHT, who did this? Xiaozhe slapped him, besides Miss Su. Who else could it be? Su Leyan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Miss Su did it? Could it be? Spatial ability, the two said in unison, turning their heads in a flash, their eyes gleaming. They originally thought that Miss Su's combat power was formidable, that she was a hidden martial arts expert. But they didn't expect her to have a spatial ability. And how big must this spatial ability be? The entire supermarket was almost emptied out. They had indeed latched onto a golden goose. Miss Su, you are also an ability user, and a spatial ability user? Su Leyan's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Su Leyan. Anyone familiar with post-apocalyptic fiction knows that spatial abilities are exceedingly rare and invaluable in a doomsday scenario. A spatial ability user can effortlessly gather supplies. Without such an ability, one can only carry a limited amount, even with a granary before them. The significance of spatial abilities is self-evident. Indeed, Su Leyan affirmed without hesitation. Let's proceed. Having taken what she needed, she wouldn't deplete everything, allowing others a chance of survival. This mall was the largest in Guang City, with jewelry vendors upstairs, and she remembered that jewelry could be exchanged for points. Besides, she needed to gather clothing as sustenance. Clothing, shelter, and transportation are all essential. She carried a 10,000 cubic meter spatial node, enough to hold a vast amount. She wouldn't overlook any useful supplies. Dazed, the two followed Su Leyan. The crowd in the hall, seeing the trio return unharmed, grew restless. They had heard the roars from the underground supermarket, and the trio's safe return implied that the area was now safe for looting. Why were the three empty-handed? This puzzled the crowd, but despite their confusion, some rushed toward the underground supermarket, followed by the rest. Angry shouts could be heard in the distance. Soon, the once crowded first floor was mostly deserted. Remain here. I shall reconnoiter the upper levels. Knowing Su Leyan possessed a spatial dimension, they realized following her would be futile. Thus, they opted to patiently await her return on the ground floor. After Su Leyan's departure, Chun Jia inquired, "Are there no provisions within the supermarket?" "Esteemed aunt, uncle, it seems we have aligned ourselves with a most invaluable ally. Are you aware that Miss Su not only exhibits formidable combat prowess but also possesses spatial abilities?" "Indeed?" Observing their expressions of astonishment, Chen Liang excitedly proclaimed, "Sister Su is a spatial adept. In these end times, such an ability is exceedingly rare." With a mere gesture, Sister Su emptied a significant portion of the supermarket. In the future, under her guidance, we shall never suffer hunger. We must not rely solely on Miss Su. She has made it clear that she does not support idlers. Chen Liang nodded amiably. "Rest assured, uncle, I am aware. Even in ordinary times, those who freeload are often met with disdain, let alone in these extraordinary circumstances. I have a younger sister to provide for, thus I must strive to contribute." Yin Yun, Although your brother will care for you, you must endeavor to adapt to this world. As a brother, Su Leyan had always been charged with protecting and indulging his sister, which he faithfully did. He was cognizant of her timidity and delicate nature, and he was willing to provide for her. However, if she wished to survive, she needed to acclimate to this world, which had become exceedingly cruel. There would inevitably be situations where he could not manage or account for everything. Therefore, he hoped his sister would become resilient, carrying on their parents' legacy and enduring in this increasingly challenging world. Indeed, Xinyun uttered gingerly, her eyes swollen and reddened. I shall endeavor to subsist and not encumber my brother. Observing his sister's cautious demeanor, Su Leyan was overcome with heartache. He fixed his gaze upon her eyes, enunciating each word with deliberate care. Yun has never been an encumbrance to your brother, but rather his most cherished treasure. I merely desire for you to be resilient. For there will be times when I am unable to attend to you. Therefore, you must strive as well. Indeed, I shall. Shaduo, with the gravity of a miniature adult, emitted a sigh and declared solemnly, although I was recently displeased with you, I harbor no ill feelings now. Had I been frightened, I too would have emitted a shriek. Can you find it within you to forgive me? Xinyun lifted her head from her brother's embrace, her tears giving way to a smile as she beheld her younger cousin's tentative gaze. I do not hold you accountable, she responded. Indeed, it was I who was at fault. Another person might have abandoned her, yet her aunt and uncle's family were still willing to protect her. For this, she was profoundly grateful. Xiao Duo, despite being so much younger, understood the importance of refraining from shouting. The fault was hers alone and bore no relation to Xiao Duo. Very well, from this day forward, you cousins shall endeavor to coexist harmoniously, for we are, in essence, family. Indeed. A wave of nausea swept through the onlookers as they beheld the harrowing scene. The ground was strewn with shattered skulls, a sight so gruesome that many were compelled to bend over and retch. What atrocities had these three individuals committed? And where had the merchandise from the shelves vanished? As they ventured deeper, the paucity of provisions on the shelves was disheartening. How could the most expansive emporium in Guangzhou be so bereft of supplies? Where had all the resources vanished? Could these vast isles truly be so barren? A preposterous notion. Surely the ravenous undead couldn't have devoured them all. But, alas, those ghoulish entities preyed on human flesh. Then where had the supermarket's goods mysteriously disappeared to? Amidst the collective despair, more astute individuals had already begun to pilfer what remained. Though the supermarket was largely desolate, it was not entirely devoid of sustenance. Delay would mean deprivation, as others would soon awaken to the same realization. In a frenzy over meager provisions, brawls erupted. Witnessing this spectacle, the rest finally understood that even the smallest morsel could satiate their hunger. Away with you. These are mine. Dare to reach for them again, and I'll relieve you of your limbs. I seize these first. Return them to me, now. In truth, Su Leyan had not entirely emptied the supermarket, leaving a substantial portion of supplies intact. However, human greed knows no bounds. These individuals, fixated on the empty shelves, failed to perceive the remaining resources. By the time they realized their oversight, the goods had been plundered. Hence, the present pandemonium. With the world's end nigh, and the emergence of gifted individuals, the supermarket's inexplicable vanishing act sparked speculation. Could a spatial manipulator be responsible? An unknown voice voiced this query, causing all eyes to focus on the speaker. Why? Why are you all staring at me like that? Could you reiterate your previous statement? The young man appeared momentarily bewildered. Did you just mention spatial ability users? The young man nodded. Yes, is there an issue? A spatial ability user must be among those three individuals. They have completely emptied the supermarket of its supplies, which is utterly excessive. Numerous people here are starving. Yet they have absconded with the entire contents of the supermarket. We cannot simply let this pass. How can a mere handful of them justify taking everything when we have over 100 people here? They must relinquish the supplies. Otherwise, we are destined to starve. But someone demurred. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. Not only do they possess abilities, but the young woman's combat prowess is also beyond our capacity to handle. Are you afraid? Do you resign yourselves to starvation? We are awaiting rescue from above. Are you so willing to perish from hunger? I refuse to starve. I desire to live. Let us confront them and demand half of their supplies. Indeed, we ask for no more than half. Their actions are reprehensible. In the face of calamity, mutual assistance is paramount. Yet they are so callous as to leave us with nothing. They must apologize. Observing the scene, the young man retreated discreetly, wishing to avoid involvement. He regretted his inadvertent remark that had ignited the conflict, lamenting his own indiscretion. He recognized the young woman as someone not to be trifled with, and he scorned the fools who demanded she relinquish her possessions, oblivious to the present circumstances. Had she not eradicated the supermarket's undead, they would be devoid of sustenance. Such was the nature of humanity. As the crowd surged forward with righteous indignation, the young man quietly slipped away to scavenge the supermarket. Amidst the earlier frenzy, many provisions had been overlooked, and he was determined not to let them go to waste. The absence of the young woman brought a collective sigh of relief. The middle-aged man at the helm gestured, and the group encircled Xiao Hongfu and his companions. Xiao Hongfu frowned, protectively shielding his wife and niece, while Xiao Zhe and Chun Liang guarded Xiao Duo. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. The crowd's attention focused on the middle-aged man, evidently their temporary leader. "No need for alarm, sir," the man said with a gentle smile. "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek clarification on a few matters. I am Wang Wei, the proprietor of this establishment." Xiao Hongfu raised an eyebrow. The proprietor, whether genuine or not, was inconsequential. What, then, was his objective? "Mr. Xiao, there is no need for alarm. We have no malicious intent. We simply want to inquire about some things." "What is it that you wish to inquire?" Wang Wei directed his gaze toward Xiao Zhe and Chun Liang. "We have just returned from the supermarket, where we observed that the provisions have been largely depleted, presumably due to the actions of these two gentlemen. We were wondering if you might be amenable to a compromise." Xiao Zhe furrowed his brow, perplexed by Wang Wei's words. "What is this talk of compromise? Surely, they are not suggesting we relinquish our supplies. Mr. Zhao's family consists of but a few members, and as such, they likely have no need for such an abundance of provisions. Given the global crisis confronting humanity, we should strive to support one another. Therefore, we implore Mr. Xiao to relinquish half of his supplies. Indeed, surrender the supplies. How can you be so selfish? There are but a handful of you. Yet you have seen fit to deplete the supermarket entirely. Your actions are unconscionable. Mr. Xiao, we ask for but a moiety of your stores. After all, so many of us are in desperate need of sustenance, lest we perish from starvation." Qin Liang could not help but scoff. "What amuses you so?" Wang Wei questioned. "My amusement stems from your naivete," Chun Liang retorted. "The supermarket lay at your feet before our arrival. Why did you not seek out provisions then? Now that we have vanquished the zombies, you emerge, righteously demanding that we surrender half of our supplies. What gives you the audacity to make such a request? Furthermore, did we not leave the greater portion of the provisions untouched? Or do you deem those offerings beneath your notice? Those meager scraps would scarcely satiate our appetites. Consider the disparity in our numbers. I am aware that among you there are individuals endowed with spatial abilities. Surrender your supplies. Otherwise, you shall not leave this mall today. What? If I refuse, do you intend to resort to forceful seizure? Sir, we are not resorting to violence. Rather, we are appealing to reason. You are but a handful. Even if you were to part with a fraction, it would not incur significant loss on your part. We, however, are in dire need of supplies for survival. Mr. Wang, are you jesting? Chun Liang scoffed, stating that we've vanquished the zombies ourselves. It is already a display of mercy that we did not scavenge everything. Do you expect us to relinquish our supplies for division? Are you foolish, or do you believe us to be so? Wang Wei's countenance darkened as he coldly declared, "I am the manager of this establishment. The supplies within the supermarket are not unclaimed. What you are engaging in is robbery." Robbery? At the sound of this, the crowd instinctively parted, recognizing the figure before them, and they retreated, having not forgotten the earlier scene. This was a harbinger of doom. The supplies are right there. If you possess the capability, you may seek them out yourself. If you lack the ability, then silence yourself. My dear lady, are you aware that your actions are illegal? Illegal? You may report me. Su Leyan scoffed, stating that in this apocalyptic world, if such actions are deemed illegal, then who would dare venture out to scavenge for supplies? It is merely an imposition of guilt due to unmet objectives. Such individuals are truly detestable. Let us depart. Su Leyan pivoted and departed, with Xiao Hongfu and the others in close pursuit. Wang Wei's face was ashen. He desired to impede them, but was powerless to do so, and could only watch their departure. Wang Wei declared vehemently, "Lock up the mall. Do not permit their entry." Yes, Xiao Hongfu and his cohort inevitably overheard Wang Wei's pronouncement. Yet they remained unconcerned. Remaining would only amplify the peril. "Sister Su, where shall we proceed?" "Sister Su." Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a perceptive young man. "Start your vehicles and follow me. Do not lose sight of me." Yes. Su Leyan's destination was, of course, the armory. Xia is a nation that regulates cutlery. Agricultural markets offer a variety of farming implements and various tools that are not excessively dangerous, such as kitchen knives, fruit knives, and cleavers. These implements are obtainable in ordinary supermarkets and agricultural markets. However, procuring genuine weaponry on the open market is a challenge, as edged weapons are deemed hazardous. Nevertheless, there are invariably exceptions. In her recollection, there exists a somewhat obscure small building in a narrow alleyway off Central Avenue. From the exterior, it appears dilapidated, an anomaly amidst the resplendence of the metropolis. It purports to be an antique shop, yet it vends not only antiques but also an assortment of lethal melee weapons. Few individuals are able to locate it, given its clandestine location. Her knowledge of its existence stems from an inadvertent encounter, during which she was admonished by the proprietor. In retrospect, it could be regarded as her personal advantage. Su Leyan drove the car directly in, and in the corner opposite was precisely the weapon shop she sought. Is this the weapon shop you are looking for? Yes, indeed it is. Will you accompany me inside, or shall you wait outside? Let Xiao Zhe and Chun Liang enter with you. Sister Su, I shall accompany you. Very well. Su Leyan nodded, understanding that Xiao Hongfu had to remain outside to keep watch, partly to look after his wife and child, which she did not resent. Pushing open the door, she stepped inside. In stark contrast to the dullness outside, the interior revealed a world of wonders. Are these items authentic? Qin Liang curiously picked up an ancient vase from the shelf. He was unable to discern its era for in his eyes. Antiques bore no distinction from contemporary crafts, merely a difference in age. Chapter 24. Sister Su, she must be the protagonist of a feel-good story, right? It can't be authentic. Can it? Observing the items, Xiao Zhe voiced his uncertainty. If they were genuine, they wouldn't be displayed here. Look at the bottom of the vase. Might there be any markings? It is highly likely they are replicas. However, even if they are replicas, they are certainly not inexpensive. Someone must have visited this place before us. Surveying the scattered shards upon the ground, with only a few intact shelves remaining among the debris, it became clear that prior to their arrival, someone had been there, whether the shop's owner or others. Sister Su, were you not in search of a weapon shop? Why have we come to an antique store? It appears to be filled with mere replicas, and there are no blades to be found. Chen Liang felt a sense of confusion. Aside from a few seemingly authentic antiques, there were no weapons to be found at all. Could it be that Sister Su had made a mistake? Su Leyan chuckled softly, mentally inquiring, 666. Could you search for any concealed compartments? There should certainly be a basement here. She recalled the time when her boss had scolded her. It was during that period that she had seen him emerge from the basement, which had startled her greatly. However, being young and timid back then, she hadn't paid much attention. In retrospect, it seemed her boss was far from an ordinary individual. They often say that the greatest secrets are hidden in plain sight. And this bustling place concealed such depths. It was truly remarkable. Good host. With the assistance of 666, Su Leyan easily located the mechanism to open the basement. It was concealed within a row of shelves. Stepping forward, she turned the shelves to the left and right. With a click, the entrance to the basement suddenly revealed itself in the center of the hall. A basement? Chen Liang exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the opening. He whispered, Sister Su, how did you know there was a basement here? 2 years ago, I accidentally stumbled upon this place and discovered the basement quite by chance. But how did you know what might be inside the basement? Chen Liang. Xiao Zhe helplessly tugged at his cousin's arm. Can't you exhibit a bit of perceptiveness? Why are you so fixated on how Miss Su found out? Her emotional intelligence could certainly be higher. I didn't mean anything by it. I don't mind. Su Leyan replied with a light laugh, casually explaining, I suppose it was merely my curiosity that led me to hack into the store owner's computer, uncovering a little secret. Out of curiosity, she hacked into the computer of the shop owner. Could it be that Miss Su is a skilled hacker? Chun Liang gazed at her with sparkling eyes, pondering whether she was the protagonist of a novel, perhaps a genius beauty. Such a character is undeniably captivating, and encountering her filled him with excitement. What are you getting so worked up about? In response to Chen Liang's fanciful imagination, Xiao Zhe expressed his exasperation. This guy might not excel in many areas, but his ability to concoct elaborate scenarios was truly remarkable. Oblivious to his cousin's disdain, Chen Liang focused solely on the figure of Su Leyan, eagerly following her down. He had only ever seen such basements in novels and on television. This was his first encounter with a genuine underground space in real life. Seeing this, Xiao Zhe followed closely behind. The entrance to the basement was a steep iron ladder, inclined at about 60 to 70 degrees. The ladder was not long, spanning roughly a dozen meters. Once they descended, they discovered that the basement was not overly spacious, yet still ample, covering around 200 square meters. Inside, there were a number of large iron racks, neatly arranged with an array of weaponry. Oh, it seemed as though they had transported all of the 18 weapons of the Xia kingdom here. Bows, crossbows, guns, staffs, knives, swords, spears, shields, axes, halberds, tridents, whips, maces, hammers, forks, spades, and everything one could imagine was present, including concealed weapons. Astonishingly, there were even red tassel spears, tridents, and Qinglong Yinhua knives. Su Leyan could not help but marvel at the situation, pondering the identity of such a person who possessed an array of renowned swords, all forged from steel. If discovered, it would undoubtedly constitute a crime. Upon reaching the end of his observations, Xiaozhe could not restrain himself from exclaiming in disbelief. He had encountered firearms, discovering a cache of over a dozen guns. This only intensified his conviction that the proprietor of this establishment was no ordinary individual. In retrospect, it was indeed miraculous that Miss Su had stumbled upon this place and managed to survive until now. This is the N92F pistol from Country M. Xiaozhe suddenly turned to Su Leyan, uncertainly inquiring, Miss Su, you mentioned previously that you hacked into this shop owner's computer. Do you know what he is involved in? Dealing in ancient cold weapons, and occasionally smuggling firearms and ammunition. Xiaozhe gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain his curiosity. When you discovered this issue, did you not report it? Su Leyan smiled. Reporting it was certainly a thought, but at that time, I was merely an orphan, powerless and without influence. Even if I spoke out, no one would have believed me. Later, I sent an anonymous letter to the police department. As for why the shop still exists, that remains a mystery. After hearing her words, Xiaozhe fell silent, understanding that Miss Su's actions were indeed the most prudent. Choose a suitable weapon for yourselves. I shall collect the rest. It was better for her to secure these weapons than allow them to fall into the hands of criminals. After all, once the base was established, they would need to seek weapons, and even cold weapons held significant value. Su Leyan yearned for the world of martial arts and selected a replica of a renowned sword. Xiaozhe opted for a crimson spear, while Su Leyan provided each of them with a handgun. With a mere gesture, she gathered the remaining weapons into the spatial nexus. Upon their return, confronted by the chaos strewn across the floor, Su Leyan inquired, can these imitation antiques be exchanged for points? 666 responded with exasperation, Host, you already possess an abundance of points. Must you be so frugal as to scrutinize even the replicas? Su Leyan chuckled softly. Points are indeed better in greater quantities. The value of replicas is contingent upon their age. She continued, it matters not. Leaving them here would be wasteful, and they are not authentic antiques. Let us exchange them all. Damaged items cannot be exchanged for points. Very well. Ultimately, the room's collection of imitation antiques yielded 2,000 points. As she beheld her account brimming with 150,000 points, Su Leyan smiled. This sum was sufficient for her to procure a protective energy shield from the points shop. Since she intended to establish a base, it was imperative to create a formidable one, a plan she had long envisioned. Had 666 not profited from the price difference, her points would have been even more substantial, such a merciless merchant. Chapter 25, Mutant Beasts. Upon hearing Su Leyan's lament, 666 found itself at a loss for words. Who, indeed, was the merchant? Its profit margins had been severely suppressed. Were it not for the inability to contend with her, it would have long since risen in rebellion. As a system, it truly was a pitiable existence. Regarding the whereabouts of the counterfeit antiques, Xiaozhe and Su Leyan tactfully refrained from inquiring further, trailing behind Su Leyan as they departed. So, did you find what you were looking for inside? Su Leyan nodded, having already discovered what she sought, and pressed on in search of additional supplies. Her spatial nexus still had the capacity to accommodate more. Since they had ventured out, it would be futile to squander time. Here, this is for you. Xiao Hongfu was taken aback. A handgun? Could there truly be a firearm here? Su Leyan merely shrugged, offering no explanation. Xiaozhe discreetly elucidated the true nature of the antique shop. Upon learning that this establishment actually sold weapons, Xiao Hongfu's expression shifted dramatically. As a retired soldier, he was acutely aware of the implications, yet in this post-apocalyptic world, discussing such matters seemed futile. What on earth is that? The group collectively gasped at the colossal creature blocking their path. Was that a Siberian husky? No, it resembled a ravenous wolf. Its gaze was menacing, and its size was simply unbelievable. If he wasn't mistaken, it indeed appeared to be a husky. Xiaozhe trembled as he explained, confessing that he had never encountered such a massive specimen before. Could it be that not only humans were evolving, but also flora and fauna? However, in recent days, they had not observed any mutated plants or animals. Could it be that their mutation cycle was longer than that of humans? What do we do now? Look. As Qin Liang's expression shifted dramatically, the crowd followed the direction of his gaze, their eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth were they witnessing? The trees lining Central Avenue had inexplicably surged, instantly transforming into towering giants. Enormous vines lashed out violently at the high-rise buildings, followed by the shattering of glass. Even in the narrow alleyways, the anguished screams from within the skyscrapers echoed ominously, accompanied by the thunderous sound of countless footsteps. The already precarious world had morphed into a scene of sheer horror, filled with women's shrieks, the heart-wrenching cries of children, and the low growls of zombies, sending chills down their spines. The suddenly mutated plants, wielding their vines as weapons, attacked both humans and zombies alike, as if every living being was merely sustenance for them. With a simple flick of their vines, they devoured everything in their path, proving to be a terror surpassing that of the undead. At the mouth of the alley, a fierce dog, its eyes glinting with menace, fixated on them, as if ready to rend them to pieces. Xinjia clutched her young son tightly, struggling to suppress her screams, while Qinyun mirrored her apprehension, both on high alert as they regarded the monstrous beings before them, uncertain whether to strike. Follow me. Su Leyan's voice cut through the chaos, cold and resolute, as she slammed on the brakes, fearlessly charging toward the ferocious dog. In the next instant, a howl of agony erupted from the creature, causing them to flinch. The once mighty beast lay in a pool of blood, inexplicably obliterated, and the very plants that had assaulted the buildings were likewise reduced to mere fragments. Crimson blood and green ichor flowed through the central thoroughfare, leaving all bystanders utterly bewildered by this sudden and shocking spectacle. Could it be that we are amidst hidden masters? Otherwise, how could one possibly explain the debris strewn across the ground? They had all witnessed the ferocity of those exotic plants and the monstrous creature squatting at the alley's entrance. A behemoth the size of 2 adult tigers, which had erupted in an instant. Such a scene was beyond imagination. It was utterly terrifying. Did anyone notice the 2 vehicles emerging from the alley? They had observed those cars earlier, perplexed as to why they would venture into a dead end, seemingly inviting a zombie ambush without any escape route. It now appeared that the foolishness lay not with those occupants, but with themselves. The gargantuan beast had undoubtedly obstructed the alley's exit. Hence, it was highly probable that the recent events were linked to the individuals within those vehicles. Masters were surely among them, and following in their wake would undoubtedly be preferable to awaiting a slow demise. Although they had been instructed to remain at home for rescue, several days had already elapsed with no communication. The lines were utterly severed, and the internet devoid of signal. The question of whether aid would arrive, and when, remained a mystery to them. The hordes of zombies lurking outside posed a constant threat. Venturing out would result in an immediate siege. They could not endure for much longer. Rather than languishing in uncertainty for a rescue that may never come, it would be wiser to depart alongside those 2 vehicles. Those bold enough followed closely in their vehicles, acutely aware that this might be their only chance for survival. "Uncle, is there a car trailing us?" Xiao Hongfu glanced back and indeed spotted several vehicles in pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "There's no need to concern ourselves. Since Miss Su has no objections, we certainly need not voice any. Moreover, Miss Su aims to establish a base, and personnel are indispensable. Perhaps this is precisely why she remains unperturbed." As Xiao Hongfu surmised, her ambition to construct a base at Huagong University necessitated manpower. Indeed, the more, the better. Nonetheless, she would not actively seek out individuals. After all, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Those willing to follow and seek her protection must be prepared to work. She would not accommodate idlers. Bang! Su Leyan swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, abruptly applying the brakes, her gaze sharply directed at the sky. Hiss! Upon seeing the enormous, terrifying bird of prey circling above, her heart tightened, and she instinctively swallowed hard, her pupils constricting. This creature was exceedingly large. Even in its unmutated form, it belonged to the raptor family, but now, having undergone mutation, its size was even more formidable. Had it not been for its unmistakable characteristics, they might not have recognized this as a mutated animal. Yet, why was a vulture appearing in the city center? Shouldn't such a creature inhabit mountainous terrain or plains? Indeed, The avian predator now assaulting them was the protected species, the vulture. Chapter 26. Astonishment. The vulture, a creature of considerable stature, ranks as the largest raptor in the highlands. When it spreads its wings, the wingspan extends to over 2 meters in length and approximately 0.6 meters in width, with some individuals reaching spans exceeding 3 meters. Adult vultures are adorned with dark brown down feathers from their foreheads to the nape, featuring a longer and denser plumage at the back of the head. With a lighter hue, sparse blackish-brown downy feathers grace the sides of the head, cheeks, and ear region, while the area around the eyes is embellished with blackish-brown filaments. The upper part of the neck is devoid of feathers, displaying a lead blue hue, with the base of the neck exhibiting a cluster of elongated pale to dark brown feathers that form a ruffled collar, some adorned with white accents. This bare head allows for easy access into the abdominal cavity of carrion, while the base of the vulture's neck is encircled by longer feathers that function akin to a napkin, preventing the soiling of its plumage during feasting. The upper body, from the back to the tail, is cloaked in dark brown feathers, the tail exhibiting a slightly wedge-shaped form in dark brown, with black feather shafts. The primary flight feathers are blackish-brown, possessing a metallic sheen, while the coverts and remaining flight feathers are similarly dark brown. The underbelly is dark brown, with the chest densely covered in blackish-brown downy feathers, and each side bears a tuft of fluffy, lanceolate feathers. The abdomen is adorned with pale longitudinal stripes, while the area around the cloaca and the undertail coverts are light gray-brown or brownish-white, with the leg feathers ranging from dark brown to blackish-brown. The beak is robust and, due to its scavenging nature, has developed a formidable hooked shape capable of effortlessly piercing and tearing through tough bovine hides to extract heavy entrails. The nostrils are rounded. Juvenile vultures closely resemble their adult counterparts, but exhibit darker plumage and a more exposed head. After undergoing mutations, the vulture has grown considerably larger, its wingspan seemingly capable of overshadowing several vehicles. Particularly notable is its hooked beak, which has become increasingly sharp, and its talons, so formidable they could shatter steel with a single strike. Such power is truly astonishing. Why on earth has a vulture appeared here? This creature is far more terrifying than a husky. Is it coming for us, or for the remnants? Vultures are known to feast on decaying corpses, so logically, their target should be those remnants. Indeed, it is not just one vulture that is targeting Su Leyan, but 5. These 5 vultures have encircled Su Leyan and the vehicles behind her, circling ominously above, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike. What are we to do now? If I had known, I would not have followed. Vultures are already fierce predators, and now, mutated, they are even more fearsome. We are surely doomed. It is too late for them to turn and flee. The mutated plants are terrifying enough, not to mention the mutated beasts. They are in grave peril. Do not worry. That expert must be inside the vehicle. We will surely be safe. Are you certain? Amidst their panic, Su Leyan furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Her expression one of distress as she gazed at the circling vultures, a flicker of disdain evident in her eyes. They are truly repugnant. She does not want this. Host, what are you truly contemplating? Surely you are not considering taming those vultures? 666 was incredibly curious to delve into the host's mind and uncover her thoughts. After all, she was a vulture, a fierce avian creature, and now, after mutation, even more ferocious. Hadn't they just witnessed it shatter the car's hood with a single claw? Such a brutal beast. Could the host truly tame it? It acknowledged that the host was a formidable overlord, but even an overlord must have their limits. One cannot simply be an omnipotent tyrant. Nevertheless, it seemed that despite its unsightly demeanor, the creature's massive size suggested a considerable capacity for bearing weight. As for the sudden assault from these grotesque vultures, Su Leyan felt an urge to eliminate them on the spot. Yet, recalling her need for laborers while constructing her base, she decided against it. Had they been golden eagles, that would have been an entirely different narrative. One could say Su Leyan was secretly a connoisseur of beauty. She whistled, and the vultures that had once surrounded them abruptly dispersed, circling above her head. Sensing an air of discontent from someone, 5 vultures immediately lined up, their previous arrogance replaced by palpable fear as they lowered their once proud heads. This scene was quite surreal. Had Sister Su truly tamed the vultures? Chun Liang wore an expression of disbelief, yet the spectacle before him was undeniable. If Sister Su had not subdued the vultures, how could they possibly stand obediently before her vehicle? Goodness, Sister Su was undoubtedly wielding the script of a heroine, a quintessential protagonist in a gratifying tale. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Sister Leyan was simply the most formidable. In Xiao Duo's eyes, admiration shone brightly. He aspired to become a formidable force akin to Sister Leyan. How strikingly impressive she is. How did she achieve such prowess? Xiao Hongfu could not help but take a deep breath, pondering the extraordinary nature of Miss Su, who possessed the ability to tame mutated beasts. If he was not mistaken, those beasts must have only recently undergone their transformation today. Miss Su's strength was rather daunting. Encountering Sister Su was indeed our greatest fortune. Chen Liang could not refrain from expressing his awe. In this apocalyptic world, what holds the utmost importance? Naturally, it is survival. What ensures survival? Beyond personal strength, one must have an utterly reliable companion, and without a doubt, Sister Su embodies that reliability. Gulp. In light of the scene before them, whether hidden in the shadows or trailing behind the convoy, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. It must be her, surely. How did she accomplish such a feat? Those are mutated beasts, appearing for the first time today, utterly terrifying in their strength. Goodness, is she even human? I wish to follow her. In this apocalypse, strength is revered, and perhaps by aligning with her, I might have a chance at survival. As the saying goes, a slow death is preferable to a hasty demise. To be alive, who would wish for death? In this moment, many hearts resolutely decided to follow Su Leyan. It is clear now, following in their wake is undoubtedly the right choice. If she can tame mutated beasts, that individual is certainly extraordinary. We shall not suffer by aligning ourselves with her. Indeed, they witnessed the vulture shatter a vehicle with a single strike of its talon, a display of ferocity that was truly exceptional. The ability to tame such extraordinary beasts speaks volumes about the enigmatic prowess of the individual responsible. Mother, was it my sister who did that? Indeed. A resolute glint sparkled in the woman's eyes. That sister is remarkable. We shall follow her henceforth. Yes, in peaceful times. It would be utterly commonplace for a single woman to accompany a child of 5 or 6, even if it drew some curious glances. However, the present circumstances are drastically altered. In this apocalyptic era, the elderly, women, and children represent vulnerable groups, and survival has become increasingly arduous. Chapter 27. Following in recent days, she and her son had taken refuge in a shopping mall, garnering the attention of numerous men. Though their gazes were discreet, the underlying desire was unmistakable. Had it not been for the nascent onset of the apocalypse, those men would have dared to act more brazenly. And she would not have risked remaining in the mall with her son, rather than endure an anxious wait for rescue. It was far more prudent to trail in the wake of that young lady. Upon reaching this conclusion, the woman cautiously navigated around the zombies with her son in tow, locating her vehicle before stealthily following the group. When she observed them driving into an alley, she hesitated to enter, opting instead to park in a concealed spot. Upon witnessing a particular scene, her resolve to follow Su Leyan solidified even further. Many individuals possess thoughts akin to those of women, particularly those who are inherently honest and straightforward. For them, ambition and the desire for dominance are mere fabrications. For ordinary people, survival is of utmost importance. The 5 vultures, akin to the captains of a guard, flanked the convoy. Occasionally, a few mutated beasts would attempt to attack, yet there was no need for intervention from the vultures. They effortlessly dispatched the threats, once again highlighting the terror posed by these aberrations. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of Su Leyan. When confronted with mutated beasts, the odds of survival are exceedingly grim. As the apocalypse descended, the sky seemed to shorten, despite it being summer, when the sun should typically set around 7 or 8. Twilight now began to encroach by 4 or 5 o'clock, casting a dim pall over the landscape. The oppressive heat abruptly diminished, leaving no time for preparation. As night unfurled its dark cloak, Su Leyan cast a glance at the long line of vehicles trailing behind her. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Were she alone? It would be of little concern. She could manage an onslaught of zombies without issue. However, these individuals were among the first builders of the base, and she wished to ensure their safety under the cover of darkness. 666. Find a relatively safe location. 666 yearned to refuse but, upon witnessing the demeanor of the great demon king, promptly acquiesced. There is a safe place 3 kilometers ahead. The host may lead the convoy there. Su Leyan tilted her head, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. 666. You should possess a navigation system. 3 kilometers ahead is rather vague. Please activate the navigation system. Please understand, I am not a navigation system. I am an apocalyptic survival system. Ah, the apocalyptic survival system, I comprehend. Therefore, In the interest of survival, it is imperative that you activate the navigation system. This should pose no challenge, correct? The system, exasperated, activated the navigation. How pitiful it is to be so exploited by its host. It must be the first of its kind throughout history. With the route provided by the system, a distance of 3 kilometers was merely a matter of a few minutes, leading them to a sanctuary of safety. It appeared to be a luxurious hotel, complete with a vast parking lot, as their convoy gradually arrived, totaling over 30 vehicles. Even if dozens more were to come, there would be ample space. The Royal Court Hotel? Sister Su, are you not aware? Su Leyan stood behind Su Leyan, assuming she was well informed about their destination. The Royal Court Hotel is a premier establishment, reputedly accessible only to billionaires. It is the sole one in the entire Guang City, and only 30 cities worldwide boast its branches. In other words, the Royal Court Hotel epitomizes wealth, with affluent individuals taking pride in their ability to stay there. Huh. Su Leyan chuckled softly. What significance does it hold as a world-class hotel? Regardless of its prestige, it merely serves as a place for lodging. Does one truly believe that a single night's stay could lead to instant success or immortality? Yet, the wealthy may perceive their world quite differently. Since there is such keen interest, they shall take the opportunity to observe it tonight. This could very well be the pinnacle of your life. Qin Liang let out a chuckle, for this was indeed the pinnacle of life, the Royal Court Hotel. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have dared to even dream of such a place, yet here he was, able to stay for a night after the apocalypse. Su Leyan walked ahead, followed closely by the Xiao family, while the others looked on with a glimmer of astonishment in their eyes. Could the girl at the forefront be the exceptional talent from the first vehicle? Surely not, could it? So youthful? Was it confirmed that no one remained in the car? It was almost inconceivable that the formidable presence concealed in the vehicle was merely a girl appearing to be no more than 17 or 18. How could that be? Is it true or merely a deception? Whether it is genuine or not, what difference does it make? Can you truly leave now? Departing was certainly out of the question. Night had fallen, and darkness was a paradise for the undead. Who would dare to traverse the night unless they were courting death? Moreover, even if they were astonished and incredulous, they were not devoid of reason. Had they not noticed the respect with which the individuals behind the vehicle regarded the young girl? It was apparent that the hidden master was likely that extraordinarily young maiden. Those who had already witnessed her combat prowess hastily followed, for no one understood her fighting capability better than they did. Let us keep up. It was pointless to debate the truth now, especially when leaving was not an option. Alas, this was an electronic lock. Would it even open? As Qin Liang gazed at the tightly shut revolving door, a sense of unease enveloped him. The others, upon witnessing the sealed entrance, mirrored his apprehension. The Royal Court Hotel was renowned for its constant influx of guests, predominantly affluent elites, and the days of impending doom would surely be no exception. The locked entrance suggested the presence of individuals within, possibly securing themselves against the encroaching hordes of the undead. Did this mean their efforts would be in vain? Despite the discontent brewing within, none dared to voice their frustrations, for they could not decipher Su Leyan's temperament. Should she prove to be irascible, their complaints might only exacerbate the situation. It was wiser to remain silent, especially considering Su Leyan's formidable combat prowess. Sister Su. Qin Liang, do not disturb Miss Su. Though they had only recently met, he found himself inexplicably confident in Su Leyan's capabilities. A sheepish smile crossed his face. All right. Sister Su is certainly impressive. She will manage. Indeed, Su Leyan would prevail. After all, it was merely a sophisticated program lock. If she couldn't bypass it, an explosion might be the preferable alternative. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Su Leyan deftly produced a laptop seemingly from thin air, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with astonishing speed, a blur that rendered them invisible. Moments later, the revolving door began to stir, and in an instant, the once-locked entrance swung open. It's open. Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd as they turned to Su Leyan, their gazes filled with reverence. Who would have thought she was also a hidden virtuoso in the realm of technology? With such dexterity, could she truly be human? The door swung open, and Su Leyan stowed away her laptop, stepping inside first, followed closely by the Xiao family, then the mother and son duo, with the rest trailing behind. Chapter 28. Conflict. Once everyone had entered, the revolving door seemed to possess a sentience of its own, closing automatically behind them. Some, skeptical of this phenomenon, attempted to push it open, only to discover it was immovable, as if it had been locked once more. This left the crowd with an increased admiration for Su Leyan. The hotel lobby bore the scars of a recent struggle, with blood and debris strewn across the floor, indicating that someone had indeed taken up residence here. There could potentially be others within the hotel, or even zombies. Thus, caution was advised while scavenging for supplies. Given that the Royal Court Hotel is a premier establishment, it is undoubtedly stocked with ample resources. Su Leyan felt no need to distribute supplies to them, nor did she wish to create an impression of being overly accommodating. Self-reliance was the cornerstone of survival. Look at those detestable capitalists. Even amidst chaos, the opulence of the surroundings was unmistakable. It truly deserved its reputation as a world-class hotel. There must be a wealth of supplies within. Let us venture forth. Indeed, but the lady warned us that there might be zombies inside, so we should exercise caution. Regardless of their presence, we must remain vigilant. There are likely still people here. Agreed. Xiaozhe and Chen Liang also prepared to seek out supplies. Recognizing that what belonged to Miss Su was hers, and they could not shamelessly partake without contributing. Mom, aren't we going? The woman glanced at her son, retrieved a piece of bread and a pouch of milk from her bag, and said, Yang must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. We have plenty of food. So there is no need to rush? Mother will also eat. As she looked at her obedient son, a glimmer of tears welled in her eyes. In response to her son's gaze, she took out another piece of bread. Watching him devour it eagerly, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet her resolve solidified. She would ensure her son would lead a good life. Yuan could not go outside, absolutely not. The woman tightly embraced her sister, who was yearning to escape, her body trembling with fear. Their parents had fallen victim to the monsters, and they could not venture out. Doing so would render their sacrifice in vain. The little girl, only 10 years old, rubbed her hands together and whispered, Sister, I heard a sound. Someone is coming in. Moments ago, she had seen dozens of vehicles approaching from the window. It had to be those people. Perhaps they were their salvation. No, it cannot be. Jiang Xinhui's expression shifted as fear flickered in her eyes. She seemed to recall something, her body shaking uncontrollably. They could not go outside. Whether those people were good or bad remained uncertain, and they must not act recklessly. It was naivety that had led them to be bullied by those brutes. And now they even sought to harm her sister. They were nothing but beasts, thus they must not open the door, absolutely not. Do not worry, sister. I will not open the door. Please do not cry, do not be sad. Yuan will not open the door for anyone. Indeed, heed your elder sister's counsel. Do not open the door for anyone who knocks. We shall wait patiently for the rescue from the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army, and surely, salvation will come. Yes. Jiang Xinyu nodded affirmatively, confident that the soldiers would arrive to save them. Jiang Xinhua wiped her tears away, reassuring herself that her sister was fine, merely missing their parents. Aren't you hungry? You should eat something. I'm not hungry. Xinyu insisted, striving to divert her gaze from the meager food supply. They had very little left, and her sister had gone several days without a meal. She could not indulge herself any further. All right, we shall eat when we are truly hungry. Jiang Xinhua held her sister tightly, listening intently to the commotion outside, instinctively drawing closer. Bang! Someone was pounding on the door. Jiang Xinhua covered her sister's ears, wishing to shield her from the ominous sounds. Were they the beasts or the intruders from earlier? Regardless of who it was, she dared not open the door lightly. For a 20-year-old girl, such an act was undeniably terrifying. Bang! It seemed something had collided, producing a thunderous noise, and soon after, Jiang Xinhua heard several pairs of footsteps approaching. Who are you, and what brings you here? Jiang Xinhua trembled, recognizing that voice, the loathsome creature. Instinctively, she clutched her sister tighter, seeking solace. This is my territory, Hu Chang. You have entered uninvited. Is that not a bit excessive? The man frowned, noting that the entrance to the Royal Court Hotel had been secured, locked electronically, rendering it inaccessible from the outside. How had they managed to gain entry? Chen Liang tilted his head, observing the man before him, whose physique was a testament to strength, adorned with a standard crew cut. Accompanying him were several scantily clad women, suggesting an unusual relationship. Are you the owner of the Royal Court Hotel? Chen Liang found it hard to believe that this man was indeed the proprietor. He appeared more akin to a bodyguard of some affluent individual. Had he ascended to power in this post-apocalyptic world? In truth, within a mere few days, a multitude of criminals had emerged. With the onset of the apocalypse, communication was temporarily severed, and the constraints of law seemed to have dissipated. This was particularly true for those who harbored malevolent intentions. The day felt as though it had unshackled the chains binding their darker impulses, liberating their inner malice. While it did not descend into outright arson and pillage, it was perilously close. What was once a semblance of order had transformed into chaos. The man's eyes glinted with menace as he spoke with a fierce tone. If you wish to preserve your life, you would do well to step aside. Or do you believe that with your companions, you can dare to provoke me? No sooner had he uttered these words than several burly men emerged from the corridors, clad in matching suits. It was evident that the man before Su Leyan truly had risen to the status of a bodyguard. Boss, are these the two who have displeased you? Our leader is a rare ability wielder. Those with sins should vacate immediately, lest you forfeit your lives. Boss. Dozens of people have entered outside, both men and women, including several strikingly beautiful women. Do you wish to go down and take a look? A glimmer of determination flashed in the man's eyes. In this apocalyptic world, to assert dominance, one requires not only formidable strength, but also a loyal cadre. Currently, he could only count on a mere 7 or 8 capable individuals, a number decidedly insufficient. Should any among them be inclined to pledge allegiance to him, it would alleviate the pressing issue of manpower. As for waiting for national rescue, by the time help arrives, it would be too late. After all, this world is already in ruins, and how long could those in power maintain control? If one wishes to seize the initiative, one must act swiftly. Chapter 29. The unfathomable nature of the human heart. Consider yourselves fortunate, the man declared, for I have pressing matters at hand. Otherwise, you would surely pay dearly for your actions today. With that, he descended the stairs. Exchanging glances, Xiaozhe and Su Leyan wondered if the man was indeed seeking trouble. 10 minutes later, with no sounds emanating from outside, Jiang Xinhe let out a sigh of relief. He had finally departed. However, her mind remained troubled. Staying idle was not a viable option. Should those men leave, the beast would not spare her. She was indifferent to her own fate, even contemplating a mutual demise with him, yet now was not the time. She had her younger sister to consider, and if she were to perish, what would become of Yuan Yuan? Her heart raced with anxiety, torn between the desire to venture outside and the fear of leaving her sister alone. Ultimately, she clenched her jaw until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, which steadied her resolve. This might be her sole opportunity. She could not afford to surrender. Yuan, sister is going outside for a moment. Jiang Xinhe crouched down, locking her gaze onto her sister. No matter who it is, do not open the door except for me. Do you understand? Sister. Jiang Xinhe sobbed softly. I want to stay with you. No, it's too dangerous. Really? Jiang Xinhe's eyes brightened. She harbored a deep disdain for the hotel, for it was here that their parents had perished while trying to protect them, and her sister was also unhappy. She longed to escape this place. Then promise me, stay in the room and behave. Okay. Jiang Xinhe hugged her sister tightly and resolutely exited the room. A dozen robust men emerged from the elevator, clearly not the same individuals who had entered with them. The crowd instinctively recoiled, as it was evident that these men bore ill intentions. The leader of the group clapped his hands with an air of authority and then burst into a boisterous laugh. Welcome to the Royal Court Hotel, everyone. I am Huachang, a practitioner of earth-based abilities. We are all here seeking refuge. So I hope we can show mutual understanding and care for one another. The crowd instinctively took a step back, despite his hearty laughter. It was clear that his mirth did not reach his eyes. What ulterior motive did this man possess? Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, Huachang's expression darkened. Do you have any objections to me? The crowd remained silent, observing with keen eyes, retreating quietly. Huachang perceived this as a challenge to his authority. His intention was to gain control over these individuals, yet their lack of appreciation for his overtures was not a justifiable reason for their behavior. Huachang stamped his feet, causing the entire hall to tremble thrice. Suddenly, the ground erupted in an explosion, yet no one was harmed. This was evidently a demonstration of Huachang's authority, and the onlookers quickly understood. Their gazes converged upon the young girl seated on the sofa. Huachang snorted disdainfully, aware that he had not overlooked their reactions. Following their line of sight, he beheld the exquisite maiden on the sofa. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. She was breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling even the stars of the entertainment industry, or perhaps surpassing them. A stirring curiosity ignited within him. Yet he was not the type to be easily swayed by mere desire. Judging by the reactions of those around her, it seemed this young lady was no ordinary individual. Are you their leader? Huachang inquired, his tone laced with skepticism, yet their response only fueled his doubts regarding her combat prowess. Su Leyan raised her head and met Huachang's gaze, nodding coolly in affirmation. She did not deny it. Those who followed her naturally regarded her as their superior. She saw nothing amiss in this hierarchy. In any era, the strong command respect. One would never suspect such immense capability in one so young. How formidable! This was Hua Chang's immediate reaction. A mere glance had rendered him devoid of any inclination to resist. It felt as if, should the girl before him wish to act, he would be utterly powerless to intervene. This was a fear that stemmed from the depths of his soul. It was only at this moment that Hua Chang realized the folly of acting recklessly, for the consequences could very well be his own demise. What a narrow escape. The apocalypse has only just begun. Everything is possible, and one must not falter here. There are unfulfilled aspirations that cannot be abandoned. We must move forward. Hua Chang's arrival was as abrupt as his departure, unmistakably a retreat in haste. It was evident to all that Miss Su had done nothing. Yet she had managed to intimidate over a dozen robust men. In that moment, the onlookers felt their conviction solidified. As the elevator ascended, a figure suddenly darted in from the stairwell. A strikingly beautiful young woman, tall and fair-skinned, likely around 20 years of age. Even in her weariness, her beauty could not be concealed. The young woman abruptly lunged before Su Leyan, her gaze fervent. "Miss, please save me and my sister. I'm willing to do anything you ask." This young woman was none other than Jiang Xinhui. "Please, speak up." Jiang Xinhui's eyes brightened as she stood. Having witnessed everything that transpired in the lobby, Hua Chang had sought to dominate these individuals, yet he yielded in the presence of this girl, ultimately fleeing in disarray. Despite the incredulity of the moment, it profoundly impacted her heart. She recognized that her opportunity had arrived. Her survival hinged upon this young woman. If only this girl would extend her hand, both she and her sister could escape this suffocating hotel. In just a brief encounter, she discerned that the seemingly indifferent girl possessed a tender heart. Fortune had not been unkind to the sisters, as long as they could free themselves from Hua Chang. She was willing to do anything. Jiang Xinhui stood tall and began to recount her story. It turns out that Jiang Xinhui is the renowned real estate magnate Jiang Heng, a prominent figure on the list of the wealthiest individuals in the southern country, with properties spanning the nation. Just before the apocalypse, Jiang Heng took his wife and children to Guangzhou for a vacation, staying at the Royal Court Hotel. Everything seemed idyllic, yet it all unraveled just a few days ago. When the apocalypse struck, many guests at the Royal Court Hotel transformed into monstrous beings, viciously tearing each other apart and feasting on the living. The family of four was enjoying themselves at the rooftop pool, making them prime targets for the creatures, in their desperate attempt to protect their children. Jiang Heng and his wife tragically met their demise. By the time Hua Chang arrived, Jiang Xinhui's parents had already been devoured by zombies, transforming into grotesque entities themselves. Hua Chang had initially been hired as a bodyguard for the Jiang family through a security company. However, he harbored sinister intentions, revealing the unpredictable nature of humanity. With Jiang Heng's death marking the onset of the apocalypse, societal order collapsed in an instant. 90% of the Royal Court Hotel's occupants had morphed into monsters, while many others were caught off guard, bitten by zombies, and ultimately succumbing to the same fate. Only a handful of survivors remained, and Hua Chang, having awakened supernatural abilities, led a group of bodyguards to successfully expel all the zombies from the hotel, thereby seizing control of the premises. Just a couple of days prior, Hua Chang had managed to restrain himself, but soon he began to indulge his darker impulses, allowing his subordinates to act with impunity. The mere thought of that horrific scene filled Jiang Xinhui with rage. She yearned to exact revenge on that brute. In the span of just a few days, the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. She believed that her parents had treated Hua Chang and his companions fairly while they were alive. Indeed. The hearts of people in tumultuous times are difficult to fathom. Listening to Jiang Xinhui recount the events that had transpired in her life with a tone of calmness, one could only sense her emotions stirring slightly when mentioning Hua Chang, evoking a profound sense of sympathy from all the women present. Just a few days had passed, 6 or 7 days, and a daughter of a wealthy family had fallen to such depths, all while needing to protect her younger sister. Reflecting upon this, they realized they could not have endured such trials. Those beasts! Chenjia's expression shifted, as she acutely felt the transformation of the world around them. Were it not for the protection of her husband and son, Jiang Xinhui's plight would inevitably become the fate of all women. Women, inherently a vulnerable group, find it exceedingly difficult to survive in the apocalypse. Yet, she had not anticipated that in just a matter of days, merely 7 since the onset of the apocalypse, society would unravel so drastically. The true horror lay not in the apocalypse itself, nor in the zombies, but in the hearts of men. Indeed, human nature is often the most terrifying aspect. Qin Jia glanced at the young girl seated on the sofa, opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. She felt unqualified to make decisions on the girl's behalf. I know you won't linger here for long. I want to follow you. Fearing a refusal, Jiang Xinhe hurriedly added, I promise I won't be a burden. Please give me a chance. She desperately sought an opportunity, one to protect herself and her sister. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and she would not let it slip away. I am not a philanthropist. This declaration was not solely directed at Jiang Xinhe, but was intended for all those present. Those who wished to follow her would undoubtedly have to pay a certain price. I understand. Jiang Xin steadfastly gazed at her, declaring, I shall endeavor to learn and strive to make myself useful. I do not support idlers. Su Leyan replied, I will support myself. Su Leyan nodded. Having endured hardships, whether to rebel or to accept, it appeared that Jiang Xin had already formed a resolution in her heart. Su Leyan turned to the crowd and casually inquired, Do you all wish to follow me? Miss Su, we are willing to follow you. The crowd responded, Rest assured, Miss Su, we shall not hinder your progress. Since you wish to accompany me, you must have heard my words. I do not support idlers. The crowd nodded. Su's previous statement was evidently directed at all of them. They had certainly heard her, but with zombies lurking outside, and given that Miss Su could tame extraordinary beasts, it was far preferable to follow her than to fight alone while awaiting uncertain rescue. The situation would only grow more dire, and they were undoubtedly prepared. If you are to accompany me, you must adhere to my rules. Su Leyan's tone was notably indifferent. Miss Su, please rest assured. As we follow you, we shall naturally abide by your rules. However, what are those rules? Everyone perked up, eager to learn what regulations Miss Su had in mind. Had they not witnessed that particular scene, they might have felt some resistance. Yet, having seen it, they held no such sentiments, for only the strong could protect them. I do not tolerate idleness among my ranks. Those who seek resources must be prepared to labor, which includes engaging in combat against the undead. Thus, you must contemplate this carefully. Merely following me does not exempt you from confronting zombies. That notion is utterly fallacious. The apocalypse presents a calamity for humanity, yet it simultaneously serves as a catalyst for advanced evolution. This evolutionary process will inevitably witness the survival of the fittest. Therefore, if one wishes to avoid obsolescence, one must strive to adapt. Only through such efforts can one endure. Should anyone believe that aligning with her means evading the undead and dangers, they are gravely mistaken. In fact, the peril may be even greater in her company. This is a truth they must grasp. As Su Leyan's words echoed, the crowd erupted into lively discussion. But they swiftly fell silent. They understood that as long as zombies and mutated flora and fauna persisted, they could not remain complacent. However, crisis and opportunity are inherently relative. And so they were willing to take the gamble. Rest assured, Miss Su, we are mentally prepared and will not flee in the face of adversity. Indeed, it is merely about exterminating zombies. We shall pose no problem, Miss Su. We are eager to follow you. You need not worry, Miss Su. We will not be a hindrance. Su Leyan merely nodded coolly before continuing. I intend to establish a secure base at Huagong University, where hundreds of zombies still roam. Therefore, your initial task is to eliminate the undead within the campus. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? I am willing, Jiang Xinhe asserted resolutely. I possess some combat skills. I can handle it. Jiang Xinhe, a young woman, stood up, prompting the men around her to retreat with a sense of embarrassment. They were acutely aware of the necessity to join the secure base. It had become abundantly clear that this catastrophe would not resolve itself in the near future. Thus, the safe haven of the base was undoubtedly the most desirable refuge. As the pioneers who followed Miss Su in establishing the base, they would enjoy privileges superior to those who arrived later. Moreover, they understood that the apocalypse was only in its infancy, and the zombies were currently the least formidable. With the passage of time, the undead would become increasingly challenging to confront. This was their opportunity, and they must seize it. I am willing, Miss Su. I too am willing. I am willing. In an instant, the hall erupted with voices, a cacophony of enthusiasm. Su Leyan maintained a stoic expression, merely nodding indifferently. Indeed, Su Leyan turned to Jiang Xinhe. Do you not have a younger sister? Let Xiao Zhe and Chun Liang accompany you to fetch her. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you both away. Jiang Xinhui's eyes glistened with tears, deeply moved. Thank you. Chapter 31. Finally back, boss. What shall we do now? Hua Chong exhaled a ring of smoke with a sardonic laugh. No need to worry. They will depart tomorrow morning. Although he commanded a dozen formidable bodyguards, he was reluctant to gamble on even a minuscule chance. In the apocalypse, what mattered most? Certainly, it was manpower. He could not afford to lose his subordinates for the sake of a momentary impulse. These individuals are the very foundation of one's standing, emerging from the same company, with oneself inherently being their superior. The awakening of supernatural abilities naturally bestows a certain gravitas upon them, marking them as the esteemed elders of one's future cadre. Yet, despite the depth of contemplation, one cannot deny the reality of their submission. That night, aside from Su Leyan, many remained restless, pondering their forthcoming lives, questioning the correctness of their choices, and wondering if military support would indeed arrive. Thus, they tossed and turned. Whether they found slumber remains a secret known only to them. At dawn, a resplendent sun ascended into the heavens, the temperature rising abruptly as if the chill of the night had merely been an illusion. After a hasty breakfast, Su Leyan led the group away from the Royal Court Hotel. As for Huachang and the others, they promptly secured the hotel's entrance post their departure. Seemingly fearful of their return, Jiang Xinhui and Jiang Xinyuan sat in Su Leyan's vehicle, casting envious glances at Qin Liang, who, it must be said, wished to accompany them. With mutated beasts providing an escort, the vehicle sped swiftly, having the originally hour-long journey. Upon entering Huagong University, the group could not help but marvel. It turned out that Miss Su was indeed an academic prodigy, proving once again that intellect distinguishes itself. In stark contrast to the zombies that roamed the city, the campus appeared particularly serene. Were it not for the dismembered limbs scattered about, one might think that Huagong University had not succumbed to a zombie outbreak at all. Over 30 vehicles arrived, each carrying no fewer than 2 individuals, totaling around 70 to 80 people. However, Su Leyan did not escort them to the laboratory. Instead, he directed them to a small auditorium not far from the lab. This venue, previously used for academic presentations, was spacious and devoid of occupants during the summer break. Upon opening the door, one was greeted by its pristine condition, as if the chaos outside had never intruded upon this sanctuary. With a simple wave of his hand, a plethora of provisions materialized on the floor, prompting the onlookers to gaze in astonishment at the sudden appearance of these supplies. Their eyes widened with disbelief. And it was only at that moment they realized that Su Leyan possessed the rare ability of spatial manipulation, a power exceedingly scarce in this apocalyptic era. He entrusted the resources to Xiao Hongfu for distribution before addressing the crowd. Today, the supplies are complimentary. Starting tomorrow, should you wish to partake in any provisions, you must complete the corresponding tasks. Enjoy this leisurely day, for tomorrow will bring a flurry of activity. Mr. Xiao, please oversee things here for a while. I have some matters to attend to, Su Leyan instructed. Miss Su, feel free to attend to your affairs. I shall manage here, Xiao replied, and with a nod, Su Leyan took his leave. As soon as he departed, the crowd erupted into animated discussions, many of whom were strangers to one another. This was an opportune moment for acquaintances to form. Some even drew inspiration from apocalyptic novels, proposing to form teams to enhance their efficiency and task completion. It must be said that literature, at times, offered them unexpected advantages. Su Leyan parked dozens of vehicles opposite the laboratory, and Wang Ying and the others, ever vigilant, naturally noticed immediately. Their joy was palpable upon seeing Su Leyan descend from the cars. They hurriedly rushed downstairs, and upon arrival, they were greeted by Su Leyan's radiant smile, which she could not conceal. Huang Zhe, with an eager expression, rushed towards her, but she effortlessly sidestepped his exuberance. She felt an inexplicable affinity between Huang Zhe and Qin Liang, sensing they could become excellent companions. Professor Zhou, however, wore a worried expression, inquiring if she had sustained any injuries. Upon hearing her reassurance, he sighed in relief but quickly pressed on, asking about the situation outside. His greatest concern was indeed the chaos beyond their walls. After the first round of calls, they had lost all communication with the outside world. He had a foreboding feeling that utilities could soon be cut off, rendering their predicament even more dire. Su Leyan's expression darkened as she replied slowly, "The situation outside has descended into chaos. While it had not yet escalated to outright violence, the atmosphere was perilous, particularly in Guang City. A significant portion of the population had transformed into monstrous beings, making the term fall not entirely inaccurate. She had previously contemplated evacuating with Professor Zhou and the others if Guang City fell entirely. However, after venturing out, she reconsidered this plan. If Guang City was in such disarray, what of other regions? They might find greater security in establishing a safe haven right here at Huagong University, rather than risking their safety by venturing into the unknown. Zombies are rampant on Central Avenue, roaming in large groups. with each cluster comprising hundreds of the undead. Many individuals find themselves trapped within skyscrapers and shopping malls. Moreover, it is not solely the zombies that pose a threat. Both flora and fauna have undergone mutations, exhibiting ferocity akin to that of the zombies. These mutated beings, much like their undead counterparts, launch aggressive assaults on humans. Should humanity fail to evolve, there exists a grave possibility of extinction amidst this apocalyptic crisis. A collective gasp ensues at the mere mention of extinction, which equates to the annihilation of humankind. Chapter 32. I am the successor of socialism. Such a notion is terrifying, and upon reflection, it is not entirely implausible. After all, the apocalypse has arrived, and the extinction of humanity seems far from unimaginable. However, the mutated plants do not seem to attack her. Rather, they appear to harbor a certain trepidation. With a scoff, 666 muses on what they could possibly fear. Certainly not anything other than the formidable presence of the Demon King, who has evidently forgotten her own deeds. The mutated plants, possessing a degree of intelligence, recognize that they are no match for the Demon King and thus choose to remain compliant. Should Su Leyan be aware of 660 SIX's thoughts, she would undoubtedly feel unjustly accused. What wrong has she committed? Fortunately, the mutated plants within the school seem to lack any offensive capabilities. Having grasped the situation outside, what are your plans moving forward? Several professors exchanged glances, having discerned some of the extraordinary abilities exhibited by the young Su. However, they felt the need to confirm their suspicions. I propose we establish a large-scale safe haven centered around Huagong University. The group fell silent, and Zhang Yang could not restrain himself from interjecting. Are you suggesting we construct a safe zone akin to those depicted in novels about the apocalypse? Indeed. However, did you not just mention that a substantial portion of the population in Guang City has transformed into zombies? Even if we establish a secure base, it can easily come under siege by the undead. Once the zombies evolve, they will possess consciousness rather than remaining mere mindless husks, and then the base will be in peril. Of course, I have considered what you said. Those of you who have played survival games set in apocalyptic scenarios or read novels in the same vein should be familiar with something called a protective shield, a barrier that can isolate zombies. As long as we remain within the confines of the shield, humanity would be utterly safe. A protective shield? Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. You speak of an energy barrier as if it were merely a whimsical thought. What kind of technology could possibly bring such a concept to fruition? Su, you are being overly naive. If it were indeed possible to develop such a shield, what would we have to fear from the apocalypse? Once the shield is activated, the zombies would be unable to breach it. Yet, this is merely the realm of fiction and games, utterly unattainable. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, asserting that since the concept exists, it can indeed be researched and developed. After all, who could have envisioned the technological advancements of today 1,000 years ago? Everything emerges from nothingness, does it not? If one dares to dream, then surely it must exist. Sister Su is correct. As long as one can conceive it, it can undoubtedly be realized. Huangze chuckled heartily, remarking that Sister Su is a genius beauty from the physics department, and she will surely achieve it. Zhang Yang, your inability does not equate to Sister Su's limitations. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of his brother's ardent admirers, Zhang Yang could only smile helplessly. He then noticed several professors also gazing with eyes alight with excitement, leading him to feel as though he had unwittingly stumbled into a rather daunting pyramid scheme. If only Sister Su could truly develop that protective shield, it would be splendid. One day, I shall manifest all the high technologies that grace the silver screen, ensuring the survival of humanity. Such a declaration could only be made by Su Leyan. Were it anyone else, they would likely be met with derision. Yet, this was Su Leyan, the creator of the Grim Reaper #1, and the professors were palpably thrilled, as if they could already envision the dawn of a new era. This is the essence of true genius. What shall we do now? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. This was indeed a monumental undertaking, and it was essential for everyone to convene and deliberate together. Thus, she entrusted the matter entirely to them. We, Chen Feng, and Wang Ying exchanged bewildered glances. How could they manage such a task? They were but ordinary individuals with mediocre combat abilities. Why had Sister Su chosen them? Even Professors Hu and others were expressions of confusion. Su Leyan spoke slowly. I intend to research the energy shield, and I may not have the time to oversee these trivial matters, so I shall leave it in your capable hands. Rest assured, there will be someone to aid you. The individual she referred to was Xiao Hongfu, the sole superhuman among many, a retired soldier of impeccable character and formidable strength. She had faith that the three of them would collaborate harmoniously. Are you unable to do so? Wang Ying and Chun Feng exchanged a glance, their eyes resolute, and in unison declared, "Rest assured, Su, we will not let you down." Su had already set the stage for them. To retreat now would be utterly tactless. Such an opportunity was coveted by many, and indeed, Su was correct in stating that she needed to focus on researching the protective shield, leaving her no time for trivial matters. The expressions of several professors became somewhat intricate. "Xiao Su, are you suggesting?" Hu Professor inquired. Su Leyan smiled, responding, "Rest assured, Professor Hu, whatever I embark on now, I am a successor of socialism." "Ah, it seems we old-timers have overthought the matter." Su Leyan remained unfazed. The professors were seasoned party members, naturally concerned. However, there was no need for such worry. After all, the ultimate goal of 666 is to confront the impending apocalyptic crisis, safeguard our homeland, and rescue all of humanity. Even she herself harbored no ambitions of world domination. Such aspirations were far from her mind. In the face of sudden calamity, the might of the nation appeared minuscule, particularly at the moment when communication faltered. Even knowing that the country was diligently dispatching soldiers to various cities for support and rescue, complaints still arose. They lamented the inadequacy of national power, criticized the sluggishness of military response, and voiced countless grievances, all the while overlooking the fact that a little courage and effort on their part could enable them to save themselves. They seem to have never contemplated that soldiers and police officers are also human beings. They possess families, they experience fear, and they too are witnessing zombies and mutated beasts for the first time. Within their hearts, they too harbor uncertainty. If everyone merely remains in place awaiting rescue, the entire world would surely face annihilation. Prior to governmental intervention, even the slightest force, when united, becomes a formidable strength. Before the state can extend its aid, we must first endeavor to save ourselves, for it is through this self-reliance that we can truly embody the spirit of unity between the military and the civilian populace, ultimately leading to the salvation of the entire world. Su Leyan was once a soldier of the Canaan Empire, even rising to the rank of general. She is acutely aware of the trust the populace places in the military, as well as their deep-seated fears regarding the unknown. In their eyes, soldiers are untouchable protectors. Yet, is there not a moment when soldiers too require protection and the nation itself needs the safeguarding of its citizens? Chapter 33. The Pitiful 666. Thus, within the dawn base of the future, every individual must partake in the collective effort. It is simply impossible to expect a life of ease, relying solely on the base for sustenance. Even the elderly and children will bear their respective responsibilities. Even the most trivial tasks contribute to one's own sustenance. In times of peril, our duty is to refrain from burdening the state and to resolve matters to the best of our abilities. Today marks the formation of the foundational team for the Dawn Base, with Su Leyan appointed as its future leader. Given her formidable combat prowess, there were no objections to her leadership. Su Leyan's only assertion was this: if one wishes to survive and thrive, one must be willing to work. Having relinquished the remaining matters to Xiao Hongfu and Xin Feng, Su Leyan turned her focus to the crucial task of researching the protective shield, deeming it of utmost importance. Upon learning of Su Leyan's significant undertaking, Xiao Hongfu assured her that within a fortnight, he would eradicate all the zombies stranded at Huagong University. Pleased with his commitment, Su Leyan generously provided him with an assortment of weaponry sourced from the antique shop, including numerous handguns alongside cold weapons. However, she opted not to allocate the Reaper No. 1 to him, as many individuals here lacked genuine combat experience. She deemed it a valuable opportunity for training. Wang Ying and Zhang Xinhui were managing the supplies with assistance from others, ensuring that everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Su Leyan entered room 301 to commence her research on the protective shield. "Host, would you like to exchange for zombie crystal cores?" a voice inquired. Su Leyan scoffed lightly. Currently, she was not in need of points, and she intended to keep the zombie crystal cores. After purification, they could be directly absorbed to enhance her supernatural abilities. Unless absolutely necessary, and in the absence of points, she would not consider the exchange. Upon accessing the points marketplace, she found a plethora of items available. She swiftly bypassed the supplies section, focusing instead on the advanced technology related to the protective shield, but the points required for such a shield were exorbitantly high. "Isn't there a sale in the points marketplace? I wish to acquire a protective shield. Please inform me when there is a discount." she requested, leaving 666 utterly bewildered by the Dark Lord's intentions. Surely one wouldn't wait for the discount at the Points Mall before purchasing the protective shield. How long might that take? What if it stretches into a year and a half? Surely, the formidable Overlord wouldn't relinquish the protective shield, would they? Host. The timing of the Points Mall discount is uncertain. It could be today, tomorrow, or perhaps even a year and a half from now. Are you certain you can wait that long? Well, it's exceedingly expensive. If it continues to drop, my points would diminish by a third. Such an exorbitance. Moreover, the area it covers is hardly substantial. It would only encompass 3/5 of Huagong University. The shield is not for direct use, but rather for research purposes, as items procured from the system necessitate personal exploration and understanding. Constantly spending points on items would indeed be a lamentable loss. If I mastered this technology myself, wouldn't that spare me unnecessary expenditures? Upon grasping the host's intentions, 666 could only sigh deeply, lamenting the decision to bring the host into the interstellar realm. Just look at the plethora of technologies at their disposal. Regret floods in. Those were opportunities for profit, now squandered. The crux lies in the fact that they cannot contest this, for the host possesses the remarkable capability to conduct research. After a moment of contemplative silence, Su Leyan finally spoke. Since the timing of the discount is unpredictable, let it be. I happen to have some preliminary concepts in mind. Perhaps I can unravel them myself, thereby saving a substantial amount of points. It's all right. 666 felt a chill run through them, for they were certain that the formidable Overlord would indeed succeed in their own research endeavors. The Space Hub and Reaper 1 serve as prime examples. Such technology ought not to exist in this world, yet it has been astonishingly brought to fruition by the Dark Lord in a remarkably brief span of time. One cannot help but wonder if this reality chills its very heart. Should one decline, the prospect of acquiring those 50,000 points seems utterly hopeless. 666 endeavored to render its voice mechanical, concealing its inner thoughts, and stated in a formal manner, in light of the host's earnest endeavor to complete the task. This system shall take the liberty of applying a 20% discount on the protective shield. This is the minimum concession, and the discount will be deducted from this system's resources. I kindly urge the host to expedite the completion of the task. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, initially believing that 666 had relinquished its insistence on her task completion. To her surprise, this was a roundabout suggestion. However, were the discount to be slightly more substantial, she might have submitted the task already, considering she currently possessed over 300 zombie crystal cores. How clever of the little system. A 30% discount. And I shall submit the task at once. Refusing the task would only cost her 10 points, yet for the system, it could incur far greater losses. This explains why the little system incessantly implores her to fulfill tasks. It remains a mystery which fool designed this system, as its punitive measures are virtually negligible, indeed rather benevolent. 666 wore a woeful expression. The Dark Lord was terrifying, having directly deducted 35,000 points. The existence of the system was arduous. Why was it that the one facing punishment for refusing the task was none other than itself? This defied logic. Other systems did not operate in such a manner. Why was it that misfortune struck when it came to its own plight? Alas, the formidable Overlord, the host truly embodies this title. Is it so easy for it to amass a few points? Ultimately, it must also subsidize the host, such a pitiable existence. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, realizing that perhaps she had been somewhat excessive. From 50,000 points to a mere 15,000. Witnessing the little system weeping disconsolately, she shook her head in resignation. How could it be so feeble? Enough of the tears. A 50% discount is my final offer. Anything higher, and I shall refrain from purchasing. What of the task? 666 still clung to the notion of the task. Although a month remained, the host already possessed over 300 zombie crystal cores. Having effectively completed the task ahead of schedule, not submitting it left 666 feeling unsettled, fearing the host might reconsider. Submit, submit, submit. Truly, a system prone to tears. One could only wonder how its previous hosts managed to fulfill their tasks. Upon hearing this, 666 rejoiced, and a luminous screen materialized before them, revealing a blue dialog box that read, "Collect 100 zombie crystal cores within 1 month. Shall the task be submitted?" Sensing 660's eager gaze, Su Leyan clicked yes, and the 100 cores were promptly absorbed by the system. A small window then popped up above the dialog box. Congratulations, host, on the early completion of the task. Task completed, reward of 100 points granted, along with a complimentary lottery draw. We hope the host will continue to strive for excellence. Host, would you like to draw the lottery now? Perhaps it was due to the early completion of the task that 666 was filled with excitement. Su Leyan was reminded of her first experience with a complimentary lottery, where she had won a vial of gene evolution liquid, still stored away in the system's inventory, awaiting her exploration. Chapter 34. Such fortuitous luck now. She found herself presented with yet another opportunity for a free draw, a delightful piece of news. Su Leyan tilted her head with a smile, finding the system rather endearing in its simplicity. With a swift gesture, she activated the grand wheel displayed on the luminous screen, which spun for 2 to 3 minutes before revealing a golden egg. With practiced ease, she pried it open, her mind momentarily discarding the thought of fireworks. Congratulations, host. You have indeed defied the odds of 1 in a billion in the universe, winning a treatment pod for free. A treatment pod? Su Leyan paused, as the concept was not foreign to her within the interstellar society. The treatment pod was a remarkable entity, capable of curing various ailments and even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. One merely had to lie within it to alleviate all suffering. It sounded magical, yet it was a tangible reality. However, even in the interstellar realm, treatment pods were exceedingly rare and were typically reserved for those who had made significant contributions to the Empire and the Alliance. As a general of the Canaan Empire, tasked with safeguarding its tranquility, she certainly qualified for such privileges. Her curiosity about the treatment pod had been piqued in the past, having secretly conducted research on it more than once, yet she had only gleaned a few minor insights. To her astonishment, the prize she had drawn today was indeed the treatment pod, a truly unexpected delight. Su Leyan smiled, realizing that her fortune was indeed a rare occurrence in the vast universe, akin to 1 in a billion. The fact that she had drawn such a precious healing pod filled her with genuine joy. 666, observing the host's happiness, could not help but inquire, Host, shall we purchase the protective shield now? Yes. Su Leyan quickly interjected, let us not forget, it costs 25,000, not 50,000. Understood. 666 chuckled, amused by her frugality. Just moments ago, she had been bestowed a complimentary healing pod, yet this minuscule expenditure had her meticulously counting coins. It was rather vexing. However, Su Leyan paid no heed to 660 SXS minor grievances. She had come to understand that 666 was merely a paper tiger. Ever since she had seen through its FAAD, it posed no threat. If 666 wanted her to undertake tasks, it would have to align with her whims. And she found this sensation rather delightful, invigorating her spirit. Meanwhile, 666 lamented that it was on the brink of exasperation, as this host was truly formidable. It felt the urge to flee. In the laboratory, Su Leyan busied herself while Xiao Hongfu and Qin Xiao led the others in clearing the school of wandering zombies. In a moment, the entire school erupted with commotion, filled with the growls of the undead. Xiao Hongfu and his companions were well prepared, even when faced with zombies. They could effectively collaborate to eliminate the threats. Goodness, uncle, that zombie can hurl fireballs. It seems the evolution of zombies is outpacing that of humanity. Once zombies acquire supernatural abilities, the struggle for human survival becomes increasingly formidable. After all, it is well known that only a handful of humans have awakened to such powers. Now, encountering a zombie with awakened abilities significantly diminishes the odds of human survival. This must be what the novels refer to as a mutated zombie, though he is uncertain how to classify the levels of zombies. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of this particular zombie is evidently superior to that of its counterparts. It can even command other zombies to launch coordinated attacks, suggesting that this creature has developed a semblance of intelligence. Step back, he cautioned. This zombie possesses fire-based abilities, while he wields ice powers, which are inherently antagonistic to one another. He intends to test whether he can defeat it alone. Be careful, uncle. Dad, watch out. Xiao Hongfu nodded. You all handle the other zombies. I shall confront this fire-based one. A chorus of affirmations followed. Having endured the apocalypse in the recent extermination efforts, they have become remarkably composed in the face of zombies. With a resounding crash, a colossal ice spike effortlessly pierced the zombie's skull. However, instead of collapsing, the creature's countenance twisted into a more grotesque expression, its pale blue body exhibiting heightened aggression, seemingly provoked by Xiao Hongfu's ice blade. Indeed, this is no ordinary zombie. Xiao Hongfu muttered under his breath. If it were an ordinary zombie, his ice blade would have surely pierced its skull, leading to its demise. Yet, the evolved zombies proved to be distinctly different. Xiao Hongfu instantly heightened his vigilance. Aware that the emergence of one mutated zombie would inevitably be followed by a second and a third. As the zombies evolved, humanity could not afford to remain stagnant. Eager to hone his supernatural abilities and uncover the weaknesses of these mutated creatures, Xiao Hongfu extended the duration of the battle. Meanwhile, Su Leyan and the others had already eliminated the remaining zombies, but he continued to engage. Su Leyan approached Xiao Zhe, his concern evident as he inquired, "Uncle, is he going to be all right?" He believed that his father was not incapable of resolving the situation, but rather seeking a breakthrough. Su Leyan's eyes nearly bulged with intensity as he involuntarily gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly impressive, uncle. Approaching 50, yet still so perceptive. If it were me, I would strike decisively without hesitation, for the danger is far too great." What about the students at Huagong University? There are still many faculty members, and quite a few of them are causing a commotion. Pay them no mind. Miss Su stated that the base does not support idleness. Those who wish to reap without sowing are in for a rude awakening. Indeed, Su Leyan nodded, a sardonic expression crossing his face. Who among us isn't born of a mother and father? Why do they consider themselves so precious? We have rescued them. Yet they expect us to selflessly provide them with resources. Who has coddled them into this poor behavior? We are all adults here. Who has indulged them? Disregard the previous distractions. The supplies are prepared by Ms. Su for the future base. The students and staff of Huagong University must earn their provisions through corresponding labor. They cannot expect to enjoy the fruits of good living without contributing. It is but a dream to think otherwise. Recently, they have begun clearing out the zombies, while those who have been cowering in their offices and classrooms are paralyzed by fear. This is not merely a matter of fright. They await rescue without complaint. Yet they cannot contain their screams when confronted by the undead, nearly falling prey to the very zombies they fear. Their approach to eliminating the zombies is methodical. Rather than being besieged, they never intended to rescue anyone. Their sole aim was to eradicate the zombies within the school. Consequently, the thoughts of the others went largely unacknowledged. Chapter 35. Choices. Once again, the message is clear. If one wishes to eat, one must labor in exchange. After several days of cleansing, the number of zombies in the school has significantly diminished, a fortunate circumstance given that it is summer break. Had this occurred during the academic term, the number of zombies would undoubtedly have been in the thousands. Thus, Miss Su's chosen objective proves to be quite prudent. The location of Huagong University is neither in a bustling city nor in a remote suburb, making it an ideal choice for a secure base. Despite the commotion, those hiding in their rooms seem oblivious. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they cautiously approach the windows. And upon witnessing the precise and ruthless manner in which the zombies are dispatched, a singular thought fills their minds. Salvation is at hand. Rescue has arrived. And regardless of who these individuals may be, as long as they follow them, survival is assured. Within the confines of the school, over 40 able-bodied young men and women seem to be engaged in the extermination of the zombies. What shall we do now? Remaining cooped up in this underground supermarket is untenable. Those people appear far beyond what students like us can contend with, especially given that one of them possesses extraordinary abilities. Not to mention the enigmatic Su Leyan. Once the zombies within the campus are eradicated, the supermarket will inevitably become one of their targets. We must remain vigilant. In this apocalyptic era, those with ambition yearn to dominate, yet Su Leyan is disturbingly mysterious. No one truly comprehends how she has managed to command such loyalty, particularly given the history of animosity that exists among them. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he has awakened his own abilities, believing himself to be superior. Recently, many have sought his protection, but Su Leyan's current actions do not bode well for him. Qin Song exhaled a puff of smoke, a flicker of coldness crossing his gaze as he discarded his cigarette, crushing it beneath his foot with malice. Inform everyone. We are preparing to depart from the chemical university. Depart? Li Mu furrowed his brow. The dangers outside are even greater than they had anticipated, and now is not the opportune moment to leave. Qin Song paused momentarily before coldly asserting, it is better to escape her grasp than to remain here. With a population of tens of millions in Guang City, it should be clear to you all that this city will inevitably fall. Now is the ideal time to make our exit. Li Mu and Yi Dong exchanged a glance, acknowledging the undeniable truth in Qin Song's words. Guang City, a metropolis with a vast population, had seen 9 out of 10 individuals transform into zombies. In such a sprawling city, this equated to millions of the undead, and it was only a matter of time before Guang City succumbed to this fate. Yet, As they contemplated leaving Huagong University and Guang City, the question loomed, where could they possibly go? Aimlessness was not an option. The present circumstances were far more perilous than before, with the looming threat of death at the hands of zombies. Let us head to my home, Qin Song suggested. The others instinctively turned their gazes toward him, well aware of his familial background. They knew that Qin Song hailed from modest means, his family residing in a small village known as Shirtu Village. Sensing their curiosity, Qin Song elaborated, "My home is in Shirtu Village, located beneath County J. Do you know why it's called Shirtu Village?" Hidong couldn't help but interject. Surely it's not merely because of the surrounding Rocky Mountains? Qin Song chuckled heartily, giving Hidong a friendly pat on the shoulder. You're absolutely correct. Shirtu Village derives its name from the Rocky Mountains that encircle it. Despite being a small village, Shirtu Village was well connected. A mere hour's drive could lead them to the highway, offering easy access to County J and the city. This location would facilitate their search for supplies, and most importantly, Shirtu Village was sparsely populated. Fewer inhabitants meant fewer zombies. Furthermore, as the name suggests, Shirtu Village would likely have fewer mutated plants, resulting in a significantly lower risk. The geographical advantages of Shirtu Village made it an ideal base for their development, offering a much safer alternative compared to the bustling metropolis. I do not impose any expectations. Those willing to depart with me may do so, while those who prefer to remain are welcome to stay. The onlookers exchanged glances, some choosing to follow Qin Song, while others opted to stay behind. Ultimately, each individual harbors their own thoughts. As for those who chose to remain, Qin Song did not impose any actions upon them. Since his defeat at the hands of Su Leyan, he has contemplated extensively. If he possesses the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities, it stands to reason that others might as well. Thus, he resolved to cultivate his powers discreetly, refraining from the ostentation of his past, fully aware that many circumstances and individuals differ significantly. Qin Song's movements have not gone unnoticed by Chen Feng and his companions. Following their last encounter, they recognized that Qin Song was no longer the same person he once was, particularly in regard to his demeanor. As an awakened individual, if they intended to take action, it would be rather effortless, especially considering they were students from Huagong University, necessitating vigilance on his part. Unexpectedly, however, Qin Song refrained from any actions. On the sixth day of their efforts to eradicate the zombies, Qin Song departed from Huagong University with his group, traveling in 7 vehicles filled entirely with Huagong University students. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon witnessing his departure. Why did Qin Song choose to leave? The zombie threat within the school had been nearly neutralized. While not entirely secure, it was comparatively safer than the outside world. Qin Song's ambitions were grand. With Sister Su present, his aspirations would inevitably be curtailed, and he would not linger here. Li Lei and Zhou Mao nodded in understanding, seemingly recalling the events that transpired earlier at the underground supermarket. Sister Su had sequestered herself in the laboratory for several days, leaving one to wonder when she might emerge. To be honest, I am genuinely curious whether Sister Su can indeed create that so-called protective shield. Huangze wore a conflicted expression to him. What Su Leyan spoke of seemed like a fantastical tale. Yet, due to his blind faith in her abilities, he appeared to believe that she could indeed bring it to fruition, which left him in a quandary. However, within just a few short days, they had successfully eradicated all the zombies within the school. As long as no new zombies entered from outside, this place could be considered a sanctuary. The next task at hand was to deal with the corpses of the zombies and to clean the streets, as the overwhelming stench of blood could attract more zombies from outside, which was no small undertaking. Chapter 36. Disturbance? Fortunately, at the entrance of the school, there were mutated beasts standing guard. Otherwise, the heavy scent of blood would have indeed drawn the attention of zombies on the streets. The main campus of Huagong University is vast, and with their limited numbers, thoroughly cleansing the blood from the ground and disposing of the zombie corpses became a monumental task, even more challenging than slaying the zombies themselves. Captain Xiao, a young man gasped for breath before speaking. Aren't there many faculty and students who remained at the school? They are currently causing a ruckus outside the conference room. A ruckus? Captain Xiao Hongfu frowned. At such a time, what did they intend to do? During the days of zombie eradication, those who had hidden away in dormitories, offices, and classrooms had not stepped forward. Yet now that the zombies had been dealt with, those very individuals were emerging to cause trouble. What did they mean by this? Indeed, they assert that we have emptied the underground supermarket and convenience store, demanding that we provide them with sustenance. Huh. Su Leyan beside me laughed in disbelief. His face truly large. Were it not for our efforts, they would still be quivering in their abodes. What were they doing while we were clearing out the zombies? Now they have become so audacious. Do they truly believe they are still sheltered within the ivory tower of academia? The world has ended. Who would indulge them any longer? Besides, who among us is not a student? How many of them are there? A rough estimate suggests over 100. So many? Xiao Hongfu furrowed his brow. ISNT at summer vacation? How could there be so many people at school? Sensing his confusion, Xiao Zhe elucidated, perhaps some third-year students preparing for graduate exams. Or possibly graduate students remaining over the summer to assist their professors with research. It's not an excessive number. Captain Xiao, you must hurry and see. They are on the verge of fighting. They are merely young lads. Should a brawl ensue, it wouldn't simply result in mutual destruction. But now is not the time for conflict. Very well. This represents humanity's greatest crisis. We should stand together, collaborating and supporting one another. It is selfish of you to have depleted the supermarket supplies without considering those of us who are hungry. Furthermore, your numbers are few. Why can you not share a portion with us? Miss Jiang, if you do not allocate some resources to us today, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Jiang Xinha's expression shifted, and with a cold snort, she retorted, lack of courtesy? How exactly do you intend to be uncivilized? Before our arrival, you cowered within your chambers, too fearful to emerge. At that time, hunger was not a concern, nor was the search for sustenance. Yet now, having cleared the area of the undead, you suddenly find yourselves famished and venture forth in search of provisions. Upon hearing Jiang Xinhua's derision, they averted their gazes. Haunted by the dreadful creatures that lurked outside, they would rather perish from starvation than confront those fiends, for they were hardly a match for such monstrosities. Miss Jiang, we are merely students. Those creatures seek to devour humans. You acknowledge those as monsters that consume flesh, yet we are unafraid? Jiang Xinhua scoffed. Understand this. The world has irrevocably changed. To survive, one must learn to fend for oneself, rather than expect charity from others. Miss Jiang, your words are rather excessive. A man interjected, his displeasure evident. This is Huagong University, and we are its faculty members. Behind me stand the students of Huagong University. We are the rightful owners of this institution. Your group has come to pillage the resources that rightfully belong to us. Surely, that is too much. Owners? Jiang Xinhua seemed to find humor in the assertion. Were we not here, would you dare to emerge? Spare us the jest. This timid lot would likely starve to death in their own rooms. The notion of plunder is truly laughable. The young man was infuriated by Jiang Xin's words, yet he found himself unable to retort. They all understood that without these individuals, they would have dared not venture outside, remaining confined within the classroom, awaiting rescue. However, over 10 days had passed, and no help had arrived. They were now so famished that their stomachs pressed painfully against their backs. If this continued, they would succumb to starvation, and the arrival of these people was a timely salvation. A middle-aged man abruptly seized the arm of another who was about to speak further, saying, Miss Jiang, we mean no offense. We hope you can forgive us. Miss Jiang, what must we do to receive a portion of your supplies? Ultimately, the middle-aged man capitulated. Without resources, they would indeed perish from hunger. Our team does not accommodate idlers. If you wish to eat, you must work. Of course. If you cannot accept this, you are free to leave, and we shall not hold you back. But we are utterly famished and lack the strength to work. Xiao Jiang. Provide each of them with a piece of bread and a bag of milk. In their eyes, Xiao Hongfu was the leader of this group, unaware that behind him stood Su Leyan. 1 piece of bread and 1 bag of milk each. Once you have eaten, you shall commence your labor. Why should we heed your commands? You are not affiliated with our school. You are intruders who have unlawfully claimed our school as your own. Do you not fear the law? Indeed, why should we listen to you? The supplies in the supermarket rightfully belong to our school. What concern is it of yours? You are being unreasonable. Silence. The middle-aged man snapped coldly. Do these fools not grasp the gravity of the situation? Utterly foolish. Mr. Xiao, I apologize. The children are thoughtless. And I hope you can forgive us. And you are? Captain Xiao, this is Wang Pengfei, a professor from Huagong University. Captain Xiao, we are grateful for your arrival. Without you, we would likely perish from hunger here. Chapter 37. Work for your meal. Wang Pengfei was quite eloquent, while the young man beside him wore an expression of indignation. Captain Xiao, however, remained unfazed. He had encountered all manner of people in society. We are at our wits' end, Captain. With over 100 of us, we have gone several days without food. We previously organized teams to search for supplies, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. It is a miracle we have endured this long. We will heed your orders, and after we eat, we will lend a hand. Professor Wong. Professor Wong, if you say that. Do we not, Professor Wong? Silence. Wang Pengfei's face was stern, but he soon turned to Captain Xiao with a smile, continuing. Captain Xiao, we are unaware of the conditions outside. These children, driven by youthful fervor, have been frightened by the zombies in recent days and have spoken thoughtlessly. I hope you and Miss Jiang will not hold it against us. We are eager to join your ranks, seeking only a hearty meal. Rest assured. We understand the importance of contributing. Food will be provided for you, but once you have eaten, your task is simple, to cleanse the ground of blood and the remains of the zombies. The pervasive stench of blood will undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies. And I trust you do not wish for our school to become a target for such an onslaught? Wang Pengfei was taken aback. A zombie horde? Xiao Hongfu nodded. Emphasizing the urgency, your actions must be swift. It is imperative that we thoroughly clean the blood from the ground today and handle the zombie corpses uniformly. Captain Xiao, this seems somewhat unreasonable. The school is vast, and we are but a little over 100. How can we possibly complete this task in a single day? It is unrealistic. We will assist you in this endeavor. If you are unwilling, we will not compel you. However, Xiao Hongfu paused, causing a ripple of tension among the others. However, what? If you choose not to work and disregard the arrangements, you will no longer receive any supplies. If you desire food, you must seek it out yourself. We, too, are risking our lives to procure these resources. Those who do not contribute have no right to partake in the rewards. Very well, we agree. What choice do we have? Besides, Xiao Hongfu is not entirely wrong. Expecting to eat without labor is not a fair proposition. The current circumstances favor the stronger. Once we leave the safety of the school, we could face starvation or, worse, be torn apart by zombies. Teacher Wang, why should we heed his words? If you disagree, you are free to leave. Wang Pengfei regarded them with evident displeasure, stating, if any of you disagree, you are free to leave. I am your teacher, not your parent. You're all adults now and capable of making your own choices. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the room. Xiao Jiang, provide them with food. While they work, I will ensure that someone accompanies you. They will instruct you on how to proceed. The moment Xiao Hongfu's words fell, discontent arose once more, as some voiced concerns about being monitored, questioning whether they feared a potential escape. Xiao Hongfu merely scoffed, choosing silence. At times, people tend to overstep boundaries. Witnessing his icy demeanor, the dissenters quickly relented. True to his word, Xiao Hongfu arranged for them to clean the school grounds after they finished their meal, regardless of their internal grievances. They had no choice but to comply. With a supervisor present, shirking their duties was not an option, nor could they afford to dawdle. For each individual was assigned a specific area representing their workload for the day. Failure to complete the task would result in a reduction of provisions, half a loaf of bread instead of a whole. Given that a single loaf was scarcely sufficient, the prospect of receiving merely half was unthinkable, thus compelling them to exert their utmost efforts. It is worth noting that Xiao Hongfu did not intend to exploit them. The areas designated for each were quite reasonable, and with diligent effort, completion was entirely achievable. Any failure to do so would likely stem from a lack of focus. Upon reaching the designated area that required cleaning, the crowd murmured their grievances, yet their hands moved with increasing speed. They were reluctant to face starvation and had no choice but to labor diligently. After all, their lack of ability to depart left them with little alternative. Meanwhile, Su Leyan was deeply engrossed in her research, wholly unconcerned with the turmoil outside. Even if she were aware of it, she would remain indifferent. Having entrusted matters to Xiao Hongfu and his team, in whom she had unwavering faith. Moreover, her focus was consumed by her studies, leaving her no time to engage with such distractions. The research on the protective shield was at a critical juncture, and she sensed that completion was imminent within the next few days. Currently, she was working to expand the shield's protective coverage, ideally. She envisioned enveloping the entirety of Huagong University, though that seemed somewhat implausible, to create an absolute barrier of energy. It was essential to acquire a type of high-energy particle exhibiting ultra-high velocity, which she referred to as carbon core particles. These carbon core particles were notoriously difficult to obtain. The energy shield she had purchased from the points market had been dismantled to a great extent, much to the dismay of 666, who lamented the apparent waste and doubted her ability to replicate the energy shield. However, Su Leyan paid little heed to 666's pessimism. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Some scientists require years, even decades, to complete experimental projects, and she had only embarked on this endeavor a few days prior. If she were to surrender so easily, what hope would there be for saving the world? Merely relying on redeeming resources from 666 through points would indeed be a wasteful endeavor. It is imperative to have complete control over everything, regardless of what it may be. Thus, she remains unhurried, allowing time to unfold at its own pace. Host, this laboratory is exceedingly rudimentary, and the instruments are rather crude. Even if you comprehend the principles of generating an energy shield, without precise instruments, constructing one is unattainable. And what of it? Upon hearing 666's remarks, Su Leyan's lips curled into a subtle smirk. What are the prerequisites for activating the laboratory, or rather, how many points would it necessitate? Upon hearing this, 666 became instantly exhilarated, failing to detect the underlying implications in Su Leyan's tone, and promptly replied, Host, activating the system laboratory requires merely 100,000 points. Su Leyan could not help but gasp in astonishment. This entity truly dared to demand such a sum. She possessed only 150,000 points in total, having previously expended 25,000 points on the energy shield. This request would entirely deplete her account. Host, do you wish to activate the system laboratory? 666 continued to ardently promote its laboratory, fearing that Su Leyan might decline, yet oblivious to the glimmer of skepticism in her eyes. Chapter 38. Experiencing the virtual laboratory of the system, I cannot ascertain the utility of the laboratory you speak of without first-hand experience. If only I could test it once. That would be splendid. 666 was momentarily taken aback. The host seemed to doubt the laboratory's capabilities. It quickly grew displeased, for how could one question its legitimacy? It was an authentic system, not a counterfeit, and had never deceived anyone. Host, if you truly wish to activate the laboratory, you can enjoy a complimentary trial. A smile played at the corners of Su Leyan's lips, and her confidence in the human-centric design of the 666 system grew stronger. If it were merely pre-programmed, modifications would be impossible, thus facilitating her future endeavors splendidly. Unbeknownst to her, 666 felt an unsettling chill, despite being merely an energy entity devoid of light. The sensation of dread lingered nonetheless. Very well, I shall partake in the complimentary trial. Should I find it to my liking, I shall commence the laboratory. Understood, host. Please relax and refrain from resistance. The complimentary virtual laboratory experience is about to begin. Would you prefer to accept or decline? Accept. A smirk graced Su Leyan's face as the scene shifted in an instant. She found herself within a virtual expanse replete with an array of state-of-the-art instruments. Even the research facilities of the Canaan Empire paled in comparison to this place, which housed many devices she had never encountered before. Fascinating. Please note, host, that the complimentary experience lasts for 1 day. After this period, the host's mental energy will be extracted from the virtual laboratory. 1 day, is it? A smile reappeared on Su Leyan's lips. A single day is more than sufficient. As a natural genius who has thrived in the Canaan Empire for 30 years, mastering these unfamiliar advanced technologies would pose no challenge for her, requiring hardly any time at all. As it is a virtual experiment, Su Leyan was unafraid of failure. She meticulously executed all the plans she had previously conceived, seeking the optimal solution. In just half a day's time, she indeed found it. One could say that fortune favors the prepared mind. The arrival of this virtual laboratory was peculiarly timely. Immersed in her experiments, Su Leyan lost track of time, and an entire day slipped away unnoticed. It was only when she was forcibly ejected from the virtual laboratory that she realized she was not in the 301 laboratory, but rather in the virtual laboratory of the 666 system. Host, how do you find it? Isn't the system laboratory splendid? You must be eager to explore further. Observing the exuberant 666, Su Leyan's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. As anticipated, 666 immediately pressed her. Host, what are you still hesitating about? In the system laboratory, you can conduct experiments freely without wasting materials. What more is there to ponder? The virtual laboratory was indeed impressive. However, regrettably, it was not something she could utilize at the moment. What do you mean? 666 was perplexed. How could the host claim it was unusable when she had just been making good use of it? 666 soon understood. The host wished to manifest the system laboratory in a tangible form, ideally extracting its contents. This, however, posed a considerable challenge. Sensing 660 SIX's uncertainty, Su Leyan's voice softened. I am not suggesting that I want to materialize the system laboratory. I merely wish to borrow the instruments from the system laboratory, to bring materials from the real world and fabricate within the confines of the system lab. Once completed, I would like to take the creations out. It seems this endeavor may prove to be quite challenging, does it not? If feasible, I would also want to replicate the necessary instruments from the virtual laboratory. Though I shall refrain from disclosing this to 666 for the time being. One must proceed step by step. After all, one cannot consume a whole meal in a single bite. I am at my wit's end. You possess remarkable capabilities, and I am confident you will find a solution. 666, your ultimate goal is to save all of humanity. Surely, this minor task will not pose a challenge for you. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Can mere sweet words truly sway it? 666 wiggled its luminous orb, delightfully conveying to Su Leyan that it relished the host's sweet talk, for it was indeed so lacking in ambition. Ultimately, amidst Su Leyan's honeyed words, 666 affirmed that the items fabricated by the host in the system laboratory could indeed be taken out, albeit limited to materials sourced from the real world. However, creations made with materials from the virtual lab would still remain confined. To this, Su Leyan responded with patience, asserting that opportunities would eventually arise. With the system laboratory at our disposal, the energy shield is nearing completion. The instruments within the lab can effortlessly extract ultra-fast carbon core particles, which can then be rearranged and recombined. As long as we can find a suitable carrier, the energy shield will be perfectly constructed. In a state of astonishment, 666 gazed in disbelief, realizing that their host was indeed a formidable sorceress. However, they were taken aback by her extraordinary capabilities, including the ability to create an energy shield. It was hard to fathom what else she might be capable of. Yet, Su Leyan was not entirely satisfied with the dimensions of the energy shield. Due to limited materials, the shield she had crafted could only encompass a quarter of Huagong University. Nevertheless, it was several times larger than the energy shield she had purchased from the system's marketplace. This highlighted the pitfalls of purchasing such items. Mastering the technique herself and now possessing the apparatus for creating energy shields was undoubtedly a remarkable advantage. You mean you actually created it? Professor Hu exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock. It was not that he doubted her. In their minds, energy shields belonged to the realm of science fiction, mere figments of imagination, entirely unreal. The notion that one could genuinely create such a thing was utterly inconceivable. Yet, here stood Su Leyan, declaring her success, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Yes, I have indeed created it, Su Leyan affirmed, nodding as she produced a small piece of metal, no larger than a button. This is the energy shield, and we can conduct a test now. With a gentle press, she activated the tiny metal piece. Who knows what mechanism she engaged? Watch closely. With a flourish of her hands, the formidable death god number 1 materialized in her palm, transforming in the next instant into a 1-meter-long sword, a sight that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The professors, witnessing this form for the first time, were rendered utterly speechless by their astonishment. Xiao Su. Without allowing them to utter a word, Su Leyan wielded his sword and suddenly struck down, startling the professors into instinctively closing their eyes, their hearts racing with fear. When they opened their eyes, they beheld the sword halted a mere meter away, seemingly obstructed by an invisible force. Chapter 39, Excitement. Is this the energy shield? Immediately, they witnessed Su Leyan swinging his sword against the transparent barrier. Yet the shield remained unmoved. The elderly scholars clutched their pounding hearts and stepped forward, reaching out to touch it, sensing a barrier that, though transparent, was imperceptible to the eye, leaving them to rely on touch for their understanding. Though nothing was visible, they could distinctly feel the resistance, their expressions filled with astonishment. Indeed, there existed an energy shield here. What could be the principle behind it? Professor Hu and his colleagues gazed at Su Leyan with fervent eyes. Had the reality not been laid before them, they would scarcely have dared to believe that the energy shields of science fiction films were truly a reality. This was beyond even their wildest imaginations. Xiao Su, is this truly an energy shield? Su Leyan nodded, then delivered a punch to the energy barrier. In that instant, they perceived a transparent shield adorned with concentric patterns, seemingly caused by the collision of energy. They were instantly filled with myriad thoughts regarding the applications of the energy shield, especially now. as it could serve as a defense against zombies. Was this not humanity as savior? Upon hearing the professor's naive thoughts, Su Leyan shook his head. Their optimism was overly simplistic. The materials required to create an energy shield are exceedingly difficult to procure, and the extraction of the ultra-fast carbon core particles from these materials poses an even greater challenge. Consequently, mass production of the energy shield remains an unattainable goal. Furthermore, the energy shield is merely a means of safeguarding the secure base. Humanity's evolution is inevitable. They cannot remain huddled beneath the protection of the energy shield, for such behavior would only lead to their obsolescence at the hands of nature. The speed of zombie evolution surpasses that of humanity. Thus, humans must continuously adapt and evolve. An excessive reliance on protection would foster dependency, hindering evolution altogether. The apocalypse signifies not only a catastrophe for humanity, but also a new chapter in its progression. We must not cower before it. Rather, we should adapt and tame it. Upon hearing Su Leyan's words, several professors could not help but exclaim, "Alas, we have aged. The days ahead will require the vigor of youth such as yours." Indeed, little Su speaks the truth. We, the older generation, have underestimated the gravity of our situation. The global eruption of the apocalypse indicates that Blue Star is confronting a scenario reminiscent of ancient times, where survival of the fittest prevails. Only through relentless evolution can one persist in the embrace of nature. At present, humanity faces two evolutionary paths, one leading to zombies and the other to those endowed with extraordinary abilities, alongside the ordinary individuals who cannot awaken such powers. Su Leyan nodded, acknowledging that not only zombies but also flora and fauna are undergoing evolution. Every life form on Blue Star is amidst a crisis. Humanity stands on the brink of a monumental catastrophe, and whether it can sustain its civilization or continue to thrive on Blue Star remains uncertain. The only course of action is to strive to live well. Little Su, pursue your aspirations boldly. The old fellows and I shall undoubtedly support you with unwavering resolve. Professor Hu, I indeed have a matter for which I seek your assistance. What is it? Speak freely. Whatever is within our capability, we shall not decline. Thus, Su Leyan articulated her predicament. She currently lacked the materials necessary for the construction of energy shields. The existing shield only enveloped a quarter of the school, and to extend its coverage, a substantial quantity of materials was required. Moreover, this particular mineral was exceedingly rare, and it remained uncertain whether such resources were available in the laboratory. The laboratory possesses a considerable amount, but it is uncertain whether it would suffice. Su Leyan felt a surge of delight, nodding emphatically, "Sufficient, more than adequate." Professor Hu, do you know where this mineral was extracted? If we could locate the vein, it might be possible to fabricate more extensive energy shields. The professors collectively shook their heads, and Professor Lee elucidated that this mineral had been dispatched by authorities, purportedly from a celestial meteorite. We had to advocate vigorously to secure 10 kilograms, and over the years, our research has yielded little progress. If you desire it, we can request a few more kilograms once we establish contact with the higher-ups. Celestial meteorite? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Is it due to its extraterrestrial origin that it contains ultra-high-speed carbon core particles? Could extraterrestrial imply other celestial bodies? If ever the blue planet becomes inhospitable for humanity, should we not contemplate the search for other planets conducive to human existence? However, given that it is a meteorite from beyond the heavens, the prospect of mass-producing energy shields becomes increasingly daunting. Might we consider seeking alternatives to this mineral? Young Su is indeed the beacon of hope for our nation. Professors Hu and others are engaged in discussions about Su Leyan. In their eyes, she is undoubtedly the salvation of our country. The very fact that she can create energy shields marks her as a prodigy, one that is unparalleled not just nationally, but globally. With the inception of the first energy shield, might there not be a second, and perhaps even the realization of concepts previously confined to science fiction? Of course, these remain merely their aspirations. They would never impose undue pressure upon Su Leyan. Young Su is already on her path, and we, the elder statesmen, must not falter. Communication will soon be re-established, and we must hasten our efforts. Indeed, restoring communication swiftly is imperative. Su Leyan is of utmost importance, and we must ensure her safety. Su Leyan's actions are remarkably swift. Within merely a few hours since acquiring the meteorite, the energy shield has been successfully modified. This shield possesses the capability to autonomously recognize energy fluctuations that do not emanate from living beings. Humans may freely enter and exit the shield. while zombies and mutated flora and fauna are barred from its vicinity, unless under extraordinary circumstances. To mitigate any potential risks, Su Leyan has incorporated numerous protocols within the shield. Its activation is exclusively attuned to her genetic makeup. Even if the shield were to be stolen, it would remain inoperable. Furthermore, should there be any attempt at forced activation, the shield will initiate a self-destruction protocol. Su Leyan directly set the energy shield in Laboratory 301, which has now become her exclusive domain. She has fortified it with layers of security, ensuring that no one can enter except for herself. With the vigilant oversight of the 666 monitoring system, there is no cause for concern. After tirelessly working for several days, the energy shield has been activated, rendering Huagong University an impregnable fortress. Even in the face of a 1,000-strong zombie assault, there would be no issues. Now, she can finally take a well-deserved respite. After satisfying her hunger, Su Leyan succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 40. Communication restored. The following morning, Su Leyan pulled back the curtains and was greeted by a visibly cleaner outside. The ground was devoid of blood and the remains of zombies, appearing as pristine as the campus of old. Content with this sight, she nodded in approval. Mr. Xiao and his team had done remarkably well. Upon leaving the laboratory, she was met with the sounds of jubilant laughter emanating from the adjacent building. What could have prompted such elation? Sister Su, you're here, Huang Zhe exclaimed, immediately noticing her presence. He enthusiastically raised his phone and called out, Sister Su, the network communication has been restored. This morning, communication across the globe has been re-established. You must come and see. The restoration of network communication? If her memory served her right, several professors had been diligently working towards this goal. She had faith in their capabilities, believing that it was merely a matter of time before communication was restored. However, the fact that global communication had been reinstated was indeed remarkable. Sister Su, do take a look. After a lapse of over half a month, global communication has finally been restored. It is noteworthy that since the onset of the apocalypse, while water and electricity remained, communication had completely ceased. The inability to send messages or access the internet felt like a death sentence for a youth addicted to the online world, especially in these extraordinary times. Everyone has loved ones. Who wouldn't he be concerned? Professor Hu nodded in acknowledgement and elaborated, we have been tirelessly seeking ways to restore communication, and the government has been equally diligent. The professionals in communication are far more adept than us elderly gentlemen. Just as we began to see some progress, the authorities managed to reinstate communication. The prior disruption was due to extreme weather conditions, which persist even now. However, improvements have been implemented, ensuring that communication and internet access are viable in the short term. I have already made contact with the authorities. They will dispatch the nearest military unit to offer support in Guang City. It is not that they have neglected to send assistance, rather, the disaster struck so abruptly that many soldiers have turned into zombies. It took them about 10 days to manage those undead, which accounts for the delay in their arrival. I have refrained from mentioning the situation here to them. Su Leyan nodded in understanding, recognizing that Professor Hu was acting to safeguard his own interests. After all, these are extraordinary times. Although the government strives to maintain control, its grip has significantly weakened in the short term. Thus, Professor Hu's actions are indeed prudent. Professor Hu and his colleagues are distinguished scientists of national significance, each a leading figure in their respective fields, renowned for their authority worldwide. It is certain that the government will dispatch troops for their rescue, and that matter can be addressed in due time. With communication now restored, the state has issued notifications, urging citizens to remain indoors. Those who are able may form teams to proceed to the nearest secure base, while military personnel will also be sent for assistance. Furthermore, they have shared information regarding the vulnerabilities of the zombies and methods to combat them. After all, more than half a month has passed, and resources within homes are likely depleted. The fear of starvation compels individuals to venture outside in search of sustenance, necessitating a strategy to confront the undead. Online, there is a chorus of discontent, with many criticizing the government for inaction and claiming their response is insufficiently swift. Whether advising citizens to gather at safe bases or to remain at home, critics argue it amounts to a death sentence. In contrast, some individuals defend the government's response, asserting that such a level of reaction is commendable. Everyone is born of a mother and father. Those who can endure should do so, and in times of crisis, it is crucial not to burden the state. Rational voices remain in the majority. The onset of the apocalypse has left the populace in a state of trepidation. retreating into their homes in anticipation of rescue. The disruption of communication has rendered them largely unaware of external developments, fostering a sense of dread tempered by a flicker of hope that perhaps the calamity will soon come to an end. However, the situation has changed, communication has been restored, and an overwhelming influx of news from around the globe has inundated the internet. A fortnight ago, silence prevailed, but now, reports proliferate ceaselessly online. Particularly haunting are the horrifying images circulating in forums, pictures of zombies and mutated flora and fauna that have magnified humanity's dread. The fear within the hearts of mankind has expanded infinitely, despite assurances from the government urging them not to succumb to panic, proclaiming that humanity will triumph over this cataclysm. Yet, who would truly believe such claims? On the very first day of the apocalypse, the state enacted a Level 1 emergency response plan. As the capital of the Xia nation, the city swiftly established a secure base, and the military promptly dealt with the zombies within their ranks, subsequently eradicating the undead from the base. Following this, military districts across the nation established safe zones, also springing into action without delay. Consequently, the timeline for external rescue efforts was postponed by several days, a predicament that was unavoidable, as the military districts themselves were grappling with their own zombie infestations. They could only attend to their internal crises before resuming external support. According to investigations, a cataclysmic event has descended upon the globe, with biologists conducting pertinent research. This apocalypse represents not only a calamity for humanity, but also an opportunity, where crisis and potential coexist, and the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. It is imperative for everyone to prepare for the impending end times and to not lose hope, as the nation will safeguard you. The findings suggest that this apocalypse is a result of evolutionary transformations within biological entities. All life forms on Blue Planet will undergo corresponding evolution. Some will metamorphose into zombies, while others will develop extraordinary abilities. However, the vast majority will remain in their original state. The mutations in flora and fauna have significantly augmented their offensive capabilities. They require substantial energy to sustain their evolution, prompting them to prey upon other life forms. Therefore, the populace must take precautions and remain vigilant regarding the plants and animals around them, never to underestimate the potential dangers. In this apocalyptic disaster, humanity has already witnessed failures in evolution, leading to the emergence of zombies. Yet, it is undeniable that zombies represent a novel species. Research indicates that their rate of evolution surpasses that of humans. Currently, humanity finds itself in a precarious situation, and it is essential for the public to brace themselves mentally. Arm yourselves and aim for the heads of the zombies. You may discover that they are not as terrifying as they seem. In the future world, the protection of the populace will not solely rest upon the state. The citizens must also safeguard their nation. This is a mutual commitment. The national official website has even produced a video addressing the zombie crisis, urging the public to remember self-rescue while awaiting assistance. In contrast to foreign nations, where governmental machinery is already striving to function, the forces of Xia country are launching a thunderous offensive, while a significant portion of other countries has succumbed to chaos. At the very least, they are aware that their nation has not forsaken them, and that valiant soldiers are braving peril to come to their aid. The presence of Xia country's military has amplified calls for support online. Chapter 41. Heated discussions. The esteemed authors of apocalyptic novels, who have not personally endured such calamities, seem to possess an uncanny ability to depict realities with striking authenticity. The events unfolding on Blue Star mirror those within the pages of their works. Thankfully, we still cling to hope. Our nation has not abandoned us, and this is our sole solace. The government has also declared that this apocalyptic disaster stems from biological evolution, with all life forms on Blue Star undergoing transformation, including humanity. Zombies exemplify the failures of human evolution, while those who succeed will become endowed with extraordinary abilities. The merciless law of nature dictates that only a minority will evolve successfully, with a substantial majority failing and transforming into zombies, while a smaller fraction evolves into superhumans. Can we, the ordinary people, truly survive in such an environment? What has been said above holds great truth. The failure of human evolution results in zombies, while success yields superhumans. Yet, regardless of success or failure, both can adapt to the current extreme conditions. How, then, can we ordinary individuals adapt? The apocalypse poses a challenge primarily to the common folk, rather than the mutated beings. It is the ordinary people who face the harshest struggle for survival. They struggle to adapt to extreme weather and cannot survive in such a harsh environment. What then is to become of ordinary people? Furthermore, should the extreme weather persist, even remaining indoors may not guarantee survival. Are we to live underground as depicted in science fiction films? The thought alone evokes a chilling image, truly terrifying. Let us not be so pessimistic. The nation will undoubtedly find a way. Our country has historically been a united people, and the state will not abandon a single soul, nor disregard the lives of ordinary citizens. We must place our trust in our government. I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding you, but I wish to convey that it has been over half a month since the onset of this apocalyptic event, and I have yet to encounter a single individual with extraordinary abilities. What does this imply? Surely, you all understand. Ultimately, ordinary people prevail. It is remarkable if, among 100 individuals, even one possesses such powers. Thus, in the end, it is the common folk who endure. Alas, when there is no signal, one yearns for news from the outside world. Yet when the signal returns, bringing tidings of the outside, a wave of terror crashes over me. I cannot bear to look any longer. Oh, when will this apocalypse come to an end? It is truly too frightening. I would rather toil for a lifetime than endure the end of the world. In my earlier days of reading novels, I often fantasized about the arrival of the apocalypse and the awakening of some extraordinary power within me. Yet reality has dealt me a harsh blow. The apocalypse has indeed arrived, but it has not granted me any powers. This feels rather unjust. In the past, I often contemplated the allure of an impending apocalypse, envisioning myself as the esteemed leader of a fortified sanctuary. Yet, the reality appears so feeble and impotent, not to mention the prospect of becoming a formidable figure. Even safeguarding oneself has become a daunting challenge. The novel suggests that a mere scratch or bite from a zombie yields a 50% chance of awakening extraordinary powers. Should we dare to test this hypothesis? To those residing above, I advise caution. There remains a 50% risk of succumbing to zombification. Do not court unnecessary trouble. How then can one awaken such powers? While the undead evolve, humanity seems to regress. How can we wage this war? If granted another chance, I would diligently amass an abundance of supplies. However, in merely half a day's time, the internet is flooded with information, particularly those dismal perspectives asserting that the apocalypse signifies humanity's demise. Ultimately, human civilization will be buried beneath the soil of this beautiful planet, supplanted by the undead. In the apocalyptic narratives, the higher the zombies rank, the more they retain their consciousness, transforming into an entirely different species, the undead kin. Everything portrayed in these novels is unfolding step by step, leading to a similar conclusion. Yet, some have countered that these tales often culminate with a savior rescuing humanity, suggesting that we need not succumb to such despair. Truly, opinions abound. Many great cities have succumbed, overwhelmed by their massive populations, with nearly half transformed into zombies. It is not merely the population decline in Xia country. Prior to the apocalypse, Blue Star boasted nearly 10 billion inhabitants. Since the cataclysm, humanity has diminished by more than half, and this decline persists, ushering humanity into a critical juncture of survival. After a cursory glance, Su Leyan turned off her phone, indifferent to the discourse prevalent online. The calamity of the apocalypse is merely a phase of biological evolution. It has become evident that human evolution is markedly feeble, while the evolution of other life forms occurs at an astonishing pace. Should humanity falter further, extinction may indeed become a grim reality. Observing Su Leyan's expression, Huangze could no longer restrain himself. Sister Su, is humanity's evolution truly so frail? Su Leyan nodded, affirming that the awakening of supernatural abilities among humans is indeed a formidable challenge. The complexity of the genetic sequences within humans contributes to this difficulty. Any alteration in a gene harbors the potential for mutation, rendering positive transformation a daunting endeavor much akin to the state of the zombies. Moreover, as of now, the precise cause of human mutation remains shrouded in mystery. The apocalypse represents a phase of biological evolution, yet the factors that instigate this evolution remain elusive, making it arduous to uncover definitive answers. In this tumultuous transformation, humanity finds itself at a disadvantage. Must humanity truly tread the path toward extinction? Huangze's throat felt parched. Isn't extinction merely another form of rebirth? He was momentarily taken aback. Another form of rebirth? What do you mean, Sister Su? Yet, Su Leyan chose not to elaborate further. Professor Hu, when will the military personnel arrive in Guang City? Guang City is nearly on the brink of collapse. For those seeking to reach Huagong University, They must inevitably traverse Central Avenue, which is infested with countless zombies. One misstep could lead to an assault by a horde of the undead, rendering the situation perilous. They are departing today from L City, and it will take approximately 3 to 4 days to arrive, with a minimum of 2 days required at the earliest. Once they reach the vicinity of Guang City, they should give me a call, and I will go to fetch them. No, that is far too dangerous. Several professors immediately refused. Having witnessed the energy shield, they would never permit Su Leyan to take such a risk. Little Su may very well be the savior of both Xia Country and Blue Star. It is imperative that no risks be taken. Do not worry. I am well aware of what I am doing. The professors, seeing her determination, could only nod in resignation, for they understood how difficult it would be to alter Little Su's decision. Alas. Chapter 42, Gene Modification Serum. From the 3rd floor. I observed that the school has been nearly cleared out, hasn't it? Indeed, the interiors have been largely sanitized. There is no blood remaining on the ground. And the corpses of the zombies have been incinerated. Su Leyan nodded, clearly pleased with their efficiency. Where is Captain Xiao now? Captain Xiao is in the gymnasium, instructing them in military boxing. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xiao Hongfu would take on the role of instructor, yet upon reflection, it seemed rather unsurprising. After all, in the apocalypse, martial prowess is of utmost importance. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. This is a most pragmatic concern. Please summon Captain Xiao. Certainly. In addition to the energy shield, Su Leyan has also created 10 vials of gene modification serum. This serum possesses the remarkable ability to repair neural pathways, enhance physical strength, and maximize the latent potentials of humanity. Most importantly, it aids in the positive evolution of humankind, meaning that the gene modification serum can facilitate the awakening of extraordinary abilities within individuals. This was a stroke of fortune, as it was the very item she drew during her first lottery. Since humans cannot evolve spontaneously, intervention is necessary. However, it is important to note that not everyone who consumes the serum will awaken such powers. It merely increases the likelihood by 70%. Professors, do you recognize what this is? Professor Hu and his colleagues exchanged glances and shook their heads. Yet they understood that Su would not casually present them with a vial of mere water. Its contents must be extraordinary. After all, from the beginning until now, Su has consistently astonished them. This is the gene modification serum, which I recently developed. The 4 of them involuntarily gasped in awe. Could it be that such a serum truly exists? Observing Su's calm demeanor, they soon felt a sense of relief. After all, she had already produced an energy shield. So what was 1 vial of gene modification serum in comparison? If she were to one day announce the creation of mechs or spacecraft, they might not even be surprised. Considering Su's unparalleled research capabilities set her apart from all others. The gene modification serum can maximize the exploration of human potential, enhancing physical constitution and resilience, transforming a frail individual into a formidable powerhouse in an instant. One can also alter the genetic sequences of the human body, guiding mutations in the genes. This is the so-called direction of transformation for those endowed with extraordinary abilities, boosting the probability by 70%. Even in the absence of awakened powers, one can still enhance physical fitness, all without any adverse side effects. Is this truly the case? It is not a matter of disbelief, but rather a sensation akin to a fantastical tale. Gene-modifying serums and medications that alter genetic sequences seem utterly unimaginable. Su Leyan nodded thoughtfully and elaborated, stating that these gene-modifying serums bear no detrimental effects on individuals. However, one might endure pain that is unbearable to an ordinary person. 4-gene recombination is akin to the restructuring of bones. Nevertheless, the versions prepared for you are special, ensuring that no discomfort is felt. What Su Leyan intentionally withheld was that she had made numerous modifications to these serums. Not only would they fortify the body and alter genetic sequences, but they would also extend one's lifespan. Professor Hu and his companions are all over 60 years old, facing the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic environment, making them susceptible to peril. As for the other gene-modifying serums, she made no alterations whatsoever. Such invaluable items are best utilized by the younger generation. We, being in our twilight years, would only squander them. Su Leyan resolutely handed over the gene-modifying serums, asserting that they were tailored specifically for them. Accept them. For who dares to claim they would be wasted? You are all esteemed experts in the realm of physics, and there will undoubtedly be many opportunities ahead where your contributions will be vital. Thus, it is imperative that you maintain your health and continue your endeavors for many more years to come. These esteemed professors have shown great kindness, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to her guidance. The reason she can freely access the National Key Laboratory is largely due to their support. In return, Su Leyan is naturally inclined to protect them. Here, take this. I've specifically modified it for you. Surely, you wouldn't squander the heartfelt intentions of a student. The old gentleman exchanged knowing glances, with Sue's earnestness laid bare. To refuse would be to display a lack of appreciation. In her presence, the four professors consumed the genetically modified liquid, experiencing no pain whatsoever, yet they undeniably felt a tangible transformation within themselves, as if an unseen force surged forth. It would be absurd to claim that their years of using the desk had rendered it too fragile. They truly had not exerted any effort. Old Wang, give this a try? Professor Hu indicated a steel plate nearby, seemingly several centimeters thick, immovable by their hands. Professor Wang instinctively recoiled, thinking it impossible to lift such a heavy object. Just try it, you'll see. Even little Su looked on with anticipation, glancing at the chipped experimental table, crafted from granite and remarkably hard. He pondered, why not give it a shot? When had he become a strong man? Old Wang, it seems you've awakened a powerful ability. Your strength is truly remarkable now. Here, this is a thermos. Why not give it a try? Professor Wang instinctively accepted it. And with a normal grip, he crushed the thermos cup in his hand into a crumpled mass. This confirmed it. After consuming the gene-modifying serum, he had awakened a power-type ability. It was truly hard to believe without experiencing it firsthand. Professor Wang, you have awakened a strength-based ability. Over the next few days, you should try to control your power and engage in some specialized training. All right, enough about me. What about you all? Professor Hu said uncertainly. It seems my hearing has improved significantly. I can hear the sounds from the conference room across the hall, and every voice is crystal clear. Professor Hu, could you please assess the range of your hearing? Professor Hu focused intently for a moment before slowly replying. Approximately 500 meters. Beyond that, it becomes somewhat indistinct, though I can still catch some sounds. Su Leyan was somewhat surprised. Professor Hu had evolved his auditory faculties. Although this ability may not be combat-oriented, it serves as an excellent reconnaissance skill, allowing one to anticipate danger. Old Hu, impressive. You've truly become the legendary Sharp-Eared. Chapter 43, The Awakening of Abilities. Everyone chuckled. Indeed, this Sharp-Eared ability allowed him to hear from miles away, a remarkably useful skill. I feel great physically, but I don't sense any other changes. Neither do I. Professors Zhou and Li felt a tinge of disappointment, believing they had squandered a vial of gene-modifying serum, ultimately awakening nothing. The serum itself does not guarantee the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Its primary purpose is to repair the body and alter genetic sequences, enabling humanity to better adapt to the harsh realities of extreme weather. Xiaosu is right. If everyone relied on the serum to awaken powers, would the apocalypse not be averted? The laws of nature cannot simply be disregarded at will. With a resigned smile, Professors Zhou and Li acknowledged their feelings of discontent, yet they accepted their current state. After all, they had once been ordinary individuals. Now, in robust health, how could they allow such matters to sadden them? They were fortunate to be alive and thriving. Xiaosu, is the production cost of the gene-modifying serum high? Professor Zhou could not resist inquiring. If this serum could be supplied to the military, the nation's combat capabilities would undoubtedly be enhanced, and its control would significantly increase. He was aware that this was the result of Xiaosu's independent research, and he felt compelled to ask further. What she didn't mention was that this was merely the first generation. Subsequent generations awaited development. However, now is not the opportune moment to introduce them. Patience is essential. Rushing the process could lead to severe repercussions, rendering the effort counterproductive. Xiaosu, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire nation. He contemplated that once the gene modification solution was produced in bulk, the soldiers fighting on the front lines would be afforded significant protection for their lives, a matter of utmost importance for the nation of Xia. Su Leyan smiled subtly, declaring, I too am a citizen of Xia. This is precisely my duty. From the information circulating online, it appeared that various military districts had established corresponding safety bases, and many individuals had commenced large-scale migrations. Although there were numerous troops following a wave of zombie eradication, their numbers dwindled. Rescue operations adhered to a principle of proximity. Assistance would first be rendered to those nearest before extending further afield. Consequently, many opted to travel in pairs. There was no alternative, as the cities had fallen. Resources had been depleted, and they could hardly endure for much longer. If they did not perish at the hands of the undead, they would certainly succumb to starvation. Miss Su. When Xiao Hongfu arrived, several professors had already retreated to the laboratory. Having consumed the gene modification solution, they could not afford to waste it and needed to continue contributing in their respective roles. Sister Su. Chen Liang gazed at her with sparkling eyes, resembling a dog fixated on a bone. Su Leyan, am I the bone? It was quite a sight to behold. Do you know why I called you here? Before Xiao Hongfu could utter a word, Chen Liang rambled on endlessly, essentially expressing uncertainty, while assuring that it was undoubtedly something favorable. It was evident that Chen Liang was an utterly fervent admirer of Su Leyan. Chen Liang. Xiao Hongfu felt a sense of resignation towards his wife and her nephew. However, it seemed that Miss Su bore no ill will, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The reason I summoned you all here pertains to the matter of the genetic modification serum. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. A genetic modification serum? Could it be true? Something straight out of a science fiction film? Had Miss Su misspoken, or had they misheard? You did not mishear. It is indeed the genetic modification serum. Observing their astonished expressions, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is this truly such a shock? It is merely a genetic modification serum. What is so extraordinary about it? Haha. What is so strange about this? The Dark Lord is indeed beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, exclaimed one of the onlookers. Sister Su, you are remarkable. You have even managed to create a genetic modification serum. Is there anything you cannot achieve? Chen Liang gazed at her with starry eyes, brimming with excitement. A genetic modification serum, a concept found only in the realms of science fiction, now existed in reality. How could this not astonish them? It transcended the mere notion of being impressive. The others too wore expressions of disbelief. Good heavens, a genetic modification serum, this term they had only encountered in science fiction films. And now, it was right before their eyes. Surely, this could not be an illusion? Is this truly the genetic modification serum from the movies? It was not that he wished to doubt. It was indeed incomprehensible. It must be true, Chen Liang asserted confidently. Since Sister Su has presented it, it must be genuine. How could it be otherwise? Chun Feng's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly clarified. Junior, I did not mean to cast doubt upon you. Su Leyan merely smiled, unfazed by the situation. She had a fair understanding of Chun Feng's temperament and knew he would not be angered by mere words. The gene modification serum promised to unlock humanity's utmost potential, enhancing physical abilities and facilitating genetic recombination, essentially causing mutations. However, the awakening of extraordinary abilities also depended on individual physiological conditions, for the serum was not a panacea. A collective gasp escaped the group as they contemplated the notion of awakening extraordinary powers. My goodness, what a miraculous elixir this was! In a world teeming with peril, those endowed with such abilities possessed a certain degree of self-preservation, rendering them exceptionally valuable. Thus, when they were suddenly informed that consuming the gene modification serum could grant them the opportunity to awaken such powers, it felt akin to a stroke of fortune from the heavens. Previously, the apocalypse, with its zombies, had been confined to the realms of novels and films. Yet now it had manifested in the tangible world. Therefore, the existence of the gene modification serum was entirely plausible. Its absence prior was merely due to a lack of innovation. Now that it had been introduced, its reality was undeniable. I have 10 vials of gene modification serum here. Who among you wishes to try? Sujia. Chen Liang licked his lips, his gaze fixated fervently on the glowing vials in her hand, his voice slightly hoarse. Are you saying that these gene modification serums are intended for us? Noticing Chen Liang's eagerness, Su Leyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. His straightforward nature was quite endearing to her. Yes, they are indeed meant for you, but there are only 10 vials available. Who among you is interested? Chapter 44. Have I awakened my fire ability? 10 vials of genetic modification serum, available for only 10 individuals. Chen Liang licked his lips, gazing eagerly at her. Sister Su, I desire one. At this moment, what was there to be polite about? A moment's hesitation would mean the serum would vanish. He was not foolish enough to delay. He nudged Xiaozhe with his elbow, urging him to speak up quickly. All right, you can have one. Su Leyan immediately handed him a vial, which Chen Liang cradled delicately in his palms, as if it were an exquisite treasure. Without hesitation, he drank it right in front of Su Leyan, for in his mind, such a precious item could not be wasted. Better to have it consumed than to lament its loss. I forgot to mention, after drinking, one must endure excruciating pain that most cannot fathom. Do not give up. Sister Su, rest assured, it's merely genetic recombination and bone restructuring. I can withstand it. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, realizing this fellow possessed quite a bit of knowledge. He must have read his share of science fiction novels. However, in the next moment, Qin Liang truly understood what it meant to suffer unbearably. Every bone in his body screamed in agony, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Hongfu instinctively reached out to help, but was halted by Su Leyan. This is a critical moment. Do not disturb him. Xiao Hongfu nodded, his eyes filled with concern as he gazed at Qin Liang. You must endure. At this moment, Qin Liang felt as though a myriad of insects were gnawing at him, causing an unbearable itch and pain. The veins on his forehead bulged prominently, his complexion flushed, and beads of sweat, resembling small pearls, dotted his cheeks. He curled up in a ball, his expression reflecting profound agony. Witnessing this scene, a few individuals could not help but swallow hard. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether he could awaken his latent abilities, the sheer intensity of his torment was daunting, truly terrifying. Indeed, not everyone is capable of becoming a powerhouse. As Qin Liang's suffering intensified, Xiao Hongfu and Xiao Zhe maintained a facade of composure, but internally, they were deeply anxious. They harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of Su Leyan's genetic modification serum. Their sole concern was whether Qin Liang could endure the ordeal. Xiao Zhe, in particular, was apprehensive, fearing that he might not hold on much longer. Sister Su, what will happen if Qin Liang cannot withstand this? There seemed to be no alternative. Qin Liang appeared to be in excruciating pain, on the verge of collapsing unconscious, and the thought terrified him. Nothing will happen. It's merely a waste of a vial of genetic modification serum. Not only did Xiao Zhe and Xiao Hongfu exhale with relief, but the others also shared a moment of respite. However, their relief was short-lived, as Su Leyan's next words seized everyone's attention. After the first failure, it indicates that one's constitution is unfit for the genetic modification serum, and henceforth, it cannot be administered again. The chilling realization struck them once they failed. They could no longer utilize the genetic modification serum. A shiver ran through them. This was a scenario they desperately wished to avoid. They understood the paramount significance of the serum, representing a pursuit of power and the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities. They simply could not afford to relinquish this opportunity lightly. Qin Liang, hold on. I know you can hear me. After this failure, there will be no second chance. Even Xiao Hongfu could not help but clench his fists, fearing Qin Liang's defeat. This opportunity lay before them. Regardless of the awakening of extraordinary abilities, it would enhance their physical strength, bringing nothing but benefits. They absolutely could not afford to fail, for this world was no longer the same, and power was the goal they fervently pursued. Curled up, Qin Liang had not lost consciousness. He was acutely aware of everything happening around him. He certainly heard Su Leyan's words and could never consider giving up. Time passed gradually, and Qin Liang's body underwent a visibly remarkable transformation. Had one not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Qin Liang, startling everyone into a collective jolt as they instinctively turned to look. He appeared as though he had been pulled from a pool of blood, a foul odor unmistakably emanating from him. The crowd instinctively covered their noses. The stench was overwhelmingly pungent. Could it possibly have the effect of purging and refining his essence? At this moment, Qin Liang managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. His complexion still somewhat pale, yet it seemed he had succeeded. Sister Su, I have succeeded. I feel an immense power coursing through me, as if I could knock a bull unconscious with a single punch. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had awakened a power-type ability. However, now was not the time for such discussions. The odor was too unbearable. The immediate priority was to cleanse himself post-haste. Disdained by Su Leyan, Qin Liang remained unperturbed, hastily scurrying to the restroom to cleanse himself. As for the unsightly pool of what resembled blood on the floor, Xiao Zhe discreetly took it upon himself to rectify the situation. After all, Qin Liang was his cousin. After a thorough half-hour of grooming, Qin Liang emerged from the restroom, and his appearance left everyone in awe. His complexion resembled that of a freshly hatched chick, so tender. Why are you all staring at me? Qin Liang asked, feeling somewhat awkward. He was well aware of the reason behind their gazes. He too had been taken aback by his own reflection, realizing he had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Qin Liang was undeniably handsome, yet the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world had rendered him somewhat rugged. However, after consuming the gene-enhancing serum, his skin had become so supple it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. In the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly be considered a youthful heartthrob. But in the current context, it was rather, how should one put it? Sister Su, how do I look? Qin Liang eagerly nodded, feeling significantly stronger. with an overwhelming surge of uncontainable power coursing through him. "Fear not, channel that power." Su Leyan nodded, curious to discover whether he had awakened any latent abilities. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the potent energy within, gathering it all into his palms. Suddenly, a small flame flickered to life in his hand, leaving everyone astonished. Su Leyan had truly awakened his abilities, manifesting as a formidable fire-type power. The surprise arrived with such swiftness. I have awakened my powers. I am a fire-type ability user? Su Leyan danced with excitement, envisioning the fire elementalists he had read about in novels. With a mere thought and a wave of his hand, a small fireball erupted forth, hurtling towards the ground. Witnessing this, Xiao Hongfu swiftly intervened, freezing the fireball midair. This fellow was truly reckless, oblivious to the gravity of their surroundings. Su Leyan chuckled awkwardly, exclaiming, I was just too thrilled. It was unintentional." The others gazed intently at the gene modification serum in Su Leyan's hand. Since Su Leyan had awakened his abilities after consuming the serum, they too could aspire to do the same. With only 10 vials available and one already used by Su Leyan, the question lingered, how would Su Leyan distribute the remaining ones? Chapter 45, Impressive. Chen Feng, Wang Ying, Jiang Xinhua, and Xiao Ziran each received 1 vial, leaving 5 in total. Observing Huang Zhe's eager expression, Su Leyan chuckled softly and tossed him 1. The remaining 4 vials were promptly given to Xiao Hongfu, who was entrusted to oversee the distribution based on recent performances. Deeply touched by Su Leyan's trust, Xiao Hongfu vowed to manage the task diligently. There was another matter I forgot to mention. The energy shield has been completed. Currently, the entire Dawn base, Huagong University, is enveloped in this protective barrier, preventing zombies and mutated flora and fauna from entering. In a few days, the Southern Military District will dispatch personnel for support, and it is likely that troops will be stationed at the Dawn base. For now, you should rest well and devise a comprehensive set of base regulations. What did Sister Su just say? Is this a joke? It cannot be. An energy shield, is it truly the kind of shield we have been imagining? Is it the energy shield depicted in science fiction films? Sister Su, did you just mention the energy shield? Su Leyan swallowed hard and stammered. Is it the energy shield we have been envisioning? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? Would she deceive us? The energy shield has already been completed. What is there to be astonished about? It has been 7 or 8 days. If she couldn't create the energy shield, how could she even talk about saving the world? Haha, this is merely the beginning. The reason the Dark Lord is regarded as such is that there is nothing beyond her capabilities. There will be more astonishing feats to come. After all, why would she be chosen as the savior? That is the reason. An energy shield, Sister Su. How on earth did you accomplish this? It is simply incredible. The energy shield, the gene modification serum, the taming of mutated beasts, and those peculiar weapons, what is there that Sister Su cannot achieve? With her presence, the apocalypse seems far less terrifying. Sister Su, you are remarkable. Thankfully, they followed her initially. She is indeed a top-tier powerhouse, capable of creating energy shields. Future treasures will be abundant. With that thought, Huang Zhe couldn't help but feel grateful. The matters within the base will be fully managed by Captain Xiao. Those uncertain can come to me anytime. Certainly. From the moment he began to follow Su Leyan, Xiao Hongfu realized he had aligned himself with the right person. Little did he expect that Miss Su would not only place her trust in him, but also entrust him with the management of the vast base. Coupled with Su's enigmatic scientific prowess, their Dawn base was destined to become the safest sanctuary. After Su Leyan's departure, Chen Feng and the others glanced at the gene modification serum in their hands. Such a precious substance could only be consumed with peace of mind. The thought of losing it or having it stolen was simply not worth the risk. Thus, they resolved to use the gene modification serum within the laboratory. You must brace yourselves. The pain is truly unbearable. Isn't it merely the agony of refining one's essence? I can endure it, Huang Zhe fervently declared, though a trace of trepidation lingered in his heart. Having never suffered any real harm, and coming from a wealthy family, who would dare inflict even the slightest injury upon him? Yet, for the sake of power, he had to persevere, without awakening special abilities. Survival in the apocalypse would be exceedingly challenging. The group exchanged determined glances and simultaneously consumed the gene modification serum. Xiao Hongfu stood by, watching over them. Observing the children's faces turn pale from the pain, he felt a mix of concern and anticipation, hoping they would awaken their powers. Just days prior, he had encountered mutated zombies while clearing out the undead. Zombies evolved far more rapidly than humans, and with the emergence of these mutations, Humanity's slow evolution posed a significant challenge. The prospect of artificial evolution was a beacon of hope, and he earnestly wished for their success. "There's no doubt my cousin will succeed. Do not worry." Xiao Hongfu wore a stoic expression, yet his heart raced with anxiety as the seconds ticked by. The air thick with an unbearable stench. An hour later, Chen Feng and Jiang Xinhe abruptly opened their eyes, surveying their disheveled appearance. With a retching sound, they dashed towards the restroom, overwhelmed by the foul odor. Chen Liang blinked in confusion and quietly inquired, "Uncle, did I awaken to that same unbearable smell? Did you not notice it?" He continued, disheartened, lamenting the loss of his dignity. "What do you care about such things?" he admonished, recalling the boy's overly attentive demeanor towards Miss Su. "She is not someone you can afford to fantasize about. Do not act foolishly." Chen Liang was left in a state of bemusement, wondering how his uncle perceived him. He held no disrespect for Sister Su. She was, after all, an idol to him, a figure of great esteem, and he would never dare to harbor such thoughts. "As long as you understand," his uncle replied. "Is this truly acceptable?" Chen Liang pondered. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ying, Xiaozhe, and Huangze also awoke, hastily making their way to the restroom, leaving behind a lingering odor in the laboratory. Concerned that the stench might reach the elderly professors upstairs, Chen Liang took it upon himself to fetch a mop and clean the area. For the smell was indeed quite pungent. Another half-hour passed before the five emerged from the restroom, seemingly revitalized as if they had thoroughly cleansed themselves. As they exited, Chen Liang could not contain his curiosity. "Cousin, what abilities have you all awakened? To try them out at once." Confident in his mastery of supernatural abilities, Chen Liang demonstrated the technique to them with exceptional clarity. The group nodded in understanding and began to concentrate their energies, seeking to connect with their respective powers. "I must possess wind abilities." Jiang Xinhe bit her lip, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. She could sense the currents of air swirling around her, feeling the potency of the wind. The wind element symbolized swiftness, and in that fleeting moment, she envisioned numerous powers associated with it. She did not perceive this as a non-combative force. Rather, she believed that wind abilities were formidable, rivaling those of any offensive powers. "I must be a water element user." Wang Ying extended her hand, a small stream of water flowing from her fingertips. Having read apocalyptic novels, she knew that water abilities were often deemed weak in combat, primarily serving to provide hydration. At the dawn of the apocalypse, with water sources still intact, her water abilities seemed to hold little relevance. "Wang Ying, your powers encompass more than mere water supply." Observing her despondency, Chen Liang expounded on the myriad possibilities. He spoke of draining moisture from the human body and extracting humidity from the air, asserting that water element users could also be formidable. There were no worthless abilities, only individuals lacking in potential. Wang Ying silently took note of Chen Liang's words, contemplating how she might train in the direction he suggested. Chen Feng, on the other hand, awakened his wood abilities, granting him control over mutated plants of a lower level than his own. He could also utilize his powers to nurture seeds, marking him as a strong practitioner of this element. Huangze, like Chen Liang, has awakened a fire-based supernatural ability, while Xiaozhe has developed a more mundane power-type ability. However, Xiaozhe harbors no disappointment. He is elated simply to have awakened any form of ability. Now that you have awakened your powers, it is imperative to train diligently and not let them languish. Indeed, Captain Xiao, I believe that we can proceed. Our resources have been depleting significantly over the past few days. Remaining idle will not suffice, and we must seek additional supplies. After reflecting on this, Xiao Hongfu concurred, recognizing the validity of their concerns. They could not afford to be complacent. Nonetheless, it was essential to discuss this matter with Miss Su, as well as to consider how to allocate the resources they gathered from their external searches, which posed another dilemma. Upon hearing Xiao Hongfu's words, Su Leyan did not object. Although she possessed a considerable stockpile of resources, simply consuming them without replenishment was not a sustainable strategy, and inevitably, resources would run out. In the future, they might venture to other cities in search of supplies. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the soil of Blue Star harbors numerous other substances that are ill-suited for crop cultivation, making the days ahead even more arduous. Go fetch Chen Feng. I have matters to discuss with him. Xiao Hongfu nodded and shortly returned with Chen Feng. Su Xueme, you called for me. Su Leyan nodded, tossing him a metallic button, and spoke calmly. This is a spatial hub with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Since you intend to venture out in search of supplies, take this with you. A spatial hub? Chen Feng was taken aback, overwhelmed by the unexpected revelation. Could it be that Su Leyan had more surprises in store for him? Was this indeed the space he envisioned? Could it be that he misheard? If he wishes to ascertain the truth, he ought to simply test it. Chen Feng nodded vacantly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Sister Su, this spatial nexus? 300 zombie crystal cores. The Dark Lord is indeed formidable, exchanging one spatial nexus for 300 cores. Such arithmetic is astoundingly shrewd. Do you have any objections? 666, trembling in fear, nestled within the Dark Lord's mind, responded, no objections, none at all. There is no need for 300 cores. Possessing any number of zombie crystal cores would suffice. Su Leyan pondered for a moment before adding, you may retain half of your supplies and submit the other half. She then turned to the still-dazed Xiao Hongfu and coldly stated, anyone entering the Dawn base for the first time is required to submit 10 zombie crystal cores. Should anyone within the base wish to exchange supplies, they may do so using crystal cores. Please devise a detailed guideline for the exchange. Understood. Additionally, within the confines of the Dawn base, all actions that may endanger another's life or infringe upon another's interests are strictly prohibited. Fighting, harassment, intimidation, extortion, violence, robbery, and any form of bullying towards the elderly, children, or women are forbidden. Violators will be expelled from the Dawn base. If there are any other considerations you have not yet addressed, feel free to supplement them. In essence, within the Dawn base, one must adhere to the laws of the Summer Kingdom as they were before the apocalypse. No one is permitted to trample upon the law at will. Rest assured, Miss Su, I comprehend. Su Leyan nodded, refraining from further comments, and dismissed them. However, before they departed, she tossed Xiao Hongfu another spatial nexus, still maintaining the size of 100 cubic units. Regarding the spatial hub, Su Leyan did not impose any confidentiality upon them, since they had already established contact with the higher authorities. There was no need to conceal the matters concerning the spatial hub. It was best to let things unfold naturally. Xiao Hongfu acted swiftly. Within 2 days, he had displayed the rules formulated by Su Leyan, along with various details, on the large screen in the school square. Furthermore, the screen elaborated on the absolute barrier effect of the Dawn base, assuring that once one entered the Dawn base, there would be no concern about zombies breaching its walls. Both zombies and mutated flora and fauna would be repelled from the confines of the Dawn base. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in utter astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that Huagong University, now renamed the Dawn base, possessed an energy shield akin to those depicted in science fiction films, an energy shield capable of repelling zombies. Can you believe it? Who would dare to believe such a thing? Yet, in this moment, no one could afford to doubt it. Even Captain Xiao had not dared to fabricate such claims, for should he lie, it would be promptly exposed. It is worth noting that just outside the Dawn base lies Central Avenue. While somewhat remote, it was still possible to catch glimpses of a few zombies wandering about. Therefore, wouldn't it be prudent to test the veracity of this claim? An energy shield, could it truly exist? Surely it must be a fabrication, a mere figment of science fiction. How could it possibly be real? Moreover, Captain Xiao is merely a veteran, not a scientist. How could such a thing come to fruition? Even if such an energy shield were indeed real, it would most likely be the product of extraterrestrial technology, far beyond our blue planet's current capabilities. Is it genuine? A trial would soon reveal the truth. Moreover, have you all forgotten that Captain Xiao is merely a figurehead, while the true leader is the esteemed Miss Su? Upon hearing this, everyone was reminded of the young girl who had valiantly swept through hordes of zombies in the city center. It was she who had led them to the Dawn base, thus it is entirely plausible that she could be behind this. I have inquired over the past few days, and it turns out that the laboratory in question is a national key facility. Miss Su is indeed a prodigy from Huagong University, having been mentored by a professor since her sophomore year and granted access to that prestigious laboratory. It is conceivable that she could have devised this energy shield. This is a genuine genius beauty in the real world, truly existent. Yet, is this energy shield truly as formidable as it seems? Will it communicate? What does formidable even mean? This is, after all, an absolute barrier for preserving life. Should we attempt to test it? I believe we should. If it proves true, we would indeed be aligning ourselves with a golden opportunity. Let us go forth and test it. With our numbers, we can surely handle a few zombies. Chapter 47. The cowardly 666. A few days ago, while clearing the campus of zombies, they had grown unafraid of them, or rather, their trepidation had significantly diminished. Zombies, too, have their weaknesses. Even ordinary individuals can vanquish them. A group of them made their way to the entrance, with others trailing behind this formidable assembly. They felt no fear towards the sporadic zombies that roamed Central Avenue. If they, with their numbers, could not defeat a few zombies, then they would truly be deemed worthless. Host, those individuals do not believe in you. They intend to test the waters. The voice of 666 sounded somewhat gleeful, as those individuals surprisingly did not believe in the energy shield crafted by the Dark Lord. One wonders whether the Dark Lord would expel them. It seems likely, after all. He is the Dark Lord. Let them bear witness, for only by witnessing firsthand can they comprehend their own insignificance. A twinge of confusion struck 666. Something felt amiss. The Dark Lord was so stringent with himself, yet exhibited such leniency towards others. Was this not profoundly unfair? Sensing 660SIX's inner turmoil, Su Leyan, in an unusually benevolent manner, elucidated. They are the ones delivering the crystal cores to me, while you seek my crystal cores. Do you truly believe I should extend my indulgence towards you? Huddled in a corner, 666 trembled, realizing it was being treated differently. The crystal cores were meant for exchanging for points, which were not for its own benefit. The Dark Lord's reasoning seemed utterly fallacious. What do you intend to do? 666 stammered, observing the Dark Lord's smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of panic. Each time the Dark Lord bore such a grin, it heralded misfortune, leading 666 to wonder what scheme was afoot this time. Our objective is to resolve the crisis of the apocalypse, to safeguard Huaxia, to save all of humanity, is it not? 666 fell silent, retreating quietly into a corner of Su Leyan's mind, sensing that the Dark Lord harbored ulterior motives. Each time it heard this prelude, it was aware that no good would come of it. Perhaps it was best to remain silent and avoid further entanglement. Is this not your primary objective? The entity known as 666 lamented in silence, observing the increasingly terrifying presence of the Dark Lord. How had it been chosen by this formidable being? Was there still time to reconsider? It appeared this was not your ultimate objective. So be it. Su Leyan spoke nonchalantly. The energy shield surrounding her was ample. As long as she remained nestled within the Dawn base, even the apocalypse would bear no consequence for her. After all, one person being well-fed ensures the entire household does not suffer hunger, and with so many others gathering supplies for her, what a splendid world it was. 666. Then it beheld the Dark Lord reclining comfortably, leisurely sipping wine, appearing utterly relaxed, as if savoring the moment. Witnessing this scene, 666 fell into despair. With a heavy sigh, it resigned itself to fate and spoke. Host, our mission is to resolve the crisis of the apocalypse, safeguard the land of Huaxia, and save all of humanity. You are indeed correct. Host, have you encountered any difficulties? For our mission, should you face challenges, the system can make accommodations. 666. Woe is me, the Dark Lord is truly terrifying. It has a firm grip on me, and I feel utterly pitiful. 666. I consider you a friend. I do not wish for you to act against your will. Host, I harbor no reluctance. For the sake of our mission, I am prepared to do anything. Really? Su Leyan chuckled. Teasing 666 was rather amusing. However, the little creature was unruly, and only when subjected to a bit of teasing would it comply, so she could hardly be blamed for that. Indeed, Su Leyan's lips curled into a peculiar smile, revealing an oddly endearing little system. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the Dawn base. They exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak, observing the few scattered zombies outside. Though they had promised not to be afraid, the innate human fear lingered. Are we truly going to try this? A middle-aged man questioned uncertainly. What if we attract all the zombies nearby with a single shout? Perhaps we should reconsider. They finally settled in, and it might be wiser to avoid trouble. What if this energy shield is a ruse, designed to placate us? If we test it, and it fails, wouldn't that embarrass Captain Shao? What if they expel us? Suddenly, the man stumbled back a step, nearly losing his balance. The zombie turned its gaze towards them, and it had just noticed them. The man swallowed hard, stammering. It seems fate is on our side. As expected, the zombie let out a roar and began to approach them, prompting others to follow suit. This was not precisely what they had anticipated, but since they had been discovered, they must now prepare for battle. Have you noticed? The zombies seem to be moving faster, and their actions are more fluid than before. Indeed, the atmosphere was laden with gravity, as the relentless speed of the zombies had indeed increased significantly, suggesting an alarming acceleration in their evolution. Conversely, humanity seemed to have stagnated in its own development, with few extraordinary individuals emerging. This raised a haunting question. Could they truly endure in this apocalyptic landscape? Moments later, four zombies lunged towards them, only to collide with an invisible barrier, producing a resounding thud. To their astonishment, the zombies were thwarted by this unseen force. In that instant, disbelief swept through the crowd. Although they had initially sought to confirm the existence of the energy shield, witnessing its reality was beyond comprehension. Astonishingly, Captain Xiao's assertions regarding the energy shield were valid. The Dawn base was indeed an impenetrable fortress, separating them from the undead and mutated flora and fauna. Such advanced technology was truly remarkable. Look, it's a transparent barrier. Is this not extraterrestrial technology? They gasped as the zombies relentlessly battered against the shield. All present held their breath, fearing that this surreal scene might dissolve into a mere illusion. They watched for a full half-hour as the zombies continued their futile assault. Yet the barrier remained steadfast, firmly repelling them. With the energy shield in place, what fear did they have of the zombies? They were safe within, while the undead remained outside, unable to breach their defenses. The exhilaration was overwhelming. It's real. This is absolutely magnificent. Gentlemen, since they are unable to enter, shall we utilize this transparent barrier to eliminate those few zombies? Indeed, yet there are only 4 zombies. How shall we divide the zombie course? Let us entrust this task to Captain Xiao. Chapter 48, Advanced Zombies. The 4 cores are too few to be divided among so many. Thus it is preferable to directly hand them over to Captain Xiao, a notion that met with no dissent. With the barrier providing protection, the task of dispatching the 4 zombies became remarkably effortless. The existence of the energy shield was indeed a reality, and this news swiftly circulated among the crowd. As some had already verified its authenticity, the respect for Xiao Hongfu and Su Leyan grew immensely. In their absence, Xiao Hongfu became the most esteemed figure at the Dawn base, for he was the public representative of Su Leyan. Henceforth, the Dawn base came to symbolize an impenetrable sanctuary, prompting many to decide to settle there. Furthermore, with communication now restored, numerous students called their families, urging them to come to the Dawn base, a place where they need not fear zombie assaults, a veritable haven of safety. The inhabitants of Dawn base discovered that the energy shield truly repelled zombies, and the base resumed the exchange of cores for supplies, igniting a flurry of ideas among the populace. They would lure zombies outside the barrier, then collaborate to slay them and acquire their cores, subsequently trading these cores for provisions. The Dawn base buzzed with activity, while on the other side, Chen Feng and his companions faced a tide of zombies. After awakening their abilities, they had trained within the confines of the Dawn base for several days, preparing to venture forth, only to find themselves unexpectedly beset by misfortune. Confronted by an overwhelming horde of zombies, Chun Liang could not suppress a low curse. Their luck seemed terribly unfortunate, as if they had encountered a streak of misfortune lasting several lifetimes. What should they do now? Was it possible to break through? There were no shelters in sight, and they could easily be overwhelmed by the zombies. They could not afford to stand their ground and had to resort to a strategic retreat. Hold on tight, Xiaoze declared, flooring the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward, its speed clashing with that of the zombies. Bang! Numerous zombies were sent sprawling, yet the surrounding horde quickly closed in. One particularly aggressive zombie leapt onto the roof of their car, its grotesque visage glaring down at them. It swiped a claw, but Qin Liang reacted swiftly, launching a fireball in retaliation, with Huang Zhe following suit. The creature was dislodged from the roof, yet it sustained no injury, casting a heavy pall over the group. This zombie was likely a level 2. The force it exuded was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their fireballs ineffective. The terrifying prospect loomed that this horde might be under its control. Xiaoze, drive faster. That level 2 zombie is closing in. They were unafraid of the lesser zombies, but the level 2 posed a significant threat they could not ignore. They had only recently awakened their powers, intending to hone their skills and scavenge for supplies, but now they found themselves unfortunate enough to encounter a suspected level 2 zombie, a foe far beyond their capability. Their only option was to flee. Xiaoze's palms were slick with perspiration. It was not that he wished to drive any slower, but rather that the vehicle had already reached its utmost speed. Should he accelerate further, the engine might very well overheat, leaving them utterly helpless. Cousin, drive with confidence. We shall handle the zombies outside. They were aboard a modified jeep, its stability unwavering. Chun Liang and Huang Zhe leaned out of the windows, unleashing fireballs that temporarily subdued the ordinary zombies lunging at them. Feng and the others did not remain idle. They joined in the fray. After half an hour of intense struggle, they finally managed to shake off the horde of zombies in pursuit. Everyone instinctively wiped the cold sweat from their brows. It had been a hair-raising experience, nearly falling prey to that second-tier zombie. I suspect that the second-tier zombie may have already developed a semblance of consciousness. Sister Su had once remarked that the apocalypse represented a form of biological evolution. Those who fail to evolve become zombies. Those who succeed become superhumans. While the unaltered remain ordinary individuals. Zombies, too, will continue to evolve. The evolved zombies represent an entirely new race, referred to as the Corpse Clan. The higher the rank of the Corpse Clan, the more intelligence they possess, akin to that of humans. The conflict between the Corpse Clan and humanity is one of eternal enmity. The speed of zombie evolution surpasses that of human evolution. And the struggle between the Corpse Clan and humanity constitutes the ultimate outcome of the apocalypse. Whether the Corpse Clan will ultimately conquer Blue Star, leading to human extinction, or if humanity will eradicate the zombies and restore civilization, remains to be seen. It is premature to speculate. For now, their sole focus must be on the relentless pursuit of survival. Having evaded the onslaught of the zombie horde, Xiaozhe promptly drove towards the supermarket. Mindful of their mission to procure supplies, he would not allow a single encounter with the undead to instill fear within them. They were now endowed with extraordinary abilities. If they succumbed to trepidation, how much more would the ordinary populace tremble in fear? The once thriving streets lay in ruin, exuding an air of desolation, with bloodshed and crumbling walls serving as stark reminders of the apocalyptic reality they faced. Xiaozhe, I am aware of a supermarket up ahead. Let us proceed there. Except for Jiang Xinha, the others were well acquainted with the layout of the city, having lived in the bustling metropolis for many years. Xiaozhe recognized the supermarket Feng referred to and took a shortcut. The side streets were considerably safer compared to the main thoroughfare where the majority of zombies congregated. Drawn to the heart of the city where human activity had once flourished. 20 minutes later, Xiaozhe parked at the entrance of the supermarket. From the outside, chaos reigned within, yet an abundance of supplies seemed to remain. You two stay in the car with Xiaozhe, the rest of us shall venture inside. All right, exercise caution. Everyone. The supermarket's doors stood wide open, suggesting prior visitors had entered. However, in such a vast establishment devoid of spatial abilities, how much could one truly carry away? In this world of despair, spatial powers were invaluable, akin to a mobile storage unit. This is a life supermarket, teeming with an array of goods. Unfortunately, the fruits and vegetables have succumbed to the ravages of extreme weather, their decaying scent pervading the air, a stench more unbearable than that of rotting corpses. Chun Liang and Huang Zhe were eager to fill their backpacks when Feng intervened, leaving them perplexed. Their confusion deepened as they observed Feng's hands interact with an object that instantaneously vanished. Brother Chun, have you awakened dual abilities? Do you possess spatial powers as well? Exclaimed Huang Zhe, astonished. Goodness, Brother Chun, you're quite the hidden powerhouse. Feng chuckled softly, gradually elucidating. I am not a spatial ability user. When we set out, Su Leyan gifted me a spatial hub. A spatial hub? The two exchanged glances, then turned to Feng with renewed interest. Brother Chun, is the spatial hub truly a space of its own? With energy shields and genetic modification fluids now coupled with a spatial hub, it became evident that Su Jia was not to be underestimated. Chapter 49, The Army? Their eyes sparkled at the prospect. 300 zombie cores could be exchanged for a single spatial hub, a deal they would willingly embrace. There were plenty of zombies outside, and with cooperation, 300 undead seemed an achievable target. Brother Chin, may I take a look at that spatial hub? Sure. Upon seeing the object, they were utterly astonished. A small metallic button. This was the spatial hub. It was indeed no deception. Both were avid readers of novels and were well acquainted with the concepts of spatial bracelets and pendants in apocalyptic tales. They had not anticipated that this tiny metallic button would conceal a space within, which was nothing short of miraculous. Reluctantly, the two returned the spatial hub to Feng. Their hearts resolute. They were determined to vanquish numerous zombies, amass crystal cores, and subsequently exchange them for a spatial hub. What a tantalizing prospect it was in this apocalyptic world. Just imagine, while your backpack can barely hold a limited supply of provisions and is vulnerable to theft, who would have thought that a mere metallic button could conceal an entire realm? It was unfathomable. The two understood that since Su Leyan had entrusted the spatial hub to Feng, there was no hidden agenda from her. They believed there was a possibility to exchange for the spatial hub through her. Boom. Boom, boom, as the sounds of cannon fire echoed. Having gathered a sufficient amount of supplies, the trio hurriedly fled outside. They were not mistaken. It was indeed the sound of artillery fire, possibly signaling the arrival of military rescue. Rescue? Jiang Xinhui and Wang Ying paused in surprise. Initially, they had awaited salvation, but half a month had passed. Not only had there been no rescue, but communication had also been severed. Just a few days ago, communication had only just been restored. And now the military was supposedly arriving? It wasn't that they doubted their country, but during the outbreak, it was certain that even among the military, there were individuals who had succumbed to zombification. Thus, this speed was already remarkably swift. Not only had they heard the cannon fire, but those hiding within the buildings and residential complexes had also caught wind of it. After nearly a month of waiting, they had finally been met with the prospect of rescue. Hope surged within everyone. They were saved. But was reality truly so? I recall that Sister Su mentioned that in a couple of days, personnel from the South China base might head to the Dawn base. Could these individuals be them? Quite possibly. Chen Feng slowly elucidated. Professor Hu, Professor Wang, Professor Li, and Professor Zhou are all eminent figures in the realm of physics, among the finest experts globally. It is highly likely that they are being summoned to the Dawn base. Are several professors preparing to depart from the Dawn base? The others were momentarily taken aback. I am uncertain whether the professors will leave, but I am aware that they are held in high regard by the higher-ups. Our Dawn base is fortified with an energy shield, rendering it impervious to the undead, thus offering far greater safety compared to other bases. It is improbable that the professors would choose to depart. They may even have military forces stationed at the Dawn base. Anyway, discussing this here yields no conclusive results. And ultimately, the decision rests with the professors and Sister Su. Surely the military personnel would not take Su away as well? Chen Liang gasped. If Sister Su were to accompany the military, he would undoubtedly follow suit. After all, she was a shining beacon of hope, an invaluable asset that could not be abandoned. Who knows? Let us proceed to take a look. The sounds of artillery fire echoed along Central Avenue, indicating a dire situation. Indeed, Central Avenue was engulfed in chaos. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the horde of zombies fell one by one, although a relentless tide of the undead surged from all directions. The concentrated bombardment gradually carved out a path. The intense firepower deterred the zombies from approaching recklessly. Fortunately, as we are still in the early days of the apocalypse, even with their mutations, the zombies remain at a disadvantage compared to the might of human artillery. Perhaps it was the concentrated artillery fire that caused the relentless horde of zombies to fall in droves, or perhaps higher-tier zombies were orchestrating the lower-tier ones from the shadows. After half an hour, the onslaught of new zombies finally ceased. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, fully aware that lurking zombies were undoubtedly observing, merely awaiting their command. The survivors, upon spotting the military, displayed expressions of ecstatic relief. At last, help had arrived. The nation had sent reinforcements. As they witnessed the troops bombarding the zombie tide, excitement illuminated their faces. They were saved. How splendid! The rescuers had come. There was hope. Overwhelmed with emotion, they burst into cheers, flinging open the doors of the building and rushing toward the approaching squadron. The leading man shouted in anger. Yet his voice was drowned out by the jubilant cries of the survivors, who continued to cheer and sprint toward them. In their hearts, the soldiers represented the nation's protection, the guardians of the populace. Now that these brave souls had pushed back the horde, safety was within reach. As long as they followed the military to the southern safe base, they would be entirely secure. Fall back. The man's roar was lost amidst the clamor of jubilation. Observing the scene, a bitter smile crept across his face. They had labored to repel the zombies with artillery. But the survivors' exuberance had now attracted more of the undead from all directions. To safeguard the survivors, he had no choice but to issue commands to continue the extermination of the zombies. Upon witnessing the encroaching horde of zombies, the jubilant survivors abruptly realized that they had perhaps erred gravely. Their exultations had inadvertently drawn the attention of the undead. The zombies, initially retreating, surged back with alarming density, the sight suggesting the presence of hundreds of them. If they lingered in this vicinity any longer, the entirety of the local zombie population might converge upon them, leading to dire consequences. In an instant, the low growls of the zombies and the piercing screams of the survivors reverberated through the air, an unsettling cacophony that was impossible to ignore. Suddenly, hundreds of zombies materialized along the streets, accompanied by terrifying roars that sent shivers down the spine. Captain Chi, what shall we do now? Through his binoculars, he observed the relentless approach of zombies from all directions. If they continued to dawdle, they would likely meet their demise here. Chapter 50. Reinforcements. Although their primary objective was to rescue a few professors, these survivors were also considered crucial targets for assistance. Fortunately, they had brought hundreds of rescuers along, aiming both to save the professors and to seek out survivors in Guang City. You lead a team to escort them into the building. We shall follow shortly. Understood. Those who wish to live, stay close behind us. Yao Wenpeng took the lead, wielding a dagger with remarkable speed, swiftly dispatching a zombie with a deft stroke. The other soldiers, too, moved with unparalleled efficiency, eliminating dozens of zombies in mere moments, a testament to their formidable prowess. The survivors who hurriedly emerged from the building, upon witnessing the scene, instantly realized that their recent cheers might have provoked misfortune. Reluctantly, they fell silent, trailing behind the others, who had just exited the edifice. To their dismay, mere minutes later, they were compelled to re-enter, their hearts brimming with dissatisfaction. Once all had reassembled within, they gazed through the glass at the ominous tide of zombies surging from the surrounding streets. The sheer sight was enough to instill dread. As a collective gasp escaped their lips, the horror was palpable. Had they not just repelled the horde? Why, upon stepping outside, were they now confronted with such a multitude of the undead? Comrade, close the door quickly. There are zombies everywhere, thousands of them. If they breach the entrance, we will not survive. Close the door, swiftly. Observing their frantic actions, Yao Wenpeng snapped. Silence. If it weren't for your raucous shouts, we wouldn't be facing this overwhelming horde. Confronted with Yao Wenpeng's grim expression, the crowd fell silent as they beheld the encroaching wave of zombies. A sense of helplessness surged within Yao Wenpeng. Surely, nothing would happen. Captain Yao, look. Through the glass, they witnessed the branches along the streets seemingly piercing the heads of the zombies in an instant. It appeared that these mutated plants were aiding them. But could this truly be the case? At that moment, fireballs suddenly erupted from the opposite side, instantly incinerating the zombies into charred remains. Before long, 4 men and 2 women appeared before them, their movements deft and precise. Their presence attracted a significant portion of the undead. Moreover, without prior notice, a group of mutated beasts descended from the sky to join the fray. These creatures did not target humans, but instead focused on the zombies. If observed closely, it seemed that a few of these mutated beasts resembled vultures. The 4 men and 2 women were none other than Chen Feng and his companions, who had witnessed the entire onslaught of the zombie horde. They could not help but shake their heads at the folly of the survivors. It was evident to them that a high-level zombie was orchestrating the wave, much like the second-tier zombie they had encountered earlier on their journey. This realization sent a chill down their spines. With their intervention, the situation was finally under control. However, faced with an ever-increasing number of zombies, they understood the importance of not recklessly charging in, as it would only lead to greater losses. Chen Feng commanded the mutated plants to navigate through the horde, reaching the side of Qi Xingxuan, who instinctively gasped in astonishment at Chen Feng's presence. How could this individual traverse such a vast sea of zombies unharmed? As if those strange plants were shielding him? Comrade, there is a high-level zombie controlling the horde behind this chaos. We cannot proceed any further. We must take refuge in the building while they are not attacking ferociously. Otherwise, it will be too late. Understood. Qi Xingxuan did not inquire further. This was not the moment for questions. He resolved to seek answers once safety was assured. Everyone, take heed. Gather towards the building. We must seek refuge inside. Indeed, Chen Feng and the others are also prepared to enter the edifice. If the interior houses only survivors and lacks military personnel, those survivors will not open the door, for they are terrified of the relentless tide of zombies. However, with Yao Wenpeng present, any attempt to obstruct entry would be futile. Comrade, are you truly intent on opening the door? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? A man stood before the entrance, preventing Yao Wenpeng from proceeding. He had just overheard the communication from Yao's walkie-talkie, indicating that nearly 100 individuals outside sought entry. It must be noted that they were not merely accompanied by rescuers, but also by zombies. What if the undead were to follow them inside? Your actions may lead to our demise. You cannot proceed. Isn't your liberation army here to rescue us? Why now do you threaten our lives? The door must remain shut. Absolutely. It cannot be opened. Stand aside. Yao Wenpeng's expression darkened further. If it weren't for the clamor of these individuals, the zombies would not have been drawn so swiftly. In contrast to the sound of gunfire, the cries of humans are far more sensitive to the undead. which is why they dare to use artillery. Yet, the presence of these survivors has disrupted their strategy, and now they wish to hinder his access to the door. It cannot be opened. Remove him. Yao Wenpeng let out a cold laugh, as the soldier in military attire beside him pulled the man away. The others, witnessing this, dared not utter a word and retreated in fear. Despite their status as soldiers, in this apocalyptic world, they were cautious not to offend him too much. Yao Wenpeng opened the door, revealing their own men stationed on either side. Should any zombies appear, they would strike without hesitation, aided by otherworldly beasts. Within half an hour, the entire military contingent had retreated into the skyscraper. Although there were zombies attempting to breach the entrance, all were swiftly dealt with until the doors of the building slowly closed, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Upon seeing the dense horde of zombies, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Had they been delayed even slightly, they would have been utterly helpless. "It's you," one middle-aged man exclaimed angrily, pointing a finger at Xiaozhe and Qin Liang. Disbelief etched across his face. Upon recognizing the man, the two couldn't help but chuckle, surprised to see a familiar face. It dawned on them that this skyscraper was none other than the previous shopping mall. They had encountered Sister Su outside. Had it not been for her, they might have found themselves hiding inside the building alongside these individuals. "Do you know him?" Qin Liang inquired, shaking his head. "I do not know him. Previously, when Sister Su and I entered to gather supplies, there was a large underground supermarket here. That fellow claimed to be the manager of the mall and demanded that Sister Su hand over half of their supplies. Before Sister Su's arrival, the underground supermarket had been locked, housing hundreds of zombies. Eventually, Sister Su resolved the situation and confiscated a significant portion of the supplies. Unsatisfied, they insisted that Sister Su surrender half of the resources. I never anticipated that this fellow was still alive." Wang Wei's expression was exceedingly grim. Before the arrival of this group of soldiers, he was the undisputed leader of the mall, but upon their entrance, the demeanor of those around him swiftly transformed. Now they find themselves trapped within the confines of the shopping center. "Greetings, comrade. We are Qi Xingxuan from the South China Safety Base. We extend our gratitude for your timely assistance. Had they not diverted the attention of the zombies, the situation could have become quite precarious." "Captain Qi, are you headed to Huagong University?" A flicker of intrigue danced in Qi Xingxuan's eyes. This matter was known to but a few. "How did he come to learn of it?" "I am Chen Feng, a graduate student from Huagong University. Professor who mentioned that you would be arriving in Guang City in the coming days, so it is not surprising that I am aware of it." "Mr. Chen is a graduate student from Huagong University?" A gleam of joy illuminated Yu Wenping's face. He had not anticipated that Mr. Chen was affiliated with Huagong University, which would undoubtedly facilitate their impending mission. This was indeed splendid news. "Beyond our dormitory, there are numerous students who could not return home in time, along with the faculty and staff of the university, totaling over 100 individuals." Subsequently, Su Xiaomei led the effort to eradicate the zombies on campus and establish the Dawn Base, which now houses approximately 200 people. The Dawn Base? Qi Xingxuan and Yao Wenping exchanged a glance. The document did not elaborate on the matter at hand. It merely instructed them to proceed to Huagong University to rescue several experts in physics. Mr. Chun had just mentioned that those professors were faring quite well, so why had they not communicated anything? Moreover, there was a complete lack of information from the Dawn Base. In just a month's time, they had managed to establish a base, which raised their suspicions. "You just mentioned that Su Zuizister established the Dawn Base. Could you elaborate on that?" Qi Xingxuan inquired, apprehensive of being misunderstood by Qin Feng. "We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish to gain insight into the Dawn Base you spoke of, as well as about Su Zuizister." Qin Feng paused for a moment before elucidating the origins of the Dawn Base. They would certainly learn more upon their arrival, for the Dawn Base had never been shrouded in secrecy. In truth, there was little to disclose. It had been just over a month since the apocalypse began, and both the state and the populace could only do so much. However, among these individuals was not included Su Leyan. Su Zuizister, whose true name is Su Leyan, is a prodigious talent from the School of Physics, well regarded by her mentors. Were it not for her unrestricted access to the National Key Physics Laboratory, the professors might not have survived to this day. As for the matter of the gene modification liquid, Chen Feng chose to remain tight-lipped. He understood the necessity of discretion. Qi Xingxuan's group was aware that Chen Feng was withholding information, yet they refrained from pressing further. Soon enough, they would uncover the truth. The task assigned to them was to escort several professors safely to a secure base, with no further elaboration. In truth, at the onset of the apocalypse, there were military forces dispatched to Guang City for rescue operations. However, they were regrettably thwarted at the gates by hordes of zombies, compounded by the unfortunate fact that some soldiers had also succumbed to the infection, thereby hampering the rescue efforts. To save others, one must first ensure their own survival. Are you capable of controlling those mutated plants? His instincts had always been remarkably accurate. It seemed those plants were under someone else's control, which explained their aggression towards the zombies. Chen Feng scratched his head, not denying it. I possess wood-based abilities, allowing me to control only those plants of a lower level than my own. Those of a higher level remain beyond my command. He was also tentatively seeking to leverage the mutated plants against the zombies, and to his surprise, it proved successful. Nevertheless, he could sense that exerting control over the plants was immensely draining. After manipulating the branches of merely 3 plants to strike at the zombies, he soon felt utterly exhausted. In a protracted conflict, he would surely falter. It was not solely about controlling the plants. Those few vultures appeared to be attacking the zombies as well, which must be connected to you, right? As Zhou Jie spoke, the others eagerly chimed in with questions. Indeed, I observed it as well. Those vultures attacking the zombies were evidently aligned with us humans. Could it be that wood-based abilities can also manipulate mutated beasts? Mr. Chen is indeed remarkable, capable of commanding even mutated creatures. Mr. Chen, can you truly control mutated beasts? Mr. Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head. The mutated beasts are not under my control. I possess wood-based abilities, so it is impossible for me to manipulate them. Those mutated beasts belong to Su Leyan, and were likely sent by her to protect us. The others also came to this realization, and their hearts warmed at the thought. They had not anticipated that Su Leyan would send vultures to follow and safeguard them, and they were instantly moved to tears. Once again, it was this Su Leyan. Evidently, her standing among them was quite elevated, and her ability to command mutated beasts indicated that she was no ordinary individual. Yao Wenbing turned to Chen Liang and Huang Zhe, noting, I just observed that you 2 gentlemen are also ability users, specifically with fire-based powers. I witnessed your fireballs, which were truly remarkable. While there are individuals in the military who have awakened abilities, they are relatively few in number, particularly those with aggressive powers. A significant portion of awakened individuals has undergone various enhancements to their physical forms. Elemental ability users are exceedingly rare within the entire South China military region. Among tens of thousands of soldiers, only a fraction has awakened abilities, and elemental users are even scarcer, existing as 1 in 10,000. This underscores the immense difficulty of human evolution into possessing abilities. All of us are distinguished figures within the military. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, we have merely experienced ordinary physical enhancements without awakening any powers, which illustrates how rare ability users are. My name is Chen Liang, and this is Huang Zhe. We have both awakened fire-based abilities, and like Chen Ge, he is also a student at Huagong University. Oh, I almost forgot. Chen Ge and Huang Zhe share the same dormitory. The presence of extraordinary individuals is indeed a rarity. Now, encountering 3 of them simultaneously is quite astonishing. Perhaps the other 3 may also possess supernatural abilities but have chosen to conceal them. Could it be that these individuals are fated champions, awakening their powers in unison? Chapter 52. Recruitment. Might the 3 of you consider joining the South China Military District? Even in the face of apocalypse, the military offers commendable benefits, and a secure base has been established within the district, allowing you to relocate your families there as well. In these cataclysmic times, the nation genuinely requires talents like yours. Any conditions you propose are open to negotiation. From their perspective, Chen Feng and his companions' willingness to lend their assistance speaks volumes of their character. Their inclusion in the military district would undoubtedly bolster its strength. Chen Liang chuckled softly and shook his head, stating candidly to Captain Qi, my uncle is a retired serviceman, and we hold the military in the highest regard. However, having already committed ourselves to the Dawn base, it would be unwise to waver in our loyalty. Initially, upon hearing Chen Liang's words, they felt a surge of joy, appreciating the familial connection to a veteran, which naturally fosters a sense of belonging to the military. Yet, upon hearing the conclusion, a sense of regret washed over them. It seemed the 2 would not be joining their ranks. Captain Qi need not lament, regardless of the circumstances. We are all citizens of Xia country, and even in the face of calamity, we shall not forsake our conscience. This is their final line. Unlike others, they harbor no ambitions of world domination. Even if they did, Sister Su would likely be the first to put a stop to it. Despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor, Everyone understands that beneath her exterior lies a tender heart. Everything she does is an earnest attempt to salvage this world. Once these soldiers arrive at the Dawn base, they may very well establish a presence there, for in their eyes, Su Leyan lacks any desire for supremacy. Outside, the zombies claw at the glass and roar, causing the crowd to instinctively retreat. Through the transparent barrier, the grotesque faces of the undead are clearly visible, and everyone suppresses the screams that threaten to escape their throats. They are acutely aware that the sound of human screams is far more sensitive to the zombies than any tremor. Upon detecting such piercing cries, the undead would not hesitate to crash against the glass. Although the building's windows are made of tempered glass, which possesses considerable strength, they are gripped by fear. Terrified that a moment's inattention could lead to the glass shattering under the onslaught of the zombies. Thus, silence reigns. Many exhale quietly, still shaken by the previous scene, which was truly horrifying. A sea of darkness that sends shivers down their spines at the mere thought. Should they seize the moment to escape? Looking outside, they see the zombies sprawled haphazardly and the streets drenched in blood and flesh, with occasional alien plants attacking indiscriminately. In this moment, the streets are devoid of human presence, only populated by these monstrous entities engaged in their own brutal conflict. Perhaps it is wise to wait a little longer. Qi Xingxuan shook his head, having just noticed that the zombies seemed to be executing a coordinated attack, unlike the indiscriminate assaults they had previously encountered. Such organized aggression posed a greater challenge for them. The zombies had transitioned from their initial sluggishness and random attacks to swift, coordinated maneuvers, indicating a rapid evolution on their part. If they acted recklessly, they might unwittingly fall into the enemy's trap. Could it be that zombies possess such intelligence? To them, zombies were merely lifeless puppets, devoid of thought. Yet, upon reflection, there was indeed something amiss. Yao Wenpeng pondered aloud, noting that the speed of zombie evolution was alarming. They had previously encountered a zombie on Nanyang Road, which they suspected had retained some semblance of consciousness, likely marking it as a second-tier zombie. They had narrowly escaped its clutches. The memory of that zombie's gaze sent a chill down their spines. It was certainly not an ordinary creature. A second-tier zombie? Indeed, Chen Liang elaborated. Although we are unsure how to differentiate the tiers of zombies, that particular one exhibited remarkable intelligence and formidable combat prowess, far surpassing the initial zombies by several levels. With the emergence of second-tier zombies, what of the extraordinary individuals among humanity? The imbalance in evolution between the two factions signified something ominous, a realization shared by all present. As dusk descended, the night became a sanctuary for the undead. They were wise enough not to traverse the darkness, opting instead to wait until dawn to depart. Moreover, they were deeply concerned about the higher-tier zombies that directed the others. Yao Wenping, Zhou Jia, Zhang Hao, Gong Lei, and Li Huan. Assemble. This evening, we shall take turns on duty, and it is imperative to remain vigilant regarding any disturbances from outside. Complacency is not an option. Indeed, Chen Liang interjected with curiosity. Captain Qi, do you suspect that those zombies might be active during the night? Qi Xingxuan nodded, acknowledging the possibility. It is not beyond reason that those zombies might feign retreat to encircle us, thereby launching an assault on the mall under the cover of darkness. No matter how sturdy the walls may be, they cannot thwart a calculated endeavor. While he did not believe those zombies possessed such cunning, one must remain cautious. If those zombies truly intend to move at night, it raises the question of the formidable strength of the unseen forces behind them, a thought that is indeed chilling. They did not perceive Captain Qi's concerns as mere paranoia. Rather, they recalled the second-tier zombie they encountered on Nanyang Road today. What connection could there possibly be? Or perhaps none at all. Captain Qi, it appears you have not consumed anything. Please distribute these provisions among your comrades. He observed that they were nibbling on meager, dry biscuits and sharing a single bottle of mineral water among several individuals. It was disheartening to witness, considering these individuals were here to provide aid in Guang City. Furthermore, his father was a veteran, and this act could be viewed as a tribute to the military. I cannot accept. Captain Qi shook his head, gazing longingly at the ample bag of bread, which contained a considerable supply of milk and mineral water. Truly, the temptation was strong, yet he could not acquiesce. The military adheres to strict protocols. Soldiers do not take even a thread from the common folk. Thus he could not accept. Captain Qi, please take this. My father is a veteran, and we have plenty here. Who knows what might happen tonight? Moreover, you all need to set off early tomorrow. How can you face zombies on an empty stomach? Captain Qi, truly, You should accept it. We have an abundance. Su Leyan and others joined in the persuasion, eager to emphasize their plentiful supplies. Feng even gestured grandly, demonstrating what it meant to retrieve items from afar. Chapter 53. The varieties of life. Witnessing Feng's display left several in awe. Wasn't he an elemental ability user of the wood type? How could he suddenly seem to wield spatial abilities? Could it be that he possessed dual abilities? With this thought, Xingxuan and the others regarded him with increasingly bright eyes. A spatial ability user, such a precious power. When it comes to resource gathering, without space manipulation, even mountains of gold and silver would be futile. Transporting them would only attract zombies. But with spatial abilities, a mere wave could draw everything into a pocket dimension. It was simply effortless and exceedingly convenient. I am not a spatial ability user. Faced with their fervent gazes, Feng instinctively took a step back and slowly remarked, "You will understand once you reach the Dawn Base." Once again, the mention of the Dawn Base suggested it held many secrets, all of which seemed beneficial to the nation and its people. Feng's willingness to reveal this information indicated his trust in them, as well as his lack of fear regarding exposure. He was truly eager to set forth toward the Dawn Base, since Feng possessed a considerable amount of supplies. Xingxuan and the others did not refuse and distributed food and water. At long last, following the apocalypse, they were able to have a hearty meal. Surprisingly, during their rescue journey, what a worthwhile task. It is often said that food was ample at the onset of the apocalypse, yet even with sufficient military rations, one cannot indulge recklessly. Future considerations loom large, for who can predict what tomorrow holds? Comrade Fengjian, we have also gone several days without food. Might you spare us a morsel? Comrade Fengjian, were you not sent specifically to escort us to the safe zone? Surely you have ample provisions. Could you not share some with us? We have not eaten in days. As Xingxuan glanced at the freshly acquired bread and milk in his hands, still warm from his grasp, he felt a pang of discomfort. These individuals were survivors, and their gaunt faces bore testimony to their days without sustenance. It was not that he was unwilling to share, but rather that these provisions had been entrusted to him by Feng. Passing them on to others felt somewhat inappropriate. Comrade Fengjian, are you not the servants of the people? We have endured hunger for several days. Is it not your duty to rescue us? Comrade Fengjian, we do not ask for much. Merely a little would suffice. Su Leyan scoffed. If my memory serves me correctly, Sister Su had previously allocated sufficient supplies for you. If you ration them wisely, you should have had enough to last several days. It has barely been a short while, and yet you have consumed everything? The underground supermarket beneath the shopping mall is replete with supplies. Even after a substantial quantity has been taken, there remains an ample stock sufficient to sustain them for 10 days to half a month. Now, to claim that they have run out of food is nothing short of a deception. The elderly man let out a bitter smile. Indeed, there was no shortage of provisions. Yet all of it lay firmly within Wang Wei's grasp. As the leader, he dictated the amount distributed, and they dared not utter a word of protest. For these elders and children, merely securing a single meal each day was already a stroke of fortune. Here, elder, please take this to eat. Xingxuan could no longer restrain himself. The old man appeared emaciated, and one could easily mistake him for someone who had been starving for months. As a soldier of the people, he found it unbearable to witness such hardship. He glanced apologetically at Feng and the others, transferring his food to the elderly man, feeling a twinge of guilt within him. With Xingxuan's initiative, the others began clamoring for food as well. They were not blind to the reality that these individuals had indeed gone several days without sustenance. Some merely sought to test the waters. They would provide what was rightfully theirs to give, but would not be overly generous with what was not. Seeing this unfold, Wang Wei could not help but curse under his breath, thinking them to be a pack of ingrates. Before the military's arrival, they had relied solely on themselves. Now, upon the sight of soldiers, they hastily abandoned their previous stance. They should brace themselves, for the soldiers' destination was Huagong University, not to rescue them. Once the soldiers departed, he would relish in addressing them. As if sensing Wang Wei's chilling gaze, the crowd instinctively edged closer to the military, finally experiencing a long-lost sense of security. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound reminiscent of droplets of water pierced through the air, inciting an unsettling annoyance, coupled with an inexplicable terror. Suddenly, a pair of pale, ghostly eyes appeared upon the glass, followed by a piercing scream that jolted the slumbering souls awake. What is happening? What is happening? You wretched being! Do you intend to lead us all to our doom? Within the mall, only the dim, hazy lights of the landmarks flickered, Beyond that, darkness reigned. A horde of zombies pressed against the glass, illuminated by the pale moonlight, revealing their grotesque visages and the guttural growls that emanated from them. They relentlessly battered against the mall's glass, as if poised to burst through at any moment. Upon opening their eyes to this horrific scene, anyone would instinctively recoil in fear. What shall we do? Why are these zombies attacking the mall at such a late hour? Oh, are we destined to perish here? Weren't they supposed to rescue us? Why, upon their arrival, must we face the threat of being devoured by these undead fiends? This is utterly terrifying. Comrades, you must devise a plan swiftly. If they shatter the glass, we shall meet our end here. You are soldiers. Your duty is to protect the civilians. Hurry forth and divert their attention. Goodness, what are we to do? So many zombies. The glass of the mall cannot withstand this onslaught. This mall gained its notoriety for its all-glass construction, boasting the finest materials. Yet, against the relentless assault of thousands of zombies, their confidence wavers. Comrades, you must act quickly. When you were absent, everything was just fine. Yet, upon your arrival, those zombies have gone berserk, as if they are intent on besieging the mall. Could it be that your actions today, having dispatched so many of them, have provoked a vengeful response? If that is indeed the case, perhaps by taking the initiative to step forward, you could buy us a moment of respite. What are we to do now? Chapter 54. The quarrel in the face of the crowd's lamentations, Qi Xingxuan and his companions exhibited no discernible emotions. They had encountered such scenarios on multiple occasions. In this apocalyptic world, the trials of humanity have been laid bare, revealing that one moment a person may wear a cheerful expression, and in the next, their reaction could be entirely unpredictable. At this juncture, the survivors continued to voice their grievances. Those zombies are undoubtedly after you. You must leave this place at once. Only in your absence will we find safety. Indeed, depart swiftly. Were you not here to save the common folk? Your presence has brought us peril. Therefore, you must leave immediately. Yes, hurry and go. Only when you are gone do we stand a chance of survival. Get out now. We do not wish to perish. Silence. Su Leyan exclaimed coldly. His countenance darkened with disdain. Look at your wretched faces. It is truly repugnant. Leave. Are you certain that the moment we open the door, those zombies want to rush in and tear you apart? How foolish. The man choked on his words, his expression grim. Then what do you propose we do now? The weight of the zombies is concentrated at a single point, indicating that there must be higher-level zombies controlling them. These zombies possess a certain intelligence. Understanding that concentrating their weight in one spot allows them to shatter the glass with remarkable speed. Should they indeed succeed in breaking the glass, every individual within would face certain doom. Is it possible that the intelligence of these higher-level zombies is so profound? Or perhaps the zombies have intentionally trapped them here? Qi Xingxuan, what shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xingxuan stated, we have but one option. What option? Speak up. The impact of the zombies grew increasingly ferocious. If this continued, the mall's glass would not withstand for long. Thus, their actions needed to be expedited. We must lure them away. Yao Wenping's expression shifted dramatically. Qi Xingxuan, have you lost your mind? Look outside. It's not just one or two. There are thousands of zombies. Who do you think will divert them? He knew Qi Xingxuan well enough to realize that he intended to be the one to draw the zombies away. Had he lost all reason? Those were thousands of zombies. The moment he exposed himself, he would be engulfed by a tide of the undead. For those wretches, it was madness. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xingxuan clarified, I am not motivated by their petty gossip, nor do I care for fragile sentiments, but rather for our own survival. You are aware that there are thousands of zombies outside. Should they breach the glass, everyone here will be in peril. Thus, we must devise a strategy to divert those zombies. How do we lure them away? What do you propose? Beneath the shopping mall lies an underground parking garage, filled with vehicles that could potentially be used to divert those wretched zombies. Silence, roared Yao Wenping, his anger palpable. These cowardly individuals were not only clinging to life, but also wished to send his comrades to their doom. If they continued their incessant prattling, he would not hesitate to end one of their lives. What of soldiers? Are they not meant to sacrifice themselves? If one were noble, there might be some consolation, yet they were nothing but ungrateful wretches. Look at how they speak. Who in their right mind would seek to rescue them? Why are you shouting at me? Are we not speaking the truth? Retorted the middle-aged man, his neck taut and voice low. Had you not appeared so suddenly and provoked those zombies, we would not be facing an onslaught tonight. This is all your fault. Do not think I am oblivious. I heard everything. Your mission was never to escort us to safety. It was to protect a few professors from Huagong University. He scoffed. Yes, we heard your earlier words. You were never here to save us. Now, you ought to leave. If it were not for you, we would not be in this dire predicament. Had these soldiers not come, they would not have descended from the upper floors, nor would they be besieged by zombies. All of this chaos stemmed from their presence. The middle-aged man, covering his face in sheer terror, dared not utter another word and retreated to the back. Shou Jie cast a discreet glance at Jiang Xinhui. What had she just done? Xinhui wielded wind-based abilities, and the cut on that man's face had been inflicted by a blade of wind, her secret weapon, unexpectedly employed against a few loathsome individuals. In the realm of extraordinary abilities, my goodness, although it had long been speculated that they possessed powers, the revelation of such certainty still astonished them. Indeed, they appeared to be the chosen ones, awakening their abilities in such close proximity. How enviable. Yet, there is no need for envy, for it is possible that they too shall soon awaken their powers. Based on their understanding of Sister Su, she would undoubtedly provide them with the genetic modification serum, so there is no cause for jealousy. Upon meeting Sister Su, they too would awaken their extraordinary abilities. Zhou Jie chuckled softly. Such fantastical notions were best left to mere contemplation, as it was wiser not to harbor excessive hopes. At the onset of the apocalypse, those who did not awaken their powers would find it even more unlikely thereafter. It was rumored that experts were clandestinely conducting research on ability awakening, yet thus far, they had yielded no results. Jiang Xin took decisive action to silence the clamorous individuals, but their immediate concern remained to devise a strategy to divert the zombies. Even if not for the ungrateful, it was imperative to consider the well-being of the soldiers. It was the dead of night, a time when the undead were most active, and venturing out now would surely spell doom. Yellowping shook his head, suggesting that rather than luring the zombies away, it would be wiser to find a way to thwart their attacks. But how could they possibly impede the onslaught of the undead? This shopping mall connected to another across the way, and on the fourth floor, there was a skybridge leading to the opposite mall, through which they could launch an offensive against the zombies. This approach would not only draw the zombies away but also alleviate pressure on their side. As dawn broke, they would make their swift exit. Their firearms and ammunition were still plentiful, sufficient to sustain them until the first light of day. During the day, I observed that the shopping mall across the street was deserted. Therefore, diverting attention in such a manner poses no issue. Indeed, this is the most prudent strategy we can conceive at present. We shall lend our assistance. Excellent. Qi Shinshuan did not decline the proposal. Having devised a plan, they wasted no time. All soldiers ascended to the fourth floor, preparing to confront the zombies on the overpass. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, rose in unison. Are you all leaving? Will no one remain to protect us? You cannot all depart. Someone must stay to safeguard us. Send a few to lure the zombies away. You cannot all abandon us. If you leave, who will shield us? Indeed, you cannot all leave. You are the liberators tasked with protecting the common people. If you go, who will defend us, the powerless citizens, against the undead? Chapter 55. A frightening scene. Yao Wenpeng abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp and frigid, a cold smile gracing his lips. Without uttering a word, he turned away and departed. The others, witnessing this, followed suit. Although they felt a sense of reluctance, they dared not voice their discontent, for this was not a time of peace. It was the apocalypse, and they refrained from being overly audacious. Wang Wei's expression darkened, a derisive laugh escaping him, recognizing now who could be relied upon. Despite feeling disgruntled, this was not the moment for discord. There remained a necessity for their assistance. Should we disregard those old fellows trailing behind the soldiers? Wang Wei let out a cold laugh, dismissing the situation. If they seek death, so be it. I do not wish to hear dissenting voices within our ranks. His irritation was palpable towards those who chose to depart with the military. Observing his demeanor, the others quickly voiced their unwavering loyalty, assuring him of their steadfastness. As the head of the commercial establishment, Wang Wei was acutely aware of a safe and concealed refuge within the mall. Even if the glass were shattered, as long as they could hide in that sanctuary, they would remain unharmed. Since those individuals were determined to accompany the soldiers to their demise, he would not impede their choice. The crowd erupted in cheers at Wang Wei's words. For them, survival outweighed all else. It seemed that the individual had indeed kept a contingency plan in mind. Hearing the jubilant clamor, Chun Liang could not suppress a mocking smile. Who is it? Inquired Yao Wenpeng, puzzled. Wang Wei. Chun Liang elucidated. He is the manager of this mall and undoubtedly possesses an intimate knowledge of its layout. In such a large commercial complex, there must be an emergency shelter. He surely knows of its existence, but is reluctant to allow us to accompany him. Given this, do we still need to divert the zombies' attention? Certainly. They have a refuge. But we do not. Thus, we must lure all the zombies towards us. That is our only glimmer of hope. Understood. To prepare for any eventuality. They sealed off all the corridors on the 4th floor, fearing that the horde might breach the doors. It was wise to adopt such precautions. Qishan led the group onto the overpass, gazing down at the daunting mass of zombies below. An involuntary gasp escaped him. Truly, the higher one stands, the farther one sees. From this vantage point, they could behold the overwhelming horde, numbering no less than 10,000, merely counting those surrounding the mall. Not to mention the countless others lurking in the streets beyond. This sheer multitude rendered any attempt at escape futile. Certainly, they would be engulfed by the ravenous undead. An hour passed, and all preparations were meticulously completed, awaiting only Qishan command. A few exchanged glances, attuning themselves to his gestures, as Qishan right hand ascended. The signal was given, and all sprang into action. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions shattered the stillness of the night, echoing with an eerie terror. The thunderous roars, accompanied by the shrieks of the zombies, drew the creatures from their positions, converging towards the source of the commotion. At that moment, Jiang Xin, peering through the window, harnessed the winds outside, expertly targeting the zombies' heads. With swift precision, she severed the heads of several zombies in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, she had claimed the lives of over 10 undead beings. Such speed and accuracy left Zhou Jie, who stood nearby, utterly astonished, his eyes gleaming with admiration, as if the word idol was written across his face. Chen Feng, too, unleashed his control over the alien vegetation to join the fray, and in an instant, the battle was upon them. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the once brilliant Guang City had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, illuminated only by the dim glow of streetlights. After more than half a month, even those lights had begun to flicker and fade, shrouded in increasing darkness. And were it not for the luminous moonlight, the entire city would have been engulfed in an abyss of night. Engaged in combat atop a 4-story overpass, they inevitably drew a throng of zombies, who quickly congregated beneath the bridge. However, these creatures could only hear the sounds of gunfire, unable to catch a glimpse of any human figures. In this skirmish, Qishan and his companions enjoyed the advantage of time, terrain, and unity, leading to a resounding victory. Just as they reveled in their triumph, they were suddenly confronted by a pair of crimson eyes, causing everyone to freeze in astonishment. What manner of eyes were these? Unlike the ashen pupils of the zombies, these were blood-red, reminiscent of a demon's gaze, unmistakably belonging to a higher-tier zombie. The malevolence and chill emanating from those eyes sent shivers down their spines, imbued with a sense of disdain and mockery. Su Leyan swallowed hard and stammered, "Is that the leader of the horde?" A palpable terror gripped them all at that moment. Bathed in moonlight, they discerned the true visage of this zombie, markedly different from any they had encountered thus far. The zombies they had previously seen were smeared with a viscous, repugnant gray-white slime, tinged with a hint of crimson. Their eyes were devoid of pupils, reduced to mere orbs that were also grayish-white. Jagged, shark-like teeth filled their gaping maws, constantly oozing a sticky substance, while their exposed skin was cloaked in a layer of white fur, resembling an underdeveloped ancient being. They moved sluggishly, clawing at humanity with ferocious intent, their guttural growls echoing like an intolerable symphony of dread. Now, what they behold are zombies that starkly contrast with those they had previously encountered, appearing almost out of place amidst the horde. Their skin is a pallid hue, devoid of the viscous fluids typically associated with the undead, making them appear eerily more human. Their faces are ghostly pale, but their eyes have transformed from a dull gray to a striking, unforgettable crimson. The only similarity lies in the exposed skin, which is still covered by a fine layer of white fuzz. These changes leave all present momentarily stunned. Unlike the grotesque appearance of traditional zombies, these advanced variants possess an almost human semblance in the ability to control lower-tier zombies. If they were to learn the art of disguise and infiltrate human crowds, the ramifications would be unimaginable. In less than a month, these higher-level zombies have begun to exhibit consciousness. Humanity's future hangs precariously in the balance. Zhou Jie swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Captain, what shall we do now?" It was evident that the advanced zombie had already taken notice of them, and if he was not mistaken, the mocking glint in its eyes was glaringly obvious. It was hard to believe that the creature lacked a backup plan. The chilling gaze instilled fear, and even diverting one's eyes did little to diminish the terror it evoked. The only solace lay in the fact that they were on the overpass, No matter how formidable that zombie was, it could not ascend to their level. They simply had to endure until dawn. Chapter 56. Trapped. Their objective was merely to divert the zombies, and with that goal achieved, there was no need to prolong the battle. Although they had brought an ample supply of firearms and ammunition, it was prudent to conserve their resources for the future. All right. The others expressed no dissent. Cautiously concealed within the corridor, gripping their weapons tightly, ever prepared for combat. Yet, the reality was far from simple. In one moment, they were directing the battle against the horde of zombies, and in the next, a formidable high-level zombie lunged toward them. Had it not been for Jiang Xinhui's swift reflexes, Chun Feng and Qi Xingxuan would have narrowly escaped being clawed by the creature. Are you all right? The fleeting moment had been alarmingly rapid. The zombie truly seemed capable of flight, an utterly terrifying prospect. Chun Feng nodded, relieved. I'm fine. Thankfully Xinhui reacted in time. Otherwise, both Captain Qi and I would have been injured. It appeared to possess wind-based abilities, utilizing this power to briefly soar through the air. The group turned to Jiang Xinhui in unison. Understanding their thoughts, she shook her head. I'm not ready yet. The expressions of the group grew increasingly grave. A flying zombie posed a far greater challenge than those on the ground, and this particular one was a high-level variant, exhibiting traits and movements more akin to a human. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of thunderous impacts echoed from outside the glass, and as they looked up, they were met with a pair of demonic eyes and sharp claws. The creature appeared enraged, forcefully battering the glass. Its cold gaze fixated upon them as if they were its next meal. It was indeed peculiar, the inexplicable siege of them all. Now coupled with such a murderous glare, was this truly a zombie, resembling a mindless corpse? Even a high-level zombie could not possess such intelligence in such a short span of time, could it? I suspect their target may be Miss Jiang. What do you mean by that? Chen Liang cast an irritable glance at Zhou Jie. I bear no ill intent. These are merely speculations. Zhou Jie clarified. After the apocalypse, nearly all life forms, apart from humans, have undergone evolution, which necessitates energy. Let us ponder this. Mutated plants and beasts consume other life forms to acquire energy for further evolution. Hence, is it not plausible that zombies devour humans for the same purpose, seeking energy to advance their own evolution? If zombies can gain evolutionary energy by consuming other life forms, then the more energy they absorb, the swifter their evolution. This particular zombie has evidently amassed sufficient power to evolve into a higher-tier zombie, and now it seeks to advance further. Therefore, those with abilities, especially those of the same type, would be its optimal choice. Chen Liang scoffed. Do you possess any evidence for this? Or is it merely conjecture? I lack concrete evidence. It is simply a hypothesis. However, do you not find the speed of zombie evolution to be rather alarming? The rapid evolution must be attributed to their consumption of ample energy, which facilitates their swift progress. Their targets include mutated beasts and humans. They might even resort to preying on their own kind for energy, thus validating my hypothesis. Your speculation is not without merit, yet it lacks scientific foundation. Zhou Jie sighed in resignation. A scientific basis, can the current circumstances be elucidated by science? Regardless of whether my speculation is correct or not, Miss Jiang should refrain from participating in the forthcoming actions. If his conjecture proves erroneous, there is no loss. However, should his hypothesis be accurate, Miss Jiang would find herself in peril. Furthermore, if that zombie were to truly consume Miss Jiang, it would continue to evolve, making it increasingly difficult to contend with. For whatever reason, we cannot allow any harm to befall Miss Jiang. Although the speculation lacks scientific foundation, for the sake of safety, Xi and he, it is paramount that you refrain from taking action and prioritize your own protection. Jiang Xi and he pressed her lips tightly and offered no rebuttal. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Fortunately, the passageway here was sufficiently sturdy. Otherwise, given the force and speed of that zombie's onslaught, it might indeed breach their defenses. Has it finally quieted down? The group collectively exhaled in relief. Even for a high-level zombie, such vigorous movements would require a tremendous expenditure of energy. Moreover, its ability to soar through the air is attributed to its wind-based abilities, which cannot perpetually remain at peak capacity. There will inevitably come a time when it is depleted. What is it? Xiaozhe turned to find that Wang Ying's expression was abnormal. Her face was ashen, drenched in cold sweat, and her body trembled slightly. Sister Ying, what is wrong? Jiang Xin, he grasped her hand, her heart racing. It was so cold, as though she had just been pulled from an icy abyss. Below Wang Ying's hands quivered as she stammered, that zombie what? Everyone was taken aback for a moment. then quickly realized that the zombie must have done something again. One by one, they pressed against the windows, and what they saw left them utterly dumbfounded. What did they witness? The zombie was voraciously devouring a human, its mouth smeared with blood, seemingly relishing some exquisite delicacy. Suddenly, it lifted its head, and the crowd instinctively ducked down. They had encountered zombies feasting on humans before, yet each sighting elicited the same revulsion and terror. In an instant, the zombie was gnawing on a person, and it was evident that it was intentional. Its eyes gleamed with defiance, amplifying the horror. A zombie that provokes humanity, this intelligence was no longer merely rudimentary. Did that creature genuinely believe that such actions would entice them to venture out? Captain Chi, I understand that as soldiers, you might feel compelled to charge out upon witnessing this scene, but it is imperative to assess the current situation. Should you choose to step outside, those zombies would undoubtedly devour you in an instant. Qi Shinshuan managed a wry smile. He was not foolish and was acutely aware that now was not the time to act recklessly. With dozens of brothers depending on him, he couldn't afford to let emotions dictate his actions. With 2 hours remaining until dawn, we must prepare for a complete evacuation. If we are besieged by that horde of zombies, our chances of survival would be negligible. It is often said that night is the paradise of zombies, for they are unhindered by darkness, unlike humans. During the day, their range of movement is somewhat broader, making escape slightly more feasible. Where have you parked your vehicle? To escape the encirclement, they must hasten their speed. Our vehicle is conveniently parked at the left front of the mall. Chapter 57, A Pincer Attack. This time, they have arrived in Guangzhou with several hundred individuals. Apart from their team dispatched to Huagong University for a rescue mission, the remainder are scouring Guangzhou for survivors. Consequently, they have deployed 5 military stretch vehicles, all armored and equipped with ample weaponry and ammunition. As it stands, the zombies cannot breach the glass. Thus, we can now strategize our subsequent route. Our vehicle is located over here, precisely at your right front. The main road is undoubtedly swarming with zombies. And who can ascertain the number of higher-tier zombies lurking within? We should traverse the smaller paths as swiftly as possible. Agreed. We have artillery on our vehicle. We will cover the rear. This mall also has a back exit. We will exit through there quickly and quietly. You can take a detour from here, reaching your vehicle in 10 minutes. We will navigate this way and regroup at the designated point. Is that acceptable? Qi Shinshuan examined the terrain map and confirmed it as the optimal plan, nodding in agreement. Yao Wenpeng and Zhou Jia take 10 men each to cover the rear. Zhang Hao and Gong Lei will escort them to the vehicle, while Li Huan and I handle the rear guard. Understood. The common folk, having placed their trust in them, naturally required a secure escort to reach the base. The shopping mall had become untenable. To linger would only render them prey for the undead. Thus, it was imperative that he lead them away from this perilous place. As the moonlight gradually receded, the sun began its slow but relentless conquest, soon entirely overshadowing the moon, which hung high in the sky. At that moment, Qi Shinshuan and his group commenced their operation. Zhang Hao and Gong Lei took the lead, striving to minimize any noise, meticulously avoiding all obstacles, and surprisingly, their progress was smooth. Quickly, get inside. Those departing alongside them were primarily elderly individuals, children, and a few young women, totaling around a dozen. For their safety, Zhang Hao and Gong Lei arranged for all of them to occupy the same vehicle. Fortuitously, they had chosen a stretch limousine, anticipating the need for accommodating survivors. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. Once everyone was aboard, Zhang Hao and Gong Lei followed suit, swiftly starting the vehicle. Keep up. At Qi Shinshuan's command, Zhang Hao immediately drove in pursuit of Qi Shinshuan's vehicle, while Zhou Jia and Yao Wenpeng remained at the rear, forming a protective barrier around Zhang Hao's car. They proceeded according to their preordained route. Within 10 minutes of travel, they spotted a dozen zombies charging towards them, causing Qi Shinshuan's expression to shift dramatically. Guns are not an option. Using firearms would alert the horde at the front of the mall, and they would once again find themselves besieged by the undead. The only recourse was to accelerate and surge forward. If he could achieve sufficient speed, they might just evade the approaching threat. Zhang Hao, Gong Lei, Zhou Jia, and Li Huan, can you hear me? Captain, we can hear you. There are a dozen zombies blocking our path. We cannot fire our weapons now. I must accelerate and burst through. You all follow closely, refrain from engaging in combat, and ensure you keep up. Understood. Qi Shinshuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. The ground resonated with a deafening screech as he barreled through the horde of zombies, leaving them no opportunity to react. The vehicles behind followed suit, their fleeting presence marked only by a thick plume of exhaust fumes, vanishing in an instant. No one anticipated such an effortless escape. Half an hour later, they regrouped at the designated location, where they discovered the reason for their smooth passage. Qin Feng had orchestrated an assault by the external mutated plants on the zombies, creating an illusion that they were still on the overpass. Besides the plant attacks, there were also mutated beasts, the vultures, which appeared to have gained intelligence post-transformation. Qin Feng attempted to communicate with them and was surprisingly successful, contributing to their seamless retreat. Upon regrouping, the group wasted no time and prepared to head towards the Dawn base, uncertain if the zombies would pursue them. Qin Feng led the way, with Qi Xingxuan and the others closely trailing. The past few days had been fraught with peril. Indeed, the outside world has become increasingly treacherous. What is the true strength of that high-level zombie? Jiang Xinhui, still haunted by fear, patted her chest, exclaiming how terrifying it was to witness the ability to traverse the air using the wind. It was truly bizarre. That high-level zombie must have been a genius in life. A formidable adversary indeed. For reasons unknown, a premonition gnawed at her, a sense that they would inevitably confront that high-level zombie. If given time to evolve, it might well ascend to become the king of Guashur. The others collectively gasped in disbelief. A king? A zombie king? Qin Feng's expression darkened considerably. Given the current pace of zombie evolution, it was not implausible for that high-level zombie to indeed become the zombie king of Guashur. Otherwise, they would face endless troubles ahead. The remaining individuals nodded in agreement. The zombies were growing faster and stronger in combat capability. Should another zombie king arise, leading strategic assaults, their peril would be imminent. Let us not forget, one reminded, that we encountered a high-level zombie on our way here. No one knows how many such formidable zombies still lurk in Guashur. The one they had previously faced was not nearly as powerful as the one from the night before. If they encountered a zombie with similar combat prowess, survival would have been impossible. Given their current strength, dealing with high-level zombies remained a daunting challenge. They needed more training. Hey, what is that? Huang Zhe stammered, his face pale. When did it appear? Is it Chow Chow? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Have we exhausted our luck? A rough estimate revealed a horde of hundreds of zombies ahead, and there was no way to drive through. Moreover, the foremost zombie is none other than the second-tier undead they had just discussed. This realization elicited a bitter smile from the group. Their misfortune seemed rather excessive. The only certainty they had at this moment was that this second-tier zombie was somewhat weaker than the advanced one they encountered the previous night. Otherwise, they would have no chance of survival whatsoever. Even so, escaping would demand a fierce struggle. Given the current circumstances, they could not force a passage through in their vehicle. They could only fight desperately. Their vehicle came to a halt, mirroring the stop of the military truck trailing behind, gazing at the looming mass of zombies ahead. Their brows furrowed in anticipation of yet another fierce battle. Chapter 58. Are they speaking? Upon seeing Qin Feng and the others disembark, Qi Xingxuan hurriedly followed suit. Captain Qi, it seems we won't be leaving any time soon. Observing the dense horde of zombies before them, Qi Xingxuan nodded. Unless they dealt with the approaching undead, their vehicle would indeed be unable to pass. This is my natural battlefield. Qin Feng grinned, casting a cheerful glance at the trees lining the road. All low-tier mutated plants were his weapons. He refused to believe that they could not survive this ordeal together. Brother Chun, we will not be outdone, Su Leyan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, with a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the zombies. Captain Qi, just to be safe, it might be wise not to deploy all your personnel. Who knows if they might coordinate an assault? What do you mean? Qi Xingxuan could not help but gasp. Considering the possibility of Jiang Xinhui's speculation, was it truly feasible? Jiang Xinhui chuckled lightly. Nothing is impossible. I understand. Although it is hard to believe, it is not impossible. We must remain vigilant and exercise utmost caution. Zhou Jie, Yao Wenpeng, you two keep a watchful eye on any movements behind us, and maintain a heightened state of alert. The two were taken aback. Boss, do we not need to take action? Not us, but you and your team. Qi Xingxuan conveyed Jiang Xinhua's speculation to them, and they were indeed startled. Although this conjecture seemed rather far-fetched, what if it were true? The consequences would be unimaginable. Rest assured, boss, we will pay close attention to any movements behind us. Qin Feng skillfully maneuvered the branches of the surrounding anomalous plants, forcefully driving them into the skulls of the zombies with remarkable proficiency. as if he had rehearsed this in his mind countless times. The others, witnessing this, were equally determined. Fireballs, wind blades, and water spheres erupted in the air, akin to the valiant warriors of a rainbow brigade, unstoppable in their advance. Although Qi Xingxuan and his companions were not endowed with supernatural abilities, they were elite soldiers, well-trained and formidable in combat, armed with military knives. Even though the zombies moved with great speed, they still dispatched them with precision, severing their heads with each strike. The leading zombie initially refrained from attacking, seemingly incensed by the sight of its zombie army being decimated. Only then did it spring into action. Its primary target was Chen Feng, the wielder of wood-based powers. Its speed was astonishing, catching them completely off guard, and in the next instant, it was right before Chen Feng. The elongated nails on its fingers were distinctly visible, resembling blackened talons infused with venom, appearing strikingly ominous under the sunlight, as if they could claim Chen Feng's life in an instant. Suddenly, a branch intervened, thwarting its advance. Chen Feng quickly retreated, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by terror. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of that zombie. Truly, it was a second-tier zombie. And one must not be careless. Brother Chen, we are here to assist you. Huangze and Qin Liang exchanged glances, unleashing two massive fireballs towards the creature. Yet, in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Their abilities failed to pose any significant threat to the zombie. While they could easily dispatch ordinary zombies with a single strike, this high-tier zombie resisted both assaults. Indeed, it was a formidable second-tier zombie. Are you all right? Chen Feng, having narrowly evaded disaster, shook his head. I'm fine. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Otherwise, he would have been slashed by that zombie in the blink of an eye. This was no trivial matter. Let us attack together. Agreed. The group sprang into action simultaneously. Jiang Xinhe manipulated the wind currents, accelerating everyone's speed, while Wang Ying drained the moisture surrounding the zombie, seizing the moment when the creature was momentarily suffocated. Huangze and Qin Liang unleashed their assault, engulfing the zombie in a storm of blazing flames. Chen Feng waved his hands, and countless paper slips shot through the zombie's form. Each individual summoned their most powerful strike, watching the besieged zombie with bated breath. Surely, it must be dead now? Crack. However, in the next moment, they were utterly astonished. Despite the ferocity of their assault, the zombie remained unscathed, still alive. What manner of creature is this? They exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. This zombie was far too formidable. Undeterred, they resolved to press on, unwilling to believe that this creature could possess an invulnerable form. If one strike failed, then surely two would suffice. They were determined to vanquish it. Just then, a chilling presence surged from behind them, halting their offensive. They were suddenly engulfed by a palpable aura of death, as if summoned from the depths of hell. A thunderous roar resounded above them, reminiscent of cannon fire. Instinctively, they looked up, only to be struck dumb by the revelation that had unfolded before their eyes. Their worst fears had materialized. They had indeed been flanked. Absurd. This was the initial thought that coursed through each of their minds. The zombie looming overhead was none other than the high-level undead they had desperately sought to evade. To their astonishment, they had truly united forces. The earlier cannon-like blast had been fired by Zhou Jia. Had it not been for that shot, Jiang Xin would have already been ensnared by the zombie-esque grasp. Their suspicions had proven correct. The zombie had indeed targeted Jiang Xin, seeking to devour her in order to enhance its own powers, a prospect that was nothing short of terrifying. Delightful. It spoke? The group was momentarily paralyzed with disbelief, soon followed by a complex array of emotions. This zombie could articulate words, evolving at a pace far beyond their imagination. Why? Upon opening his mouth, did the first words uttered revolve around the notion of deliciousness? And must he cast that insatiable gaze upon Jiang Xinhui, so overtly obvious? Chen Feng instinctively shielded Jiang Xinhui behind him, while the others discreetly nudged her further back, warily eyeing the looming zombie. Can you speak? Chen Feng pressed his lips together and cautiously inquired, Do you still remember your past memories? The man dismissed him with a scornful glance. His gaze fixated hungrily on Jiang Xinhui. A stiff smirk twitched at the corners of his mouth as he licked his lips, revealing a chilling smile that, combined with his pallid complexion, was utterly terrifying. Food, power. Good. Jiang Xinhui's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Gu, its target is me. I cannot allow my presence to jeopardize all of you. As a fellow wind-based ability user, she perceived a deeper level of suppression than they did. This high-level zombie was extraordinarily formidable, an overwhelming force with no chance of victory for them. There was no need for all of them to suffer for her sake. Jiang Xinhui stubbornly refused to budge. Her sister was currently at the Dawn base, under the protection of Miss Su. As long as her sister made an effort, she would not be bullied. She could not act selfishly, dragging everyone into her demise. Chapter 59, Tragic. Your target is me, as long as I. Do you think that by surrendering you, we can rest easy? Chen Feng scoffed. They are zombies, even if they possess intelligence. Do you truly believe that humanity can negotiate with the undead? Open your eyes and see clearly. In the desolate city, the forlorn highways are littered with unburied corpses, while the putrid remains of zombies rot in the air, which is thick with the stench of death. How naive her thoughts appear in such a grim reality. These zombies are not merely monsters. They are the executioners of nature, and humanity must never concede defeat. They are besieged from all sides and cannot afford to surrender. Even in death, they must ensure these zombies remain entangled here. Futile sacrifices hold no worth. Gazing into his deep eyes, Jiang Xin fell silent. Yet, the idea of hiding in the vehicle while her comrades faced life and death was utterly unacceptable to her. I will fight alongside you, Jiang Xin declared, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Chen Feng, enunciating each word with conviction. My wind-based abilities can enhance your speed, and since I share the same elemental power, it may offer some defensive advantages. Faced with the resolute Jiang Xin, Chen Feng could only nod in acquiescence. There was no choice. As long as this zombie threat remained unresolved, they would all perish here. Waves of dark, relentless zombies surged forth. As if the onslaught would never cease, they found themselves surrounded, unable to break free from the encroaching horde. Just moments ago, they had felt fortunate to escape unscathed, only to be toyed with by two high-level zombies, caught in a vice of their own underestimation of the undead. Qi Xingxuan led a group in the front lines, while Zhou Jie and Yao Wenpeng commanded two teams in the rear, fighting valiantly. They could not allow the zombie tide to advance any further. The vehicle in the center was filled with survivors who had fled the mall with them. As soldiers, they bore the duty and responsibility to protect these innocents. In the midst of a zombie siege, Yao Wenpeng and Zhou Jie led a group of over a dozen individuals in fierce combat against the oncoming horde. The sound of gunfire erupted like thunder, the deafening roars propelling their artillery towards the advancing zombies. Simultaneously, grenades detonated with a resounding blast, piercing through the air and igniting countless undead. Thanks to their formidable assault, the zombies, though fierce and menacing, hesitated to approach. For the next half hour, Yao Wenpeng and Zhou Jie, alongside their companions, vanquished hundreds of zombies. Perhaps due to the high-level zombie currently engaged in battle with Chen Feng and his team, the control over additional zombies was hindered, resulting in a significant reduction of pressure on them as the reinforcements dwindled. Host. A third-tier mutated zombie has been detected 5 kilometers away. A third-tier zombie? Even though it was known that zombies evolved rapidly, the revelation was nonetheless shocking. Within merely a month's time, zombies had already reached such advanced evolution? This was astonishing. Meanwhile, human ability users remained stagnant at the first tier. A 2-tier disparity that posed a daunting challenge. The pace of human evolution was undeniably sluggish. Host. The detected third-tier zombie possesses the potential to become a zombie king and may emerge as a formidable adversary to protect Huaxia in the future. It is advised that the host eliminate it immediately. Is that so? Once again, that same smile graces the host's face. Could they not adopt a different expression? It truly sends shivers down one's spine. The host, Chen Feng, and his companions are currently engaged in a battle against a third-tier zombie. The system has detected that the target of this zombie is Jiang Xina. Both are wind-type ability users, and should the zombie devour the ability core within Jiang Xina, its combat prowess could significantly increase, potentially elevating it to a 4th-tier zombie. The host, Chen Feng, and his companions are no match for this zombie. Will you not intervene? The host. Pray tell, what is your objective? No ulterior motive exists. The system would not be so benevolent as to issue such reminders without cause. Why is she so incredulous? 666 feels utterly wronged and explains, I harbor no intentions. From the very beginning, you were aware of my purpose. Our mission is to save all of humanity and protect Huaxia. Currently, it has been detected that this zombie possesses the potential to become a sovereign, which may obstruct our future goals. I merely hope the host can address this impediment in advance. Truly, I harbor no ulterior motive. Listening to 660 SIX's plaintive tone, Su Leyan finds herself unexpectedly softening. This entity seems genuinely fearful of her. It appears she frightened it quite thoroughly a couple of days ago. Locate their position. As you mentioned, this is a future obstacle, so let us extinguish it while it is still in its infancy. Very well. A smile curls at the corner of Su Leyan's lips. 666 sometimes resembles a child. It seems that one cannot simply exploit it without respite. A little sweetness is necessary to inspire greater motivation, is it not? With the positioning of 666, Su Leyan chose not to inform anyone else and resolved to venture forth alone. After an hour of fierce combat, Qi Shinshuan and his companions finally eliminated all the zombies surrounding them. In just an hour and a half, they had dispatched nearly 2,000 undead. Had it not been for the 2 advanced zombies that were momentarily restrained, they would have summoned even more. Now, their sole focus rested upon these 2 formidable foes. Chen Feng and his team engaged one advanced zombie, while Qi Shinshuan and his group confronted the other. The remaining lower-tier zombies had been entirely dealt with. However, they could not afford to remain idle. Qi Shinshuan instructed Shou Jie to lead a contingent to escort the civilians to the Dawn base, while they stayed behind to confront the 2 advanced zombies. Bang! A fresh claw mark appeared on Qi Shinshuan's shoulder. Yao Wenping's expression shifted dramatically. Boss, are you all right? Qi Shinshuan forced a smile, aware that a scratch from a zombie carried a 90% likelihood of leading to zombification, especially since the assailant was not an ordinary zombie, but one of the advanced kind. It's nothing. Just tell the others to be cautious. Understood. Yao Wenping refrained from saying more. At this juncture, words were futile. He could only hope that the boss would endure. While there was a 90% chance of transformation from the zombie's claw, there remained a 10% chance of awakening supernatural abilities. Their leader was the head of the special forces. He would surely be fine. Due to Qi Shinshuan's injury, the others became even more vigilant. Sistering, Wang Ying felt as though she were a kite severed from its string, cast aside to crash heavily upon the ground. Her entire being throbbed with pain, akin to being crushed beneath the weight of a vehicle. She yearned to smile at Jiang Xinhui, yet the overwhelming agony rendered her incapable of even lifting the corners of her mouth. In the next moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Feng and the others, believing Wang Ying to be lifeless, descended into a frenzied assault against the zombies. Her apparent demise ignited a fervor within them, as they recklessly hurled their abilities at the undead. Alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. It was a miracle they had endured thus far. Clearly, the zombies' patience had worn thin, releasing a bone-chilling roar that pierced the air. Xinhui, Xiaojiang. Jiang Xinhui found herself ensnared in the clutches of the zombie, its razor-sharp claws poised to penetrate her core. All present shut their eyes, letting out a collective wail of despair. What was this monster intent on doing? Did it seek to eviscerate Jiang Xinhui? A glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes as she seemed to grasp the creature's intentions. Suddenly, a thought struck her, reminiscent of self-detonation in novels. Desperately, she sought answers on how to achieve such an end, only to sorrowfully realize that she lacked the knowledge to self-destruct. And even more so, she was uncertain whether a power core truly resided within her. The shrill screech of an emergency brake shattered the eerie silence. Su Leyan emerged from the vehicle, and Chun Liang cried out in a frenzy, "Sister Su, help." Su Leyan responded with a cold smirk, her hands weaving gracefully, conjuring a sleek black sword that materialized effortlessly into her grasp, which she then aimed forcefully at the zombie. A terrifying wave of sword energy erupted in an instant, cleaving the zombie in two without affording it a moment to struggle. They could even perceive the fleeting glimmer of fear in the creature's eyes, mirroring their own prior terror. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The longsword, which Xiao Zhe and Qin Liang had witnessed in its formidable prowess, was not merely a weapon of strength, but a testament to Su Leyan's extraordinary might. In the blink of an eye, she had dispatched a high-tier zombie, a feat that spoke volumes of her capabilities. Faced with the seemingly insurmountable high-tier undead, Su Leyan effortlessly obliterated it with a single strike. Not pausing for breath, she swiftly turned to eliminate another zombie, as though it were merely a casual act. This display left Qi Shinshuan and the others utterly astonished. How powerful. Are you all right? Jiang Xinhui suddenly coughed several times, her complexion pale as she shook her head. I'm fine. Sister Su, what about Yingjia? Su Leyan gently patted her shoulder and approached, discovering that the girl had merely fainted. Really? Yes. Chen Feng hurried over to assist Wang Ying, relieved to find her still breathing. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the timely arrival of their junior, they all would have met their end here. Let's carry Wang Ying to the vehicle. Su Leyan donned her gloves and skillfully extracted a crystal-clear zombie core from the creature's skull. Being a third-tier zombie, the core was the size of a baby's fist, considerably larger than those they had previously encountered. She then approached another zombie. Fortune smiled upon her, one third-tier core and one second-tier core. To her, these cores represented not just points, but invaluable materials. This zombie crystal core belongs to me. Is that acceptable to you all? After all, it was she who hunted these two zombies, and even if they have objections, she shall not heed them. Qi Xingxuan understood that these words were directed at them, and he hurriedly nodded, affirming his agreement. May I ask who this young lady is? Captain Qi, this is the Su Junior I mentioned earlier. She is a student of Professor Hu and currently serves as the commander of the Dawn base. The young girl before them appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, her features exquisitely delicate, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, emanating an aura of formidable strength. Even Qi Yang, who had encountered many grand occasions, found himself momentarily taken aback by her imposing presence, a demeanor befitting one of high stature. In such chaotic times, the girl, clad in a striking white suit, abruptly entered their line of sight, a clear testament to her formidable prowess. Junior, this is Captain Qi Xingxuan, sent from the South China Safety Base. They have come on behalf of Professor Hu. Su Leyan nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor composed as she appraised the man before her, a figure likely in his late 20s, tall and handsome, exuding a powerful aura, a man of great potential. You were scratched by a zombie? Qi Xingxuan bore a deep scratch on his shoulder, the flesh beneath visibly torn, a sight both alarming and distressing. There were also several wounds on his hands, such injuries susceptible to infection. Indeed, Miss Su, fret not, should I exhibit any signs of zombification. My comrades will personally ensure my demise. He would not allow himself to succumb to the transformation of death, nor would he choose solitude. As long as he retained a flicker of consciousness, he would not surrender, for surrender is the act of a coward. Upon hearing his words, Yao Wenping's expression shifted. Yet he refrained from retorting. Should their leader truly undergo a transformation, he would take it upon himself to resolve the matter. Their leader harbored no desire to become a grotesque entity, neither human nor beast, nor to one day find himself at odds with them. Thus, they had made a pact. Regardless of who fell victim to a zombie's bite, should transformation ensue, they would personally intervene, for they were determined to defend the military uniforms they wore. A bite from a zombie did not guarantee transformation. There remained a 10% chance of awakening extraordinary abilities. He certainly would not intentionally invite a zombie's bite for that slim chance. Yet the circumstances had changed. Perhaps there lay an opportunity to awaken such abilities, even if only a mere 10% hope. Here, take this. Su Leyan tossed a test tube containing the genetic modification serum previously consumed by Chen Feng and the others. Captain Qi, you should express your gratitude to Sister Su. This is the genetic modification serum that could enable us to awaken our powers. Qi Xingxuan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, grappling with the notion of the existence of such a serum. Do not doubt it. Sister Su is a scientific genius. We initially lacked extraordinary abilities, but it was after consuming the genetic modification serum she provided that we awakened. Qi Xingxuan's subordinates instinctively tightened their grips, pondering the implications of the genetic modification serum and the potential for awakening extraordinary abilities. He believed that these individuals would not deceive him, nor would they have any reason to do so. Who exactly is Miss Su, capable of concocting a gene-modifying serum? Such a prodigious talent, yet previously unnoticed? Qi Xingxuan removed the cap, and, with a flick of his wrist, the liquid melted instantly upon contact. He couldn't help but smacked his lips. The taste was quite agreeable. Miss Su, thank you. However, no sooner had Qi Xingxuan spoken than his expression transformed into one of peculiar discomfort, as if he were strenuously enduring something. In a mere moment, cold sweat beaded upon his forehead, and his body began to convulse involuntarily. Yet, despite this torment, Qi Xingxuan remained silent, standing resolutely in place. Were it not for his slightly trembling hands, Chen Feng and the others might have doubted the efficacy of the gene-modifying serum. Yao Wenping and the others, being seasoned special forces operatives with keen observational skills, quickly sensed something amiss with Qi Xingxuan. Nonetheless, their inquiries remained unvoiced, as they noted the expressions of Chen Feng and his companions, who appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Chapter 61. Excitement. Little did they know that at this very moment, Qi Xingxuan was enduring excruciating pain. The agony of bone restructuring could hardly be overstated. Yet, He remained silent, resolutely persevering through the ordeal. With a sudden burst, Qi Shingshuan's eyes flew open, his hands clenched tightly before he unleashed a powerful strike. Sizzle! Su Leyan was taken aback and leapt forward. Lightning-based abilities? What extraordinary fortune! Lightning abilities are among the most formidable powers. Captain Qi is astonishingly formidable. Before awakening, he could already contend with high-ranking zombies, and now, having awakened his lightning abilities, his combat prowess must be skyrocketing. This is truly incredible. With a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth, Qi Shingshuan waved his hands, and a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Su Leyan gazed at him with envy. Surely, Captain Qi was exceptionally fortunate to possess lightning-based abilities, one he yearned for himself. In the realm of apocalyptic novels, those endowed with lightning powers are often formidable figures, embodying the pinnacle of combat prowess. Truly, as a special forces captain, his talent was remarkable. Boss, have you awakened your abilities? Yao Wenping and the others were equally astonished. Could it be that a mere vial of genetic enhancement serum had enabled their leader to awaken such potent powers? Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a fierce battle against high-level zombies, prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. Then, the sudden appearance of Miss Su, who swiftly dispatched a high-level zombie with a single strike. They had braced themselves for the possibility of their leader transforming into a zombie. But with a single vial of the genetic serum from Miss Su, he had awakened his abilities. It felt almost surreal. Who would believe it if spoken aloud? If he observed correctly, Miss Su seemed to possess spatial abilities as well. The black longsword had appeared out of nowhere, vanquishing the zombies, only to vanish again afterward. Thus, it became evident that Miss Su was not only an ability user but also a rare spatial ability wielder. Thank you, Miss Su. Ability users were exceedingly rare among humanity. With the advent of genetic enhancement serum, the prospects of humanity combating zombies appeared significantly bolstered. However, questions lingered regarding the serum's potential for mass production and what Miss Su might desire in return. Thoughts of demanding the formula for the serum or acquiring it for free were entirely absent from his mind. Miss Su, is the genetic enhancement serum for sale? Su Leyan nodded, acknowledging that the gene modification serum would indeed be available for sale. After all, the pace of human awakening was far too sluggish to keep up with the ever-evolving natural environment, necessitating reliance on the power of technology to awaken extraordinary abilities in humanity. Certainly, she remarked, observing the gleeful expression on Qi Shingshuan's face. The gene modification serum can be sold, but I require only the zombie crystal cores in return. The zombie crystal cores could be exchanged for points and were capable of harnessing energy from within. Their utility was manifold. She would not miss such an opportunity, for she was no philanthropist. Even with the noble goal of saving all of humanity, she would not give her offerings away for free. One must understand the age-old adage, a grain of rice earns gratitude, while a grain of millet breeds enmity. She would not act foolishly in this regard. I understand. Qi Shingshuan nodded. He had never intended to take without compensation. However, this matter needed to be reported to the military district, and further discussions would unfold gradually. They were also collecting zombie crystal cores, anticipating that future currency might be linked to them. Thus, whenever circumstances allowed, after defeating zombies, they would examine the heads to ascertain whether they contained crystal cores. Previously, at the mall, time and conditions had been prohibitive, but now they had the opportunity to investigate. Their fortune proved favorable. Among over 2,000 zombies, they discovered 300 first-level zombie crystal cores, with the remainder being of the 0 level. Nevertheless, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. It was unwise to dismiss the 0-level cores as worthless. The acquired zombie crystal cores were divided into 3 portions, one for Su Leyan, one for Chun Feng and his companions, and the last portion retained for themselves. Su Leyan did not refuse. Without her, these individuals would undoubtedly meet their demise today. Thus, she accepted without hesitation. Chun Feng and the others also did not decline, for this was a matter of monetary gain. With the absence of high-level zombies and Su Leyan, a formidable force, leading the way, they naturally followed obediently behind. Whether it was Su Leyan's overwhelming presence or the complete eradication of zombies, they encountered not a single one along the way, making their journey surprisingly smooth. Upon their return, they encountered Gong Lei and others waiting at the entrance. Ah, that vehicle seems to be the one that brushed past us earlier. Captain, Qi Shingshuan halted the vehicle, signaling Gong Lei to join them. Aware that this was not the time for idle chatter, Gong Lei hurriedly boarded the vehicle and followed suit. Su Leyan instructed Chun Feng to take Gong Lei and the others to settle in, while she accompanied Qi Shinshuan and the others to the National Research Laboratory. Their purpose for coming here was to meet Professor Hu and his team. Since they had arrived, it was only natural that they should meet at the earliest opportunity. In stark contrast to the devastation and corpses littering the outside world, the campus of Huagong University was remarkably clean, devoid of any blood. Upon entering, they even observed several elderly individuals leisurely strolling in the square. Were it not for the shocking scenes outside, they might have believed that the apocalypse was but an illusion. The Dawn base spans approximately 1 million square meters. However, at present, the population within the base is still insufficient, totaling merely over 200 individuals. More people are needed for further development. Did Miss Su not consider the possibility of a zombie siege when transforming Huagong University into the Dawn base? Guang City is a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million. As we journey through, we have witnessed a scarcity of survivors. It can be said that more than half of humanity has succumbed to the undead, indicating that Guang City has fallen. Although Huagong University, the Dawn base, is situated an hour's drive from the city center, any expedition for resources from the Dawn base will inevitably traverse through the heart of the city, which is swarming with zombies, making it a formidable challenge to breach. On the very first day of their entry into Guang City, they encountered a tidal wave of zombies, nearly suffocating amidst the horde. Had it not been for the substantial firepower they had brought, escaping the encirclement of the undead would have been utterly impossible. However, the Dawn base is not limited to this singular route. By heading north for 3 kilometers, one can access the provincial highway leading to Qing City, where resources can also be sought. As for the impending zombie siege, Captain Qi need not fret. The energy shield has been activated. As long as the sun remains ablaze in the sky, the Dawn base stands as an impenetrable bastion, impervious to the undead. Qi Shinshuan suddenly glanced at the young woman beside him, his pupils constricting. An impenetrable bastion? Seemingly unfazed by Qi Shinshuan's astonishment, Su Leyan coldly nodded. Indeed, it is an impenetrable bastion. With the energy shield in place, the Dawn base is an absolute fortress. Impossible. How could such a phenomenon exist? An impenetrable bastion, such a notion had never crossed my mind. How could it possibly be real? You shall soon discover the truth. Qi Shinshuan furrowed his brow, questioning her intentions. Su Leyan chuckled softly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. I am in need of some zombie crystal quartz. Qi Shinshuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by her words. Su Leyan offered no explanation. Perhaps they would come to understand tomorrow. At present, there was no way to elucidate the matter, and even if she did, they would likely remain skeptical. Thus, seeing is believing. First-hand experience would surely foster belief. Before this, Captain Qi had never contemplated the existence of gene modification serums. He remained silent, acknowledging that he had indeed never considered such a substance could exist, especially after experiencing it himself. To be candid, absent this personal encounter, even if Miss Su had claimed that the gene modification serum could awaken supernatural abilities in humanity, he would have dismissed it as implausible. Strangely, he felt reassured by Miss Su's presence, as if the apocalypse could not worsen with her around. Perhaps she might be the savior of Huaxia. Realizing his thoughts, Qi Shinshuan shook his head, bemused by the notion that he had come to regard Miss Su as a potential savior, placing such significant hopes on a young girl. He must be losing his mind. A few of them took a moment to rest in the meeting room while he went to seek out several professors. Furthermore, Su Leyan had prepared some food and water for them, assuring them that they could eat without hesitation, as the Dawn base currently lacked for nothing in terms of provisions. Once Su Leyan departed, the group began to converse in hushed tones. What do you think of Miss Su? Who could she possibly be to create a gene modification serum? It's simply astounding. Moreover, did you not just hear? Miss Su mentioned that the Dawn base is enveloped in an energy shield, an absolute barrier capable of completely isolating the zombies. Who can ascertain its authenticity without first-hand experience? The gene modification liquid is genuine. Do you truly believe the energy shield might be a fabrication? If it is indeed real, then Miss Su is quite formidable, setting aside her scientific achievements. The scene they witnessed earlier was utterly terrifying. That horrifying sword aura resembled descriptions from novels, sending chills down one's spine. I do not perceive Miss Su as a person driven by ambition. Otherwise, we should consider recruiting her into the military district. However, that seems implausible. Miss Su clearly appears as someone of high status. How could she possibly submit to others? In this post-apocalyptic world, the government has lost control over many regions, and local military districts have even begun to assert their independence from the central authority. Were it not for the decisive measures taken from above, the situation might be even more dire. What do you think, boss? Qi Xingxuan pressed his lips together. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. We shall wait until we have met with Professor Hu before informing the superiors. For now, that is all we can do. Soon, Su Leyan arrived with several professors in the conference room. Upon seeing the professors, Qi Xingxuan and his companions immediately stood and saluted them. Prior to their arrival, they had reviewed photographs of the professors and were thus familiar with their appearances, making them feel less like strangers. Professor Hu, Professor Wang, Professor Li, Professor Zhou. I'm Qi Xingxuan, sent here to escort you to the safe zone. No need to rush, let us sit down and converse. Professor Hu smiled warmly, nodding as he observed the spirited young men before him. It has been a month since the apocalyptic disaster struck, and they had a general understanding of the circumstances outside. Now, witnessing the soldiers dedicated to safeguarding the nation filled them with joy, as it signified that the country had not abandoned them. As long as the nation endures, they would retain confidence in confronting this catastrophe. Please, have something to eat. Your journey must have been arduous. Your dedication to protecting the homeland is commendable. Regardless, we must express our gratitude for your long journey to Guangzhou to retrieve us old fellows. You flatter us. You are all pillars of our great nation, and the country currently needs you. We may be old, but it is not us the country truly requires. It is young Su. She is the one you ought to safeguard. Hearing Professor Hu's words, the group could not help but smile wryly. Protection? Miss Su hardly needs their safeguarding. In fact, she might be the one to protect them. A few days ago, communication was restored, and I have already spoken with the authorities. We old fellows will not be leaving Guangzhou. We intend to remain at the Dawn base. Moreover, Guangzhou requires military support. Professor Hu, our purpose this time is to escort you to the safe base. Qi Xingxuan shook his head, having received no information from above indicating that Professor Hu would remain in Guangzhou. Moreover, the city of Guangzhou has fallen. Remaining there would only heighten the peril. As a metropolis teeming with millions, the number of zombies is likely in the hundreds of thousands. Even if the military were to engage fully, it would be impossible to eliminate such a vast horde, and this number is only expected to grow. Professor Hu chuckled lightly, suggesting that one should contact their superior. It is possible that poor reception is the reason for the lack of communication with their commanding officer. Now, however, the signal at the Dawn base is excellent. Once you ascertain your objectives, we can continue our discussion. Seeing the situation, Qi Xingxuan understood that his words would not reach Professor Hu and the others, so he resorted to using the laboratory phone to call the South China security base. After the call connected, Qi Xingxuan succinctly relayed the situation regarding the Dawn base and the decisions made by several professors. Professor Hu, your superior wishes to speak with you. Professor Hu nodded and took the phone from Qi Xingxuan. Most of the conversation consisted of the other party speaking, to which Professor Hu offered brief responses. He then began discussing matters concerning the Dawn base, after which the call was transferred to Su Leyan. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the commander of the South China military region wished to converse with her. Was this to confirm her intentions? Miss Su, I am Zhang Jingguo. Greetings, Commander. There was a significant pause before he continued. Miss Su, I would like to understand the purpose behind your establishment of the Dawn base. It was evident that the other party hesitated after hearing about the Dawn base, seemingly eager to ascertain Su Leyan's rationale for its creation, and more importantly, whether collaboration was feasible. Chapter 63. My purpose is quite simple. The apocalypse erupted unexpectedly, leaving the government scrambling to respond, losing control over many areas. Nevertheless, the machinery of the state is formidable, reacting swiftly. While chaos ensued abroad, the national apparatus began to operate at full throttle. The first step was to restore communication, informing everyone that the nation endures and that the People's Liberation Army would provide immediate assistance. Despite the rapid mobilization of the state, numerous individuals took advantage of the initial chaos. Some awakened to extraordinary abilities, believing themselves to be destined for greatness. In addition to the government establishing secure bases, many private enclaves emerged, with individuals not only aiming to combat the undead but also aspiring to become local tyrants. Consequently, the chief of the Southern Security Base sought to ascertain whether Su Leyan harbored ambitions of dominance. Of course, even if Su Leyan wished to pursue such a path, they could not mobilize their troops against her. After all, the true enemy of humanity was the zombies. Chief Zhang reassured himself, I harbor no grandiose ambitions. From the beginning, I have only one purpose. Su Leyan spoke slowly, My purpose is to save all of humanity, to protect Huaxia, and to resolve the crisis of the apocalypse. The conference room fell into a profound silence, the sound of breathing palpable, as they involuntarily turned their gaze toward the 17-year-old girl. Her rationale seemed absurd, yet they found themselves inexplicably believing in her conviction. After what felt like an eternity of silence on the other end of the line, just when Su Leyan thought the connection had been severed, she finally heard the chief's slightly exasperated voice. "Miss Su, is this your true intention?" The leader seemed skeptical, for this rationale was indeed difficult to believe. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, this is my purpose. I have been an orphan since childhood, raised in an orphanage. The state nurtured and educated me, and this planet has given me life. Therefore, my aim is to protect my homeland." Does it sound absurd? Perhaps you have heard the saying, "Under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs?" If humanity cannot adapt to this new environment, then our civilization is doomed to perish in this apocalyptic disaster. I am one among many, and for my own sake, I refuse to witness the downfall of humanity. I possess a genetic modification serum that can awaken extraordinary abilities within humans. The evolution of zombies is several times faster than that of humans. Our species cannot keep pace with the evolution of our surroundings and will ultimately be eliminated by nature. Thus, science must propel human evolution. Captain Chi has already consumed the genetic modification serum and awakened lightning abilities. If you are skeptical, you may inquire with Captain Chi. Su Leyan sensed the individual across from her breathing heavily, their emotions visibly stirred, indicating that the genetic modification serum had profoundly impacted them. "Captain Chi, please tell your superior whether you have awakened any abilities." Qi Xingxuan cast a deep glance at the young woman, nodded, and spoke into the phone. "Sir, this is Qi Xingxuan. I have indeed awakened lightning abilities thanks to Ms. Su's genetic modification serum. There are no side effects whatsoever." The breath on the other end of the line grew heavier, leading one to believe that Qi Xingxuan's words had further convinced him of the genuine existence of the genetic modification serum. "In addition to the genetic modification serum, I also possess an energy shield that creates an absolute barrier against zombies and mutated life forms. Soon, Captain Chi and his team will witness its efficacy firsthand, and it will be Captain Chi who reports back to you." The notion of an energy shield and a genetic modification serum, elements that seem to inhabit the realm of science fiction, raised doubts in Zhang Jiangwo's mind. Yet, excitement coursed through him as he recalled that Qi Xingxuan had already tested the serum and awakened lightning-based abilities. Clearly, Miss Su had not been deceiving him. Thus, the energy shield might indeed be real. Beyond merely the energy shield and genetic modification serum, a plethora of unfinished high-tech innovations lingered in his mind. "If I were ambitious, I would not so openly divulge this information to you. My aim in establishing the Dawn Base is to use it as a foundation to resolve the crisis of the apocalypse." Su Leyan stated coolly, "Of course, I could undertake this endeavor alone, but it would require an extensive amount of time. Thus, I seek the support of the nation. If you choose not to believe, I cannot change that. I believe." Zhang Jingguo had no alternative but to embrace belief, just as Miss Su articulated. Relying solely on individual strength would not suffice to avert the apocalypse, especially since it was merely in its infancy, with the duration of turmoil likely to extend rather than diminish. The arrival of Miss Su represented their first step toward the salvation of humanity. How could he possibly refuse? "Miss Su, please feel free to express any needs you may have. I will not hesitate to assist you in any way within my capabilities. If something is beyond my reach, I shall seek support from the capital base." A smile danced on Su Leyan's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. "I require a military presence at the Dawn Base to aid in its management. However, I do not seek individuals who merely issue commands, nor do I need those consumed by the thirst for power." Zhang Jingguo initially thought he had misheard, but after repeated confirmations, he realized that Su Leyan's previous assertions were indeed true. If she harbored ambitions, she would never have consented to a military presence at the Dawn Base. Yet, she now proactively requested the deployment of troops, indicating her sincerity in her prior statements. He was astonished that their nation could produce such a purely patriotic individual, one solely focused on safeguarding Huaxia and saving humanity, something he himself could not achieve with such purity. "Rest assured, Miss Su, even with the military stationed at the Dawn Base, you will remain its commander. We will merely participate. The authority to decide will remain in your capable hands." Since the Dawn Base is the cornerstone of Su Leyan's efforts to address the apocalypse, it must remain untouched. To eliminate all potential threats at its foundation, Su Leyan must hold the greatest power, for only then can she maximize her efforts. Thank you, Commander. A hearty laugh resonated from the other end of the line. I heard Professor Hu and the others refer to you as Xiao Su. I hope you do not mind if I address you in the same manner. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Of course. Qi Xingxuan and his comrades represent the most distinguished Special Operations Unit of the Southern Theater Command. Henceforth, the responsibility lies with you. Pursue your ambitions with unbridled determination, for the Southern Theater Command stands as your unwavering support. Thank you, Commander. To grant authority without a formal meeting, and to entrust the special forces to one's care, Zhang Jiangwo's audacity is indeed remarkable. Were it an ordinary individual, one might suspect ulterior motives. Chapter 64. The deal, Little Su. Is it possible to mass-produce that genetic modification serum of yours? Rest assured, we shall not demand it without compensation. We can offer a trade, be it in supplies or firearms and ammunition. Certainly, that is feasible. However, I have no need for firearms or supplies. My sole desire is for zombie crystal cores. Zombie crystal cores? Indeed. Su Leyan did not conceal the truth from him, explaining that not every individual who consumes the genetic modification serum can awaken supernatural abilities. The potential for awakening is entirely dependent on personal aptitude. Those with the potential for supernatural abilities may awaken such powers through the serum, while those lacking this potential will merely experience enhanced genetics and bodily transformation. Should you believe that consuming the serum guarantees the awakening of supernatural abilities, you are gravely mistaken. The enhancement of the body alone is already quite commendable. We do not hold high expectations. I shall not impose upon you either. If you could prepare 3,000 first-level zombie crystal cores and some research materials, I will provide you with 2 crates of the genetic modification serum. 3,000 zombie crystal cores pose no issue. As for the research materials, what specific items do you require? I shall compile a list and send it to you. Once you are prepared, kindly deliver it to me, and I will administer the genetic modification serum to them. How many vials are there in 2 boxes? This is his primary concern. Thus far, the South China safety base has only a handful of ability users. The scarcity of such individuals is indeed alarming. Having ability users would significantly enhance their chances against the zombies, instilling greater confidence in the survivors of the safety base. Each box contains 20 vials. Therefore, 2 boxes will yield 40 vials. This quantity of genetic modification serum has the potential to awaken abilities in 40 individuals. Even if the awakening is not guaranteed, merely enhancing their physical capabilities would be a tremendous boon for them. Very well, we shall expedite preparations and dispatch someone to deliver it promptly. Fortunately, the South China safety base is not too distant from Guangzhou. Traveling via the expressway will only require a day and a night. Upon concluding the call, Zhang Jingguo immediately summoned his staff to tally the number of zombie cores they possess, particularly the first-level cores, and to prepare the mineral materials required by Su Leyan. He aimed to exchange swiftly for the genetic modification serum. He also needed to report to the capital base in a timely manner, though this would have to wait until he had confirmed the details. After all, such matters cannot be taken lightly, and it is prudent to exercise caution. It is not a matter of distrust towards Su Leyan. Rather, it is wise to proceed with care. Meanwhile, Su Leyan ended the call and turned his gaze toward Qi Xingxuan and the others. You have all heard it. From now on, you shall be regarded as members of the Dawn base. Under the guidance of Miss Su, we shall embark on this journey together. While it may not be a matter of command, I sincerely hope for a harmonious collaboration in the days to come. You are now considered one of our own. And to welcome you, I present this box of genetic modification serum as a token of our acquaintance. As for its distribution, that is entirely up to you. Thank you, Miss Su. They are undoubtedly aware of the significance of this genetic modification serum and will not refuse it. Should you wish to procure more in the future, you may exchange it using zombie crystal cores. The affairs of the Dawn base are currently managed by Captain Xiao. Feel free to approach him with any inquiries you may have. He will provide you with the necessary details. Excellent. Is there anything else? Qi Xingxuan nodded and elaborated. We have brought 500 individuals to Guang City, splitting into 2 groups. Our primary mission is to rescue Professor Hu from Huagong University, while the other group is tasked with searching for survivors. They are currently settled at the convention center, and I wish to bring them here as well. Of course, that is entirely feasible. After all, these are valuable resources. The more individuals we have, the greater our resources will be. However, it is essential to communicate clearly, as there are individuals who may lack integrity. You have just heard that Commander Zhang has ordered you to be stationed at the Dawn base, which I wholeheartedly support. The survivors may also enter the Dawn base. However, it is not a charitable institution. They must bear the responsibility for their own sustenance. To receive food, they must work. If they refuse to labor, it is impossible for the Dawn base to provide for them. This is something you must communicate clearly to them. Certainly. Qi Xingxuan nodded solemnly. Even in the southern military district, they are required to work. Very well. But you must make it clear to them that those unwilling to come may do as they please. Additionally, anyone entering the safe base must pay a fee of 10 zombie crystal cores. 10. Are they 0 level or 1 level zombie crystal cores? 0 level will suffice. Good. Qi Xingxuan did not question the rationale behind this requirement. Since Miss Su has decided on this course of action, there must be a reason. Perhaps the gene modification serum is derived from zombie crystal cores. One can only say that in the face of the apocalypse, everyone's imagination has been unleashed. You have their contact numbers, right? Instruct them to remain at the exhibition center for the next couple of days and not to venture out lightly. If they are overwhelmed by the zombie tide, do not blame me for not having warned you. Qi Xingxuan's expression shifted suddenly as he recalled Miss Su Leyan's earlier words. She mentioned a shortage of zombie crystal cores, suggesting that she was about to take action. Very well, regardless of belief. Let them stay at the exhibition center for the next 2 days. He too wished to see what Miss Su intended to do. Quickly dialing the phone, Qi Xingxuan briefly recounted the situation at the Dawn base. He then mentioned that the commander had consented to their stationing there, before finally advising them not to leave the exhibition center lightly in the coming days. Captain Shi, outside. Zhang Liang rushed in, breathless. Captain Shi Luling raised a hand, signaling his understanding. I know. What should we do? Should we venture outside? Do not act recklessly. There are so many zombies. If discovered, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Qi Xingxuan just called, instructing them to stay indoors for the next 2 days. He might possess some knowledge about the situation, but currently, they are separated, making inquiries somewhat inconvenient. Chapter 65. Simulated signal. Notify everyone to remain at the exhibition center for the next 2 days and refrain from going outside. Understood. Zhang Liang expressed concern for Qi Xingxuan and his team. Captain Shi, along with Zhou Jie and others, had gone to Huagong University to rescue several professors, and it was uncertain if they had arrived yet. Yesterday, they had heard the sounds of cannon fire from the exhibition center, leading them to suspect that Captain Chi's team must have encountered a horde of zombies. Heaven help us, may they be spared from this zombie tide. Given the numbers, something significant must have transpired. Do not worry, Qi Xingxuan just called me. They have now reached Huagong University and have met with several professors. Furthermore, Huagong University has now become the Dawn base. Reflecting upon everything that Qi Xingxuan had mentioned regarding the Dawn base, a flicker of intrigue passed through Shi Luling's eyes. Qi Xingxuan would not lie about such matters. Thus, the events within the Dawn base must indeed be genuine. The higher-ups had evidently sanctioned their stationing at the Dawn base. Yet he felt compelled to witness it with his own eyes before placing his trust in it. Dawn base. Zhang Liang gasped, disbelief etched across his face. Captain Shi, are you suggesting that Huagong University has now transformed into the Dawn base? Is it a private installation or an official one? Zhang Liang's surprise was palpable. If the higher-ups were aware, it seemed the commander of the Dawn base was not one driven by insatiable ambition. After all, many private bases aspired to become formidable powers, often disregarding state regulations. However, judging by Captain Shi's demeanor, it appeared he too needed to see it firsthand before reaching a conclusion. Very well. You should proceed to reassure the survivors, instructing them to remain calm. Once this ordeal has passed, we will also make our way to the Dawn base. Understood. Casting a glance in their direction, Shi Luling furrowed his brow. Ultimately, he decided to contact Qi Xingxuan, informing him of the zombies' advancing trajectory. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. The zombies in Zone L were all moving toward a singular direction, a phenomenon that captured the attention of all survivors. None dared to voice their concerns, instead huddling in corners, trembling with fear. This was their first encounter with such a massive horde of zombies, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. From the myriad alleys and streets, a relentless tide of zombies surged forth, with more continuously joining the throng. It seemed as though all the undead in District L were converging upon a singular point, driven by a common objective. Could it be the emergence of a zombie king? Have you ever delved into apocalyptic literature? Such tales often speak of the birth of a zombie king, compelling the undead to pay homage and granting it dominion over their ranks. They advance towards the north. Could it be that the zombie king has indeed come into existence? How is that conceivable? Some voice their disbelief. If the zombie king truly manifested, what would become of them? Would humanity face annihilation? Yet, even in the face of a zombie king, what does it matter? As long as our nation endures, victory will surely be ours, regardless of foreign circumstances. I firmly believe that as long as our country stands and the People's Liberation Army remains, we need not fear. Yes, we need not fear. Our nation will not forsake us. Even if a zombie king arises, ultimate triumph shall belong to us. What did Captain Shi say in his call? Qi Shixuan's countenance darkened. What words from Captain Shi could evoke such a reaction? Knock, knock, knock. The 301 laboratory had been remodeled by Su Leyan, transforming it into her exclusive domain. The entrance was a formidable metal door, which Su Leyan had equipped with various sensing devices. Thus, Qi Shixuan knew that she was aware of his presence even before he knocked. Whoosh! The heavy metal door swung open with a swift motion, revealing Su Leyan clad in a pristine white lab coat, her hands adorned with white gloves. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses with her right hand, she cast a fleeting, indifferent glance at him, her tone notably frosty. Captain Shi, is there something amiss? Captain Qi Shixuan nodded, his expression grave as he conveyed. I have just received a call from Captain Shi. Almost all the zombies in Area L have mobilized, and their trajectory is directed towards the Dawn base. Captain Shi suspects that something is summoning them. It is already known that high-level zombies possess the ability to control their lower counterparts. However, the number of low-level zombies they can command is limited. This large-scale zombie tide is likely connected to high-level zombies. Host, you are truly diabolical. Just look at you. You've frightened them, haven't you? 666 was taken aback by its own host capabilities. It had not anticipated that the host could simulate the signals of zombies, controlling them through these signals. Such ingenuity in harvesting zombie cores could only be attributed to her alone in the entire world. I previously mentioned that I am in need of zombie cores. With millions of zombies in Guang City, why not take advantage of them? It would be a waste to let them go to waste. 666 was momentarily speechless, truly a formidable overlord indeed. However, one could only feel pity for the survivors, who must now be paralyzed with fear. Host, do you require so many zombie cores for the purpose of exchanging for points? Finding a host who is a scientist, or perhaps one of a formidable caliber, truly evokes a sense of melancholy. The advanced technology available in the Points Mall allows the host to purchase just one item, enabling them to unravel its principles and subsequently mass-produce it. Such a host is indeed a first of its kind. What do you think? The entity known as 666 has retreated, pondering the improbability of this scenario. It believes that unless the host develops a particular interest in an item from the Points Mall, they would not exchange their points. Alas, the situation is exceedingly challenging. As for Miss Su, had they not previously encountered high-level zombies, Qi Shixuan might not have felt such urgency. However, they have already faced 2 high-level zombies, which not only possess the ability to control lower-level zombies, but also strategize like humans. This is truly terrifying. If this trend continues, the power of the zombies will only expand, while humanity's space for survival diminishes. Now, with the emergence of high-level zombies capable of commanding thousands, how can one not be apprehensive? Moreover, their trajectory aligns ominously with the Dawn base. He even suspects that this may be a vengeful pursuit for the 2 high-level zombies they previously encountered. The hierarchy of zombies behind this is undoubtedly greater than they could fathom. Chapter 66. I summoned them, I understand. They are the ones I summoned. Qi Shixuan was left perplexed. While he grasped part of Miss Su's statement, he was also bewildered. Miss Su was aware of the zombies, claiming that she had summoned them. Zombies? Summoned? Qi Shixuan widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at the composed young lady before him, unable to fathom that his conjectures might indeed be true. He felt as though he were in a daze. How could this be? Those zombies were summoned by me. If I do not clarify this soon, Captain Shi here may very well be at his wit's end. Su. Miss Su. Zhou Jie stammered, equally astonished and unable to believe the situation. He forced a nervous laugh. Miss Su, this is not a funny joke. Su Leyan cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Jie and replied coolly. I do not engage in jest. Zhou Jie was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to accept the reality that the young lady before him could achieve such feats. Commanding the undead, how could this be? It seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, considering the genetic modification serum and the energy shield, The events transpiring around Miss Su did not appear entirely implausible. Is she truly human, not divine? As he observed the serene and composed young lady, Yao Wenpeng involuntarily swallowed hard, sensing an inexplicable dread emanating from her. Qi Xingxuan suddenly recalled what Su Leyan had previously mentioned. She had expressed a recent shortage of zombie cores and had insisted on demonstrating the capabilities of the energy shield. Could it be that the zombie cores and this demonstration were one and the same? The group exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in their eyes. This truly was the work of Miss Su. How on earth did she accomplish this? Miss Su, how did you achieve this? Qi Xingxuan's voice bore a slight dryness, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of apprehension. Such a person, if deemed an adversary, would be insurmountable. Fortunately, Miss Su harbored a robust sense of patriotism towards the Xia nation, a silver lining amidst the misfortunes. It seemed rather straightforward. The crowd murmured in disbelief. How could this possibly be simple? Surely, Miss Su must be jesting. The notion of signals? Summoning zombies? The apocalyptic calamity is but a manifestation of biological evolution, wherein all life forms inevitably undergo mutations. Failure in evolution results in zombies, while successful evolution gives rise to those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Those who remain unchanged are merely ordinary humans, a fact well known to all present. Whether zombies, individuals with extraordinary powers, or mutated flora and fauna, they may all be classified as mutant entities. By mastering the simulation signals of each type of life form's mutations, one can issue commands to summon the zombies. My initial research focused on first-level zombies, which can only emit two basic reception signals, halt and attack. I discovered that as the level of the zombie increases, so too does the complexity of the commands at their disposal. The transmission of signals among them resembles a language, a lexicon exclusive to the undead. Moreover, the evolutionary pace of zombies is astonishingly rapid. If we liken a first-level zombie to an infant of 1 or 2 years, capable only of understanding the rudimentary concepts of halting and attacking, then a second-level zombie possesses nascent consciousness with an intelligence akin to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Extending this analogy, the higher the zombie's level, the greater its intelligence, potentially surpassing that of humans, a truly terrifying prospect. However, I am capable of simulating signal levels. Currently, I can manage no more than mid-tier 3-stage zombies. To simulate stronger zombie signal levels, higher-tier mutated zombies or zombie cores are required. The zombie core is the source of all powers that control the zombies. As long as one possesses a zombie core, it will be possible to harness the energy within it to research and simulate signals of zombies of the same tier, and even deduce signals of higher tiers. Host, you are remarkable. It is truly the first time I have encountered such an intelligent host. It is astonishing. In such a short span of time, they have already succeeded in studying the simulated signals of zombies. With such brilliance, they are bound to accomplish their objectives with ease. Truly magnificent. 666 is showering flowers in Su Leyan's mind, overwhelmed with joy. However, Su Leyan has no time to entertain it. Promptly silencing 660 SIX's voice and turning her attention to Qi Xingxuan and the others. Do you understand? They are not fools. On the contrary, they are quite astute. Although they may not grasp the specific principles, they do know one thing. Miss Su can simulate high-tier zombie signals and control low-tier zombies, which is undoubtedly excellent news for them. Miss Su, you are extraordinary. Let us not forget that zombies evolve rapidly and are quite intelligent. They may respond to simulated signals a couple of times, but once a higher-tier zombie emerges, they will no longer heed the call of the simulated signals. After all, compared to simulated signals, they will instinctively respond to the summons of genuinely high-tier zombies. Moreover, the city of Guang has millions of zombies. Exterminating such a vast number is no trivial task. Miss Su is indeed correct. I have been overly presumptuous. Zhou Jie nodded, realizing that District L, being the heart of Guang City, is susceptible to being overrun by zombies from other regions. Should millions of zombies launch an assault, it would undoubtedly succumb. For the current zombie population vastly outnumbers that of humanity, thus risking is not an option. Following the cataclysm, the global population diminished by a third in an instant. As a populous nation, after the apocalypse, Xia's population is estimated to be under 1 billion, a figure that dwindles daily. The number of humans is rapidly decreasing, necessitating caution in all actions. Chapter 67. Do you doubt my capabilities? Miss Su, Those zombies were drawn to the Dawn base upon receiving the high-level zombie signals you simulated. However, how did they receive such signals from such a distance? Communication has been restored in various regions. I have connected to satellites above and utilized them to disseminate signals while employing various urban devices to emit the simulated signals. Hence, the zombies in District L can receive them. Yet, due to extreme weather conditions, the satellite equipment appears to have sustained significant damage, resulting in intermittent and poor signal quality. The number of summoned zombies is also limited. Miss Su is indeed a genius, capable of managing satellites, a feat likely achievable only by her. Miss Su, did you summon those zombies to the Dawn base to demonstrate the efficacy of the energy shield? To speak candidly, Qi Shinshuan felt a twinge of trepidation. In an effort to demonstrate the efficacy of the energy barrier, he had summoned a multitude of zombies. Miss Su's disposition was undeniably assertive. Miss Su, I assure you, I do not intend to cast doubt upon your intentions. I merely seek clarification, with no ulterior motives. Upon encountering Su Leyan's nonchalant expression, Zhou Jie could not help but swallow nervously. Although Miss Su appeared youthful, her commanding presence was indeed formidable, surpassing even that of a commanding officer. That fleeting glance had nearly petrified him with fear. I mean, if the energy barrier fails to repel the zombies, Miss Su, could it be considered somewhat rash of you to proceed in this manner? Zhou Jie truly harbored no ulterior motives. As the adage goes, nothing is absolute. Had Miss Su not contemplated the possibility of unforeseen circumstances arising during the operation of the energy barrier? Absolutely not. The apparatus I have constructed is not of inferior quality. Zhou Jie chuckled awkwardly, repeatedly gesturing dismissively. Miss Su, I harbor no doubts regarding your capabilities. I understand your concerns. The creations of Su Leyan have never faltered. I assert that the Dawn base serves as an impregnable stronghold. It is indeed an absolute barrier. Neither low-tier nor high-tier zombies can breach the energy barrier, except for the Zombie King. The Zombie King, goodness, Miss Su exudes confidence. It appeared that she was indeed well prepared. Having arrived at the Dawn base for less than a day, it was best for them to remain observant. Moreover, they were intrigued by the purported marvel of the energy barrier. You may retire for the evening. I shall require your assistance tomorrow, she instructed. Please help me dispose of the zombie corpses. It was evident that Su Leyan seemed reluctant to speak further, prompting Qi Shinshuan and the others to tactfully take their leave. The outcome would reveal itself by tomorrow. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to conserve their energy today. Should any uncontrollable factors arise, they must be prepared for battle. Upon closing the laboratory door, Su Leyan resumed her experiments. Host, are you truly going to dismantle the treatment chamber? Are you certain you can restore it? This is a treatment chamber. You ought to exercise caution. Even in the realm of interstellar existence, a treatment chamber is an exceedingly rare invention. The host was embarking on an audacious endeavor. A treatment chamber costs 3 million credits. 3 million. This prodigal host, so heedlessly dismantling something worth 3 million credits. Showing not an ounce of remorse. Even with a stroke of good fortune, one should not squander resources in such a manner. Host, I believe it would be wise not to dismantle it. What if you cannot reassemble it? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, questioning, do you doubt my capabilities? Here it came again, the host, wearing that familiar expression. 666, tucked away in the recesses of Su Leyan's mind, remained silent, refraining from uttering a word. It was a lesson learned from past experiences. At such moments, silence is golden. Speaking out could lead to personal injury. Why could one not retain such wisdom? Observing 660 SIX's demeanor, Su Leyan chuckled softly. After all, it was merely a treatment chamber. She had already gathered some insights. Whether it took a month, a year, or even several years, she was determined to unravel the secrets of this treatment chamber. Its existence would signify a monumental leap forward for humanity. Moreover, the cost of a healing chamber is exorbitant, requiring 3 million points for a single purchase. If one were to master the core technology of the healing chamber, there would be no need to squander money. Indeed, she has proven to be quite the frugal expert. The virtual laboratory has been initiated, where data simulations do not waste materials and failure is of no concern. Thus there is absolutely no need for trepidation. She is positively eager. Meanwhile, Qi Shinshuan has sought out Xiao Hongfu. Regardless of the efficacy of the energy shield, they must first ensure the safety of the personnel at the Dawn base and prepare for the impending crisis that looms tomorrow. Xiao Hongfu has learned from his son that Qi Shinshuan and his team hail from the southern China safety base, and he has since been informed that Qi Shinshuan will lead the troops stationed at the Dawn base. As the current administrator of the Dawn base, Xiao Hongfu naturally seeks to collaborate with Qi Shinxuan. Xiao Hongfu, a retired soldier, finds a mutual respect with Qi Shinxuan, an active military officer, upon their initial meeting. They are pleased to hear that a partnership has been established between the Southern China Safety Base and the Dawn base. Even with the military presence, Su Leyan remains the commander of the Dawn base, which brings even greater joy to Xiao Hongfu. The two engage in a discussion regarding the impending crisis and deliberate on the planning of the Dawn base, which, for the most part, requires no alterations. Previously, they had prepared the dormitory buildings, which are now perfectly suited for use. The Dawn base boasts 6 dormitory buildings and 3 graduate student buildings, making accommodation quite convenient. However, lodging is not complimentary. Each resident of the dormitory must pay 10 zombie crystal cores biannually, a stipulation that some are unwilling to accept, particularly among the faculty of the school. In response, Xiao Hongfu expressed that if one is unwilling, they may leave the Dawn base. Even during their previous stay in the dormitories, fees were required, and this will not change even in the apocalypse. It is impossible to rely on the base for sustenance without contributing. However, there are special circumstances, such as for the elderly, the weak, the ill, and the disabled, for whom the Dawn base will provide subsidies, albeit with the expectation that they will still perform some menial tasks. It can be said that the system of the Dawn base is gradually improving and will continue to do so in the future. Meanwhile, upon learning that Sister Su could simulate high-level zombies to summon lower-level ones, they were nearly terrified beyond measure. They initially thought that Sister Su merely intended to assure the military district that the energy shield would pose no issues, even with the summoning of zombies, which would be manageable. However, the sight before them was overwhelmingly terrifying. A dark mass of zombies stretched as far as the eye could see. Chapter 68. They are my prey. My goodness, how many zombies are there? Is it truly without concern? Do you not trust Sister Su? Qin Liang immediately retorted. Of course I believe in Sister Su. Huangze, do not wrongfully accuse me. If you truly believed in Sister Su, what is there to fear? Who says I am afraid? All right, you two stop bickering and prepare for battle. Even with the zombies still a kilometer away, they could see the dense throng of zombies approaching them at an alarming speed. Everyone is prepared for battle. All present have encountered and slain zombies before. However, the sheer number of undead before them is truly unprecedented. This is not merely thousands, but nearly tens of thousands of zombies. Even the South China safe base would hesitate to claim they could fend off such a horde. With merely 300 individuals in attendance, and fewer than 100 capable of combat, their fighting strength is gravely concerning. How could there be so many zombies? My goodness. The sight is overwhelming. How many undead must there be? Can we truly withstand this onslaught? We possess an energy shield. The zombies cannot breach it, and thus we should be safe. Indeed, with the energy shield in place, we will undoubtedly prevail. Have you forgotten that just days ago, we utilized the energy shield to eliminate several zombies? The base contains numerous supplies that require crystal cores for exchange, and with so many zombies, today could be our windfall. Yet, with such a vast number, at least thousands, can we genuinely withstand a zombie siege? Previously, our skirmishes were minor, but now we face a zombie tide, reminiscent of a siege from a novel. Will we truly survive this ordeal? We should manage, right? The People's Liberation Army has stationed at our Dawn base. There is surely no cause for concern. You are correct. With the military's presence, our safety is assured. The approaching horde is merely a kilometer away. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Qi Shinxuan gripped the handgun tightly, while the others remained utterly focused on the approaching horde of zombies, poised to open fire as soon as they advanced further. 800 meters. 700 meters. 400 meters. They drew nearer, ever closer. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their gazes fixed intently ahead, fingers tightening around their weapons, awaiting the captain's command to strike. Despite their readiness, a palpable tension lingered in their hearts as they faced the densely packed undead. Step, step, step. A young girl, with a long sword of about 1 meter slung across her back and donned in white gloves, strolled leisurely, her demeanor calm and indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the impending threat. Miss Su. Both Xiao Hongfu and Qi Shinxuan exclaimed in unison, while Qin Liang and the others gazed at the girl with admiration. Those who had witnessed her formidable prowess dared not underestimate her youthful and beautiful visage. Su Leyan cast a glance at them, a faint smile gracing her lips. It was the first time they had seen her smile, yet for some inexplicable reason, it sent a chill down their spines, prompting them to instinctively take a step back. They are my prey. The group fell silent, taken aback by her declaration, her prey. Only a few were privy to the reason behind her words. They are my prey. Do not engage, merely observe, understand? What is the essence of presence, if not this? What defines the might of a superior, if not this? At the words of Su Leyan, everyone instinctively nodded and quickly vacated their positions, retreating to the rear and leaving the battlefield to the young girl before them. Although she was merely a 17-year-old maiden, in the pre-apocalyptic era, she would have been nestled in her parents' embrace, indulging in youthful whims. Yet now, she appeared as a commanding general, capable of leading legions, exuding an aura of formidable authority. In that moment, they grasped the essence of an imperceptible pressure. Standing at the forefront, the girl smirked, and with a crisp snap of her fingers, a cacophony echoed through the air. The horde of zombies, seemingly bereft of control, surged violently toward them. Despite the knowledge that they were enveloped in an energy shield, a chill of fear coursed through their veins. Clad in an immaculate white cloak, Su Leyan incited even greater frenzy among the zombies, who lunged forward, only to be repelled by a transparent barrier. With a resounding thud, the zombies collided against the shield, the proximity eliciting gasps from the onlookers. This marked their inaugural encounter with the efficacy of the energy barrier. The relentless tide of zombies assailed the entrance of the Dawn base, their fervor evident as they crashed against the transparent shield, with even mutated zombies unleashing their powers. Hearts raced anxiously, only to settle once more as they beheld the unwavering barrier. In that moment, certainty dawned upon them. The energy shield could indeed withstand the onslaught of zombies. Not just one or two, nor dozens, but thousands upon thousands of them. Miss Su's words rang true. As long as the energy shield stood, the Dawn base would remain an impregnable bastion, a veritable paradise in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Upon witnessing this scene, a wave of astonishment and joy washed over everyone. They were astonished that Su Leyan could indeed create an energy shield akin to those seen in science fiction films, and elated that they would finally possess an absolutely secure base, free from the dread of being besieged by zombies. Did you see that clearly? Qi Shinshuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Su Leyan was inquiring about him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he began to comprehend the words of several professors. Su Leyan was undoubtedly a beacon of hope amidst the apocalypse, a symbol of salvation for their nation. With Miss Su's remarkable talents, resolving the crisis of the end times was merely a matter of time. Sister Su? Miss Su? Su Leyan's actions were so swift that they barely had a moment to react. They watched in disbelief as she stepped beyond the confines of the energy shield, their hearts rising to their throats. A desperate urge to rush out surged within them. Yet they recalled Su Leyan's earlier words. She had declared that these zombies were her prey. Initially, it was presumed that thousands of zombies would swarm towards her. But to their astonishment, the undead continued to assault the energy shield as if they were oblivious to Su Leyan's presence. This peculiar sight left everyone feeling unsettled. And a tremor of realization coursed through Qi Shinshuan and the others, for they recalled Su Leyan's mention of the zombie simulation signal. Chapter 69. The unflappable young lady. She had the capacity to simulate high-level zombies to summon lower-level ones. Therefore, it was evident that she could do the same now. At no other moment had they so clearly grasped the true extent of this young lady's formidable nature, which was likely far beyond their current understanding. Qi Shinshuan seemed to recall the conversation between the girl and the leader from the previous day. She had stated her goal was to resolve the impending apocalypse, to safeguard Huaxia, and to rescue all of humanity. At that moment, he suddenly felt a profound belief that this girl would indeed succeed where they could not. How fortunate was Xia country to possess such a patriotic prodigy. With her presence, the path through the apocalypse would undoubtedly be less arduous than they had imagined. How did Sister Su manage it? Incredible! Surely, those zombies do not perceive Sister Su as one of their own, right? Truly, she is remarkable. Those undead creatures did not attack Miss Su. Could it be that she has the ability to control them? My goodness. In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Su Leyan remained unfazed, her gaze fixed upon the zombies before her, a glimmer of enigmatic light flickering in her eyes. These zombies may have hailed from affluent backgrounds in life, or perhaps from the depths of poverty. Yet, regardless of whether one was once powerful beyond measure or impoverished as a beggar, the advent of the apocalypse rendered all such distinctions meaningless. Now, all that remained were soulless shells, driven solely by the zombie cores nestled within their brains. Perhaps the zombies would successfully conquer Blue Star, leading to the extinction of human civilization and the emergence of zombies as the dominant species. History might then be rewritten. However, she would not permit history to be rewritten, nor would she allow the extinction of human civilization. Host, There are over a dozen second-tier zombies present. Are you certain this is wise? Countless zombies roamed, and even 666 felt a twinge of fear, anxious that the host might inadvertently suffer a scratch from one of the undead. If the host were to succumb to zombification, would their mission still be attainable? The host was truly acting recklessly. Host, haven't you loaded numerous energy projectiles in Death God number 1? Please don't take unnecessary risks. Were you genuinely concerned that I might be engulfed by the horde, rendering your mission unachievable? 666 nodded with a hint of grievance, then awkwardly added, Host, I genuinely worry for your well-being. I have no desire to switch hosts. There's a powerful energy gun in the point store. Perhaps you could purchase one? It would undoubtedly simplify matters. Su Leyan chuckled lightly. An energy gun? How embarrassing. As long as she had the materials, she could fabricate one herself without resorting to the point store. Was this a slight against her abilities? She licked her lips, revealing a smile. Many were unaware that as a galactic general and the war god of the Canaan Empire, her prowess extended beyond mere psychic assaults. Her swordsmanship was unparalleled. This pure form of swordplay was also the favored combat style of her clan. Drawing the long sword from her back, she moved with a leisurely grace, as though strolling through a garden. Observing her demeanor, the others broke out in a cold sweat. Was she truly untroubled by her audacity? Zhou swallowed hard, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. Had Miss Su grown overly confident, standing so brazenly amidst tens of thousands of zombies? Did she truly possess the assurance to emerge unscathed? Why did those zombies regard her as inconsequential? Can Miss Su truly exert control over the zombies? If she cannot, then why did those zombies refrain from attacking her? How did she manage to accomplish this? Miss Su previously mentioned that she simulated the signals of advanced zombies, utilizing these signals to summon lower-tier zombies. This implies that she indeed possesses the ability to command these undead beings. Miss Su is remarkable. Amidst a horde of tens of thousands of zombies, she remains unfazed, exhibiting an extraordinary composure that undoubtedly places her at the pinnacle of the current era. Were it anyone else, even with the knowledge of their capability to control zombies, the sight of countless undead would evoke at least a modicum of trepidation. However, Miss Su displays no fear whatsoever, seemingly regarding the zombies with disdain. The fact that she can control the zombies signifies. The group exchanged glances, a surge of astonishment coursing through them. Miss Su's ability to command the zombies suggests they possess an absolute advantage against them, yet recalling her earlier words, they buried this thought deep within their minds. Jiang Xinhui's pupils constricted, her palms slick with cold sweat as she turned to Wang Ying beside her, whispering, What does Sister Su intend to do? Will there truly be no issues? None at all. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Chun Liang's eyes. To him, Su Leyan was an unparalleled figure. Mere zombies posed no challenge, especially considering her displayed prowess in controlling them, which filled him with awe. After all, they were facing a horde of tens of thousands. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe and Xiao Hongfu expressed their concerns. This was not merely a handful of zombies, but an overwhelming multitude. What, indeed, did Miss Su plan to achieve? No, that is a second-tier zombie. Xiao Zhe's expression changed dramatically. They had encountered second-tier zombies before and were well aware of the formidable abilities possessed by higher-level undead. Previously, a solitary second-tier zombie had rendered them utterly helpless. Now, finding themselves confronted by more than a dozen second-tier zombies, particularly mutated ones, was a cause for great alarm. The remaining individuals also turned pale at the sight. The horde of zombies suddenly launched an assault on Su Leyan, moving as if choreographed, striking simultaneously with astonishing speed. Surrounded by the tide of the undead, Su Leyan found herself in a perilous predicament. Sister Su, be careful. The group instinctively closed their eyes, even though they firmly believed that Su Leyan would emerge unscathed. Fear gripped them nonetheless, a dread of witnessing an unimaginable horror in the very next moment. Yet, Su Leyan, besieged by the second-tier mutated zombies, remained utterly unperturbed. With her right hand firmly gripping the black longsword, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. With a calm demeanor, she swung her sword. Boom! A terrifying wave of sword energy erupted instantaneously, spanning nearly 100 meters, cleaving a dreadful chasm into the ground. Wherever the sword energy reached, zombies fell lifelessly. The dark mass of the horde suffering massive casualties, unable to react in time. The more than a dozen second-tier mutated zombies attacking Su Leyan met their end in an instant, not even able to utter a single roar, simply falling beneath the might of her blade. With a single stroke, she dominated the battlefield. Zhou Jie swallowed hard, involuntarily tightening his grip around his pistol. How formidable! Is this Miss Su truly not a martial arts master emerging from some remote mountain forest? That recent strike, that terrifying aura, it must be the legendary sword energy. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a tremor within his very soul. Casting another glance at the ground, a chasm several hundred meters deep lay before him. How could such a person, wielding merely a single sword, remain so obscure? It was not just Zhou Jia. Everyone present was utterly astonished. This was not Su Leyan's first encounter with a longsword. Her earlier display on Central Avenue, where she swept through a multitude of zombies with a single strike, had compelled the survivors to rally behind her and join the Dawn base. Chapter 70. Stunned and awestruck by fearsome combat prowess, once again witnessing this astonishing spectacle was profoundly shocking. This time, the realization of Su Leyan's unparalleled strength was crystal clear. The ground had been cleaved open. Was this truly a manifestation of human power? My heavens, is this real? It is utterly terrifying. Did that formidable sword genuinely exist? Gazing upon the horrific fissure, everyone stood in disbelief, struggling to fathom that such catastrophic results could stem from a single sword strike. Su Leyan's destructive capability was beyond comprehension, and the sheer ferocity of that sword energy, could it truly be real? All eyes widened in astonishment, faces etched with incredulity. It was simply unfathomable. Was this truly the combat prowess of Miss Su? How terrifying! How formidable! Could it be that Miss Su is akin to the illustrious daughters of hidden families depicted in novels, emerging to hone her skills? The existence of sword energy, which I had thought to be mere fiction, turned out to be a reality. How did Miss Su achieve such extraordinary feats? It is truly terrifying. With Miss Su present, even in the absence of an energy shield, the Dawn base remains utterly secure. Upon hearing this statement, everyone nodded in agreement. With Su Leyan's formidable combat prowess, she could dispatch thousands of zombies with a single stroke. Even without the energy shield, the Dawn base stands as an impregnable fortress, solely due to her presence. One individual can indeed safeguard an entire city. Cousin, do you think Miss Su would consent to be my mentor if I asked? When she previously allowed him and his cousin to select suitable weapons from that collection, he had chosen a replica of a renowned sword. In retrospect, that choice proved to be astute. He had always yearned to emulate the heroes from martial arts novels, and now, wielding a sword, could his dream of becoming a chivalrous figure be realized under Miss Su's guidance? Xiao Zhe's face was also alight with aspiration. If possible, he too wished to study swordsmanship alongside Miss Su. That last strike was truly magnificent. It must have embodied the legendary sword momentum. Even in this moment, he could sense the terrifying aura of that sword strike, a dread that resonated from the very soul, evoking awe and trepidation. Regardless of the odds, he must make the attempt. What if Miss Su were willing to teach him? One day, I shall become a formidable warrior like Miss Su. In this apocalyptic era, only by attaining strength akin to hers can one protect oneself and safeguard one's family. A resolute determination flickered within Jiang Xinhui. With her parents gone and her grandparents in the old hometown unaccounted for, her sister, the only family member remaining, relied on her. She must grow ever stronger to shield her sister. Yes, the Dawn base is enveloped in an energy shield, rendering it impervious to the encroachment of zombies, ensuring absolute safety. She has an inkling that in the future, the Dawn base will emerge as the most secure sanctuary in the world. Even 666 was taken aback by that single stroke. Although it had long been aware of the host's formidable strength and had previously witnessed her swordsmanship, the sight of it anew was still astonishing. Such immense combat prowess, with swordsmanship so terrifying, raises questions about the potential devastation of her mental attacks. What manner of formidable overlord has it bound itself to? How much does the host conceal from it? Could it be that during its slumber, the host not only mastered advanced combat technology in the cosmos, but also delved into the ancient martial arts? Oh dear, it is fortunate that it has been prudent. Otherwise, given the host's temperament, it might have faced dissection. 666 curled up its trembling little body, expressing its terror and fear. That singular stroke rendered the restless zombies hesitant to advance, their faces contorted in shades of ashen blue, low growls emanating from their throats, even retreating in a frenzy. Their eyes flashing with a hint of dread. Su Leyan wove through the panicked horde of zombies with an air of nonchalance, strolling as if in a serene garden, leaving everyone perplexed as to her intentions. A strange smile curled at the corners of Su Leyan's lips as she murmured, "The voice of death." In the next moment, onlookers beheld the instantaneous severance of the heads and bodies of all zombies, a synchronized spectacle with not a single one spared. In merely a quarter of an hour, Over 10,000 zombies lay vanquished. What was anticipated to be an epic battle was thus resolved in an astonishingly swift manner. As Su Leyan made her move, within a mere half-hour, the relentless horde of zombies was completely annihilated. The display was astonishingly straightforward, had it not been witnessed firsthand. No one would dare to believe such a spectacle. Previously, they had faced a siege from thousands of these undead creatures, bombarded by an incessant barrage of gunfire, eventually retreating to the safety of a shopping mall. Now, with a single sword, Su Leyan had resolved the entire crisis, casting a shadow upon their own inadequacies. With a hint of disdain, Su Leyan surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses. Nevertheless, she harnessed her mental energy to extract every crystal core from the remains. Upon her rebirth, her psychic level was alarmingly low, barely reaching a D rank. It was noteworthy that during her time in the Canaan Empire, her psychic prowess had soared to a staggering 3S rank. Fortunately, Blue Star differed from the interstellar realms. In the cosmos, psychic abilities are innate at birth. Enhancement through training is a rare feat. Hence, in the interstellar context, once one's psychic capacity is measured, it is largely considered fixed. However, in this realm, within just half a month, she discovered that her mental strength could indeed be augmented through diligent practice. After a month of rigorous training, her psychic level ascended from D to B, a commendable rank even in the interstellar setting. Although it paled in comparison to her past capabilities, it nonetheless signified potential for further growth, which was precisely why she employed her mental energy to extract the zombie crystal cores. Had he truly witnessed it? The cores emerging from the zombies' skulls of their own accord? Su Leyan rubbed his eyes, widening them in disbelief. He had not been mistaken. He turned to the others, who, like him, were equally astonished. What extraordinary ability had Miss Su awakened? At that moment, Su Leyan left an indelible impression on the hearts of those present. Not only were Qi Xingxuan and the others filled with curiosity, but even Chun Liang and his companions were equally intrigued. Chun Feng and his group were among the first to encounter Su Leyan, and had it not been for the matter of the spatial nexus, they would have assumed that Su Leyan had awakened spatial abilities. Yet, it now appeared that their assumptions were misguided. The scene before them resembled something out of a fantastical novel, reminiscent of Immortal Cultivators and the terrifying Sword and Tint, strikingly similar to the descriptions found within those tales. In that instant, myriad thoughts surged within everyone, yet their resolve to follow Su Leyan unwaveringly strengthened. Anyone who witnessed the events of today would understand that being in her company ensured their utmost safety. Chapter 71. The Cosmic Trash Bin? After dealing with all the zombie crystal cores, Su Leyan turned and immediately caught sight of the fear reflected in the eyes of the crowd. She nonchalantly shook her head. Sometimes, being feared can serve as a powerful deterrent. In the face of absolute strength, one may be as ostentatious as they wish. For it is only a lack of power that necessitates the guise of a pig playing the tiger. Chun Liang swallowed hard. Sister Su. Su Leyan nodded, surveying the multitude of zombie carcasses with a hint of disdain as she pursed her lips. The sheer volume of corpses presented a formidable challenge for disposal. It seemed imperative to prioritize the resolution of the zombie disposal issue, as mere incineration would not suffice. Nonetheless, these zombie remains required prompt attention, especially with the soaring daytime temperatures, which would easily foster the spread of viruses and the nauseating stench of decay. Host, I have a method that can resolve your current troubles. A method? What do you propose? I know the host surely has a way to deal with the zombie corpses, but this is not a matter that can be solved overnight. However, if we purchase a garbage bin, the issue with the zombie bodies could be resolved immediately. Do you think I am incapable of finding a solution? The system seems to underestimate the brilliance of the Dark Lord. Given the Dark Lord's scientific prowess, devising a method to handle zombie corpses should be a swift endeavor. I was mistaken. The host is the most intelligent being in the universe. Please, do not be angry. The humble system 666 seeks survival online, feeling the weight of the Dark Lord's pressure becoming unbearable. Yet, she is intrigued by the garbage bin mentioned by 666. What kind of high-tech bin could possibly deal with zombie corpses? Pray tell, what sort of bin are you referring to? Upon hearing this, 666 sensed a promising opportunity and immediately replied. It resembles an ordinary garbage bin in appearance, but it connects to a cosmic waste station. Once a zombie corpse is discarded into the bin, it will automatically transport the body to the cosmic waste station, which will assess the corpse's energy and allocate points accordingly. In this way, the zombie corpses can be exchanged for points. Rather than incinerating them, it would be wiser to trade them for points at the cosmic waste station. The mention of the cosmic waste station sparked a glint of cold light in Su Leyan's eyes. Having once traversed the interstellar society, Su Leyan was acutely aware that the universe harbors not merely the blue planet as its sole cradle of life. Beyond this terrestrial sphere lie countless other planets, some perhaps just on the cusp of evolution, while others may have already embraced the interstellar society, successfully interfacing with the Galactic Alliance. However, the concept of a cosmic junkyard, even within the Canaan Empire, was unfamiliar to her, suggesting a realm even beyond the stars. She now harbored grave doubts regarding the 666 system and the points marketplace, leaning towards the notion that their relationship was more collaborative than integrated. As for the refuse receptacle leading to the cosmic junkyard, she pondered whether her current technological prowess could even begin to fathom its mysteries. Unbeknownst to 666, its mere attempt at a brief introduction had incited Su Leyan's suspicions, as it tirelessly extolled the virtues of the trash bin. If 666 possessed a physical form, it might very well be parsed from its incessant promotion. So, I've elaborated extensively. Host, do you wish to make a purchase? How many points? Of course. She was inclined to buy one, regardless of the cost, for such a trash bin was indispensable, even if merely for environmental beautification. When 666 accessed the points marketplace, its virtual heart skipped a beat. The price seemed rather steep, and it wondered if the Dark Lord might be somewhat frugal. Would she actually proceed with the purchase upon seeing this price? Without needing 666 to articulate it, Su Leyan herself noted the cost of the trash bin, accompanied by a description echoing 666's claims. Not only could it devour the carcasses of zombies, but it was also capable of consuming the remains of mutated flora and fauna. Its appearance bore no distinction from an ordinary trash bin, yet its functionalities were of an entirely different magnitude. Is this truly the price? It seems rather exorbitant. Previously, I expended 25,000 points on the energy shield and an additional 100,000 points to unlock the virtual laboratory. Now, I find myself with only 25,000 points remaining, while a mere garbage bin demands an astonishing 200,000 points. Surely, this cannot be a mere act of extortion? It is even pricier than initiating the system laboratory. One would have to be mad to spend 200,000 on a garbage bin. Host, do you wish to make this purchase? 666 inquired cautiously, having observed the price and also deeming it somewhat excessive. For just a garbage bin to cost 200,000 points is indeed outrageous. It is no wonder the Dark Lord is displeased. I shall not buy it. Host, in fact, you recently acquired a plethora of crystal cores, including 3,861 level 1 zombie cores, 39 level 2 zombie cores, and 8,591 level 0 zombie cores. The level 1 attribute-less zombie cores alone can be exchanged for a total of 139,821 points. With your remaining 25,000 points, you nearly have a total of 160,000 points. You would only need to exchange an additional 40,000 points to purchase the garbage bin, which should be quite simple for you. 660's voice dwindled, sensing the host's increasingly ominous demeanor, and it quickly retreated to a corner of the host's mind. Too intimidated to speak further, the irate Dark Lord was not to be trifled with. Sister Su, you appear somewhat displeased. Noticing Su Leyan's prolonged silence and somewhat grim expression, Chen Liang felt a pang of concern. Could it be that she had sustained an injury unbeknownst to them? Sister Su, are you hurt? I am not. Upon hearing this, Chen Liang patted his chest, relieved that there were no injuries. Su Leyan, however, turned her gaze towards Qi Shinshuan and spoke calmly. Captain Qi, are you satisfied with what you have observed? At the sight of the composed young woman before him, Qi Shinshuan experienced a momentary pause, then nodded. With Miss Su here, the apocalypse will inevitably come to an end. This statement was undoubtedly heartfelt, devoid of any semblance of flattery. Setting aside Su Leyan's formidable combat prowess, the energy barrier she had created was a sanctuary, effectively isolating them from the undead. The only uncertainty lay in whether this energy barrier could be mass-produced. If it could, it would be nothing short of miraculous. That cannot be, Qi Shinshuan exclaimed, suddenly realizing he had voiced his thoughts involuntarily. The most crucial material for fabricating the energy barrier was the extraterrestrial meteorite, which was rich in ultra-high-speed carbon core particles. The energy barrier was formed by the dense arrangement of these particles, creating an immensely resilient shield that repelled the data of zombies and mutated flora and fauna, thus serving as an impenetrable bastion. However, once the energy of the barrier was depleted, it would lose its efficacy. Therefore, to produce more energy barriers, especially those with prolonged durability, a substantial quantity of extraterrestrial meteorites was necessary. along with an abundance of additional energy materials. If it were not for the presence of the requisite materials in the National Research Laboratory, even with the discovery of the method to create the energy barrier, it would remain impossible to fabricate one without the necessary components. Chapter 72. A call from the capital. The materials for constructing an energy shield are exceedingly rare, and its lifespan is not eternal. I previously mentioned that the apocalypse is merely a phase of biological evolution. If humanity continues to evade rather than adapt, it will inevitably face extinction at the hands of nature. Humanity's adversaries are not solely the zombies. They encompass the entirety of the natural world. My apologies for my presumptions. In response to Su Leyan's words, Qi Shinshuan concurred wholeheartedly. The environment is undergoing significant transformations, and should humanity fail to evolve, it will be cast aside. Much like in the historical tides where the survival of mankind hinged upon its ability to adapt to nature. Currently, the zombies in Zone L have congregated almost entirely in this vicinity. You may contact your comrades and instruct them to rush to the Dawn base without delay, as this would mitigate considerable casualties. While I cannot assert that there are no zombies in Zone L, taking action at this juncture is undoubtedly the wisest course. Furthermore, with Shi Luling accompanied by survivors, delaying for another day could lead to a drastic shift in circumstances. Qi Shinshuan was acutely aware of this and promptly called Shi Luling, urging him to bring the survivors to the Dawn base, formerly known as Huagong University. They could discuss the details of the situation upon their arrival. Please take care of the zombie corpses. They are quite an obstruction. Certainly, they would have no objections. Su Leyan had just resolved the existence of thousands of zombies, and merely requesting them to dispose of the bodies was a task they welcomed with open arms. Subsequently, Su Leyan seemed to ponder something. How much supply do we have left? Su Leyan nodded, indicating that they had enough for a year. Notify all personnel at the base to come forth and assist in the disposal of the zombie corpses, which can be exchanged for a certain amount of food. The specifics of the exchange quantities are to be determined by you. Understood. Captain Qi, I acknowledge that you are members of the People's Liberation Army, accustomed to protecting the populace and standing at the forefront. However, we find ourselves in an apocalyptic world where reliance on others for sustenance and warmth is no longer viable. We must empower individuals to become self-sufficient. I hope you will refrain from offering assistance. The Dawn base does not harbor idlers. I comprehend. Even within a national base, labor is essential, and he fully recognizes the significance of this matter. Captain Xiao, from now on, the management of the Dawn base will be entrusted to you and Captain Qi. If there are any uncertainties, they may seek my counsel. Understood. Miss Su previously addressed this matter, and by stating it publicly, she informs others that Qi Shinshuan will be stationed at the Dawn base with his troops, providing a sense of reassurance. Nonetheless, they are acutely aware of who truly holds authority at the Dawn base. After all, without Miss Su, there would be no Dawn base as it stands today. They observed through binoculars the scene at the entrance, and upon witnessing Su Leyan confronting thousands of zombies alone, several elderly professors were nearly rendered speechless. Had they not retained a modicum of rationality, they might have rushed out. How could this child be so audacious? Such recklessness must cease. Su Leyan seldom displayed a smile, yet the concern from the professors warmed her heart. I never engage in endeavors without certainty. Little Su, no matter how strong you are, you remain a fragile being in our eyes, a mere girl. Henceforth, you must refrain from engaging in perilous endeavors. Let Captain Qi and his team confront such dangers. You are a treasure of the nation, and it is imperative that you sustain not even the slightest injury. Su Leyan was amused by Professor Hu's description of her as a treasure. During her time in the Canaan Empire, she had personally taken to the front lines to repel every insectoid uprising. Not only in the Canaan Empire, but the Galactic Alliance frequently dispatched her to various interstellar frontiers to combat the insectoids and other monstrous beings. War had become a customary affair for her. Although zombies were more repugnant than insectoids, their combat prowess paled in comparison. If she could vanquish the insectoids, how could she not handle zombies? Surely, her esteemed title as an interstellar general was not in vain. Rest assured, barring extraordinary circumstances, I shall not act impulsively. This marks a significant advancement for humanity. She would not resort to unrestrained action, as it would only breed lethargy among them. This is contrary to the laws of nature, where only the fittest survive. What they truly need is to engage in battle and evolve. In this apocalyptic era, weather patterns have become erratic, with drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night. Presently, daytime temperatures soar to around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, plummeting by several degrees to below freezing once the sun sets. However, as humanity evolves, they have gradually adapted to these abrupt changes in temperature. The leadership at the capital base has just made a personal call. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the higher-ups were already aware of the situation at the Dawn base. She had never intended to conceal it from them. Once Director Zhang confirmed that everything was in order, he would undoubtedly report it. Both the gene modification serum and the energy shield represented monumental breakthroughs for the world. However, she had not anticipated that a high-ranking official would personally call. To be honest, this was typical of Xia country. A glance at the turmoil abroad would reveal that while the national government here was actively managing the situation, chaos reigned elsewhere. What did the leader say? The leader wishes to speak with you directly. Su Leyan nodded, feeling no reluctance. She had previously stated her sincerity. For her, Xia country felt like home. She was nurtured by the nation and harbored no convoluted ambitions. This is the leader's call. When would you like to return it? After pondering for a moment, Su Leyan replied, let us do it now. But you just spoke with the leader not long ago. Is it all right for me to call now? It's perfectly fine. Perhaps the leader is eagerly awaiting your call. Professor Hu was indeed correct. At the capital base, the leader was indeed anticipating Su Leyan's call. The gene modification serum and energy shield were astonishing developments. Even though Zhang Jingguo had already assured him that there were no issues, he yearned to hear the entire story firsthand. As soon as Su Leyan's phone rang, it was answered without delay, exuding a sense of urgency. A brief silence lingered on the line, leaving Su Leyan momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, she broke the silence. Hello, Chief. This is Su Leyan. Little Su. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Not at all. Laughter erupted from the other end, radiating joy. Soon after, the chief spoke, Little Su. I have heard from old Zhang about your endeavors. You are a remarkable individual, and our nation is fortunate to have you. A subtle smile graced Su Leyan's lips as she replied, You flatter me, but I merely do what is expected. There is no need for such modesty. You truly deserve the praise. In the face of calamity, we require talents like you. Little Su, would you be interested in joining us? Su Leyan chuckled, realizing that this esteemed figure was attempting to recruit her. However, she had no intention of leaving the Dawn base. I am quite content at the Dawn base, especially since it boasts a fully equipped laboratory. I shall remain here. A hearty laugh resonated through the phone before the chief continued, Little Su, old Zhang has already informed me of your ambitions. Upon hearing that, I was astounded. Your goals are commendable. Thank you for being here. It brings us great reassurance. Su Leyan smiled serenely. You jest. We are indeed in a critical moment. I am more than willing to do my utmost to resolve this crisis. Well said. She seemed able to envision the expression of the person on the other end of the line, and could not help but smile gently. What she spoke was indeed true. Even in the absence of the number 666, she would still take action, for it was her true nature. Feel free to express your needs. I shall have someone deliver them to you. Even in the face of an impending apocalypse, their resolve remained remarkably strong. The strength of an individual may be insignificant, but when united, the collective power becomes indomitable. Now that you mention it, I do have a favor to ask of you. Do not hesitate to articulate your request. Whatever is within our capacity, we shall certainly fulfill. With his words, Su Leyan naturally felt no need for formality. She enumerated a plethora of materials, be they ores or metals, requesting a share of all that could be of use to her, culminating with a piece of meteorite, which was essential for crafting an energy shield. You assert that those extraterrestrial meteorites are the core materials for the energy shield? Indeed. If the core component of the energy shield is indeed a fallen meteorite, they must devise a means to procure it. Given its extraterrestrial origin, he had taken a keen interest in this area of research, and thus they were aware that a substantial portion remained at the Scientific Research Institute, though not in abundance, leaving them uncertain as to how many energy shields could be produced. After a moment of silence following the conversation, Su Leyan spoke again. The quantity required varies according to the size and lifespan of the energy shield. This type of particle exhibits a rapid decay rate. The energy shield currently employed by the Dawn base spans an area of 1 million square meters, with a lifespan of merely 10 years. It has consumed 4 kilograms of extraterrestrial meteorites, alongside an innumerable quantity of other mineral materials. Once its designated lifespan expires, the energy shield will cease to be effective. While 1 million square meters may sound substantial, it is, in reality, comparable to the size of an exhibition center, which is rather modest and can accommodate a limited number of individuals. Nonetheless, it is precisely what they urgently require. The creation of the energy shield necessitates the high-velocity carbon core particles found within extraterrestrial meteorites. If one could artificially synthesize these high-velocity carbon core particles, it would be possible to fabricate the energy shield without relying on meteorites. However, at present, such unique particles remain impossible to synthesize artificially, as they exist solely within the confines of meteorites. Even if one were to attempt synthesis, achieving the desired efficacy would be exceedingly challenging. Regarding the matter of extraterrestrial meteorites, I shall enlist assistance in locating them. You need not worry. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, the voice continued, Xiao Su, could you ascertain how many energy shields can be produced? If the extraterrestrial meteorites are insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. I will devise a solution. Shortly thereafter, the voice inquired, as for the area, is it possible to expand it a bit? Su Leyan contemplated for a moment and replied, I can indeed increase the area of the energy shield. However, you must understand that without an adequate supply of extraterrestrial meteorites, any expansion will necessitate a reduction in its lifespan. The capital base should house numerous elite researchers who undoubtedly comprehend that this apocalyptic calamity, rather than being merely a disaster, represents a natural selection process. It is a journey of evolution for all living beings. As it stands, the pace of human evolution appears rather sluggish. From the very first day, humanity has diverged into two evolutionary paths, the zombies and the endowed. The voice on the other end grew heavier, suggesting he grasped the gravity of the situation. Su Leyan continued, stating that since the dawn of this apocalypse, humanity has been categorized into three groups: ordinary people, zombies, and those with extraordinary abilities. Zombies and endowed individuals are both manifestations of human evolution. It is more accurate to view zombies not as soulless puppets, but as an entirely new form of life. Presently, the evolution rate of zombies is alarmingly rapid. Despite their current state as mere shells, once they evolve, they will inevitably become a species comparable to humanity, and this eventuality is unavoidable. In Guang City, third-tier zombies have already emerged. They possess consciousness, the ability to think and strategize, continuing their evolutionary journey. They increasingly resemble humans, yet remain distinctly different. Alongside zombies, there are also exotic beasts and plants. For humanity to survive within this evolutionary tide, adaptation to the present environment is imperative. The existence of energy shields provides us merely with a buffer. To avoid being eliminated by nature, we must accelerate our evolutionary process and learn to fight. Moreover, our struggle against the zombies has only just begun. Thus, in the process of adaptation, humanity must also learn to battle and not solely rely on the protection of others. Otherwise, it will inevitably face extinction. Su Leyan could distinctly perceive the heavy breaths emanating from the other end of the call. The energy shield serves as both a sanctuary for humankind and a harbinger of its demise. To avoid being discarded by nature, they must take the initiative and swiftly acclimatize to this abruptly transformed world. Xiao Su, your insight is commendable. Su Leyan chuckled, acknowledging that it was not her clarity but rather their immersion in the predicament and their myriad concerns that would eventually lead to understanding over time. Xiao Su, I have heard that you exchanged several boxes of genetically modified liquid with old Zhang. Is it possible to mass-produce this liquid? Su Leyan immediately grasped his intent and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Chapter 74. Xiao Su, thank you. I can provide you with the formula for the genetically modified liquid. But without the appropriate equipment, the formula would be of no use. Equipment? The person on the other end of the line seemed puzzled. Indeed, Su Leyan elucidated. The genetically modified liquid contains a unique factor, which I refer to as the X1 gene. The purification of this unique factor necessitates highly precise instruments, which are not commonly found. Even with the formula, I would be unable to produce it unless the 301 laboratory happened to have similar equipment. Furthermore, I have modified that equipment to quickly and accurately purify the X1 gene. I possess the design blueprints for the purification apparatus. Should you desire them, I can send them to you immediately. However, given their current technology, thoroughly understanding that blueprint may prove to be somewhat challenging. Thank you, Xiao Su. With the formula and design in hand, everything will become more manageable. Su Leyan smiled faintly, shrugging nonchalantly. Her efforts did not necessitate their gratitude, yet she found this sentiment rather pleasant. Xiao Su, the capital base also wishes to procure a batch of gene modification serum from you. Feel free to propose any terms you desire. Although they now possess the schematics and the formula for the gene modification serum, the timeline for production remains uncertain. The immediate priority is to ensure that their subordinates consume the serum as extensively as possible, ideally awakening several abilities. The Dawn base currently does not lack supplies. If you seek gene modification serum, we can exchange it for zombie crystal cores, mineral materials, or various rare resources. I also require some instruments and equipment. Excellent. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Su Leyan's eyes. It seems this individual is rather agreeable. Some of the equipment she desires is not available here and comes at a considerable cost. Please compile a list of the equipment you need, and shortly, I shall send someone to deliver it. Thank you. Laughter resonated from the other end of the line. Comrade Xiao Su, I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming preparations. The creator of an energy shield surely crafts items far beyond the realm of ordinary weaponry. I am genuinely intrigued. Comrade Xiao Su, may I inquire if you would welcome personnel from the capital base to be stationed at Dawn Base? Certainly. Su Leyan chuckled lightly, acknowledging that the Dawn Base was currently in dire need of personnel and welcomed their presence. With their arrival, she felt a greater sense of security. The individuals at the capital base seemed taken aback by her readily agreement, momentarily stunned. After half an hour of further discussion, they concluded the call. Both parties satisfied with the conversation. Unexpectedly, their nation had produced a prodigious scientist, a mere 17 years old, truly remarkable. Xiaoli, please notify Old Han and the others to convene for a meeting. Understood. In less than half an hour, everyone was gathered in the conference room, with the elders seated at the head. Following the cataclysmic disaster, not only ordinary citizens, but even many among them had succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. Fortunately, someone was still able to manage the situation. Otherwise, things would have been far worse. Old Su, the meteorite we entrusted to you a few years ago is still in your possession, correct? Su Leyan nodded and explained, we have utilized it for research purposes. Currently, only 40 kilograms remain. Why do you suddenly bring this up? The elder chuckled heartily. After so many years of research, have you made any significant discoveries? A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Leyan's face. After years of diligent study, they had indeed made some progress. The meteorite contained a novel mineral particle with a structure never before seen on Blue Star. However, further research was still ongoing. While you have yet to make a breakthrough, a young colleague from Huagong University has succeeded and even applied it. Su Leyan's eyes brightened, and he instinctively turned to the elder. Is that truly the case? They have spent several years in their research to no avail, yet unexpectedly, someone has made a breakthrough and applied it. Is it true? I just spoke with a young colleague from Huagong University, and indeed, it is authentic. The elder spoke calmly, revealing that this young individual is merely 17 years old. He was admitted to the physics department of Huagong University at the age of 15, and as a freshman, he has been studying alongside Professor Hu and others, freely entering and exiting the National Key Laboratory. Had there been no apocalyptic calamity, he would have commenced his third year of studies this academic year. Interestingly, you might share a familial connection. This young colleague also bears the surname Su Leyan. Su Leyan chuckled wryly, pondering how wonderful it would be if he were indeed a descendant of the Su family. However, none of his descendants seem to have inherited his spirit of scientific inquiry. Nor do they engage in research work, though he does not impose his expectations upon them. This young Su has developed an energy shield capable of isolating zombies and mutated flora and fauna. As long as one remains within this energy shield, they are utterly safe. An energy shield? Su Leyan furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat comprehensible if it were merely a protective barrier, but an energy shield. How could such a thing truly exist? The young Su claims that the energy shield is constructed from ultra-high-speed carbon core particles tightly arranged to form an energy barrier, repelling zombies through data exclusion, thus creating an absolute bastion. But does such an energy shield genuinely exist? The elderly man smiled faintly. You are familiar with Professor Hu Kongming and Professor Wang Enlin, are you not? They have witnessed the efficacy of the energy shield with their own eyes. Even if you harbor doubts about Comrade Xiao Su, you must surely trust Professors Hu and Wang. Su Leyan fell silent. He indeed recognized Hu Kongming and Wang Enlin, as they were close friends. With two esteemed acquaintances having observed it firsthand, it could not possibly be a fabrication. Comrade Xiao Su requires a substantial quantity of meteorites to create the energy shield. Old Su, perhaps you should consider relinquishing the remaining meteorites in your possession to Comrade Xiao Su. Only with the energy shield can we devise a means to combat the zombies. If the energy shield truly exists, I certainly have no objections. After a moment's contemplation, Su Leyan added, "However, might I visit the Dawn base? My curiosity is overwhelming. It is astonishing that a phenomenon which has eluded researchers for years has been unraveled by such a young comrade. It would be peculiar not to be intrigued, especially regarding that young comrade." The elder understood Su Leyan's dedication to scientific inquiry, but did not acquiesce. Su Leyan is one of our nation's premier scientists, recognized globally, and the Dawn base is situated far from the capital. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the journey, the losses would be considerable. Chapter 75. The shock of the crowd. Old Su, do not be anxious. Comrade Xiao Su will surely have the opportunity to visit the capital base in due course, and you can converse at length then. For now, the outside world is perilous. It is far safer for you to remain at the base. Recognizing that the commander was concerned for his safety, Su Leyan chose not to press the matter further. Upon witnessing the situation, the middle-aged man proceeded to discuss several matters, calling their attention to a significant issue: the expedition to Country L in search of meteorites. After all, the meteorites had descended upon that land, and their current stock was dwindling, necessitating an overseas venture. Their immediate priority lay in combating the zombies. The capital base had already endured 2 consecutive sieges, resulting in considerable loss of life among the soldiers. The dispatch of a team abroad would undoubtedly require the deployment of elite troops, which posed a danger both to those departing and to the capital base itself. Old Huang, do not be anxious. I never suggested that we embark on this journey at once. Chief, I am not anxious. I am distressed. Our capital houses nearly 1 million soldiers, and in this apocalyptic calamity, 1/3 of them have already succumbed to the undead. We must sustain this vast capital base, not to mention the need to send personnel to the vicinity of Kyoto in search of survivors. Our forces are critically insufficient. Old Huang, please remain calm. The chief just stated that now is not the time. We are in a moment of crisis, and everyone understands your predicament. Old Huang, rest assured, without absolute certainty, I will not sacrifice our soldiers. They are also citizens of Xia country. Chief, do you have a plan? Chief? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze towards the leader at the head of the table. The man smiled, nodded, and uttered a statement. Comrade Xiao Su has developed a genetic modification serum that can aid humanity in awakening extraordinary abilities. With this serum, soldiers' physical prowess will ascend to new heights, enabling them to awaken latent powers, thereby reducing the dangers they face during missions. Genetic modification serum? Following the energy shield. This was yet another astonishing innovation that left them in awe. While the term genetic modification was not new to them, having been researched abroad over a decade ago without any significant progress, the mysteries embedded within biology are far more enigmatic than other fields of study. It was truly remarkable that after decades of fruitless research overseas, a young comrade has managed to achieve such a breakthrough. Indeed, the soldiers under Zhang Jianguo had already undergone trials with this serum, and the results were undeniably effective. They successfully awakened lightning-based abilities. The number of humans evolving into extraordinary beings is alarmingly low, and Comrade Xiao Su asserts that science must be harnessed to facilitate human evolution. Chief, I am genuinely curious about this Comrade Xiao Su you speak of. How has such talent remained undiscovered until now? Su Leyan was eager to meet the esteemed Comrade Xiao Su mentioned by the leader, for whether it be the energy shield or the genetic modification serum. These are groundbreaking scientific achievements that have astounded the world, and astonishingly, they were developed by a young woman. Do not fret, you shall have ample opportunity to meet her. Old Huang, the availability of sufficient genetic modification serum now rests in your hands. Chief, what do you mean by that? Huang Hongzhen wore a perplexed expression. He had no genetic modification serum, and the meaning behind the commander's words eluded him. Had he truly understood? I have already conferred with Comrade Xiao Su, who will supply the capital base with genetic modification serum in exchange for zombie crystal cores. The quantity of serum you can acquire depends solely on your own efforts. Commander, is this truly the case? Huang Hongzhen instinctively straightened his posture. After all, with so many zombies outside, obtaining zombie crystal cores should not pose a challenge. Indeed, furthermore, Comrade Xiao Su welcomes the military from the capital base to station at the Dawn base. You are to personally select a formidable contingent to send over. For Comrade Xiao Su represents our hope to end this apocalypse, and we must ensure that nothing goes awry. Rest assured, Commander, I comprehend your intentions. Such a remarkable individual as Comrade Xiao Su must be well protected. Moreover, upon their arrival at the Dawn base, All operations will be under Comrade Xiaosu's command. A point I fully grasp. The Southern Military District has already dispatched a team to the Dawn Base. Henceforth, they will be the soldiers of the Dawn Base, following Comrade Xiaosu's directives without question. Understood. In a couple of days, you shall arrange for their departure. The location of the Dawn Base is the former Huagong University. Given the considerable distance from the capital base to Guangzhou, you should travel by aircraft. Very well. With the advent of the energy shield and the gene-modifying serum, a collective sigh of relief swept through the populace. Moreover, upon learning that Su Leyan had generously shared the formula for the gene-modifying serum along with the design blueprints for the requisite apparatus, the crowd expressed profound gratitude towards the yet-to-be-seen comrade, Little Su. It was not only Su Guolin who was eager to meet Su Leyan. The other biologists shared this sentiment. After all, the realm of gene modification had remained an insurmountable challenge for foreign experts for over a decade, yet this young prodigy had accomplished it with remarkable ease, much to their delight. As for the arrangements at the capital base, Su Leyan was blissfully unaware, for she had been presented with a second system task by the 666 system. This new task promised exceedingly generous rewards, enticing her considerably. Moreover, it was evident that this assignment would be advantageous to her, bordering on the extraordinary. The task involved journeying to Guangyan Mountain to tame the mutated beasts, specifically the mutated tigers dwelling therein. Upon successful completion, the reward would be a staggering 100,000 points along with a complimentary lottery draw. Su Leyan was not particularly interested in the points, but rather in the allure of the free lottery, as her luck had always been quite favorable. In her first free draw, she obtained the gene-modifying serum, and in the second, she secured a healing pot. Thus, she was intrigued about what she might acquire in her third draw. Host, what do you think? Do you wish to accept the task? It is entirely beneficial for you. To her, it was indeed a proposition laden with advantages and devoid of drawbacks. However, the system's generosity instilled a sense of surrealism, as if it were subtly propelling her onward, hastening her pace in an unseen manner. Host, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must consider it carefully. Is this how you expect me to accept the task? 666 awkwardly nodded. Only by the host accepting the task could it earn the intermediary profit, and moreover, this task posed no harm whatsoever to the host. Once the host accepted the task, it could acquire corresponding points, and upon completion, more points would be earned. Accumulate enough points, and the system could be upgraded. Host, will you accept? Su Leyan pondered for a moment and nodded. Regardless of the system's underlying intentions, as long as she could reap tangible benefits, everything else was inconsequential. Furthermore, by taming a mutated beast, she would gain formidable combat strength. What could be more advantageous? Chapter 76. What extraordinary fortune! Su Leyan clicked to accept, and immediately, a jubilant voice from 666 resonated in her mind. Since the host has accepted the task, you may draw lots for free once. Su Leyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Accepting a task also granted her a free lottery draw. She wished for such opportunities to arise more frequently. 666. Is your system always this generous? 666 found it rather exasperating. The great demon lord was truly challenging to please. Does the host wish to draw now? Su Leyan contemplated for a moment and nodded. She would draw. She was aware of her fortunate streak, but when she truly beheld the result, Su Leyan was utterly stunned. Oh heavens, could it be that she was indeed the reincarnation of a lucky koi? Instead, she found herself amidst refuse. Ahem, this is not an ordinary trash bin. It is a remarkable receptacle available for purchase at a staggering price of 200,000 points. The refuse deposited into this bin is directly transported to a cosmic waste facility, which, upon evaluation, rewards the user with corresponding points. Previously, she had contemplated acquiring such a bin, but the exorbitant cost had deterred her. Now, having won it in a complimentary lottery, one cannot help but feel elated. This is indeed a gateway to the cosmic waste station. Su Leyan stroked her chin, sensing that this free lottery was perhaps tailored specifically for her. Could it be that the creators of this extraordinary item have some connection to her? Host, your luck is extraordinary. With a single click, you have saved yourself 200,000 points. Su Leyan retrieved the trash bin, which, upon inspection, appeared to be a simple container devoid of any special features. This was her first encounter with a trash bin that led to a cosmic waste station. After some contemplation, she gathered a few pieces of refuse from the laboratory and discarded them into the bin. In the next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The bin functioned like a black hole, voraciously consuming the waste. The virtual system interface then displayed, "Invalid waste, no points awarded." Witnessing this scene left Su Leyan astounded. Although 666 had previously mentioned that the waste would be directly transmitted to the Cosmic Waste Facility, she was genuinely curious about the underlying mechanism that made this possible. Host: there is no need for further inquiry. Your research capabilities are insufficient. Even the technological prowess of the Interstellar Alliance could not replicate such a remarkable trash bin. In your eyes, the technological prowess of the interstellar realm appears rather primitive. What, then, is the level of advancement on the planet that brought forth your existence? I do not know. Su Leyan chuckled lightly. Was it truly ignorance or merely a matter of discretion? Regardless, she refrained from further inquiries. If 666 chose to remain reticent, no amount of questioning would elicit a response. Without hesitation, Su Leyan wheeled the trash bin into the confines of the system laboratory. Regardless of whether it would yield any fruitful insights, her curiosity compelled her to explore it. The trash bin, with its enigmatic black hole leading to a cosmic refuse depot, piqued her intellectual fascination. Host: it is futile. You should relinquish this pursuit. 666 lamented, yet Su Leyan paid no heed to its pessimism. Instead, she immersed herself in the study of the black hole's enigmatic force within the trash bin. Ultimately, the results echoed 660SIX's forewarnings. She found herself at an impasse. A first in her scientific endeavors. The technology encapsulated within the trash bin mirrored that of the 666 system, both originating from planets far surpassing the interstellar technological level. 666 often proclaimed itself the most challenging host to guide, implying a history of binding with numerous individuals. The cosmos is not devoid of other systems. What motives do the planets that create these systems harbor? As they bind humanity to fulfill tasks, what are their underlying intentions? Each query remains shrouded in mystery. However, the present focus is not on unraveling the enigma behind the system, but rather on addressing the apocalyptic dilemmas of the blue planet. Regardless of 660SIX's intentions, their ultimate goal converges to safeguard Huaxia. This notion suffices for now. The remaining matters will unfold in due time, without haste. As long as the conundrum of waste disappearance can be reasonably elucidated, all else shall pose no insurmountable challenge. Shi Luling received a call from Qi Xingxuan, and his initial reaction was to think that Qi Xingxuan had lost his sanity. However, recalling the whereabouts of the zombies in Zone L since yesterday, he felt a flicker of belief. Furthermore, with the current scarcity of zombies in Zone L, it was indeed the most opportune moment to depart. Shi Luling promptly gathered everyone to escort the survivors they had searched for over the past few days, setting off towards the Dawn base. After nearly a week of searching, there were almost 700 people at the convention center. If it were not for these survivors, their journey would have been considerably easier. Yet the presence of civilians complicated their movements. Captain Shi, I have compiled the statistics. There are 417 survivors, bringing our total to 725. Shi Luling's expression shifted dramatically. They had initially set out with 500 individuals, and along the way, they had lost several comrades. The moment they embarked on this journey, they understood that sacrifices would be inevitable, but they had not anticipated such a high casualty rate, leaving him with a heavy heart. Let us head to the convention center's parking lot to see if there are any vehicles. It is impractical to travel on foot with so many people. Traveling by foot posed significant dangers, and he dared not take that risk. It has been prepared. There are a dozen or so buses in the underground parking lot of the convention center. We should be able to accommodate everyone. Upon hearing this, Shi Luling immediately stood up. The vehicles have all been checked. There are no issues? No problems. Inform everyone to board the buses immediately. We are leaving now. Understood. Upon hearing that they were departing the convention center, someone could not help but ask, Comrade from the People's Liberation Army, are we heading to a safe base? Yes. We are now taking you to a safe base. At last, the moment to depart has arrived, and it is truly a relief. Upon reaching the safe base, we shall no longer live in fear of the undead. We are saved. Thank you, comrades of the People's Liberation Army, for coming to our rescue. Brother, awaken swiftly. We must leave this place at once. Once we reach the safe base, we shall feast to our heart's content. Oh, we need not worry any longer about the threat of being bitten by zombies. Chapter 77. Departure to Dawn Base to prevent prolonged uncertainty. Shi Luling commanded everyone to assist the civilians in boarding the vehicles. Only after ensuring that all were safely aboard did they themselves embark. Military vehicles flanked both the front and rear, while a bus occupied the center. In the event of an encounter with zombies, they would be ready to respond promptly. Each bus was manned by 10 soldiers, and aside from the driver, the rest stood vigilant with binoculars in hand, prepared to implement appropriate measures upon spotting any zombies. The reality proved even more favorable than they had anticipated. Upon exiting the exhibition center, they encountered no zombies, even if a stray one appeared. It was merely a solitary figure, requiring no halt, merely a swift passage. The journey from the exhibition center to Central Avenue unfolded smoothly, and after an hour, they departed the exhibition center, steering towards the road leading to Dawn Base. At this juncture, a collective sigh of relief swept over them, for it signified a high likelihood of reaching Dawn Base without incident today. Upon discerning the route, someone could not help but inquire, "Comrade, are we not bound for the safe base? This does not appear to be the route out of Guang City." Others echoed this sentiment in agreement. "Comrades, where are we headed? The route to the South China base does not seem to follow this path. Comrade, where are you taking us? Please remain calm and do not panic. It is perilous to lead such a large group to the South China base. We may encounter a massive horde of zombies along the way. With only a few hundred of us, ensuring everyone's safe passage to the secure base is quite challenging. We have received orders to escort everyone to the nearest safe haven." The nearest safe haven? The crowd furrowed their brows in confusion. They were unaware that there was another secure base in Guangzhou. Surely, these comrades would not abandon them indiscriminately. "Comrade, we have not heard of any secure base in Guangzhou. Are you certain of this? Comrade, please do not deceive us. We, the common folk, place our utmost trust in you soldiers. Your duty is to protect our homeland, and you cannot simply forsake us." Sensing the unease among the crowd, Zhang Liang quickly clarified, "It is our duty to safeguard our homeland. How could we ever abandon you? There is no need for concern. We have received a call from our comrades informing us that the original Huagong University has officially established the Dawn Base, which is now garrisoned by troops. The safety of the Dawn Base is beyond question. Once you arrive, you will understand. We will also be stationed at the Dawn Base, and more military personnel will continue to arrive there. Thus, your stay at the Dawn Base will be entirely secure. Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely." Zhang Liang pondered for a moment before speaking again. "The commander of the Dawn Base has developed an energy shield, which can protect against zombie assaults. Even in the midst of a zombie tide, as long as one remains within the protective boundary of the energy shield, one is assured absolute safety. Is that truly the case? Could it be so remarkable? It must be genuine. Comrades would not deceive us. If this is indeed the case, then heading to the Dawn Base would be our optimal choice. If the energy shield is as formidable as described, would we no longer need to fear a zombie siege?" "Oh, you are aware of the concept of a zombie siege. Have you never seen a pig run after eating pork?" The man rolled his eyes dismissively. "Have you played zombie games? The zombie tide is terrifying. One misstep could lead to being engulfed by it. If such an energy shield truly exists, safety would be guaranteed. However, can such high technology genuinely exist? Thus far, the notion of an energy shield has only appeared in science fiction films. It has never materialized in real life, and it remains merely a concept. It is not that he lacks faith in his country, but the existence of something that evidently surpasses the technological level of Blue Star is hard to fathom. Whether it is true or not will be revealed when we arrive there." Many people were whispering among themselves, if what this comrade says is accurate, they would certainly wish to remain at the Dawn Base. After all, the long journey could very well cost them their lives. As residents of Guang City, they would prefer not to leave their homeland unless absolutely necessary. One can only hope that it is indeed true. A multitude of vehicles raced past, and whether they were common folk or soldiers, each harbored a flicker of hope and anticipation for the impending arrival at the Dawn Base. Gazing out of the window, the ground was a macabre tableau, strewn with the gruesome remains of both zombies and humans, their lifeless bodies sprawled in disarray. Even from the confines of the vehicle, the stench of decay permeated the air, a harrowing reminder of the chaos that ensued. After 2 hours, they finally beheld the Dawn Base. However, as they approached the vast chasm before them, Su Leyan could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. A colossal fissure cleaved through the asphalt road, starkly contrasting the disordered terrain ahead, which appeared to have been meticulously cleared. It was a jarring sight. Upon witnessing the mountain of zombie corpses amassed at the entrance, Su Leyan was momentarily taken aback, but clarity dawned upon him in an instant. He comprehended the origin of this gruesome pile. In that moment, he profoundly grasped the might that Qi Xingxuan had alluded to, an unimaginable power. Tens of thousands of zombies, should they confront them, They would scarcely endure an hour before being overwhelmed by the relentless tide of the undead. According to Qi Xingxuan, that formidable Miss Su had dispatched the entire horde in a mere 15 minutes. Such strength was beyond comprehension, and he found himself questioning the very existence of such a formidable being. Yet, he held unwavering faith in Qi Xingxuan's words, for he knew that Qi Xingxuan would never utter falsehoods. Old Qi, Captain Qi, they have arrived, Li Huan exclaimed as he sprinted toward Shi Luling, saluting him with military precision. Captain Qi, you are here. Shi Luling nodded, gesturing towards the mountain of zombie corpses piled nearby. How do you intend to deal with these remains? With over 10,000 bodies in the oppressive heat, the risk of viral outbreaks looms large. However, what feasible method exists for disposal? It is inconceivable to incinerate them all. This is not merely a handful of corpses, but a staggering multitude. Chapter 78. The legendary Miss Su. Initially, Miss Su instructed us to observe the handling of the situation. The sheer volume of bodies presents a significant challenge, and we have yet to identify a reasonable solution. Yet, 2 hours ago, Miss Su announced she had devised a plan. She instructed us to gather the corpses together and freeze them using ice-based abilities, assuring us that she would find a way. Shi Luling nodded, intrigued by the elusive Miss Su, though now was not the time for curiosity. They had hundreds of civilians to ensure were safe. This responsibility could be entrusted to Captain Xiao, who had previously managed matters at the Dawn Base as a seasoned veteran. Miss Su had communicated with the commander by phone, who directed us to establish a camp at the Dawn Base. Captain Qi is well versed in the details, and any uncertainties can be clarified with him. Li Huan swallowed hard, recalling the sword strike from the morning, a flicker of awe crossing his eyes. Miss Su is not only a scientific luminary, but also a master swordswoman. The rift was created by her blade. Among ourselves, we speculate that she might indeed be a concealed master. Although there were speculations, the revelation still left me utterly astonished. Who exactly is Miss Su? Ah, Old Qi, you have finally arrived. Was your journey uneventful? Indeed, it proceeded smoothly, had it not been for your phone call. I suspect the forthcoming days would not have been as favorable. Let us discuss matters later. You should enter first. Captain Xiao is already waiting for your arrival inside. Li Huan, please accompany Ming Ju. He is new here and unfamiliar with the way. Certainly. One more thing I almost forgot to mention. Survivors entering the Dawn Base are required to present 10 zombie crystal cores. Ensure you communicate this clearly. Zombie crystal cores? Qi Xingxuan nodded. Miss Su requires these cores for her research. I surmise that the energy shield may derive its power from the zombie crystal cores. Miss Su is the commander of the Dawn Base, and we must adhere to her regulations. Shi Luling furrowed his brow. He was well aware of whether the survivors possessed any zombie crystal cores. However, what if they do not have them? We cannot simply cast them out, can we? Rest assured, if they lack the cores, a record will be kept, and they may gradually repay the debt later. Moreover, the currency circulating within the Dawn Base consists of zombie crystal cores. They will inevitably confront this reality. We cannot support them indefinitely, and even if you remain silent. Captain Xiao will address this with them shortly. Understood. Shi Luling refrained from further discussion. He had just arrived and was still in the dark. He would address it once he gained a clearer understanding. The individuals within the vehicle, upon witnessing the mountain of zombie corpses piled at the entrance, felt their already pallid complexions grow even more ashen. For the past month, they had remained sequestered within their homes or hidden in shopping malls. Even though they had encountered zombies before, they had never before beheld such a multitude, and the terror swelling within them rendered them unable to look any longer. Some even covered their mouths, fearful that a scream might escape. A dozen vehicles slowly approached the Dawn Base, which was once again besieged by a substantial influx of survivors. Comrades of the People's Liberation Army, what do you intend to do about those zombies at the gate? You shall soon learn the regulations of the Dawn Base that you must adhere to. Yes, they dared not utter another word, merely hoping that this Dawn Base would indeed offer them protection. Host, over 700 new arrivals have joined the base. Will you not go and take a look? The host serves as the commander of the Dawn Base, the most significant leader therein, now in collaboration with the state. The future development of the Dawn Base may very well surpass that of the official bases. Previously, when the base housed but a few souls, the host's absence was inconsequential. However, with an ever-growing population, the host's continued retreat into the shadows seems rather amiss. The host is destined to shoulder the monumental task of rescuing Blue Star. It cannot be done in silence. It appears that the host, in matters of authority, is somewhat indifferent to fame and fortune, engrossed solely in scientific endeavors. It is puzzling how one ascended to the rank of general in the Canaan Empire under such circumstances. Host, with the increasing number of individuals at the Dawn base, the area will inevitably expand. Do you not feel a sense of loss by remaining behind the scenes? You are a doomsday survival system, not a system for the supremacy of the world. I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to save all of humanity and safeguard Huaxia. What significance is there in stepping into the limelight? Host, are you not concerned that the nation might unite with Xiao Hongfu to undermine your position at the Dawn base? Su Leyan scoffed lightly. Is this 666 attempting to teach her about vying for power? Is it truly a doomsday survival system, or merely a system for power struggles? All I need to do is complete my tasks. Whether I gain recognition or not is of no consequence to me. Very well, host, your will prevails. 666 found itself at an impasse. If the host was unwilling to reveal herself, what could it do? Sigh, if this were another host, they would undoubtedly revel in their authority. However, in this perilous world of doomsday, the host's disposition is not without its drawbacks, as it has certainly led to many unnecessary troubles. Zombie crystal cores? We are merely common folk. How could we possibly possess them? Furthermore, we do not dare to kill zombies. Captain Shi, please say something. We are all here with you and the comrades of the Liberation Army at the Dawn base. We are ordinary citizens who believe in our country, which is why we followed you to this base. This is not a private establishment. Why should we be compelled to pay for zombie crystal cores? Is this not akin to a covert fee for entering the base? If the state does not protect us and instead forces us to hunt zombies, then what purpose does the state serve? I can sustain myself. Indeed, Captain Shi, you must clarify to us why we are compelled to exterminate zombies while also being subjected to an entrance fee. Who established such regulations? Are you attempting to exploit us? It is your duty to protect us, yet you now demand zombie cores from us. How could we possibly possess such items? It is true, we do not have them. Upon our arrival, you immediately summoned Captain Xiao to elucidate the rules of the base, yet you failed to provide us with sustenance. What is your intention? If this continues, I shall report this to the higher authorities. Xiao Hongfu scoffed, suggesting that you do not delude yourselves into thinking that upon entering the Dawn base, we will unconditionally sustain you. What are the common folk? Are they not significant? Even before the apocalypse, one had to labor for a meal. Why is it that post-apocalypse, this principle no longer applies? Chapter 79, Moral Coercion? To remain in the Dawn base, one must adhere to its regulations. All acts that jeopardize the safety of others or infringe upon their rights are strictly prohibited within the base. Fighting, harassment, intimidation, extortion, violence, and robbery are all forbidden, as is the mistreatment of the elderly, children, and women. Violators will be expelled from the Dawn base. The resources within the Dawn base will not be provided unconditionally to survivors. To obtain food, one must exchange it for zombie cores. If one lacks such cores, they may contribute labor to the base. Based on one's contributions, the base will grant corresponding points in exchange for sustenance. Remember, the base will not sustain you unconditionally. If you are unwilling to remain at the base, you may leave at any time. Upon hearing this proclamation from Captain Xiao Hongfu, the survivors erupted in outrage. Killing zombies? How could they possibly remain in place awaiting rescue if they dared to confront the undead? Wasn't this akin to inviting their own demise? Captain Xiao, we are merely unarmed civilians. How could we dare to confront zombies? Aren't there soldiers within the base? Shouldn't it be their responsibility to handle such perilous tasks? Why must we be compelled to undertake this? Indeed, you are sustained by us taxpayers. Your duty is to protect us. In this apocalyptic crisis, it is precisely the moment for you to demonstrate your worth. Engaging in such dangerous endeavors as slaying zombies is not something we shall do. Captain Shi, we came to the Dawn base under your guidance. You must take responsibility for us. Captain Shi, you are members of the People's Liberation Army. You cannot abandon us. Exactly. Captain Shi, if we dared to confront zombies, we would not be staying in Guang City. Captain Shi, if this is the case, it would be better to send us away immediately. We had thought that upon arriving at the Dawn base, we would find safety and ample provisions. We never anticipated that we would be tasked with killing zombies. What sort of situation is this? With each word spoken, the expressions of Captain Shi and the soldiers grew increasingly grim. Were these people devoid of reason? Even in times of peace, one must toil to secure sustenance and warmth. How is it that in the apocalyptic era, this becomes an impossibility? They risk their lives in search of survivors, only to rescue something so disheartening. Are the soldiers not human, not born of mothers and fathers? The rules of the Dawn base dictate that survival requires self-sufficiency. The base merely offers a sanctuary. Should one find this unacceptable, they are free to depart. Captain Xiao, what do you mean by this? This is the land of Xia, inhabited by the people of Xia. How can we not remain here? Your arrogance is excessive. Humph. The man's complexion paled, a crimson streak appearing upon his cheek, as he gazed in horror at Xiao Hongfu, astonished that he would resort to violence. The chilling aura emanating from him instilled fear in every onlooker. Xiao Hongfu let out a derisive laugh, causing the temperature in the air to plummet, sending shivers down the spines of those present as they trembled before him. Captain Xiao possesses supernatural abilities. That was ice, wasn't he it? Good heavens, Captain Xiao is an ability user. In that moment, the crowd regarded Xiao Hongfu with reverence. In this era of desolation, only a small fraction of individuals have awakened such powers, while the vast majority remain ordinary. For them, the distinction between ability users and common folk is akin to that between heaven and earth. As they realized Xiao Hongfu's extraordinary status, an overwhelming dread surged within them, silencing their voices. This is the intimidation that ability users wield over the ordinary. Although they have not personally experienced the terror of the superhumans since the restoration of communication, they have encountered numerous reports online depicting the superhumans as arrogant and dismissive of ordinary people. Many individuals, upon awakening their abilities, have become reckless, especially in this apocalyptic world, instilling a profound fear of superhumans among the common folk. While they harbor trepidation towards these beings, the superhumans also offer a significant sense of security. To them, superhumans are the nemesis of zombies. By aligning with these extraordinary individuals, they believe they can enhance their chances of survival. Thus, when Xiao Hongfu displayed his prowess, the entire assembly fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word for fear of offending the superhuman before them. Observing their sudden compliance, Xiao Hongfu nodded in satisfaction. In his view, these people needed to be put in their place. Why should soldiers owe anything to them? They are entitled to what they deserve, funded by taxpayers. Yet they possess such audacity. As a veteran, he intimately understands the hardships endured by soldiers. There is no need for them to worry about starvation. As long as they remain industrious, survival is attainable, just as it was in the past. The screen in the lobby of Building 1 displays daily tasks, and the base is currently under construction. Individuals can undertake missions according to their capabilities, and upon completion, the base will reward them with corresponding points. Besides zombie cores, these points can also be exchanged for food. For specific details, one can log on to the official website of the Dawn base. The official website of the Dawn base? The crowd was bewildered. They had not heard of the Dawn base before arriving, and if there were a website, it would have been impossible for them not to discover it. The official website of the Dawn base was only established a few days ago, and its existence is known solely to those within the base. Naturally, outsiders remain unaware. This is the identification card, a necessary proof for every survivor entering the Dawn base. This card serves not only as identification, but also functions as a points card, akin to a salary card. For those who do not wish to remain at the Dawn base, departure is permitted at any time. Xiao Hongfu motioned to the person behind him, introducing Dongcheng. If you have any further questions, feel free to inquire. Dongcheng will guide you to Building 1 to obtain your points card. If anyone has additional queries, please ask me. For now, let us proceed to Building 1 to acquire the points cards. The crowd exchanged glances between Shi Luoling and Xiao Hongfu before ultimately following Dongcheng. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Hongfu couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was genuinely concerned that these individuals might choose to leave. It wasn't out of reluctance. Rather, it was the certainty that Shi Luoling and his companions would create difficulties. Thankfully, these individuals were merely paper tigers, demonstrating an understanding of their limits. Captain Xiao, thank you. Shi Luoling also exhaled in relief. Had it not been for Xiao Hongfu's timely intervention, they would have found themselves in quite a predicament. Xiao Hongfu shook his head, glancing at his watch. Time had indeed flown by, and over 2 hours had passed. The civilians were settled, and now it was time to attend to the soldiers. Captain Shi, it is getting late. I will take you down to rest. Miss Su may be occupied at the moment, but I will arrange for you to meet her first thing tomorrow morning. All right. Shi Luoling held no objections. It was indeed rather late today. Though he harbored a deep curiosity about Miss Su, he understood that this was not the right moment. After all, he would meet her tomorrow, so there was no need to rush. Chapter 80. The astonishment of Su Leyan, the People's Liberation Army stationed at the Dawn base, consisted of more than 400 personnel. Xia Hongfu had deliberately arranged for them to occupy the same building, ensuring that even with additional soldiers arriving in the future, their accommodation would be sufficiently managed. Although Xia Hongfu had instructed them to rest, Su Leyan took it upon himself to lead a team to the entrance of the Dawn base to assist in dealing with the mountain of zombie corpses. Upon seeing the frozen bodies, Su Leyan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The sheer volume of corpses posed a significant challenge. He couldn't fathom why Miss Su had instructed Captain Xiao to freeze them. Was there a method to her madness? However, there was no need for concern. If Miss Su had made such a suggestion, she must possess a measure of confidence. If I recall correctly, you only arrived yesterday, having stayed for less than 2 days, and you place such trust in Miss Su? Qi Xingshuan nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Miss Su is truly an extraordinary individual. He raised his right hand, crackling lightning dancing in his palm, a smile flickering in his gaze. I have consumed the gene alteration serum provided by Miss Su, awakening my lightning-based abilities, and I now possess this remarkable energy shield. Miss Su is indeed a miracle in this apocalyptic world. What is most remarkable is that despite her immense capabilities, Miss Su harbors not a trace of ambition. Were it anyone else, they would likely not remain in the shadows as she does. Are you saying you have been swayed by a gene alteration serum? What nonsense are you spouting? Qi Xingshuan exclaimed, delivering a punch to Su Leyan's chest. With a hearty laugh, he then fixed a serious gaze upon him. Once you meet her, you will understand. Miss Su has gifted us a case of genetically modified serum, 20 vials in total. I have refrained from using any. After today's matters are concluded, we shall deliberate on how to allocate these 20 vials of serum. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Have you not reported this to the commander? How could that be? Qi Xingshuan replied without a moment's hesitation. However, the commander has stated that we are to distribute these 20 vials as we see fit. Moreover, from now on, we are to serve as soldiers of the Dawn base, and it is unnecessary to report every detail to him. We need only heed Miss Su's arrangements. At this moment, Su Leyan was genuinely astonished. What capabilities did Miss Su possess that could elicit such trust from the commander? The authority granted to her seemed exceedingly vast. Setting aside the question of whether the Dawn base was an official establishment, it was evident that their team comprised elite soldiers, frequently tasked with specialized missions. Entrusting them to Miss Su indicated the commander's profound regard for her. You must recognize the significance of genetically modified serum in this post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, Miss Su's abilities extend far beyond this. Her research prowess, even prior to the apocalypse, was unparalleled. The commander's actions undoubtedly hold substantial reasoning. The Dawn base also collaborates with the South China base, where the commander assists in collecting crystal cores while Miss Su provides them with genetically modified serum. I suspect that the raw materials for the gene modification liquid are likely related to the zombie crystal cores. Otherwise, Miss Su would not have suggested exchanging them for the cores, and the primary currency circulating within the base is indeed the zombie crystal cores. Su Leyan nodded thoughtfully, his curiosity toward the elusive Su Leyan intensifying. He then cast an envious glance at his friend before him, pondering the sheer stroke of luck that allowed him to awaken his abilities before Su Leyan's eager anticipation filled him as he yearned to consume the gene modification liquid, wondering what powers he might awaken. However, one should not harbor overly grand expectations. Miss Su mentioned that not everyone who consumes the gene modification liquid will necessarily awaken their powers. The liquid merely unlocks the human potential to its fullest extent. And if one lacks such potential, it is indeed possible to remain unable to awaken any abilities. Su Leyan, in a playful display of annoyance, delivered a light punch, exclaiming, "It sounds as though you do not wish for me to awaken any powers." "Not at all." Qi Xingshuan laughed heartily. "We are old rivals. If you fail to awaken, how dull would that be?" "Humph," Su Leyan scoffed. "If you can awaken abilities, then I surely can as well. Let us not forget, you are eternally second best." "Huh. Let's see you flaunt it after your awakening," Qi Xingshuan retorted, genuinely exasperated, for this fellow remained as infuriating as ever. Su Leyan watched the unfolding scene, her expression one of bemusement, as if witnessing a live broadcast. Truly, is this not the work of a gossip monger? The vigor of their gossiping abilities was simply remarkable. "Host, I am secretly observing their true sentiments towards you. What if they present one facade in person and another behind your back? The effort you have invested in establishing the Dawn base is commendable. Even if you are reluctant to step into the spotlight, You must not allow yourself to be deceived. Gazing at the altered presence of 666 in her mind, Su Leyan hesitated, pondering if she appeared to be easily fooled. Host, I certainly do not harbor any intention of underestimating you. Please do not misconstrue my words. Su Leyan shook her head. It was true that 666, while audacious, seemed timid in her presence, yet now exhibited a certain boldness. Host, how has your research on the garbage been progressing? Sensing the fluctuations in her emotions, 666 swiftly shifted the topic, fearing that if the conversation continued, she might retaliate. It was better to remain on solid ground. As for the garbage bin, Su Leyan could not help but let out a deep sigh. She truly had no inkling of where to begin. From the outset, she understood that her efforts might yield no results, and she had not intended to investigate. However, once she entered the system laboratory, her curiosity compelled her to delve into research. After several hours of effort, she had achieved nothing. Her endeavors were fruitless. What appeared to be a simple garbage bin concealed enigmas that even interstellar technology could not unravel. This sensation of frustration was unprecedented, and it was quite disheartening. Host, there is no need for such despondency. Even the technology of the Interstellar Alliance cannot decipher the secrets of this garbage bin. Do not be deceived by its mundane exterior. It harbors numerous mysteries within. Are you privy to some of these secrets? In an instant, 666 found itself at a loss, truly unaware of the answers it sought. Had it possessed the knowledge, it would have undoubtedly shared it with its host. What might a civilization beyond the Interstellar Alliance look like? Perhaps it resembles the planet of its creator. I truly do not know. Su Leyan sighed in exasperation, ceasing her inquiries. Ultimately, she relinquished her pursuit of the enigmatic technology hidden within the trash bin. Instead, she opted to utilize the materials available in the laboratory to construct an exterior for the trash bin, intending to later encase the universal trash bin obtained through the lottery within it. Should it not materialize, it mattered little. Having drawn it, she was determined to make use of it. As 666 had stated, with her current technological prowess, she could not fathom the core technology concealed within the trash bin. Hence, she resolved to utilize it for now, intending to delve deeper into its mysteries after the apocalyptic crisis was resolved. Chapter 81. A circle of panda eyes. Time was abundant, and she could afford to wait. Observing Su Leyan abandon her research on the trash bin, 666 breathed a sigh of relief. If the Dark Lord had truly unraveled its secrets, it would have been utterly terrifying. It had not deceived Su Leyan. The technology of the trash bin indeed stemmed from a civilization of far superior capabilities, many times more advanced than the Interstellar Alliance she had previously known. If she were to unlock its secrets, the consequences would be profoundly unsettling. With the trash bin research set aside, Su Leyan redirected her focus toward another type of weapon. The blueprints resided within her mind, and the principles were remarkably straightforward. With the materials readily available, crafting a formidable energy gun would be a mere trifle. After completing her tasks, Su Leyan exited the system laboratory and entered the lounge within, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved respite. Despite her formidable capabilities, she was but a solitary individual, incapable of enduring sleepless toil indefinitely. The following morning, Qi Shinshuan and Qi Luling appeared with pronounced dark circles under their eyes, resembling individuals who had endured a few blows. What has befallen you? Observing the circle of panda eyes, Xiao Hongfu could not suppress a chuckle. They had concluded their work rather late the previous evening, around 11 o'clock, so it was implausible that they had remained awake throughout the night. We were simply too exhilarated. Xiao Hongfu paused, pondering what could have sparked such joy to the extent of foregoing sleep. Qi Shinshuan revealed, without reservation, that the night prior, they had convened to discuss the distribution of the genetic modification serum. Those who received the serum had collectively ingested it, and it was evident that Su Leyan's concoction was remarkably potent. 20 doses administered to 20 individuals led to the astonishing outcome of all awakening extraordinary abilities, with not a single dose wasted. Following this awakening, they eagerly explored the methods of cultivating their newfound powers, engaging in spirited duels until 6 in the morning, managing to steal merely a couple of hours of rest. Even in slumber, they continued to train their abilities. You all awakened extraordinary powers? Qi Shinshuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. We all awakened our abilities. Congratulations. This is largely thanks to Miss Su's genetic modification serum. Otherwise, we would not have awakened such powers. Qi Luling's curiosity regarding Su Leyan had now reached its zenith. Captain Xiao, are we going to meet Miss Su now? Xiao Hongfu glanced at the clock. It was 8:30, and Miss Su should have awakened by now. Let's go? Upon arriving at the laboratory, they indeed found Su Leyan awake, and rather unusually. She was not ensconced in the confines of Laboratory 301. Typically, whenever Xiao Hongfu came to find her, she was immersed in her research. Thus, he seldom disturbed her unless absolutely necessary. Miss Su, yesterday afternoon, the comrades of the People's Liberation Army brought over 400 survivors to the Dawn base. And they are now settled in. Su Leyan nodded, seemingly indifferent to their arrival. After all, prior negotiations had already been made with the South China Military District regarding their Team's inclusion in the Dawn base. Moreover, she had heard about it during Qi Shengxuan's phone call yesterday. Their response had been remarkably swift, a testament to their military efficiency. Since you are here, I will leave the matters of the Dawn base to Captain Xiao and you all, Su Leyan stated thoughtfully. Captain Qi should be aware that the Dawn base has a collaboration with the South China base and operates as a semi-official facility. I do not partake in its governance. But you must understand that the Dawn base is not a charitable organization. It does not accommodate idlers. Understood. Qi Shengxuan and Shi Luling exchanged glances, fully aware of Su Leyan's implications. They recalled the commotion caused by the survivors yesterday. Miss Su was undoubtedly informed about it. Wait. Xiao Hongfu felt perplexed. The manner in which Miss Su conveyed her instructions suggested that she might be preparing to depart. Miss Su, over the next few days, I will prepare the genetically modified serum required by the capital base. Please place the items they send into the laboratory. Su Leyan nodded, having accepted the system's task. She was naturally determined to fulfill it. Miss Su, it is perilous outside with zombies everywhere. It is dangerous for you to venture out alone. Qi Shengxuan shuddered at the thought of yesterday's scene at the entrance and wished to convey to old Qi that he was mistaken. Miss Su was never in danger. However, reflecting on the fact that she was a woman traversing the treacherous landscape of the apocalypse, it was indeed quite risky. It was prudent to ensure that she had companions. You need not worry. I am well aware of the situation, Su Leyan reassured them. Continuing, your primary responsibility is to manage the Dawn base. The base is quite spacious and can accommodate more survivors. There should still be many survivors in Guang City. You may search for them when you have the opportunity. A few days ago, I created an electronic map of Guang City, where red dots indicate zombies and blue dots signify survivors. This should aid you in your rescue efforts. Shi Luling gazed in astonishment at the electronic map on Su Leyan's computer, which was densely populated with red dots, with only a few blue dots scattered throughout. This map clearly illustrated that Guang City had indeed fallen, overrun by zombies. Just yesterday, the number of zombies in District L was still minimal, and yet, within a mere day, they had amassed in such numbers. It was evident how perilous Guang City had become. He was immensely curious about how Miss Su had managed to create this electronic map and distinguish between humans and zombies, continuously surprising them. Was Miss Su truly sent by heaven to save humanity? Moreover, this was the formidable energy gun I crafted overnight. However, due to time constraints, I could only produce 10 for now. You may divide them among yourselves. The crowd's jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Just in one night, how much had Miss Su accomplished? Was she a deity? A powerful energy gun, a creation that only existed within systems. How many more surprises could she possibly have in store for them? Here are the design blueprints and principles regarding the energy gun. Keep them safe. When the personnel from the capital base arrive, you shall hand them over. This energy gun can inflict widespread devastation on zombies and is immensely beneficial to the military. The production principles are straightforward, and I have annotated everything. Provided the materials are sufficient, mass production is feasible. Miss Su, is there anything you are incapable of? Listening to Qi Shengxuan's candid words, Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. What she couldn't do was far from trivial. She had yet to decipher even the black technology of a mere trash bin. Nevertheless, she believed that one day, she would unravel the core technology of the cosmic trash can. Chapter 82, A Series of Astonishments. Miss Su, have you made your decision? Xiao Hongfu opened his mouth, contemplating Su Leyan's terrifying prowess, ultimately refraining from further persuasion. Once Miss Su had resolved upon something, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. His sole responsibility was to safeguard the Dawn base, and nothing more. Miss Su, if you don't mind, take me along. I can protect you. Qi Shengxuan covered his face, reluctant to dampen his good friend's spirits. Comparing combat prowess with Miss Su was akin to inviting disaster. Indeed, upon hearing Shi Luling's words, Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. You protect me? Shi Luling nodded, fully aware from Qi Shengxuan that Su Leyan was formidable. Yet, in his eyes, what could a 17-year-old girl truly be capable of? Moreover, given her remarkable abilities, it was their duty to safeguard her. She alone could match the might of 1,000 soldiers. Old Shi, I'm not belittling you, but Miss Su's combat capabilities far surpass yours tenfold. You should reconsider. Shi Luling furrowed his brows, his expression unwavering as he looked at his friend. You must understand how crucial Miss Su is to the Xia nation. We cannot afford any missteps. It is far too perilous to let her venture out alone. Old Shi, have you forgotten what I told you earlier? Did you not see that enormous rift at the entrance? It was cleaved open by Miss Su's sword. She possesses undeniable self-defense abilities. If not, how could he remain so composed? It was no wonder old Shi was anxious. After all, with Su Leyan's prowess, any incident would spell calamity for the entire world. However, after witnessing the events of yesterday, he pondered whether it was Miss Su who was truly in danger. If you're still uneasy, we could have a sparring match. Captain Shi was also concerned for his own safety. Su Leyan was not yet impatient. Once she demonstrated her strength, Captain Shi would surely cease his incessant chatter. Very well. Shi Luling nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never feel at ease allowing Miss Su to leave alone without witnessing her self-defense capabilities. Offended. Shi Luling's martial arts were formidable, each move infused with immense power, making them exceedingly difficult to counter. He was indeed the ace of the special forces. However, for Su Leyan, he was still too inexperienced. If she were truly a 17-year-old girl, she would naturally be no match for Shi Luling. Alas, she was not. I concede. You are formidable. By the way, there is one more thing. This is a garbage bin I have designed, with a biochemical mechanism capable of dissolving zombie corpses. This bin is specifically for the disposal of zombies, exotic beasts, and mutated plant corpses, eliminating the need for incineration in the future. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the extent of Miss Su's research capabilities, having created this in just one night. Not only was she adept in weaponry, but she also had a profound understanding of biochemistry. She was truly a polymath in the realm of science. Dissolving zombies? Indeed. Su Leyan nodded, acknowledging that this was the most logical solution. The exterior resembled a conventional garbage bin, while the interior was a product of the system's lottery rewards. When zombie corpses were placed inside the bin, they would not vanish immediately. A reaction would occur for several seconds before being transported to a cosmic garbage bin, which would then send the refuse to a cosmic waste station. In a way, it was a form of waste recycling, considering that zombie corpses might yield some points as well. In just one night, Miss Su had produced an array of inventions, a high-energy gun, an electronic map, and the garbage bin. Surely, she could not have gone without sleep. As they contemplated this, the gazes directed at Su Leyan brimmed with admiration. Miss Su exerted herself tirelessly for the sake of the Dawn base, and they must resolutely safeguard it. Indeed, Su Leyan nodded, producing 10 spatial hubs, which she then handed to Qi Shinshuan. These are spatial hubs. Each one possesses a capacity of 500 cubic meters. Take them. They will prove invaluable when you venture out in search of supplies. Observing the spatial hubs nestled in the palm of Su Leyan's hand, the crowd could not help but swallow hard, their minds buzzing with incredulity. Was this truly the spatial hub they had heard about? Having witnessed so much already, their initial reaction was not one of skepticism, but rather disbelief. They had only recently taken residence at the Dawn base and were still considered officials. Was it truly wise for her to place such trust in them? Ahem. After all, from the very beginning until now, Miss Su had demonstrated a remarkable lack of ambition, exhibiting a demeanor so serene that it was almost ethereal. Yet, paradoxically, this tranquil Miss Su was exceptionally formidable. In a post-apocalyptic world, spatial hubs are undoubtedly of paramount importance. They provide a means to store gathered resources, preventing them from becoming burdens. Without such space, even a mountain of gold and silver would be futile. Miss Su, is the spatial hub synonymous with space? Is it a means of retrieving items from a distance? The spatial hub merely employs a form of spatial folding technology. Yet you may indeed conceptualize it as a method of retrieving items from afar. It almost seemed as if Miss Su momentarily regarded them with disdain for conflating the spatial hubs with the concept of space itself. Can we also utilize these spatial hubs? Certainly. Su Leyan furrowed her brow, finding Yao Wenping's question rather foolish. If it were not useful, why would she provide it to them? These spatial hubs were not given for free. They required a payment of 1,000 level 1 zombie crystal cores. Observing the excitement on their faces, Su Leyan interrupted them again, continuing, "You may only take 2. The remainder should be given to the personnel from the South China base and the capital base when they arrive, as previously agreed upon. Upon hearing Su Leyan's words, they felt neither disappointment nor anger. In fact, they were even more elated. After all, they dared not expect such good fortune to fall from the sky. Having received such valuable items, they felt a tinge of embarrassment, as though they were indulging in a feast without paying. Miss Su, thank you. With Su's formidable abilities, even without their assistance, acquiring zombie crystal cores was a mere trifle. Ultimately, it was Miss Su who was at a loss. Observing the expressions of the crowd, 666 couldn't help but chuckle in Su Leyan's mind. Chapter 83. The all-powerful Su Leyan. These individuals were indeed naive. The host had crafted the spatial hubs using merely a dozen zombie crystal cores, and selling them could yield 1,000 cores. A true merchant's trick. They were here expressing gratitude as if they were not aware of the reality. Su Leyan snorted softly. Without my spatial folding technology, the spatial hub would remain a mere legend. In this apocalyptic world, you surely understand the significance of space. 666 was rendered speechless. For the host's words rang true, and it found itself unable to refute them. Is Su Leyan a mercenary? Qi Shinshuan and Shi Luling pay no heed whatsoever, after all. It is merely 1,000 zombie crystal cores. Even if there were more, they would still exchange them for a spatial hub for traversing the apocalypse. Such a hub is indeed of paramount importance. Su Leyan cast a glance at Captain Xiao Hongfu. Captain Xiao? Miss Su, please speak. I previously tamed 5 vultures. This whistle can control those vultures. The combat prowess of mutated beasts is formidable. Keeping them serves as a significant safeguard for the base. Even when venturing out in search of supplies, they could accompany us. Xiao Hongfu was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Miss Su, how about you take 2 with you? Su Leyan frowned. No, they are too ugly. Seeing her genuine disdain, Xiao Hongfu ceased to persuade her. It seemed Miss Su truly detested those vultures from the depths of her heart. Perhaps if they were of a different breed, her aversion would not be so pronounced. Could Miss Su also tame mutated beasts? Qi Shingshuan was vaguely aware of those 5 mutated creatures. During their encounter with the zombie tide, those vultures had aided them, and they had later heard Qin Feng recount the story behind them. However, it was surprising that such fierce mutated beasts were deemed unsatisfactory by Miss Su, with the reason being their appearance. This justification was one only she would dare utter. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have faced retribution for such pretentiousness. Yet, before departing, Su Leyan had one more task at hand, to modify a comfortable sedan. Since the destination was Guangyun Mountain, the mode of transportation must prioritize comfort. The vehicles at the school were too frail for her liking. Thus, she resolved to personally refurbish one today. Setting off tomorrow would not be too late. Upon hearing Su Leyan's intention to modify a vehicle, Shi Luling expressed that they possessed several military vehicles, all fortified with bulletproof exteriors and equipped with excellent facilities. If Su Leyan did not mind, she was welcome to make any alterations she desired. Elated, Su Leyan readily accepted the offer and immediately expressed her eagerness to accompany Shi Luling to inspect the military vehicles. She required only one for her purposes. Having communicated all necessary details, Su Leyan prepared to follow Shi Luling, while Xiao Hongfu busied himself with his own tasks. Qi Shingshuan and the others resolved to hone their supernatural abilities. Having awakened such powers, it was essential to practice diligently, lest their gifts be squandered. As for the others, there would be opportunities in the future to obtain gene modification liquid. The immediate priority was to develop the Dawn base. The better the base thrived, the more content Su Leyan would undoubtedly be, and at that time, the gene modification liquid would be readily available, even if they had to exchange crystal cores for it. Miss Su, these vehicles are all specially crafted military models, boasting commendable bulletproof and shock-resistant features. Su Leyan nodded, noting the unremarkable exterior that concealed their true nature as armored vehicles, which did not bother her in the least. Captain Shi, would it be permissible for me to make slight modifications? Certainly. Miss Su, feel free to modify as you wish. Su Leyan nodded in agreement, surveying her surroundings. Noticing the absence of tools, she decided to drive the vehicle outside the laboratory for convenience. She planned to install some small-scale weaponry within the vehicle. Given the current limitations, she envisioned constructing a weaponized vehicle in the future, and she aspired to transform it into a fully automated recreational vehicle. The mere thought filled her with excitement. Upon witnessing Su Leyan maneuvering her vehicle outside the laboratory, he found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of curiosity regarding the transformation she would undertake. As Su Leyan immersed herself in her work, she became oblivious to everything around her, including the recently met Su Leyan, who wisely refrained from interrupting her. He observed as Su Leyan effortlessly disassembled the car before embarking on the modification process. While most men possess an affinity for automobiles, he too had conducted studies on the subject. He found himself bewildered by Su Leyan's deft actions, feeling akin to an illiterate in her presence. As time gradually slipped away, he watched her dismantle the vehicle into a myriad of parts. Hours passed, and still, Su Leyan was engrossed in her tasks. When Su Leyan suggested a meal, she declined, which spoke volumes about the fervor of researchers. Once absorbed in their work, they often neglect the basic necessity of nourishment. "Is Su still occupied?" Su Leyan inquired. To which he nodded. "It has been 7 or 8 hours since morning, and Miss Su has been tirelessly engaged." I attempted to remind her to eat, but she seemed entirely absorbed in her work. Professor Hu nodded in understanding. Such is the nature of researchers. When they are engrossed, they scarcely pause for meals. "I shall have Wang Ying deliver a warm meal shortly." Regardless of the research, one cannot neglect sustenance. "Captain Shi, please do not take offense at Miss Su's singular focus." "Not at all. Is Captain Shi not busy himself?" Su Leyan was taken aback for a moment, then clarified that with Qi Shinshuan present, there would be no issues. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about how Miss Su would modify this vehicle. Professor Hu, noticing the situation, refrained from further discussion and approached to inquire if assistance was needed. Su Leyan shook her head, assuring him that she could manage on her own for the time being and would not hesitate to seek help if necessary. After spending an hour there and realizing he could not be of assistance, Professor Hu decided to return to his own research. Previously, Su Leyan had provided them with a direction, a device to distinguish between humans and zombies. Once this instrument was developed and integrated into weaponry, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Currently, the zombies were of a lower level, making it easy to discern the differences between them and humans. However, as the zombies evolved and their appearance increasingly resembled that of humans, differentiation would become challenging. Thus, the necessity for such a distinguishing tool became apparent. It was far better to conduct research in advance than to be caught off guard in the field. Su Leyan also offered numerous suggestions and plans, which prompted the professors to immediately embark on their research. Should they succeed, it would confer a significant advantage in future battles. From morning until the early hours of dawn, Su Leyan observed Su Leyan's unwavering spirit with profound admiration. After nearly a day and night of tireless work, Su Leyan felt quite satisfied with her modification results. Had she possessed the appropriate tools, she could have completed such alterations in just 3 hours in an interstellar setting. Moreover, she has not merely equipped the vehicle with weapon modifications, she has also altered the engine and incorporated an intelligence system, allowing it to operate solely upon her commands. Chapter 84. The experience. The interior has undergone significant transformation, while the exterior remains entirely unaltered. For her, appearance is inconsequential, comfort is paramount. Would you like to experience it? Su Leyan nodded, eager to discover the distinctions of this vehicle. It was evident that Miss Su was quite pleased with her modifications, further piquing his curiosity regarding how this car diverged from its predecessor. "Let us proceed." Su Leyan waved the car keys in her hand, prompting the doors to open automatically. She entered first, and Su Leyan followed closely behind. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt as though the interior space had expanded, resembling more of a mobile abode than a mere vehicle. He had to admit that this truly embodied a high-end recreational vehicle. "Xiao Lu, select the driving mode." A flicker of confusion crossed Su Leyan's eyes, but he soon comprehended. One moment, it was a plush bed. The next, it transformed into 4 luxurious seats. Observing Su Leyan take a seat, he promptly followed suit, instantly sensing the transformation. The seat seemed perfectly adjusted to the most comfortable angle for the human body, inducing an irresistible desire to remain seated. He silently observed, refraining from any inquiries, for in this moment, all that was required was to savor the experience. "Xiao Lu, commence driving." "Understood." Su Leyan instinctively straightened his posture, causing the seat to adjust its angle in response, truly astute. "Miss Su, what is this?" Even someone as seasoned as Su Leyan couldn't help but inquire. "Could it be that you have converted this vehicle into an autonomous driving model?" Although the concept of self-driving cars had been explored years prior, they had yet to be implemented in the market. Autonomous driving involves numerous core technologies. Could Miss Su have succeeded in such a feat in merely one day? The answer would soon reveal itself. Indeed, shortly thereafter, He experienced the brilliance of a prodigious mind, Su Leyan, the very embodiment of genius. In just a single day, she not only transformed the vehicle into an autonomous model, but also integrated an artificial intelligence system. It is worth noting that while the world has been diligently researching artificial intelligence and has even developed certain robots, the gap to true AI remains vast. Yet here he was, witnessing something extraordinary. This was merely the beginning. Su Leyan had yet to unveil the full capabilities of Xiaoya's weaponry. However, with the dawn breaking and being at the base, there was little need for such a display. Otherwise, the uninformed might mistake it for a zombie siege. Upon hearing that the vehicle contained a complete weapon system, Shi Luling's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Even without Su Leyan's words, he comprehended that it was certainly not a trivial arsenal. His admiration for her deepened, as did his desire for that remarkable vehicle, were it not for the inopportune timing. He would have eagerly sought Su Leyan's assistance in modifying their own vehicles. But for now, it was best to wait until they had become more familiar with one another, then. Perhaps it would not be an issue. In times past, one might have been merely a child, indulging in the comforts of parental affection. However, the following morning, Su Leyan was fully prepared. Despite their concerns, Professor Hu and others refrained from intervening. In their eyes, little Su was destined to soar like an eagle in the sky, and their attempts to restrain her would only serve as a burden. Su, should you bring along a few extra barrels of fuel? It would be perilous if the vehicle were to suddenly stall on the road, one of them suggested. Su Leyan chuckled lightly in response. Professor Hu, I forgot to mention that I have modified the engine of this vehicle. It does not consume fuel. Doesn't consume fuel? The professors exchanged glances, wondering if Su had perhaps converted it to run on solar energy. Well, you previously enhanced the thermal energy conversion. I have adapted the engine to convert thermal energy into electrical energy, hence it does not require fuel. Upon hearing this, the professors grew somewhat anxious. Considering the high temperatures involved, they had aimed to improve the thermal conversion rate, yet they were uncertain if it could adequately propel a vehicle. Sensing their apprehension, Su Leyan smiled reassuringly and explained, it is more than sufficient, and there is also a backup solar energy conversion system in place. There will be no issues. The professors soon understood that the vehicle was equipped with two systems, one for thermal energy collection and conversion, and another for solar energy collection and conversion. In just one day, little Su had managed to retrofit both systems. It was remarkable to note that prior to yesterday, this vehicle relied solely on the combustion of petroleum for energy. Su's extraordinary research aptitude had once again left them in awe. Captain Xiao, Captain Shi, Captain Shi. The Dawn base is entrusted to you. Indeed. Captain Shi, I understand that you are soldiers, always prioritizing the welfare of the common people. However, we find ourselves in an apocalyptic era. Only by rising up can humanity harbor hope. Rest assured, Miss Su, once one chooses to join the Dawn base, one must naturally abide by its regulations. Su Leyan refrained from further comments, bidding farewell to the group before turning to enter the vehicle. A military green jeep sped along the highway, indifferent to the world outside. Occasionally, a few straggling zombies meandered across the road, all of whom were swiftly dispatched by the vehicle's rapid passage. The occupants remained unfazed, as if they were aboard a phantom carriage drifting along the highway. Host. 3 faint life forms detected 5 kilometers ahead. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Do I appear to be a philanthropist? 666 hesitated, acknowledging that the host indeed did not resemble a charitable figure. Yet there lingered a semblance of benevolence, after all. How could one take in Xiao Hongfu and his family without a kind heart? Furthermore, how could one permit those individuals to follow in their convoy? Host. If timely assistance is not rendered, those 3 life forms will soon perish. Will you not intervene? Observing the host's smile, 666 promptly fell silent, wary of jeopardizing its own existence. Whether to save the lives rested solely with the host, it chose to remain discreetly in its corner. Typically, the highway would be bustling with traffic, yet in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the number of vehicles had dwindled significantly. As she observed an approaching vehicle, a glimmer of hope flickered in Jiang Beek's eyes. They had been stranded on the highway for 5 long days, and at last, a car was passing by. Without a vehicle, their fate would have been sealed here. Chapter 85. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Lin Chichi. Wake up. Quickly awaken. We are saved. A car is coming. Jiang Beek exclaimed, shaking the unconscious Lin Chichi with excitement. However, Lin Chichi's face was flushed, her body radiating heat like a furnace, showing no signs of awakening. Jiang Beek's expression darkened. Lin Qiqi's condition was becoming increasingly precarious. Zhou Nanyan, keep an eye on Lin Qiqi. I'm going to flag down the car. It's futile. They want to stop. Zhou Nanyan's eyes reflected a glimmer of despair. Over the past 5 days, vehicles had indeed passed, yet none had shown a willingness to offer them a ride. It seemed their destiny was to remain here indefinitely. A look of grave determination crossed Jiang Beek's face as she noticed Zhou Nanyan beginning to doze off. This time, they had to catch a ride. Otherwise, there would truly be no escape. No matter the cost, they must give it a try. Standing in the middle of the highway, Jiang Beek fervently waved her arms. Her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. After 5 days of walking on the highway, occasionally fending off zombie attacks, merely enduring until now was an accomplishment in itself. With unwavering resolve, she stood there, hoping against hope that the approaching vehicle would come to a halt. In the depths of the mind, 666 immediately retreated into a corner, silenced by fear, offering only a silent prayer for the 3 feeble lives. Xiao Lu deftly evaded Jiang Beek's form, darting forth in a swift motion. Jiang Beek's expression stiffened. Instinctively, he turned, calling out loudly, yet his voice echoed into the void. The vehicle sped away with astonishing velocity, vanishing in an instant. As if it were merely an ephemeral mirage. A flicker of despair crossed Jiang Beek's eyes. It seemed they were truly destined to perish here, a bitter fate. Zhou Nian's vision blurred, realizing there were no vehicles in sight. Indeed, Beek had misjudged. Beek, you still have a glimmer of hope. Do not concern yourself with us. You must escape. We will only be a burden. Throughout this harrowing journey, had it not been for Jiang Beek's unwavering care, they would have succumbed long ago. He could not bear to drag Beek down with him, nor did he wish for them all to meet their end together. I will ensure your escape. Jiang Beek's eyes flashed with determination. He would not resign himself to fate, even if it meant crawling away. Suddenly, Zhou Nian's eyes widened in alarm, panic flashing within them as he whispered urgently, Beek, hurry, there are zombies behind us. Jiang Beek had not eaten for 5 consecutive days, rendering him no match for the approaching undead. If they were to be pursued, there would be no escape. Jiang Beek, you must flee. Do not worry about us. Zhou Nian's face was ashen as he struggled to lift Lin Qiqi into his arms. In their current predicament, they lacked the strength to flee and would only become a burden to Bei Ku. Thus, he resolved to carry out one final act for Bei Ku alongside Lin Qiqi. Jiang Bei Ku's expression shifted as he inquired, what do you intend to do? Bei Ku, you know we cannot escape. We find ourselves stranded on the highway, isolated and devoid of transportation. If it were just you, there might still be a chance, but with Lin Qiqi and me, we would merely hinder your escape. You must flee, taking our lives along with you, so that you may survive. Stop speaking nonsense. How could I possibly abandon you? Bei Ku, you have done enough. But as you can see, a horde of zombies is closing in. We cannot escape. In the beginning, given our combat prowess, we could have certainly managed, but not now. Lin Qiqi lies unconscious, and I am on the verge of collapse. Even if faced with 5 or 6 zombies, we would be powerless, especially since we have gone days without sustenance. You, however, possess superior physical resilience. If you endure, you can surely leave this place alive. If even one of us survives, it is a victory. I will never abandon you. If we must leave, we leave together. If we must perish, we perish together. Jiang Bei Ku's countenance hardened as he seized Lin Qiqi from Zhou Nian's grasp, then supported Zhou Nian as they pressed forward together. Beik, relinquish your resolve. We shall only be a burden to you. Had it not been for your efforts, we would have perished long ago. To live for another month is sufficient. You must escape. If you truly feel remorse, then care for my parents in my stead. Jiang Bei clenched his teeth, placing Lin Qiqi in a secure location. Whether deemed foolish or obstinate, he could never abandon his comrades, nor could he allow them to sacrifice themselves for their benefit. As the saying goes, if we are to perish, let us do so together. If we are to survive, let us do so as one. All 3 hailed from military families, and in the face of imminent death, their fighting spirit surged like an explosion. Yet, when besieged by a horde of zombies, apart from their initial burst of energy, they could only close their eyes in despair. Bang, bang, bang. Just before losing consciousness, they seemed to hear the distant sound of gunfire. Had they been rescued? Observing the 3 unconscious individuals, Su Leyan sighed deeply, pondering when she had become so soft-hearted, perhaps a consequence of merging with her past memories. With a flick of her wrist, she wielded her mental prowess to lift the 3. Carrying them was out of the question. After deliberation, She decided to administer a vial of nutrient solution, and now all that remained was to await their awakening. It was impossible to expect her to tend to their wounds. In a manner reminiscent of their arrival, the vehicle vanished from the highway in an instant. Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden task. Reward of 1,000 points awarded. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. A hidden task? These three were part of it? No wonder 666 had previously urged her to save them. Was it indeed due to a hidden task? What could this hidden task entail? Hidden mission. Save the life on the brink of death. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. It was indeed them. Correct. Observing the host in a meditative state. 666 felt a twinge of unease. Why hadn't the host inquired about him? However, seeing the host in deep contemplation, it hesitated to disturb him. Perhaps it was best to remain silent and enjoy the tranquility a little longer. Jiang Beek struggled to open his eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through them. Hadn't he died? Just before his demise, he had seen those zombies rushing towards him. Was he in heaven now, or had he been rescued? Rescued? Jiang Beek abruptly sat up. What about Zhou Nanyan and Lin Qiqi? How were they faring? Chapter 86. The possibility of awakening abilities. As he turned, he spotted Zhou Nanyan and Lin Qiqi across from him. Tentatively, he nudged Zhou Nanyan. Zhou Nanyan, Zhou Nanyan, wake up. We've been saved. Just as he feared that Zhou Nanyan would not awaken, Zhou Nanyan stirred slowly, gazing at his friend with a bittersweet smile. Beek. Who would ve thought we could still be together even after death? Truly, a good brother indeed. What nonsense are you spouting? We are still alive. At this, Zhou Nanyan swiftly sat up, pinching his own face. It hurt, confirming that they hadn't perished, nor were they dreaming. They had indeed been rescued. What about Lin Qiqi? Lin Qiqi is right beside you, but I too am uncertain about our current circumstances. Zhou Nanyan gently touched Lin Qiqi's forehead and let out a sigh of relief. The fever had finally subsided, and she was still breathing, which meant she was alive. Awake. Instinctively, the two turned their heads to see a door before them swing open, revealing a 17-year-old girl stepping out. How enchanting. This was their immediate reaction. Thank you for saving us, miss. Jiang Beek and Zhou Nanyan promptly rose to their feet, while Lin Qiqi, still in a state of unconsciousness, remained seated. Su Leyan nodded, acknowledging their gratitude. There is a restroom behind you. You may freshen up a bit. Once you have done so, we can engage in a more leisurely conversation. Realizing their disheveled appearance, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and they could hardly meet Su Leyan's gaze. It was truly uncomfortable to feel humiliated in front of such beauty. Aware that Su Leyan was waiting outside, they hastened to cleanse themselves. Su Leyan thoughtfully provided them with a set of clean clothes. At that moment, they were oblivious to the fact that they were still inside a vehicle, not in any room. Once they had tidied themselves, the two stood before Su Leyan, feeling somewhat awkward. Please, have a seat. What are your names? Though this was a seemingly ordinary inquiry, they sensed an undeniable weight of pressure. This girl was not to be underestimated. They pondered silently. I am Jiang Beek. Jiang Beek stepped forward. This is Zhou Nanyan, and the one who is unconscious is Lin Qiqi. We have been childhood friends, growing up together. After gaining admission to university, the three of us embarked on a journey southward from Kyoto. It was unexpected that, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, human hearts could so easily shift, leading to betrayal. Ultimately, even their supplies and vehicles were taken from them, leaving them abandoned on the highway. The thought sent a chill through both of them. Should they encounter that group again, they would show no mercy. There was no room for compassion in such dire times. Regardless of the circumstances, they were deeply grateful for the lady's life-saving intervention. My surname is Su Leyan. Strangely, Jiang Beek felt that the young woman before him should be aware of this. Su Leyan exchanged a glance with Lin Qiqi, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Had she been scratched by a zombie before losing consciousness? Jiang Beek's expression stiffened. The very reason those people had wanted to abandon Qiqi was due to her injury from a zombie. Their refusal to leave her behind had led to their own abandonment on the highway, while those individuals slipped away in secrecy. Yet, even if faced with the same situation again, he would not harbor regrets. However, their actions were reprehensible. The supplies had been gathered by them, and they had fought against the zombies. When Qiqi was harmed, their true nature was revealed, a grotesque display that was utterly revolting. Miss Su had rescued them, and they would certainly not conceal this from her. Should she be unwilling to shelter Qiqi, they would take their leave. Yet the debt of gratitude for her saving grace would remain indelible in their hearts. Indeed, prior to her high fever, Qiqi had been injured by a zombie. If Miss Su harbored concerns, they would gladly depart with Qiqi, Her kindness was not something they could ever forget. Su Leyan smiled, knowing Jiang Beek spoke the truth. She was indeed fortunate. Jiang Beek and Zhou Nanyan were utterly perplexed. Chi-Chi had been bitten by a zombie and had remained unconscious ever since. Was this truly a stroke of luck? Had it not been for the life-saving intervention of the person before them, they might have suspected malice on their part. Are you not aware? They exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. What was it they were meant to comprehend? A human bitten by a zombie could evolve in one of two directions. Su Leyan spoke softly. A person who has been bitten by a zombie has a 100% chance of becoming a zombie, yet there exists a minuscule probability of transforming into a superhuman. Is that truly so? The two exchanged astonished looks, their eyes reflecting mutual shock. Did Miss Su imply that Chi-Chi might become a superhuman? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they had often fantasized about awakening extraordinary powers, wreaking havoc upon their adversaries. However, the past month had brutally exposed them to the harsh reality. Zombies indeed roamed the earth, including numerous mutated ones. While the number of humans awakening powers was exceedingly rare, none of the three of them had experienced such an awakening. Now, with Chi-Chi unconscious for several days after her injury, Miss Su's revelation that she might awaken superhuman abilities felt like a serendipitous gift from the heavens. If being bitten by a zombie could indeed offer a chance at awakening powers, they too yearned to give it a try, as if she could read their thoughts. Su Leyan continued at a measured pace. Not everyone who is bitten by a zombie will awaken powers. Consider those who have been bitten. Did they not all eventually become zombies? How many have truly transformed into superhumans? This is not a matter to be taken lightly. The two individuals instantly felt dejected. Miss Su was correct. Throughout their journey, those who had been scratched by zombies had nearly all transformed into the undead. They had never witnessed anyone awakening their abilities. And perhaps Chi-Chi was the first. Miss Su, how long will Chi-Chi remain in this state? Do not worry. She will awaken soon. The two were overjoyed. Chi-Chi was safe and had even awakened her powers. What splendid news indeed. Miss Su, where are we now? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Finally realizing they had come to this question, she had thought it would take them longer to inquire. Nonchalantly, she opened the car window. On the highway, the two were taken aback, instinctively glancing outside. The scene was chaotic, with corpses strewn haphazardly, each one a grim reminder that they were indeed traveling on a highway. Yet, how could this be? The interior was furnished like a hotel, fully equipped, and they felt no vibrations, as if they were gliding over smooth ground. To be informed that they were in a vehicle on the highway was utterly astonishing. Chapter 87. This is our vehicle. Once they comprehended the situation, the car window was promptly closed. The stench of decay outside was unbearable, coupled with the sight of the corpses. This explained why the vehicle was sealed so tightly. Su Leyan found it repulsive. Miss Su, is this a camper van? Su Leyan nodded, acknowledging that it could be understood that way. This camper van had been converted from a military vehicle, offering ample space inside, provided the supplies were sufficient. Living comfortably for a decade or more posed no problem at all. 15 kilometers ahead lies a gas station, where numerous abandoned vehicles are likely to be found. Where shall I leave you then? Miss Su, are you not heading to the capital base? Su Leyan shook her head, as the commander of the Dawn base. How could she possibly go to the capital base? Moreover, she was on a mission, and the external environment was exceedingly dire. She wished to linger not a moment longer. She had already contemplated her course of action. Once the meteorite was delivered from the capital, she intended to construct an enormous energy shield, ideally encompassing the entire Guang city. This would allow her to implement necessary adjustments, particularly regarding air purification, for the current state was intolerable. Even if she grew weary of the laboratory, she could venture outside. For to her, Guang city was ample. I shall proceed to Guanyin Mountain. Once we reach the gas station, we shall part ways. Upon hearing this, the two remained silent. Recognizing that Miss Su had already extended her benevolence by rescuing them, to make further demands would be ungracious. An hour later, Xiao Lu halted outside the gas station, which was now crowded with vehicles, presumably those refueling. In the spirit of thoroughness, Su Leyan, having undertaken their rescue, could not bear to witness their demise. Otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. Upon regaining consciousness, the two felt no hunger, learning that the nutrient solution they had consumed would stave off hunger for 5 days. Shock filled their hearts as they pondered the identity of Su Leyan. Nutrient solutions and satiety were coveted treasures in this post-apocalyptic world. You may go and find an empty vehicle. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out. After more than an hour of rest, their stamina was fully restored, and they felt invigorated. However, Miss Su's objectives did not align with theirs, making it impossible for them to act together. They did wish to accompany Miss Su, but considering her courage to traverse the apocalypse alone, her combat prowess must be formidable. Following her might not prove beneficial, and they feared becoming a burden instead. While Jiang Beek and the others set off in search of a vehicle, Lin Chi began to awaken gradually. Awake. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Lin Chi struggled to sit up, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes. Who are you? She glanced around, recalling that before her unconsciousness, she had been aware of their 3 bodies being discarded on the highway and their vehicle stolen. She lamented her own carelessness, feeling she had let down her childhood friends, and despised those despicable individuals. If not for their protection, those villains might still be lurking somewhere, having left them without a second thought. Su Leyan, that is my name. Su Leyan replied coolly. I saved you. Lin Chi paused, momentarily at a loss for words, her instincts affirming the truth in the young woman's statement. Yet, she found herself surprised at the youthful visage of the girl. She had assumed that a team had rescued them. For how could a 17-year-old girl survive so gracefully in such dire circumstances without a strong group? Little did she know, Su Leyan was all alone, with no team to speak of. Why not explore the awakening of your special abilities? Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback. The notion of awakening such powers seemed implausible. Su Leyan spoke softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. You were scratched by a zombie and endured a high fever. Having survived, it appears you have awakened your abilities. Perhaps you should take a moment to sense this for yourself. Noticing the sincerity in her expression, Lin Chi decided to delve into the changes within her body. In an instant, she felt a surge of vibrant energy coursing through her. Being naturally astute, she focused on channeling this power into her hands. The next moment, she beheld a shard of ice forming in her palm, her eyes widening in astonishment. Had she truly awakened ice powers? I really have awakened my abilities? Su Leyan nodded with calm assurance. Indeed, you have awakened ice powers. Her tone suggested that this revelation was merely a commonplace occurrence. Meanwhile, Jiang Beek and Zhou Nian had scoured the area, discovering several dilapidated vehicles that, with some repairs, might still be functional. Just as they were about to select a vehicle to restore, they unexpectedly spotted their own car. Nian, look, is that our vehicle? Previously, Zhou and S Group had stealthily driven away with their car, and to their surprise, they had found it again after 5 days. However, questions lingered in their minds. Why had their car remained at this gas station for so long? Regardless, they felt compelled to investigate further. The 2 individuals cautiously evaded the gaze of others and approached the vehicle. Upon sighting the drab, gray Jeep, their hearts soared with joy. It was indeed their own car. Baiko, this is our vehicle. Truly, fortune smiles upon us. They were not children of ordinary families. Their journey had been one of freedom. And their mode of transport was undoubtedly of the highest quality, offering ample space. It was no wonder that Zhou had attempted to steal their car, especially since it contained a plethora of supplies. In just 5 days, they must have accumulated a considerable amount. With the vehicle here, Zhou and his crew were surely nearby. I possess a spare key. Although the supplies are diminished by half, if we are frugal, we should manage to last until we reach the capital base. After starting the engine, a flicker of surprise crossed Jonan's eyes. He had not anticipated that those rascals would fill the tank to the brim, saving them the trouble of refueling. This fuel would suffice for their journey to the capital. On the other hand, things were less than favorable. Brother Zhou. Zhouen's demeanor was fraught with irritation. What is it now? Stop shouting. Chapter 88. Confrontation. Believing they could proceed smoothly after shaking off Zhou Nanyan and Jiang Beek, they were unexpectedly besieged by numerous zombies and mutated plants along the way. They were forced to halt intermittently to fight, making their progress sluggish. They passed several gas stations, but ultimately their vehicle ran out of fuel, necessitating a stop at the 4th station to refuel. This stop extended for 2 days. Who would have anticipated that this gas station would be overrun with so many zombies? Had he known, he would have departed much earlier. Zhou Gu, the vehicle. The vehicle is moving. Zhouen's expression darkened. What vehicle is moving? Are more people arriving? In recent days, vehicles had been traveling from all directions, making the gas station a popular stop. Due to the excessive heat, even those who wished to stockpile fuel dared not do so, fearing an explosion from the high temperatures. No. A young man stood up, pointing anxiously outside. Our car has been stolen. Zhou sprang to his feet, turning to peer outside, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. That vehicle? It belonged to Jiang Beek and the others. Now that it was moving, could it be that Jiang Beek and his group had arrived? No. Zhou quickly dismissed that thought. 5 days had passed since they were abandoned on the highway, and without a vehicle, even if they encountered one, it was unlikely to stop for them. After all, Lin Chi-Chi had been bitten by a zombie, and no one would risk sheltering them. If it wasn't them, then who could it be? They lingered here for 2 days, their numbers overwhelming, and many were reluctant to engage in conflict with them. Yet now, someone dared to steal their vehicle. Such recklessness. As Zhou rose, the others followed suit. The vehicle still contained half of their supplies. If it were truly stolen, how would they survive the days to come? Zhou wielded a steel rod, with the others closely trailing behind him. Observing the scene, the remaining individuals retreated, fearful of being drawn into the fray, though a few curious souls dared to peer out from the window. Jiang Beek, Zhou Nanyan. Upon sighting these two, Zhou An's expression grew icy. He never anticipated they would actually pursue him. Not having spotted Lin Chi-Chi in the vehicle, a flicker of derision crossed his eyes. How eloquently they spoke, yet in the end, they abandoned Lin Chi-Chi. There was no distinction between them. Gazing at the group blocking their vehicle, Jiang Beek let out a cold laugh. He had not sought trouble with them, yet trouble had come knocking at their door, truly inviting demise. With a sneer, Jiang Beek regarded them as if they were fools. Zhou, are you lacking in sanity? 5 days ago, you stole my vehicle, abandoning Chi-Chi while we fought the zombies and fleeing in the car. Now, you dare to speak of unity. Are you foolish, or am I the fool? Zhou An's expression shifted dramatically, and the others fell silent, for they understood that their successful departure from Guang City was owed to Jiang Beek and Zhou Nanyan. Yet, they found themselves powerless. Lin Chi-Chi had been injured by a zombie, and they could not abandon her. Remaining together posed a grave danger to them all. As the saying goes, one must look after oneself, or face dire consequences. Their sole desire was to survive. Step aside. Jiang Beek barked, his icy gaze meeting Zhou An's, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. However, his countenance hardened. Jiang Beek was merely an 18-year-old youth. Why should he feel fear? The vehicle belongs to you, and you may drive it away, but the supplies are the result of our brother's relentless efforts. You cannot take them. Leave them behind. Zhou An's words ignited the latent thoughts of the others. The vehicle was laden with the most supplies. If they were indeed taken away, what would become of them? They absolutely could not allow that to happen. Jiang Beek, leave the supplies. If you wish to depart, we shall not obstruct you. Leave them. Jiang Beek scoffed. If you have the capability, come and take them. Zhou Nanyan, understanding the gravity of the situation, pressed the accelerator to the floor, making it evident that she had no intention of leaving a path open. If they were not afraid of being run over, they should feel free to charge. However, in light of Zhou Nanyan's actions, the group hurriedly stepped aside. Their very purpose was to survive, and they dared not confront her. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou An's expression turned icy as he swung the iron rod in his hand, determined to assert his authority as leader. To retreat would undoubtedly sow discontent among the others, especially since it was he who initially proposed to abandon Lin Chi-Chi, and also who drove away. He could not afford to yield. Zhou Nanyan sneered coldly, executing a swift maneuver to deflect Zhou An's iron rod, causing Zhou An to lose his balance and be thrown aside. Brother Zhou. The crowd gasped in shock. Zhou Nanyan's derisive laughter echoed, do not test our patience further. Next time, fortune may not favor you. Regardless of their military backgrounds, these individuals were fundamentally corrupt. Their restraint in not attacking them was already a sign of courtesy. This would be the final warning. The onlookers, intimidated by Zhou Nanyan's frigid gaze, hesitated to intervene, contemplating whether Zhou Nanyan and Jiang Beek had indeed changed significantly. Were they wrong in their assumptions? The two were oblivious to the thoughts brewing in the minds of others. Even if they were aware, it mattered little. Chi-Chi. Upon seeing Lin Chi-Chi standing beside the vehicle, Zhou Nanyan and Jiang Beek's faces brightened with joy. Chi-Chi has truly awakened. This is wonderful. Brother Zhou, Brother Jiang, I'm awake. I'm sorry for worrying you these past few days. Lin Chi-Chi beamed. Her name might suggest delicacy. Yet she was anything but a fragile miss. She was a robust woman, having grown up alongside her 2 childhood friends in the military camp. It's a relief you're awake. We've been terribly frightened these last few days. Thank you for not giving up on me. We are brothers. There's no need for such formalities. Jiang Beek also chuckled, the shadows that had lingered in his heart finally dissipating. Isn't this our vehicle? Zhou Nan nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, this is indeed the car that Zhou and the others took. Although the food inside has diminished by more than half, it should be sufficient to sustain us until we reach the capital base. Chi-Chi, there are plenty of snacks in the car. Please take some for Miss Su. No need. Su Leyan interjected, rolling down her window. I have supplies with me. You may keep what you have. Since you have located your vehicle, we shall part ways here. Su Leyan's destination was Guangyun Mountain, in direct contrast to their goal. Thus, this was the appropriate moment for their paths to diverge. Miss Su. Jiangbi contemplated advising her that traveling alone was perilous, yet recalling that she had journeyed solo thus far, he refrained from speaking up. After declining the trio's expressions of gratitude, Su Leyan nodded at them and prepared to depart. Miss Su, doesn't your vehicle require refueling? At that moment, they realized that Su Leyan's vehicle appeared to possess remarkable speed. The faster the speed, the greater the fuel consumption, was it not? To be on the safe side, it would be prudent for her to refuel, ideally storing some for emergencies. No need. Xiaolu does not consume fuel. Is that truly a vehicle? The three of them were utterly astonished. It was simply terrifying. That speed could rival that of a rocket. Chi-Chi, hop on. We must also prepare to depart. By the way, I forgot to inform you. I have awakened my ice-type abilities. What? The two individuals abruptly turned their gaze towards Lin Chi-Chi. Miss Su had previously mentioned that Chi-Chi might awaken her supernatural abilities, yet hearing Chi-Chi herself declare the emergence of her ice powers left them utterly astonished. Akin to winning the lottery. Rest assured, I shall protect you both from now on. She laughed heartily. This is indeed splendid news. Should we encounter any zombies in the future, we shall rely on your protection. Chi-Chi, the responsibility of dealing with zombies will fall to you, while Bei-Ku and I will focus on maintaining our charming appearances. Haha, absolutely. From now on, I've got your backs. Host, not far ahead lies a service station, besieged by hundreds of zombies. Moreover, there is a significant amount of mutated plants in chaos. Host, you would never guess that there seems to be an acquaintance inside the service station. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Acquaintance? Who could it be? Surely not that Jiang Mianmin she encountered on the first day. If 666 had hands, it would undoubtedly give a thumbs up. After all, the host is quite clever. Without uttering a word, simply mentioning an acquaintance allowed the host to deduce the answer. The host was correct. It is indeed Jiang Mianmin. Inside the service station, there are over 100 individuals currently under siege by zombies, with many unable to make it inside in time. The entrance of the service station is tightly shut. Those who failed to enter are in grave danger of being consumed by the horde. Host, will you not take action? Previously, the host had not intended to intervene, yet ultimately did so, indicating a compassionate nature. Therefore, it is certain that action will be taken now. However, it now appears that the host has no intention of intervening. And Xiaolu's speed is also diminished. Host, do you not plan to take action? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Could this also be a hidden task? 666 felt a pang of anxiety, observing the host's detached demeanor. If it did not voice its thoughts soon, the host might genuinely refrain from involvement. Indeed, the formidable Demon King was true to form. Any semblance of compassion was merely a facade. Host, I am uncertain whether this is a hidden task, but our objective is to save all of humanity. Perhaps it truly is a hidden mission. 666 felt on the verge of tears, for it genuinely did not know if this was a hidden task. Such tasks only reveal themselves upon completion, and it was equally in the dark. You are the system. You issue the tasks, yet you remain unaware? 666 expressed its sorrow, affirming that it had indeed issued a task, but hidden missions were randomly triggered, leaving even it uncertain. The host had wronged it. Host. Observing the distraught system, Su Leyan felt at a loss for words. What manner of foolish system was this? Had it not been for the inability to sever their bond, she would have cast it aside long ago. 666 curled up within Su Leyan's mind, too frightened to speak further. Indeed, the previous displays of compassion were mere illusions. The Demon King remained unchanged. What was the situation ahead? 666 quickly reported. There are still 21 individuals engaged in combat with the horde of zombies. The number of zombies is gradually decreasing, and the intensity of the alien plants' attacks is also waning. The zombie horde is retreating. Behind the scenes, there exists a higher-order zombie orchestrating events, which adds an intriguing layer to the situation. It appears this is merely the initial wave, with subsequent waves likely to follow. One can only speculate about the motives of this advanced undead entity. Given its presence, Su Leyan is eager to observe. Yet she remains uncertain about the classification of this high-level zombie. The ability to control mutated flora suggests it is indeed a transformed creature. As the tide of zombies recedes, Jiang Mianyin knocks on the door with a frosty demeanor. It is often said that in times of peril, individuals tend to abandon one another. They were unfamiliar with each other to begin with. Being locked outside leaves her speechless, but her heart seethes with indignation. Now that the zombies have retreated, surely the door can be opened? Their actions are utterly excessive. They have unjustly confined her outside. Had it not been for their commendable combat abilities, they could have easily been overwhelmed by the horde. If it weren't for the encroaching darkness, she would not wish to linger here a moment longer. Upon witnessing Jiang Mianmian's icy glare, those within the hall recoiled. Even in the absence of zombies, they dared not open the door. Her expression was terrifying, instilling fear that should they unlock it, she might unleash her wrath upon them. They were acutely aware that among their ranks were several individuals with extraordinary abilities, while they themselves were merely ordinary folk, lacking the courage to take such a risk. Understanding their apprehension, Jiang Mianmian smiled gently at Xiang Hengwen beside her, reassuring them that there was no cause for alarm. In this apocalyptic crisis, humanity ought to stand together in solidarity. Acknowledging their fears, she vowed, "I assure you, we harbor no intentions of harm. Please, open the door." Xiang Heng, what truth is there to convey? It is merely a pane of glass. If they refuse to open the door, I shall shatter it with a single blow. When the zombies arrive, let us see how they would fare. Upon hearing this, the individuals inside immediately fell into disarray. If the glass door were truly broken, their peril would be imminent, and this man clearly bore an intimidating presence. Old Zhang, refrain from such brutishness. We are all comrades here. They will open the door. They were merely frightened a moment ago. Let us not hold it against them. Zhang Chuheng let out a dissatisfied grunt, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Yet, his heart harbored no fondness for these people. One moment they were engaged in laughter, and the next, they displayed a heartless indifference. Such is the nature of humanity. Seeing that Xiang Heng was amenable to conversation, they recognized their previous actions had been somewhat excessive. They feared that he might indeed break the door down, putting everyone in jeopardy. Moreover, who could predict whether that horde of zombies might return? It was prudent to allow them all entry while they had the chance. As the gate swung open, Jiang Mianmian and Xiang Heng ushered them inside. Except for Xiang Heng, the faces of the others were grim. After all, no one would feel joyous after being trapped outside, nearly consumed by a wave of zombies. Just as they were about to close the door, a military green vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. This sudden arrival caused everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. The vehicle appeared bold indeed, daring to navigate the night alone, and judging by its design, it seemed capable of accommodating a dozen individuals or so. Chapter 90. Conversations about tea. The moment Su Leyan alighted from the vehicle, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. She was an exquisite young lady. Remarkably, she appeared entirely unaffected by the apocalyptic circumstances. Her skin as fair and delicate as ever. In a world ravaged by chaos, a girl so tenderly nurtured must surely have a formidable protector behind her. Could it be a deception? Upon encountering Su Leyan, Jiang Mianmian's expression shifted in surprise. How could it be her? She discreetly glanced at her wrist, only to find it completely concealed by her attire, leaving her unaware of the fate of the bracelet that had been there. She was consumed by curiosity regarding the bracelet's whereabouts. It was imperative that she acquire it. Mianmian? Xiang Heng inquired, puzzled by her unusual display of emotion. Was this a person she recognized? Jiang Mianmian smiled faintly, nodding in affirmation. Yes, she is my roommate. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhou Ying and I went to the dormitory to find her, but she refused to leave with us. We haven't seen her since. So encountering her here today is truly wonderful. She is alive, and that is simply marvelous. She is not merely alive, Zhang Chuing interjected with a scoff. She is thriving. Mianmian, your kindness blinds you to the filth lurking beneath the surface. To flourish in such dire times, there must be some unsavory dealings at play behind that woman. Jiang Mianmian, how could she not discern Xiang Heng's intention? A surge of joy welled up within her, yet she feigned nonchalance, replying, Brother Zhang, please do not think so. Su Leyan is a prodigious beauty from our physics department. Upon her arrival at the university, she was granted unrestricted access to the National Key Laboratory. She is indeed a pride of our department, and many mentors hold her in high regard. Mianmian, academic excellence does not guarantee a carefree existence in the face of an apocalypse. As Su Leyan drew closer, Jiang Mianmian stepped forward, eager to greet her, only to witness Su Leyan bypass her, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Jiang Mianmian's expression shifted, her fists clenched tightly before she relaxed them, determined not to reveal her humiliation to others. Zhang Chuheng observed this with a grim demeanor. In his eyes, Jiang Mianmian was a kind and formidable young woman. Even amidst the chaos of the apocalypse and the grotesque sight of zombies, she maintained her composure. Furthermore, as an ability user, She was always willing to protect her ordinary classmates without a hint of arrogance. It was disheartening to see her overlooked by an ordinary woman. Stop. Did you not see Mian Mian greeting you? Jiang Mian Mian gritted her teeth, adopting an air of indifference. Brother Zhang, it's all right. Leyan may simply not have noticed me. Host, aren't you going to acknowledge her? Jiang Mian Mian is your roommate. She even made a special trip to the dormitory to rescue you. Su Leyan chuckled lightly. Oh, you are aware of that? 666 fell silent, suddenly wary of being caught by the host, having previously been reprimanded for a moment of indiscretion. It was truly terrifying. Su Leyan, you wouldn't have truly forgotten me, would you? Jiang Mian Mian winked at Xiang Heng and Zhang Chuheng, signaling that she bore no ill will, then approached, intending to grasp Su Leyan's right hand. Yet, as if sensing her advance, Su Leyan deftly evaded her touch, turning to Jiang Mian Mian with a faint nod of acknowledgement. Jiang Mian Mian had yet to utter a word, but her team members were on the verge of exploding with fury. In their eyes, Jiang Mian Mian was a goddess, distinct from other women who relied on men. Jiang Mian Mian, an ice-type ability user, possessed formidable combat prowess and acted with decisiveness, making her the most formidable member of their team aside from Xiang Heng. Furthermore, her demeanor was gentle, devoid of any arrogance. Now, being disregarded by a mere girl, it was no wonder they were incensed. Jiang Mian Mian's expression stiffened. Su Leyan remained as aloof and unsociable as ever. Yet this time, why had she not succumbed to a fever during the apocalypse, surviving against all odds? The sudden emergence of the Dawn base in Guang City made her ponder. Could it be that Su Leyan's rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect? Leyan, are you truly human? Su Leyan halted, abruptly turning around. Upon meeting those dark, abyssal eyes, Jiang Mian Mian instinctively shivered. Yet, upon further inspection, those eyes were calm and unruffled, as though everything she had previously perceived was but an illusion. Surely it was an illusion. It must be. Su Leyan was merely an orphan raised in an orphanage. At most a bit clever, how could she possibly be so terrifying? Are you cold? Xiang Heng stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Jiang Mian Mian's shoulders, his eyes filled with concern. Jiang Mian Mian smiled faintly and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She then turned to Su Leyan, her face etched with worry, and asked, Leyan, how did you end up here? Are you alone? After Xiao Ying and I left the academy, we went to the nearest South China safety base. A couple of days ago, I saw online that the Dawn base was established in Guang City. Are you currently at the Dawn base? Leyan, it's too dangerous for a girl to be out alone at this hour. You, Leyan, Mian Mian, we all know of your kindness. But kindness must be tempered with discernment. That woman carries herself with such arrogance, completely oblivious to her own shortcomings. A flicker of coldness crossed Jiang Mian Mian's eyes, yet her expression remained one of concern. No, Leyan's character is simply like that. She is genuinely a good person. You all have misunderstood her. Host, your roommate's words are rather pointed. Su Leyan huffed softly, acknowledging the subtle sarcasm. Seeing Mian Mian still defending that woman, Zhang Chuheng and the others were utterly exasperated, believing her kindness was misplaced. That woman clearly did not regard her with any respect, yet Mian Mian continued to think of her. They could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing they must protect her more closely to prevent her from being deceived. You are truly misunderstanding her. Host, it seems your roommate is akin to a resplendent white lotus. Look, the host has said nothing. Yet Jiang Mian Mian's few words have already influenced the opinions of many about the host negatively. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. Just a moment ago, you were praising Jiang Mian Mian for specifically coming to the dormitory to rescue me. It seems you hold her in high regard. 666 twirled its small light orb and replied, not at all. My utmost admiration lies solely with the host. Truth be told, if you were to bond with Jiang Mian Mian, you would undoubtedly accomplish your tasks more effectively. What do you say? Should you consider unbinding and selecting a new host? Oh, how could you say that, dear host? Are you expressing disdain for me? Do you wish to sever our bond? In this entire universe, I cherish you alone. Host, please do not abandon me. 666 whimpered softly in her mind, its demeanor pitiful. Host, I assure you, my loyalty is unwavering. Once I have chosen a host, I will never unbind. Please do not doubt my devotion. Su Leyan scoffed softly, pondering that perhaps its insistence on loyalty stemmed from an inability to unbind itself, thus clinging to her. Were it not for the lack of advanced tools, she would certainly extricate this entity from her mind for thorough examination. Sensing Su Leyan's thoughts, 666 curled its small form tightly, trembling in a corner while murmuring softly. Its words indistinguishable. Host, is that woman approaching again? Upon spotting Jiang Mianmian and her entourage, 666 instinctively squealed. It too harbored no fondness for those whom the host disdained. Indeed, it prided itself on being a good system. Meanwhile, Su Leyan continued her task of erecting a tent, unwavering in her resolve, regardless of her surroundings. She was determined to cultivate a life of comfort, even amidst the chaos of this service station, insisting on a life of elegance. When Su Leyan conjured a tent out of thin air, everyone was left astounded. This spectacle revealed to them that the young girl was not just an ability user, but a rare space-type ability user. For Jiang Mianmian, who witnessed this scene, it was a mixture of fear and trepidation. Unlike others, she did not believe Su Leyan to be merely a space-type ability user. Her gaze subtly darted to Su Leyan's wrist, but the sleeve concealed everything from view. Could it be that Su Leyan had already uncovered the secret of the space bracelet and acknowledged its ownership? A flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Even if ownership had been claimed, what of it? If she eliminated Su Leyan, she could seize the space bracelet and wield its power for herself. With this thought crystallizing, Jiang Mianmian's expression softened considerably. Leyan, have you awakened your space abilities? Leyan, would you consider joining us? Space ability users are exceedingly rare. If you become part of our team, we shall certainly ensure your protection. Jiang Mianmian beamed at Xiang Hong, exchanging a knowing glance with him. Xiang Hong was equally astonished by this display. Space abilities were undoubtedly among the most coveted in a post-apocalyptic world. If their group could recruit this young girl, they would no longer struggle with the logistics of resource transportation. Miss Su, I am the captain of the Thunder Brigade, a second-tier lightning ability user. If you choose to join us, we will spare no effort in safeguarding you. Leyan, Xiang Hong is truly formidable. If you align with us, your safety will be assured. Observing a person who was meant to be dead now alive instills a sense of unease within Jiang Mianmian. The unfolding events deviate significantly from her previous memories. Could it be that the so-called butterfly effect has wrought such changes? Not only is Su Leyan alive, but the existence of the Dawn base is also a reality. Leyan, you need not worry. We are friends and roommates. I will protect you. Thank you. After tidying her tent, Su Leyan gazes at Jiang Mianmian, who seems to hesitate in her words, a glimmer of intrigue passing through her eyes. Are you willing to join us? Jiang Mianmian's face lights up with joy, her smile radiant. Rest assured, with me around, I will definitely keep you safe. Xiang Hong also feels elated. Having a space ability user in their team would indeed simplify matters for them. It appears this girl is not so intolerable after all. Yet caution remains necessary to ensure she does not take advantage of Mianmian, who is still too tender-hearted. Observing the exuberant Jiang Mianmian, Su Leyan shakes her head. I apologize, but I already belong to a team, so I cannot join you. The smile on Jiang Mianmian's face falters instantly, and she gazes at her, seemingly heartbroken. Undeterred, Jiang Mianmian presses on. Leyan, you have a team already? Su Leyan nods, revealing her role as the leader of the Dawn base, essentially aligning herself with the faction. Well then, Jiang Mianmian seems to accept her fate with a hint of disappointment, yet she quickly regains her spirit. What about your teammates? Are you all heading to the South China base? Su Leyan shook her head, explaining that she was alone at the Dawn base to attend to certain matters. Hence she did not bring her companions along. Jiang Mianmian, oblivious to the implications of Su Leyan's words, assumed there was discord between her and the team. Otherwise, it was difficult to comprehend why a spatial ability user would venture alone, considering the rarity of such talents. Your teammates. Jiang Mianmian hesitated, seemingly hoping Su Leyan would broach the subject further, allowing her to engage. However, Su Leyan had no intention of conversing, as she needed to prepare for rest. I'm sorry, I must rest now, she stated. Jiang Mianmian's expression stiffened. Then please rest. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be nearby. Su Leyan neither nodded nor shook her head, simply retreating into the tent, zipping it closed with a swift motion that seemed to create a divide between the two worlds. Witnessing this series of actions, Xiang Hong furrowed her brow, deeming Su Leyan quite rude. Despite Jiang Mianmian's concern and effort in conversation, she had responded so coldly. Observing Jiang Mianmian's less-than-pleasant demeanor, Xiang Hong gently patted her shoulder, offering consolation. Do not be disheartened. In these apocalyptic times, human hearts are fickle. Her vigilance is only prudent. Since she already has her own team, we needn't intrude further. Jiang Mianmian nodded, letting out a deep sigh as she softly remarked. Leyan was once the star of our physics department, adored by all the professors. She began conducting experiments under a mentor in her freshman year and had free access to the National Key Laboratory by her sophomore year. If only she could join our team, what a boon that would be, Alas, it is a pity. Well, it's merely a spatial ability user. There's nothing to be overly concerned about. I'm perfectly fine. I just worry a bit about Lu Yin. Lu Yin is a wonderful person, albeit somewhat reticent. Having grown up as an orphan, Jiang Mianmian covered her mouth and glanced at the tent, fearful that Su Leyan might overhear her. Noticing the absence of a response from within, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. You have no idea. Lu Yin was accepted into Huagong University at the tender age of 15, several years younger than us. We all regard her as our little sister. But you know how children raised in orphanages can be. Their thoughts tend to be quite sensitive. Therefore, we dare not extend too much help, lest she overthinks it. Although we have formed a team, allowing her to undertake tasks alone without anyone accompanying her is clearly not a wise choice. As a friend of Lu Yin, I cannot remain indifferent. Tomorrow morning, I intend to inquire about her situation and see if I can offer assistance. Chapter 92, Collaboration. A glimmer of pleas shone in Jiang Mianmian's eyes. While her mind was resolutely set on seizing the opportunity to acquire the spatial bracelet from Su Leyan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that she could not afford to miss. Observing the yearning in the girl's gaze, Xiang Heng let out a sigh of relief and nodded. You are far too soft-hearted. Jiang Mianmian's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Xiang Heng. Regardless of the circumstances, she is my roommate, and I cannot stand idly by. Rest assured, I will not cause any trouble for the team. What are you saying? Your affairs are our affairs. Jiang Mianmian gazed at Xiang Heng with eyes sparkling with mirth, a flicker of affection shimmering within. As long as she held on to Xiang Heng tightly and secured Su Leyan's spatial bracelet, everything would surely improve. All right, it is getting late. Let us find a place to rest. Observing the enchanting couple, Zhang Chuheng felt a fleeting pang of disappointment, yet he quickly steeled himself. It mattered not what his status was, as long as he could remain by Mianmian's side. Concerned for Su Leyan, they sought a nearby location to rest. As Jiang Mianmian glanced at the adjacent tent, a swift flash of murderous intent coursed through her mind. The following morning, individuals in the hall began to awaken one by one. They hastily consumed a meager breakfast, eager to depart while the outside remained free of zombies. Having filled their tank the previous day, they planned to drive away without delay. Host, are you awake? This was the first time the host had slept so deeply. During their time at the Dawn base, the host was either conducting research in Lab 301 or dismantling items in the virtual laboratory. Averaging only 3 to 4 hours of sleep each night, sometimes even less. The entity had begun to wonder if the host required no sleep at all, only to discover that last night had brought an unexpectedly profound slumber. Host, many in the hall are preparing to leave the service station. Jiang Mianmian and her party have yet to set off. It seems they are waiting for you. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. They were waiting for her. She had made her intentions clear the previous day, yet it appeared that Jiang Mianmian would not relent until she achieved her goals. Host, a high-level zombie has been detected in the 15 o'clock direction, currently fixated on this location. However, the reason for the high-level zombie's reluctance to launch an attack remains unclear. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, subtly extending her mental power towards the direction indicated by 666. Indeed, she discerned the presence of that formidable zombie, a flicker of suppressed emotion crossing her eyes. A psychic mutant zombie was truly a rare find. It seemed to be deterred by her presence, thus refraining from reckless actions. The abilities of psychic mutants allowed for mutual awareness, and the overwhelming disparity in levels rendered the high-level zombie hesitant to act impulsively. Host, is your old classmate approaching? Su Leyan silently began to tidy up and swiftly unzipped the tent. In the next moment, she found Jiang Mianmian standing before her tent, seemingly intending to call her. Upon seeing Su Leyan, who appeared radiant even amidst the desolation of the apocalypse, a glimmer of envy flashed in Jiang Mianmian's eyes. In this grim and dusty world, it was indeed infuriating how Su Leyan managed to remain so exquisite. I was just about to call you. Did you sleep well last night? As Su Leyan emerged, she waved her hand, and the tent vanished from view once more. Even though they had witnessed this spectacle before, the onlookers were still profoundly astonished. Their gazes towards Su Leyan filled with curiosity. Jiang Mianmian, thank you for saving me. Su Leyan's emphasis on the word save seemed to strike a chord with Jiang Mianmian. A fleeting sense of panic coursing through her. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion it couldn't be. Su Leyan could not possibly be aware of her thoughts. It must be a mere illusion. Jiang Mianmian felt as if Su Leyan's words struck her like a slap across the face, causing a sharp pain that she could not express. She glanced at the supplies scattered on the ground, her lips twitching as she forced a stiff smile. Since you have said that, I shall not hold back. You mentioned yesterday that you were going to undertake a mission. As a spatial ability user, what sort of mission can you possibly execute? Your teammates are far too careless. I cannot help but worry about you being alone. Please, enlighten me about the nature of your task, and our Thunder War team will accompany you. Fearing that Su Leyan might refuse, Jiang Mianmian quickly added, of course, it won't be without compensation. If we come across any materials along the way, you can help us collect them, and we shall split them evenly. What do you think? Su Leyan pondered for a moment before agreeing, deciding to treat it as a form of amusement. After all, the journey to Guangyun Mountain could be rather tedious, and having a lively companion like this could prove entertaining. She had always enjoyed watching performances, particularly those that were delightfully self-important. I am not on any official mission. I merely have some personal matters to attend to, which I can handle on my own. There is no need for you to worry. How can I not be concerned? I cannot trust you to be alone. After all, we have shared a dormitory for 2 years. Since we have crossed paths, I cannot simply disregard your safety. If you truly feel uneasy, we would like to make use of your spatial abilities as well. After all, as you know, spatial abilities are exceedingly rare and invaluable. Possessing such a skill could alleviate many burdens. Jiang Mianmian spoke half-truths, and the other members of the Thunder team seemed to share a consensus, as if they had conspired the night before. Observing this, Su Leyan decided against further refusals. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mianmian's smile blossomed even more radiantly. Though inwardly she schemed on how to eliminate Su Leyan and seize her space, all while maintaining an unruffled exterior. In the corner, 666, watching the ever-changing host, felt an increasing sense of dread. Initially, it believed its host to be a cold-hearted overlord with an aloof demeanor. However, it now perceived her as a cunning little fox. Fully aware of Jiang Mianmian's ulterior motives yet still consenting to her words. Truly, the host was remarkable, effortlessly switching between personalities, a feat that was nothing short of astounding. I am acutely aware of your thoughts. 666 trembled. I am not thinking anything. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling upon the pitiful sight of the little creature huddled in the corner, unable to suppress a chuckle. Su Leyan rarely laughed, and when she did, it seemed as if the very heavens dimmed in response. Jiang Mianmian clearly observed the fleeting astonishment in Xiang Heng and the other's eyes, and her concealed murderous intent intensified. She was resolute in ensuring that Su Leyan would never have the opportunity to approach Xiang Heng. Chapter 93. Speculation 666 looked incredulously at Jiang Mianmian, thinking how wretchedly foolish this woman was. Even if her malice was well concealed, the host could easily sense her murderous intent. What a pitiful little creature indeed. Su Leyan gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Mianmian. From the very beginning, something about her had felt amiss. If her memory served her correctly, the first words that escaped this woman's lips upon barging into the dormitory were, Su Leyan, you're still alive? The astonishment reflected in her eyes was unmistakable. As if she were meant to have perished, yet here she stood, very much alive. It seemed this woman harbored many secrets. Had Su Leyan not experienced rebirth, she might have found it difficult to decipher the situation. However, as one who had been reborn twice and was the destined child, the signs surrounding Jiang Mianmian appeared all too clear. She was in a predicament akin to her own. 666. Are you able to detect any anomalous energy fluctuations emanating from Jiang Mianmian? In confusion, 666 replied, anomalous energy fluctuations? What do you mean, host? Could it be that Jiang Mianmian possesses some uniqueness? Host, have you uncovered something? It's very likely that Jiang Mianmian is akin to me. Have you detected any other system energy fluctuations within her? 666, startled, responded in a somewhat high-pitched tone, impossible. This system is the sole apocalyptic survival system of Blue Star. I have detected no other systems present on Blue Star. This system is unique. Rest assured, Jiang Mianmian is not bound to any system. If there is nothing, then why the outcry? Su Leyan frowned, finding 660 SIX's intelligence rather concerning. After being scolded by her, 666 looked at her with a pitiful expression. Host, I was wrong. Please don't abandon me. You are an apocalyptic survival system, not a feeble one. Upon hearing 666, it fell silent, realizing that if the conversation continued, the host would surely grow weary of its presence. As a system designed for survival in the apocalypse, it was resolute in its mission to save the Blue Star, refusing to indulge in any whining. The fact that she had experienced 2 rebirths was attributed to 666, yet the circumstances surrounding Jiang Mianmian remained a mystery. She continued to place her trust in 666. Its claim of no other systems must be genuine, thus rendering Jiang Mianmian's situation worthy of further examination. Suddenly, a curious urge to investigate arose within her. Standing beside Su Leyan, Jiang Mianmian instinctively shuddered, feeling a chill rise from her core. Mianmian, we must prepare to depart. Jiang Mianmian nodded and turned to Su Leyan, asking, Liyuan, are we ready to leave the service station? Where are you headed? Guangyun Mountain. Jiang Mianmian pondered. Guangyun Mountain remained undeveloped, a true wilderness. Why would she wish to go there? Miss Su, are you also headed to Guangyun Mountain? The members of the Thunderbolt team tensed at this revelation, sharing the same destination. This coincidence raised their suspicions. Su Leyan, having noticed their astonishment, deduced that their goal was also Guangyun Mountain. The reason for their interest remained unclear. Subtly glancing at Jiang Mianmian, a smirk graced her lips, revealing the intrigue of their shared destination. Jiang Mianmian opened her mouth, intending to inquire further, but found herself at a loss for words. Sensing that Su Leyan was aware of something significant regarding Guangyun Mountain, compelling her to refrain from further questions. Regardless of the circumstances, their objectives are aligned, which simplifies matters considerably. Guangyun Mountain is an ancient range in South China, fraught with peril even before the apocalypse, and now it is even more treacherous. One must devise a foolproof plan to eliminate Su Leyan. Despite any fortuitous encounters she may have, one person cannot withstand the efforts of four. There will surely be an opportunity. The Thunderbolt squad consists of 13 members, traveling in 3 vehicles. Jiang Mianmian had initially intended to accompany Su Leyan, only to be met with refusal. Yet, Jiang Mianmian harbored no resentment, seemingly unfazed, although deep down, she included Su Leyan on her list of targets. Host. Jiang Mianmian's intent to kill you grows increasingly intense. Exercise caution. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, questioning, should I be afraid of her? To Su Leyan, Jiang Mianmian was merely a paper tiger, full of cunning but lacking the capability to rival her. If she were to behave properly, Su Leyan might overlook her antics, however. If she did not, someone else would surely deal with her. Getting her own hands dirty felt beneath her. Mianmian, that Su Leyan is not to be underestimated. Do not place your trust in her lightly. Leyan possesses that kind of temperament. She is fundamentally good-hearted. I am well aware, so there is no need for concern. Xiang Heng sighed deeply. Your nature is too benevolent. While it may have sufficed before the cataclysm, now you must remain vigilant and not fall victim to deceit. Indeed. Jiang Mianmian smiled broadly, subtly stating, I never anticipated that our destination would be the same this time. I wonder what Leyan seeks at Guangyun Mountain. Xiang Heng harbored doubts about the matter, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. If their objectives aligned, he would undoubtedly make certain preparations, after all. She was merely a woman. With the formidable Thunder Squad at his disposal, could they possibly be intimidated by her? Mianmian, enlighten me about your roommate. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Jiang Mianmian did not conceal the truth at this juncture, yet her acquaintance with Su Leyan was rather limited. Su Leyan often ventured out early and returned late, treating the dormitory merely as a place for rest. At times, she even slept directly in the laboratory. Thus her knowledge remained scant. Xiang Heng contemplated more than Jiang Mianmian realized. As an orphan who garnered her mentor's favor upon entering university and gained access to a national key laboratory, Su Leyan evidently possessed genuine skills, not only talent but also cunning. Therefore, they needed to prepare for all eventualities. Mianmian, are you certain that the incident at Guangyun Mountain is true? Jiang Mianmian nodded affirmatively. You know my prophetic dreams have always proven accurate. I have never been mistaken, and I would not deceive you. I understand. Xiang Heng mused. I harbor no doubts regarding your sincerity, but this matter is of great significance. If it is indeed true, we may need to adjust our strategy. A spark of brilliance flickered in Jiang Mianmian's eyes. She recognized that Xiang Heng would never remain subordinate to another. The South China base was an official state facility, under national control, and Xiang Heng would undoubtedly distance himself from it. Chapter 94. The Military Research Institute in the Deep Mountains. The Thunder team now comprises over 20 members, and the dozen individuals accompanying them on this expedition are trusted confidants of both her and Xiang Heng. Once they acquire the weapons housed within the Guangyun Mountain Military Research Institute, they will fortify their position in this post-apocalyptic world. At the dawn of the apocalypse, the government's grip had significantly weakened, and as time progressed, their control would diminish even further. This represented their opportunity. In her previous life, she had existed under the protection of an official safe base, only to ultimately be consumed by the undead. Meanwhile, the Thunder base, led by Xiang Heng, emerged as the sole bastion capable of confronting the zombie king in the Xia nation. As for whether they ultimately triumphed over the zombie king, she remained unaware. However, she recognized that aligning herself with Xiang Hong would afford her greater longevity, prompting her to seek his trust and become his beloved at the earliest opportunity. She was determined to seize the initiative and capture the Guangyin Mountain Military Research Institute, which not only contained a plethora of advanced weaponry but also an array of sophisticated equipment. When they established their base, they could attract talented individuals for ongoing research and development, ensuring a steady supply of armaments and enhancing the security of their stronghold. With her assistance, the Thunder Base was destined to grow stronger and more formidable. Jiang Mianmian's ambitions were unknown to Su Leyan, and even if she were aware, it would not concern her. To her, Jiang Mianmian was merely a jester, unworthy of her attention. Host, I understand why Jiang Mianmian and her group are heading to Guangyin Mountain. Su Leyan, who was indulging in a moment of tranquility, remained unperturbed by the boastful remarks of 666, continuing her meditative state. Observing her indifference, 666 pouted slightly but refrained from withholding information. We have now entered the territory of Guangyin Mountain, with only 3 kilometers remaining until we reach our destination. Upon detecting a clandestine military research facility deep within Guangyin Mountain, alongside a granary containing several tens of thousands of pounds of provisions, 666's enthusiasm surged. The Thunder Brigade must be targeting that military facility. It houses not only a plethora of weaponry but also supplies. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, finally comprehending why the Thunder Brigade exhibited such caution upon learning of her intention to visit Guangyin Mountain. However, she was left pondering how they had acquired knowledge of the existence of a secret military factory nestled within the remote mountains. It is well known that such establishments are fortified with stringent security measures, kept hidden from outsiders, and even the personnel entering and exiting are escorted. As a general of the nation, she was aware of these protocols, prompting her to question their source of information. The prospect of any living beings remaining at the military research facility added an intriguing layer to her thoughts. Such a facility would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, implying that even in the depths of the wilderness, the presence of personnel would be considerable, especially with increased security measures in place, leading to a greater number of troops stationed to protect the military complex. Are there any living entities present? Yes. How many? Within the Military Research Institute, there are 137 living beings who are currently taking refuge in the laboratory, surrounded by a dense horde of approximately 4,000 zombies. Furthermore, the institute is encircled by a multitude of mutated flora and fauna, rendering it a perilous den of danger. However, it is well aware that for the host, this is not merely a treacherous lair, but rather a vast expanse of zombie crystal cores. One must admit that 666 possesses an extraordinary level of confidence in Su Leyan. With a light chuckle, Su Leyan muses that the journey to Guangyin Mountain is fraught with peril. She is curious about how Jiang Mianmian will strategize, as she eagerly anticipates the unfolding events. The primary objective of their expedition is to tame the mutated tiger and ascertain its location. She has no desire to scour the mountains aimlessly, as that would be rather foolish. Rest assured, host, I have already pinpointed the location of the mutated tiger. However what? The level of that mutated tiger is quite high. You must be prepared, despite its optimism regarding the host's combat abilities. 666 feels a pang of anxiety upon observing the elevated rank of the mutated tiger. How high is it? Su Leyan nonchalantly shrugs, expressing her preference for challenging tasks. Yet, given the formidable level of this mutated tiger, she wonders if the reward could be increased. Upon hearing this, 666 immediately responds with a tone of grievance. Host, the task rewards are predetermined by the system. I have no authority to alter them. Su Leyan chuckles lightly, pointing out that if the system dictates the rewards, then it is essentially 666 who has established these parameters. The number 666 expressed a sense of perplexity, for the host's words bore no fault. Indeed, it was the system itself. However, its current level was regrettably insufficient to amend the system's task rewards, and it could only await an upgrade of the task system to acquire greater privileges. Privileges, one might ponder? Su Leyan contemplated inwardly. Just how many points remain before an upgrade could be attained? 666, brimming with hope, mistakenly believed Su Leyan would grant it points to facilitate its elevation, and thus exclaimed with enthusiasm, Host, I currently possess 60,000 points. I require just 40,000 more to level up. Host, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated that you would bestow points upon me for my upgrade. It is profoundly moving. Su Leyan's lips twitched. She felt as though she had articulated nothing at all, yet here it was, chattering away with such sentiment. I don't recall promising you any points. 660 SIX's emotional outpouring suddenly faltered. Host, did you not just inquire how many points were needed for an upgrade? Were you not intending to provide me with points? In that moment, 666 felt as though it had been struck by lightning. The host indeed harbored disdain for it. A wave of melancholy washed over 666 as it mused. Had the host not been so extraordinarily capable, it would have upgraded long ago. Alas, such was the fate of one who was exploited by its host. Observing the woeful expression of 666, Su Leyan felt a twinge of unease and absent-mindedly rubbed her nose. It seemed she had indeed been a tad excessive in her demands. Originally, a crystal core system could extract double the points, yet she had retained all for herself. It was evident that amassing points was a rather arduous endeavor for 666. Perhaps, she pondered, she might consider granting it a few points. Host, what benefits shall I reap upon your upgrade? Nothing in this world comes without a cost. And certainly, there are no free systems. The binding of oneself to 666, along with the designated tasks, must surely harbor ulterior motives. Thus, even if one feels a sense of exploitation, it is within reason. Following the system upgrade, the points mall will offer a greater variety of discounted goods. After the upgrade, the host will be able to receive system rebate points, allowing the purchase of a plethora of resources, everything one could desire. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow. When it came to food supplies, the points mall primarily featured high-tech products, all at exorbitant prices. Aside from the energy shield, she had not purchased anything else from the points mall, as most items were obtained through lotteries. Therefore, the points mall felt rather like a superfluous existence to her. Chapter 95. What is your purpose? I can provide you with points for upgrades free of charge. Really? 666 was overjoyed, not expecting the Dark Lord to be so accommodating. Host, you are too generous. Sob, this is truly wonderful. Su Leyan chuckled softly. Nothing can be free. Do not be moved just yet. I have conditions. What conditions? As long as they are reasonable, it is willing to meet the host's demands, for its current low level necessitates a swift upgrade. Do not worry. My conditions are quite simple for you. Upon hearing this, 666 became even more anxious, sensing that the host might be harboring mischief. I want 3 chances for free lotteries. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow and spoke nonchalantly. This request is not excessive, is it? She initially intended to voice her thoughts 10 times, but upon reflection, she decided that 3 opportunities would suffice. Furthermore, after taming the mutated tiger, she would be granted an additional chance for a complimentary draw. Her confidence in her fortune was already quite substantial. Is 3 free draw opportunities too much to ask? This request was reasonable and could certainly be accommodated. Su Leyan nodded, affirming that this was indeed the requirement. If you agree, I shall grant you the points immediately. I agree, fearing that Su Leyan might change her mind. She shook her head helplessly, finding the somewhat foolish system rather endearing. In the end, 666 joyfully received the 40,000 points generously bestowed by the host. Host, upgrading will take a month. Should we wait until you complete this task before I upgrade? Despite wearing an expression of impatience to upgrade, it now stammered before her, appearing quite pitiful, which brought a smile to Su Leyan's eyes. No need, just provide me with the location of the mutated tiger, and you may proceed with your upgrade. Are you truly certain you do not require my assistance? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. Was she really not upgrading? This little fellow had worked so diligently to accumulate points, after all, solely for the sake of upgrading. Upgrade. Go ahead and upgrade. I will handle this matter myself. Understood. 666 nodded with delight, anticipating that once the upgrade was complete, it would ascend to a secondary system. Were it not for the temporal rift, its level would undoubtedly epitomize the pinnacle of the system realm. How could it possibly be reduced to the lowest tier? It was destined to reclaim its status as the leader of the system domain. Su Leyan, oblivious to 660SIX's lofty aspirations, gazed at the upgrading system interface. She clicked to close it and glanced outside, realizing they had reached the foot of Guangyun Mountain. The entrance was ensnared by vast thickets of thorns, sealing off the pathway into the mountain. To gain entry, they would have to clear away these brambles. Hey Leyan, I forgot to ask earlier. Do you have any specific purpose for coming to Guangyun Mountain? Guanyin Mountain was fraught with peril. What could possibly entice Su Leyan to take such a risk? Her curiosity was piqued, coupled with a fear that Su Leyan might encounter fortuitous events similar to her own, a prospect she dreaded. I heard there are ferocious tigers in Guanyin Mountain, and I wanted to witness them. Su Leyan's words left everyone astounded. They felt that even if one were to concoct a fabrication, such a blatant falsehood was beyond comprehension. Haha. Zhang Chuheng chuckled, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Miss Su certainly has a sense of humor. Guanyin Mountain is a primal range, teeming with formidable beasts. Now, amidst the apocalypse, many creatures have undergone mutations. Are you truly suggesting you ventured here to observe tigers? Surely, that is not a jest. Su Leyan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, believe it or not. It's of no concern to me. You, old Zhang retorted. Xiang Heng subtly grasped the increasingly restless Zhang Chuang, shaking his head in silence. Regardless of the veracity of Su Leyan's words, it had become inconsequential to them. With so many of them gathered, were they truly apprehensive about dealing with a mere 17-year-old girl? Old Zhang, known for his impatience, urged, Miss Su, please do not take offense. It's nothing. Su Leyan replied nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. This group likely believed they were here solely for the military research facility at Guanyin Mountain. That may have been the case previously, but now it was a different narrative. After all, those who survived within the military research facility were the CR de la Army. Gaining entry into the Dawn base was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. Xiang Hong, accompanied by over a dozen members of the Thunder team, cleared the thorns obstructing the entrance. After half an hour of diligent effort, they had transformed the area into a pristine path leading into the mountain. For the sake of safety and to monitor Su Leyan, Xiang Hong drove ahead, with Su Leyan closely following. The remaining two vehicles of the Thunder team trailed behind. Su Leyan shrugged again, showing no concern whatsoever. The path through the mountain proved treacherous, occasionally beset by attacks from aberrant flora, resulting in a painfully slow progress. After 2 hours, they had barely traversed 2 kilometers. The vehicles could advance no further. Staring at the lush greenery ahead, they realized that the remainder of their journey would necessitate traveling on foot. While Mian had foreseen the existence of a military research facility at Guanyin Mountain, the precise location remained unknown, requiring them to search diligently on their own. Moreover, they must remain vigilant against the attacks from foreign flora, the gravity of which is readily apparent. Fortunately, the individuals they brought along this time possess formidable combat prowess. Otherwise, traversing the mountains would have been quite daunting. Everyone disembarked, for we must advance on foot. Indeed, Luyan, the path ahead is impassable by vehicle. We can only proceed on foot. Are you all right with that? No problem. Alongside Su Leyan, a group of 13 individuals skillfully navigated through numerous obstacles and evaded the assaults from foreign flora, gradually gaining some clarity. What brings you to Guanyin Mountain? Jiang Mianmian felt a jolt, instinctively glancing over, yet she perceived nothing. Nevertheless, a sense of wariness began to stir within her. Luyan, I have always regarded you as a close friend, so it is no trouble to confide in you. After all, I may yet require your assistance. Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as she awaited her further remarks. Jiang Mianmian exchanged a glance with Xiang Hong, and upon receiving a nod from him, she continued, to be frank, we have stumbled upon information that there exists a military research facility within Guanyin Mountain. As you are aware, in this apocalyptic era, what is of utmost importance? Aside from sustenance, weaponry reigns supreme. We are but ordinary individuals, and regardless of the veracity, we feel compelled to investigate. So, you have come in pursuit of the weapons housed within that military research facility? Jiang Mianmian nodded, casting an apologetic look her way. It was not my intention to keep this from you. It's quite all right. I had not inquired before. And what about you? She could hardly believe Su Leyan's previous assertion that coming alone to Guanyin Mountain must pertain to a matter of great significance. The question remained whether Su Leyan would be willing to confide in her. I am not deceiving you. I merely wish to witness the mountain's ferocious tiger. They say mutated creatures are particularly fierce, and I have yet to encounter a mutated tiger, hence my visit. Chapter 96. Jiang Mianmian's probe. Jiang Mianmian managed an awkward smile. Yet in her heart, she held no belief in such trivial fabrications. Those who believed such nonsense were fools, unable to extract any further information. Jiang Mianmian deftly shifted the conversation to another topic. I recall you had a jade bracelet. Why haven't I seen you wear it? Did you lose it? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, sensing Jiang Mianmian's tension, and instinctively brushed her fingers against the jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Wasn't that a gift for your 15th birthday? I thought it was beautiful at the time. It would be such a pity if it were lost. It hasn't been lost. Su Leyan lifted her wrist, revealing the vibrant green bracelet, sunlight filtering through the forest canopy and casting an enigmatic glow upon it. A flicker of excitement danced in Jiang Yinyan's eyes. It was indeed the very bracelet she coveted. Suppressing her desire to snatch it away, she managed to smile. May I take a look? Of course. Su Leyan extended her hand, and Jiang Yinyan concealed the greed lurking in her gaze, beaming as she exclaimed, I truly adore your jade bracelet. It is simply exquisite. Indifferent to Jiang Yinyan's words, Su Leyan appeared oblivious to her sentiments. It was Zhang Chuheng, standing nearby, who spoke up. Mian, if you fancy a jade bracelet, when we next gather supplies, I shall procure some jewelry for you. In this dire time, material resources held the utmost value, rendering jewelry rather insignificant. Thus, most of the adornments in the marketplace went unnoticed. Yet, there were still those who collected them, albeit they could not compare to other essential supplies. There's no need for that. In this world, it's impossible to find an identical bracelet. In this apocalyptic era, resources take precedence, while jewelry serves merely as decoration. Moreover, I only have an affection for Leyan's bracelet, nothing more. If 666 had not leveled up, it would surely have uttered some trivial remarks. If you truly desire it. Jiang Yinyan's face lit up with joy, eager to respond, but upon hearing the latter half of Su Leyan's statement, she was filled with rage, though she concealed it well, deepening her resentment towards Su Leyan. For Su Leyan continued, if you genuinely like it, there is nothing I can do. This bracelet holds significant meaning for me. After all, it was a gift I bought for myself on my 15th birthday, and I cannot part with it. Leyan, please do not overthink it. I truly have no ulterior motives. It's simply rare for me to like something, and that's perfectly fine. However, Zhang Chuheng took Jiang Yinyan's words to heart, casting an unfavorable glance at Su Leyan. It was merely a bracelet, yet this woman was unwilling to part with it. If not for Yinyan's kindness, this woman would likely find herself unable to enter Guanyun Mountain, directly devoured by those aberrant plants. Truly, she showed no gratitude whatsoever. Yinyan, do not be disheartened. I shall assist you in finding a solution. Jiang Yinyan was taken aback and softly replied, I truly do not hold such strong feelings. Please do not take risks. Rest assured, there will still be times when we require her assistance. I shall not take unnecessary chances. Only then did Jiang Yinyan breathe a sigh of relief. Yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate Su Leyan within the expanse of Guanyun Mountain. Regardless of whether Su Leyan possessed spatial abilities, she must seize her bracelet, and leaving her alive was not an option. Only with her demise could Jiang Yinyan find peace of mind. Unlike their cautious vigilance, Su Leyan appeared to be enjoying a leisurely excursion in Guanyun Mountain. Although they felt displeasure, none dared to reveal their feelings outwardly. As Zhang Chuheng remarked, should they truly locate the Military Research Institute, they would still require Su Leyan, the spatial ability wielder, to gather the weapons. It was impossible for just the few of them to transport everything. Exercise caution. It seemed that a sound emanated from that direction. A man's foot was ensnared by vines, and in an instant, he was suspended upside down in midair. The surrounding vines, as if commanded by some unseen force, launched an attack against them, adorned with sharp, barbed thorns that appeared especially menacing in the sunlight. Everyone, do not panic. This is the mutated black-eyed flower. The vines are resilient. Do not struggle, for the more one resists, the tighter the bindings become. Upon hearing this, the group immediately ceased their struggles, drawing their daggers to strike at the vines. So long as these were not particularly troublesome mutated plants, they felt capable of handling them. With Xiang Heng's reminder, the daunting task of dealing with the mutated vines became effortless, and the group finally exhaled in relief. As night descended, it became imperative to find a place to rest for the night before continuing their journey. In the depths of the forest, darkness signified danger. Thus, they needed to locate a secure spot to camp before it grew too late, as the risks would escalate. Indeed, Xiang Heng concurred that they should seek out a safe haven for the night. Throughout their trek, they had encountered numerous assaults from anomalous plants. Although they had sustained no casualties, the exertion had been considerable, and their abilities had been significantly drained. A night of recuperation was in order. The group diligently searched for a suitable resting place, hoping for a cave would be even more advantageous. Yes, Su Leyan was indifferent to the location of their rest. Confident in their safety regardless of the surroundings, However, a more comfortable resting spot would undoubtedly be preferable. Boss, I found one. There's a cave over here. Upon hearing this, Xiang Heng's face brightened with a smile. Though he had not harbored high expectations, the discovery of the cave brought him genuine joy, as it promised greater safety than the outdoors. Let us go take a look. Jiang Mianmian followed closely, while the others trailed behind, with only Su Leyan lagging slightly, moving at a leisurely pace. Boss, this is the place. From the entrance, it appears quite spacious. The cave entrance stood 5 or 6 meters high, looking rather imposing indeed. Xiang Heng paused for a moment before speaking. I will go in first. You all wait outside. I will accompany you. Jiang Mianmian responded without a second thought. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Chuing's eyes. It was evident that Mianmian's affections still lay with Xiang Heng. Hadn't he known this all along? Why then? Did it still bring him such sorrow? Allow me to go. I possess fire abilities, and the cave is shrouded in darkness. You would see nothing inside, making it most suitable for me to enter. He insisted. You stay outside. I will go in with old Zhang for a quick look. Do not worry. All will be well. All right. Jiang Mianmian, seeing the situation, refrained from saying more, only reminding them to exercise caution. With a flick of his right hand, Zhang Chuheng conjured a bright flame in his palm, and Xiang Heng followed closely behind, soon disappearing into the cave's mouth. Chapter 97. A night in the cave. As they stepped into the cave, the faint sound of dripping water echoed around them. The interior was pitch dark, fortunately. The flickering flame in Zhang Chuheng's hand illuminated the surroundings, revealing the cave's interior. Stalactites hung from above in a riot of colors, with water droplets cascading down, landing on the ground, which was covered with a thin layer of ice. The sound of ice meeting water resonated like a symphony. The shapes of the stalactites were peculiar, yet harmoniously suspended overhead. This was merely the first cave. Further ahead, a bend revealed a towering cliff, standing like a judge from the underworld, while cold gusts of wind emanated from the corner, sending chills down their spines. The two individuals exchanged a cautious glance before gingerly making their way around the corner. The chilling gusts of wind intensified, compelling them to pause, hesitant to proceed further. Let us venture inside. Xiang Heng nodded, and, after maneuvering around the bend, the flickering flames illuminated the interior of the cave. It became evident that this cavern had once been inhabited. Otherwise, why would there be a stone bed, a stone table, and several stone stools? In one corner, they even spotted a few stone bowls and chopsticks. The cave was 3 times larger than the exterior, capable of accommodating dozens of people. Remarkably, after passing the corner, the foreboding wind dissipated, replaced by a comforting warmth. It seemed this place had recently housed someone, and it appeared to be a commendable option. Unlike the outside, it did not emanate dampness. In fact, there was a hint of dryness. Xiang Heng pondered, recognizing that should they encounter danger, this cave could serve as their sanctuary. Let us proceed. We should invite them in. Upon seeing the two emerge, the members of the Thunderbolt team exhaled in relief. Is everything all right? Rest assured. There is no danger inside. It's spacious enough for dozens, and we can gather some dry firewood. We'll be safe. With sufficient firewood collected for the night, they followed Xiang Heng into the cave. When they beheld the scene within, everyone was taken aback, mirroring Xiang Heng's reaction. Their first instinct was to recognize that this place had once been occupied. Speculations arose. Could this possibly be the dwelling of a reclusive sage? With excitement, they enthusiastically began to search for treasures within the cave. Leyan, this is what you shared with us this morning. Do you have any more? Would you care to join us for a bite? As Jiang Mianmian glanced at the tent presented by Su Leyan, a flicker of envy danced in her eyes, which did not escape the notice of Zhang Chuang. His dissatisfaction with Su Leyan deepened, yet he was not foolish enough to act recklessly before discerning her true capabilities. No need, he asserted, and with a calm demeanor, he retreated into his own tent, showing no signs of embarrassment or any inclination to invite Jiang Mianmian to share his shelter. Jiang Mianmian tightened her grip on the bread, fully aware of Su Leyan's solitary nature, her aloofness bordering on arrogance. However, she was taken aback that even in a post-apocalyptic world, there had been no alteration in her demeanor. Was she genuinely formidable, or did she possess some unseen ally? Mianmian, Miss Su undoubtedly has enough provisions. Come over and have a bite. I've prepared a bed for you. You can sleep on the stone bed tonight. In this cave, there was but a single bed, while Su Leyan had her own tent. Being a female and the mainstay of their Thunder Combat team, it was only fitting that they did not allow Mianmian to sleep on the ground. All right. Jiang Mianmian accepted without hesitation. They were comrades. and a month of shared experiences had fostered a mutual understanding. Excessive reluctance would only breed distance, and there was no need for that. Rest assured, when we emerge, we shall bring the tin along. Jiang Mianmian smiled broadly. Yes. Do not concern yourselves with us old folks. Focus on your escape. There lies a chance for you to leave this place. If you linger with us, you too shall find it impossible to survive. Captain Han, you must lead your team away from 9899. The communication is intermittent and chaotic. The situation outside is undoubtedly far worse than here. We, the old veterans, have lived long enough. You are still young and cannot perish in this place. Han Qingsong's expression was stern as he stated resolutely that safeguarding the 9899 Military Research Institute and your safety is our responsibility, regardless of what transpires. We shall not abandon you. However, these are extraordinary times, and as you can see, if the Research Institute is in such turmoil, the outside world must be even more chaotic. We cannot afford to remain passive. You must proceed from the rear, without the burden of us old men. You will surely be able to break free. It is futile. Gazing upon the densely packed horde of zombies in the square, a chill crept into Han Qingsong's heart. No one anticipated the events would unfold so abruptly. In a single night, the entire world transformed. They now faced not only the threat of the undead, but also the mutated flora and fauna surrounding them. They were truly besieged on all fronts. Should he lead his team to charge out, they might indeed escape the encirclement, but the casualties would be substantial. With merely over 200 of them against thousands of monsters, it was evident the mutation rate was alarmingly high, especially considering that out of over 4,000 personnel at the Research Institute, only a handful remained alive. Professor Yang, do not fret, we shall be saved. The Research Institute still possesses ample reserves of food, and even if we must endure here for a year or more, we can survive. Gao Jianwei, you stay with the professors. I will venture out. Captain, Gao Jianwei's eyes flickered with a hint of concern. He was acutely aware that the supplies in the laboratory had dwindled significantly over the past month. The reserves at the Military Research Institute were not located within the laboratory, which meant the captain must venture through the overwhelming horde of zombies to retrieve them. However, with so many zombies outside, the captain was undoubtedly facing grave danger. Yet, he reassured himself, it would be all right. Fortunately, he had managed to transport a considerable amount of supplies from the outside intermittently. Otherwise, they would not have endured for a month. Still, it was insufficient, especially with over 200 people relying on sustenance. Only when they were well fed could they hope to confront the monsters lurking outside. Caution was paramount. The following morning, after everyone had eaten their fill, they once again set out on the path to locate the Military Research Institute. Today's journey seemed particularly smooth, as they encountered no attacks from mutated flora or fauna, which was indeed a positive sign. Suddenly, Ning Chuan furrowed his brow, crouching down to listen intently. Jiang Mianyan elucidated the situation beside him, and Su Leyan nodded in understanding. It appeared that Ning Chuan's evolutionary direction inclined towards heightened auditory perception, a gift, albeit with its own drawbacks. Could it be? We might have found the Military Research Institute. A glimmer of joy danced in Ning Chuan's eyes as he exclaimed, I just heard the roar of zombies. Although it was faint due to the distance, I am certain it is in this direction. Chapter 98. What does she intend to do? Who would venture into the depths of the mountains without purpose? The presence of zombies indicates the remnants of human existence. Coupled with Jiang Mianmian's prophetic dreams, it undoubtedly points towards the military research facility. You shall lead the way. Ning Chuan did not decline, listening intently as he navigated through the shifting paths. However, the overall direction remained constant. With a clear objective, the group's pace quickened considerably. Are we there yet? Just ahead, the sounds grow ever nearer. Su Leyan couldn't help but glance sideways, recognizing Ning Chuan's remarkable abilities. The military research facility, teeming with zombies, lay merely a kilometer away. As they approached, the low growls of the undead echoed ominously, causing the group to slow their pace. After all, caution is prudent in the face of the unknown. Roar. Xiang Hung cautiously parted the dense foliage and indeed beheld the imposing military research facility, surrounded by numerous zombies. Yet, it was evident that such a thunderous roar could not solely originate from these creatures. This implied a greater horde within the facility, presenting yet another formidable challenge. The discovery of the military research facility reinforced their belief in Jiang Mianmian's prophetic visions, suggesting an abundance of weapons and supplies within. However, a pressing dilemma confronted them. How to locate the armory that housed these weapons, posing yet another intricate conundrum. Another formidable challenge lies in determining the number of zombies within the Military Research Institute. As it stands, they have already encountered hundreds of zombies. And this is merely on the periphery. Undoubtedly, there will be many more within, considering the Research Institute's role in weapon development and production, which implies a significant presence of personnel and heavy security. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the number of those transformed into zombies will only increase. Furthermore, one must also account for the possibility of surviving soldiers and experts inside. Every aspect must be meticulously considered. We need to devise a strategy to infiltrate. That high wall must be the entrance to the military research facility. Gaining entry through the main gate seems implausible, as it is swarming with zombies. Our only option is to scale the wall. However, that wall stands nearly 10 meters tall, making it an insurmountable obstacle. We could utilize the vines from the mountains to create a long rope and leverage their strength to aid our ascent. But it's not that simple. Jiang Mianmian shook her head. The wall was smooth and unblemished, devoid of any footholds, meaning there were no points of purchase to aid in climbing. My jumping ability is quite strong. Perhaps I could go in first for reconnaissance? That is too dangerous. Xiang Heng immediately countered without hesitation. These individuals were the core strength of their team, and each one was someone he deeply valued. Losing even one would be a significant loss. So what do we do? Tang Junhan understood that Xiang Heng was concerned for his safety, but they currently had no alternatives. This was the only plan. They would have to make a decision after he assessed the situation inside. Alas, Leyan, what are you planning to do? Jiang Mianmian instinctively reached out to grasp Su Leyan, only to have her deftly evade the attempt. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, eager to pursue, but was halted by Xiang Heng. Do not venture out just yet. It is far too perilous. Yet what of Leyan? If she dared to venture out alone, she must possess some remarkable abilities. Besides, with so many of us here, do you expect us to risk our lives for your classmate? Jiang Mianmian gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Her concern for Su Leyan's safety was non-existent. In fact, she would relish the thought of Leyan's demise, as it would afford her the opportunity to acquire her spatial bracelet. Everything will be fine. Let us observe for now. Indeed, Su Leyan strolled leisurely, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding chaos. The wandering zombies, upon catching sight of her, lunged forward as if she were a delectable morsel. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The zombies appeared to be struck by an unseen force, and in an even more miraculous turn of events, the cores of the zombies spontaneously flew from their skulls into Su Leyan's hands. This scene was nothing short of fantastical. One might easily mistake it for a scene from a celestial fantasy drama. How could she accomplish such a feat? Not only did the zombies inexplicably perish, but their cores also willingly presented themselves to her. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe such an extraordinary occurrence. What transpired? Before the zombies could even approach, they fell lifelessly, a bewildering phenomenon that was undoubtedly the result of her actions. How was it possible? At this moment, Jiang Mianmian felt as though she was suffocating. Nothing instilled fear in her more than the formidable presence of Su Leyan. Mianmian, what's wrong? It was Xiang Heng who first noticed Jiang Mianmian's unusual demeanor. His gaze towards Su Leyan was far from pleasant, and his intuition suggested that Mianmian's distress was somehow linked to her. It's nothing, just a bit surprised. The others looked on in astonishment, evidently curious about the source of her surprise. Jiang Mianmian forced a bitter smile, contemplating that if her assumptions were correct, Leyan was not only a spatial ability user, but also a rare psychic ability user. However, she could not fathom why she chose to conceal this information. It seemed that indeed, Leyan did not regard her as a true friend. It was merely her own misguided perception. Everyone paused, then turned their attention to the figure making her way toward the entrance, a flicker of coldness flashing in their eyes. Just as Jiang Mianmian had surmised, that woman was adept at hiding her true self. Forget it. It seems I was merely being sentimental. I never inquired, so I cannot hold it against her. That woman clearly possessed a deep-seated cunning. You should refrain from associating with her in the future. Jiang Mianmian sighed in resignation, explaining, I thought, as classmates and having lived as roommates for 2 years, there would be some semblance of camaraderie. Ultimately, I was mistaken. Now, she feared whether Leyan might also be privy to the secrets of the Military Research Institute. If that were the case, those weapons could very well fall into her hands. The moment Jiang Mianmian's words fell, the expressions of Xiang Heng and the others shifted dramatically. It seemed increasingly likely, and their perception of Su Leyan dwindled even further. Boss, what should we do now? If that is indeed the case, their journey would have been in vain. That woman possesses a profound cunning that should not be underestimated. At this juncture, we do not aspire to acquire all the weaponry from the Military Research Institute. Securing even half would suffice, allowing us to collaborate with her. After all, the Institute is teeming with hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. No matter how formidable she may be, she is but one individual. Can she truly contend with such overwhelming odds? Even the strongest cannot confront a horde of hundreds or thousands single-handedly. System, you have yet to witness the host single-handedly vanquishing tens of thousands of zombies. Otherwise, such a foolish notion would not persist. Chapter 99. Divergent paths do not conspire. Shall we pursue her now? Xiang Heng pondered briefly before nodding, agreeing to follow and observe. It is illogical that a mere band of 10 or so would be outmatched by a 17-year-old girl. Here, we have 5 or 6 individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, each a formidable warrior in their own right. How could we possibly be bested by a woman? The zombies outside have been dealt with. Yet a new challenge has arisen. The entrance to the Military Research Institute is a massive iron door, weighing an estimated 1,000 pounds. Without a code or access pass, entry is utterly impossible. In the past, any suspicious individuals near the Institute would have been apprehended swiftly. However, in this apocalyptic world, most of the inhabitants have succumbed to zombification, and thus, no one remains to apprehend them or grant them entry, rendering the situation quite precarious. At this moment, Xiang Heng, accompanied by members of the Thunderbolt team, rushed forward, for the surrounding zombies had all been eradicated. Who could have anticipated that they would be obstructed at the entrance? Miss Su, do you have any solutions? Having just witnessed Su Leyan's formidable prowess, Xiang Heng certainly did not regard her as a mere fragile girl. This time, he had underestimated her. Split it open. Did she truly comprehend the immense weight of this door? Moreover, this iron gate was undoubtedly more complex than mere steel. Attempting to cleave it would be a formidable challenge. Miss Su, are you a dual-element ability user? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, no. Jiang Mianmian's expression tightened. If she was not a dual-element ability user, it meant that Su Leyan had indeed activated the spatial bracelet, and her spatial prowess stemmed from it. Zhang Chuheng chuckled. Miss Su, you need not guard against us. If you were not a dual-element ability user, how could you possibly wield both spatial and psychic abilities simultaneously? Su Leyan chose not to clarify. If they believed her to be a dual-element ability user, so be it. Miss Su, you just mentioned wanting to cleave the iron gate with your folding fan? How on earth will you accomplish that? Could she truly be some kind of reclusive master? Stand aside. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiang Heng's eyes before vanishing as if he had never been there. He discreetly stepped aside and, with a wave of his hand, the Thunderbolt team members retreated approximately 3 meters from the gate. Regardless of belief, the truth would soon reveal itself. However, his instincts told him that this young woman had the capability to cleave this door open. Su Leyan wielded her sword with a casual grace, exerting little effort as she swung it lightly. With a thunderous crash, the door split in two, and the zombies within surged forth. The resounding noise echoed throughout the military research facility, drawing the attention of all nearby zombies who began to move toward the source of the commotion. I heard it too. Look. The zombies encircling the laboratory began to depart one by one. They hadn't misheard. That thunderous sound was indeed a sign of someone approaching them. Let us not rush. Let us wait a moment longer. Could it be rescue? Answers would soon reveal themselves. They were currently at a disadvantage and could not leave this place recklessly. Moreover, their captain had entrusted their safety to him before departing, and he could not afford to be careless. With such a commotion, one could only hope that genuine rescuers were on their way, and pray that Captain Han remained unharmed. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow, exclaiming softly, "This is bad. A large horde of zombies is converging on us." A large horde? Ning Chuan nodded, a grave expression crossing his face. Boss, there are countless zombies, at least 1,000. We must find a place to hide. Otherwise, we'll be overwhelmed by the zombie tide. Upon hearing this, the group's faces turned ashen, their gazes towards Su Leyan growing icier. If it weren't for her, how could they have attracted such a multitude of zombies? They lamented that they should have found a way to scale the walls instead, thus avoiding their current predicament. In response to their frigid glances, Su Leyan scoffed. She did not require anyone's instruction to conduct her affairs. She would act as she pleased. Miss Su, what are your plans? It is evident that Xiang Heng has placed Su Leyan on the same pedestal as himself, for Su Leyan's formidable prowess is unmistakably apparent. As the leader of the Thunder team, he is reluctant to provoke such a powerful adversary at this juncture, especially since they evidently require Su Leyan's cooperation in the space it entails. Regarding Xiang Heng's shift in demeanor, Jiang Minmin harbors dissatisfaction within. Yet she wisely refrains from sowing discord at this moment. The recent display of skill has made it clear to her that she is no match for Su Leyan, particularly given that he possesses psychic abilities. Moreover, her previous notions were rather naive. Should she attempt to orchestrate a scheme against Su Leyan, it is likely that she would find herself the one in misfortune. Despite her covetous desires, she dares not act recklessly in the presence of a strong opponent. The fact that she has been granted a second chance at life suggests that this world will experience subtle changes, and she need only navigate the broader strokes. Since acquiring the space bracelet is out of reach, her focus will shift to fostering a positive rapport with Su Leyan. Jiang Minmin's gaze towards Su Leyan shifted repeatedly, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. She is indeed a rather astute woman, yet despite this, he harbors no fondness for her. Miss Su? Zhang Chuhing expressed mild annoyance at her demeanor, as Xiang was conversing with her, yet she appeared oblivious to their dialogue, which was rather off-putting. I shall venture inside to ascertain if there are any survivors. Your objective should diverge from mine, correct? Perhaps catching the underlying implication in Su Leyan's words. Xiang Heng chuckled softly. In that case, we shall split into two groups. Miss Su, you will search for survivors while we will seek out the storeroom containing supplies. Miss Su, do you require my assistance in sending a few individuals to accompany you in the search for survivors? Xiang Heng's inquiry was sincere. Although his underlying motive revolved around the Military Research Institute's weaponry, he would not abandon anyone in peril should survivors exist. No, I prefer to operate alone. Su Leyan implied her disdain for their assistance. Perceiving her lack of interest, Xiang Heng nodded in acceptance, refraining from imposing his presence further. Swiftly, Su Leyan vanished from sight, prompting Ning Chuan to furrow his brow. Boss, we must hasten our departure. The horde of zombies is approaching rapidly. Chapter 100. Splendid, we are rescued. Xiang Heng surveyed his surroundings and nodded, leading the Thunder Brigade in a different direction. One by one, the zombies advanced like malevolent specters in the night, their grotesque faces contorted in rage as they lunged forward. Su Leyan welcomed their assault without hesitation. With a mere flick of her hand, the approaching zombies were swiftly dispatched, their demise occurring with an ease reminiscent of slicing through carrots. A low growl escaped her lips as a chill flickered in her gaze. Unexpectedly, a lone zombie had eluded her initial notice. However, before she could react, its head erupted in a gruesome display. Turning to investigate, she discerned that it must have been one of the guards stationed nearby. Who are you? Han Song demanded. His eyes narrowed in caution as he scrutinized the young woman before him. The thunderous noise from the entrance had certainly reached his ears. However, with life-saving supplies in his possession, he had no time to investigate. Little did he expect to encounter a stranger here merely half an hour later. In this secluded forest, what brings this young girl here? A university student? Han Song was utterly bewildered. A university student, truly? Are university students that formidable? She dispatched zombies without a flicker of hesitation. Her speed was astonishing, and she appeared anything but ordinary. Now, to suggest she was merely a university student, how could he possibly believe that? Su Leyan spoke calmly. I am not here to confront you. There is no need for such wariness. Han Song stiffened, growing increasingly vigilant. Without uttering a word, the girl seemed to read his thoughts, which felt rather eerie. Moreover, who would willingly venture into such a deep forest? Who would believe such a tale? You know Zhang Jingguo, right? I have a collaboration with him, so you need not doubt my intentions. I am not an adversary. Su Leyan was not one to indulge in lengthy explanations. She promptly dialed a number and succinctly briefed Zhang Jingguo on the situation, passing the phone to the still-dazed Han Song. Take this call from Zhang Jingguo. Han Song, still in a state of shock, took the phone. After a moment, he regarded the young girl with a complex expression. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover, as his superior had instructed him to fully cooperate with her. The general wishes to speak with you. Su Leyan nodded, already anticipating Zhang Jingguo's request, which would likely be for her assistance in rescuing someone. As expected, on the other end of the line, Zhang Jingguo implored her for help, stating that they would dispatch a helicopter to Guangyun Mountain at the earliest opportunity. Do you believe me now? Han Song's face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize. How many people are still alive here? Han Song's expression darkened as he recalled his comrades and colleagues transforming into monsters, and he could not help but feel a profound sorrow. Initially, more than half of the individuals had succumbed to the zombie plague, and they had been unable to intervene in time, leading to a progressively dire situation. Now, including themselves, only 218 people remained alive in the entire factory area. As 666 had indicated, there were originally over 4,000 individuals. Yet now merely a couple of hundred survived, underscoring the alarming rate of human transformation failures. The global population had sharply diminished, and if this continued, humanity would truly face an existential crisis. What about those individuals? Where were they? Su Leyan nodded in understanding, signaling Han Qingsong to lead the way. Gazing at the desolate square in front of the laboratory building, Han Qingsong nearly questioned his own eyes. When he departed, the area had been surrounded by thousands of zombies. Yet within just a few hours, where had all the zombies gone? Before I left, the square was teeming with zombies. I wonder where they vanished to? They must have been drawn away by that loud noise. Zombies are instinctively attracted to sound, and especially after that heavy iron door was smashed open, creating a massive pit in the ground. It would naturally lure many zombies. The corner of Han Qingsong's mouth twitched. He had already deduced the source of that thunderous sound. He held a deep admiration for the girl before him, though he regretted not witnessing that moment firsthand. Let us proceed inside. Several hours had passed, and he felt an overwhelming urge to charge out. Yet he restrained himself, remembering the mission entrusted to him by the captain. Are you uninjured? Captain Han, 2 hours ago. A tremendous sound erupted from the southeast. Could it be that someone has come to rescue us? Captain Han, has help truly arrived? The zombies, upon hearing the noise, have gradually begun to disperse. Are we finally safe? Captain Han, reflecting on his superior's words, Han Qingsong's face broke into a relieved smile. Fear not, everyone. We shall soon be able to depart from this place. Upon hearing this, radiant smiles blossomed on the faces of the crowd. Is it truly possible to leave? Over the course of this month, had it not been for Captain Han and his team's vigilant protection, they would have been devoured by the monstrous entities lurking outside. The prospect of finally escaping this hellish existence felt overwhelmingly joyous. However, there is another matter I must convey. Han Qingsong's expression turned grave as he spoke deliberately. It is not only our situation that has changed, a catastrophic devastation has unfolded nationwide and even globally. The chaos outside surpasses what we have experienced here, and the presence of zombies will only increase. Everyone must prepare themselves mentally. Is it truly the end of the world? Han Qingsong nodded somberly. Yes, it is the apocalypse. This calamity has swept across the globe. Nevertheless, there is no need for undue alarm. Safety bases have been established in various regions. As long as we reach a secure location, we shall be unharmed. I have already made contact with the authorities. They will dispatch helicopters to our aid. Remain calm, everyone. What does it matter if we leave this place? The outside world is far more terrifying. Alas, the apocalypse. It's truly unimaginable what lies beyond. It is indeed a formidable challenge for humanity to overcome this catastrophe. Captain Han, may I inquire about this individual? Han Qingsong suddenly realized he had neglected to make introductions and offered an apologetic smile to Su Leyan. This is Miss Su, the very one who forced open the iron gate, diverting the horde of zombies. Moreover, Miss Su is the commander of the Dawn base, and we have been instructed to fully cooperate with her actions. She opened the iron gate? The commander? The crowd was filled with astonishment and disbelief. How could such a delicate young lady have breached a heavy iron door? That formidable barrier weighed several tons. It seemed implausible. Had anyone else claimed such a feat, they would surely have been met with skepticism. Yet, this was Captain Han, their protector, and thus they chose to believe. Chapter 101, News from the Outside World once more. Gazing at the lovely young woman, a thought echoed in his mind. One should not judge by appearances. The Dawn base had only recently been established. I understand that you are all experts in weaponry. If you do not mind, you are warmly invited to join us at the Dawn base. This base, constructed at Huagong University, is an impenetrable stronghold, housing a national key laboratory. Professors Wang and Lin and Hu Kongming are currently leading significant research efforts there, and we would be delighted to have you on board. Han Qingsong couldn't help but chuckle. Was Miss Su openly attempting to recruit from under his feet? Those capable of working at the 9889 Military Research Institute are indeed distinguished individuals in their field. However, reflecting on the commander's words has certainly eased some of the tension. Are you certain you are referring to Professor Wang and Lin? Su Leyan nodded, stating that if you are uncertain, you may directly call Professor Wang. Call him. Professor Yang was taken aback and quickly inquired, has communication been restored? External communications had resumed over half a month ago. However, due to certain circumstances, Guanyin Mountain may not have been connected yet. Here is Professor Wang's phone number. You can converse with him, and I believe he would be eager for your participation. Professor Yang pondered for a moment before ultimately accepting the phone. If it truly is the Wang and Lin he knows, it might be worth considering. Professor, let's hold off on the call for a moment. I've brought a great deal of food. Let's dine first, and we can discuss matters afterward. Han Qingsong had stepped out solely to procure provisions. The professors, all in their 50s, certainly should not be left hungry. It is best to fill their stomachs before addressing other concerns. The professors were not shy, understanding that with newfound hope, they could no longer afford to sit idly. Don't just serve us. You all should eat too. I've brought plenty. There's enough for everyone. And there's water. Han Qingsong had brought an assortment of compressed biscuits from the Military Research Institute. Though the flavor was mediocre after 5 or 6 days of hunger, the taste was of little consequence. They craved only the satisfaction of being full. As they ate, Su Leyan shared updates about the situation outside. Upon learning that the streets outside were teeming with zombies and that numerous major cities had succumbed to their invasion, a profound sense of despair enveloped the populace. Yet, upon hearing that the government had dispatched a multitude of soldiers to various cities in search of survivors, they could finally exhale with relief. Grateful for the presence of their nation. Otherwise, their fate remained an unsettling mystery. In stark contrast to the proactive efforts of the Xia country's government to locate survivors, the situation abroad was exceedingly dire. Nevertheless, in the face of this calamity, the collective mood remained heavy. Unlike the outside world, on the day the apocalypse erupted, the temperature in Guanyin Mountain showed little variation, likely due to its seclusion deep within the mountains. Initially, they speculated whether they had contracted some form of virus. Considering that the Military Research Institute had neutralized many substances with strong radiation, they believed the prolonged exposure to radiation had resulted in human mutations, never foreseeing that such transformations were occurring on a global scale. For humanity, this metamorphosis could be perceived as either a boon or a bane. After all, mutations among humans can yield both positive and negative outcomes. Perhaps this was merely another phase in the evolutionary journey of mankind. After satisfying his hunger, Professor Yang dialed Professor Wang's number. The phone rang for about a minute before it was answered. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he realized his initial assumption had been correct. The Professor Wang referred to by Ms. Su was indeed the Wang and Lin he knew. Old Wang, it's me. There was a brief silence on the other end, as if the person was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, the voice finally responded, "Is that you, old Yang?" Yang Shua chuckled. "Indeed, it is. Are you with Miss Su?" Yang Shua cast a glance at Su Leyan. The little Su mentioned by old Wang must be this Miss Su. Did you not join the Military Research Institute? How is it that you are with little Su? Has something happened to her? Where are you both? Although the two were friends, Yang Shua's mission required discretion, so Professor Wang refrained from asking further. However, given the current circumstances, there was no need for concealment. He felt a twinge of concern about why little Su had ventured to the Military Research Institute. One must remember that such secretive facilities are often nestled deep within dense forests, precisely to maintain secrecy. Even under ordinary conditions, these remote areas can be exceedingly perilous. It was only natural for him to worry. Guanyin Mountain. What? Yang Shua moved the phone away slightly, as old Wang's voice was alarmingly loud, nearly deafening him. Honestly, at their age, one would expect a bit more composure. Professor Wang was indeed quite anxious. Guanyin Mountain was an untouched mountain range, its dangers self-evident. With global fauna evolving, the level of peril was even more unpredictable. What on earth was little Su doing in Guanyin Mountain? Professor Wang, I am perfectly fine. Please do not worry. If I hadn't come, I would never have known there was a Military Research Institute here. Professor Wang, our base is currently in development. Do you think it would progress even faster with the addition of Professor Yang and his team? Professor Wang immediately comprehended her intention. She was attempting to poach talent. He could not help but chuckle inwardly. However, the prospect of old Yang joining the Dawn base was undoubtedly a most welcome development. The security of the Dawn base is undoubtedly assured, allowing its researchers to devote themselves to their work with peace of mind, contributing to the world in its dire state. Old Yang, our Dawn base is currently flourishing, and with your addition, our progress will surely accelerate. You need not worry about anything else. Our base is officially recognized. housing not only soldiers from the Southern Military District, but also troops dispatched from the capital base. Moreover, our higher-ups hold our Dawn base in high regard. Most importantly, little Su is an exceptional talent in scientific research. Without her, the establishment of the Dawn base would not have been possible. You cannot imagine the wonders she has achieved, such as the energy shield. With the shield in place, the Dawn base becomes an impenetrable fortress, safeguarding us from zombies and mutated flora and fauna. Here, security is never a concern, and as you join our laboratory, you will receive a salary, making it akin to the days before the apocalypse. An energy shield? Professor Yang almost tossed his phone aside, yet he trusted his old friend's credibility. But does such a shield truly exist? Of course. If you remain skeptical, come and witness it for yourself. In the future, the Dawn base will become the safest location in the nation. And we are in dire need of talented individuals in research to develop weapons against zombies for our country. So, would you consider joining us? Chapter 102. What is a spatial hub? I shall ponder this. It is necessary to consider this matter and seek guidance from higher authorities. Despite the current apocalyptic situation, as long as the nation endures, unilateral decisions will not be made. I understand your sentiments, and I shall await you at the Dawn base. The two engaged in further conversation, and it was a full hour before the call was concluded. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. I had not anticipated that such a technological prodigy would emerge from their country. From Old Wang's words, I could sense his profound trust in Miss Su. He even believed she could address the challenges of the apocalypse. Each scientific achievement he recounted was astonishing, seemingly beyond imagination, and now all of them had materialized. Each project completed independently by this remarkable Ms. Su. It is clear that with such talent, they need not despair in their search for solutions. Professor Yang, you may address me as Little Su, just as Professor Wang does. Professor Yang nodded with a warm smile, increasingly fond of Su Leyan. The more they conversed, the more he appreciated her. Her foundational knowledge was impressively solid, and she possessed many unique insights. It is difficult to fathom that a 17-year-old girl could articulate such thoughts. In the past, this would have seemed unimaginable, yet the reality before him left no room for doubt. Professor Yang, if you have no objections, I shall begin to put away this equipment. Put away? The others were momentarily taken aback. The equipment at the Military Research Institute was undoubtedly of the highest caliber in the world. They too wished to take it away. Yet there was no feasible way to do so. Now, when Su Leyan announced her intention to pack away the equipment, they wondered if they had misheard. Captain Han. Han Qingsong was momentarily stunned but then nodded. These instruments were among the finest in existence. To leave them unattended would indeed be a gross misuse of resources. However, the logistics of transportation posed a challenge. Miss Su, how do you plan to collect them? Allow me to guide you. Thank you. There were 4 levels in total, each filled with an abundance of advanced apparatus. Upon witnessing this, Su Leyan was overjoyed. The equipment was indeed impressive. With some modifications, it could facilitate numerous experiments. Blinking in disbelief, she realized this was no mere illusion. Yet, where had those devices gone? With a mere wave of her hand, they had vanished. It felt rather unsettling. Su, Miss Su? Su Leyan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the reaction. Han Qingsong was indeed a bit shaken. The occurrence was bizarre to the point of being frightening. As a staunch materialist, he found it fundamentally contradictory to the laws of the universe. Did you not hear earlier? Global biological evolution. Failure leads to zombies, while success results in superhumans. Han Qingsong was taken aback. He had heard it, yet witnessing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. It felt as though his entire worldview had shifted. Is Miss Su a superhuman? Indeed. Su Leyan replied nonchalantly, I am a psychic-type superhuman. This should be a spatial-type ability, right? Han Qingsong furrowed his brow, pondering the incongruity of the situation. If it were a psychic ability user, how could everything vanish? It must pertain to a spatial ability user. Although he was a staunch materialist and seldom indulged in television dramas, he had indeed heard of spatial abilities. Su Leyan shook her head and replied nonchalantly, This is a spatial nexus. A spatial nexus? What is that? A spatial nexus is a sophisticated technology crafted using the principles of spatial folding. If I were to explain the concept, it would likely elude your comprehension. You may liken it to the legendary Shumi ring. Han Qingsong offered an awkward smile. He could hardly believe that such a high-tech artifact could resemble the mythical Shumi ring. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed its existence implausible. This level of technology was such that even if the principles were laid bare before him, he would struggle to grasp them. Such was the chasm between scientists and ordinary individuals. On the fourth floor, all the equipment had been meticulously gathered by Su Leyan, not a single piece wasted. Miss Su, the Military Research Institute possesses an abundance of weapons and supplies. Is there still space within that nexus? The warehouse is filled with numerous weapons, all developed by the Military Research Institute, not yet fully deployed in production. Beyond just the armory, there are also reserves of food in the granary. Supplies for the apocalypse are of paramount importance. We must take everything we can. Even if 3 or 4 more military research institutes were to join, I could still empty this place. I forgot to mention, entering the Military Research Institute was not solely my endeavor. I was accompanied by a group whose aim was the institute. If not for following them, I might never have arrived here. What? Han Qingsong's expression shifted. Could it be that their Military Research Institute had been exposed? Were they associated with Miss Su? Not exactly. Su Leyan chuckled softly, revealing that they believed her to be a spatial ability user, seeking her collaboration in transporting supplies, promising her half of the gains. Did you agree? Su Leyan shook her head, though those individuals likely thought she had acquiesced at first. However, after witnessing her capabilities, they dared not entertain such notions any longer. Miss Su, I will now escort you to the warehouse. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to act swiftly. If those weapons fell into the hands of others, it would spell disaster for the nation. After all, their pursuit of weaponry indicated a restless disposition. Given the grave situation outside, it was far better for those weapons to remain under state control. Very well. Before departing, he instructed Gao Jianwei to ensure the safety of several professors. And Han Qingsong promptly led Su Leyan to the concealed warehouse behind. With your current stamina, you won't last long. Drink this. Han Qingsong paused, questioning, what is this? Nutritional solution. After a moment's contemplation, Han Qingsong opened the vial without hesitation and drank it. Upon finishing, he was utterly astonished, instinctively glancing at the forward-striding Su Leyan, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Only through personal experience could one truly appreciate the benefits of the nutritional solution. If it could be mass-produced, survival would be assured even amidst resource scarcity. It was now evident that this Miss Su was indeed no ordinary individual. In recent days, their food intake has been minimal, fearing that their supplies may deplete. Are they not hungry? Certainly, they are, yet there is no alternative. After venturing out again today, they felt utterly exhausted. However, upon consuming the nutritional solution, he experienced a surge of vitality, invigorated and filled with strength. Such a sensation, if not personally encountered, would be hard to believe. Chapter 103, An Encounter. In the apocalypse, resources are scarce. Yet, the stockpiles in Xia country are only sufficient for the populace for 2 to 3 years. What then, after 2 to 3 years? In such extreme weather conditions, agricultural production becomes exceedingly challenging. At that juncture, the significance of the nutritional solution will become apparent. The warehouse is located in the 6th basement. To reach the 6th basement, they must inevitably leave the laboratory. The zombies in front of the laboratory plaza have been drawn away by the tremendous vibrations. To access the 6th basement, they must be prepared to combat the zombies. Whenever they encounter a zombie, Su Leyan need not intervene. Han Qingsong single-handedly dispatches the majority, allowing Su Leyan to remain at ease. However, as she observes him swiftly eliminating the zombies and departing, she cannot help but feel a sense of loss. So many zombie cores, and he simply disregards them? What a prodigal. What's wrong? Noticing Su Leyan's peculiar gaze, Han Qingsong paused, perplexed. Miss Su, what is the matter? Why do you look at me in such a manner? Have you read any novels? Han Qingsong shook his head, admitting that he had not. Yet, the sudden mention of this left him wondering if it held any significance. Within the decapitated heads of the zombies lie their cores, known as zombie crystals, which are highly valuable. After purification, they can be absorbed by those with special abilities to enhance their powers or serve as a source of energy for weaponry. Han Qingsong was momentarily taken aback. Don't you want them? Su Leyan expressed her integrity, noting that in the future, zombie crystals might very well become the currency of the apocalypse. Upon hearing her words, Han Qingsong immediately nodded in agreement, eager to obtain them. Just as he was about to suppress his disgust and pry open a zombie's head in search of the coveted crystals, he was once again astonished by the scene before him. The zombie crystals inexplicably leaped from the heads of the zombies, a sight both eerie and remarkable. No need for thanks. This comes at a price. Su Leyan then collected her fee, leaving a pile of sticky zombie crystals before him. This was undoubtedly her unique ability. It was truly hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Thank you. Once aware of the crystal's utility, Han Qing-song grew increasingly fervent in his pursuit of zombies along their journey. After dispatching each foe, he skillfully extracted the crystals, undeterred by their slimy texture. After all, Su Leyan had assured him of their worth in trade for supplies and enhancement of abilities, so they were undoubtedly beneficial. However, Han Qing-song remained preoccupied with the matter of the warehouse and did not actively seek out zombies. Half an hour later, he led Su Leyan to the underground warehouse numbered 6 and encountered the group of individuals she had mentioned earlier at the entrance. Who are you? The members of the Thunder Squad regarded him with wary eyes, casting discreet glances at Su Leyan by his side. Little did they know that 2 hours later, they would encounter each other once more. Miss Su, it appears we meet again. This is a military stronghold. May I inquire about your identities and the reason for your presence here? Surely, Miss Su has briefed this comrade from the People's Liberation Army regarding the situation outside. He continued without hesitation. I shall not keep you in suspense. We happened to learn of this location and merely sought to test our luck. How did you come to discover this place by mere chance? Han Qing-song's expression turned grave. The 9889 Military Research Institute was shrouded in utmost secrecy, and he found it hard to believe in their claims of chance discovery. It was evident that someone had leaked information, and given the chaotic state of affairs outside, it was plausible that someone had grown reckless. Han Qing-song's heart tightened at the thought. This matter needed to be reported without delay. Comrade from the People's Liberation Army. You are mistaken. The outside world is rife with peril. We are but defenseless civilians, unarmed and unable to protect ourselves. It was not a mere whim that brought us here, but rather a stroke of fortune that led us to this place. Han Qing-song scoffed, unconvinced by their explanations. Given the extreme confidentiality surrounding the 9889 Military Research Institute, it was implausible that they had stumbled upon this information without assistance. However, now was not the time for such discussions. This is a national military stronghold. I kindly ask you to refrain from proceeding any further. Comrade from the People's Liberation Army. I am Xiang Hong, the captain of the Thunder Squad. It appeared that Han Qing-song's expression was not noticed as he calmly spoke. Since we have come this far, we do not expect to carry away an abundance of weapons. The outside world is fraught with peril, teeming with zombies. I wonder if our comrades from the People's Liberation Army could allow each of us to take away 2 weapons. That would not render our journey in vain. Their purpose for being here was indeed to acquire these weapons. If it were only Han Qing-song, he might have advocated more vigorously, but with Su Leyan by his side, he could not afford to take risks. Who could have anticipated that a 17-year-old girl could conceal her abilities so astutely? They had hoped to leverage her spatial powers, yet it seemed she had never regarded them as worthy of consideration from the outset. Boss, Xiang Hung gestured for silence, signaling that further discussion was futile, as they no longer held the upper hand. Who could ascertain how many others were concealed within? However, it would not do to return empty-handed. Xiang Hung harbored ambitions and possessed a clear vision, unlike those driven by greed and folly. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing-song chose not to refuse. Upon witnessing Han Qing-song's acquiescence, Xiang Hung instinctively exhaled in relief. He would not confront the government without substantial assurance. Especially since they were currently within the safety of the southern China base, there was no need to escalate tensions. With their group comprising over a dozen individuals, each taking a few weapons would not render their journey fruitless. Once the boss had spoken, the rest of the Thunder team dared not voice further objections, though their inner thoughts remained unknown. As the crowd followed Han Qing-song into the underground warehouse, they were rendered speechless upon entry. The space was brimming with an array of weaponry, all comprised of the most advanced firearms, including numerous new models. A flicker of fervor ignited in their eyes at the sight of these armaments. Should they possess these weapons, the establishment of their own stronghold would undoubtedly be much more feasible. This thought bred discontent towards Han Qing-song and Su Leyan, although they dared not express it outwardly. Jiang Mianmian harbored an intense resentment towards Su Leyan. Had it not been for her, the current situation would surely be different. After all, these individuals had been stranded in the mountains for over a month, oblivious to the outside circumstances. With a little more effort, they might have secured a place in the Thunder War team, and these weapons would have been easily within their grasp. Now, however, they could only take a meager portion, which was infuriating. Su Leyan truly represented the capriciousness of the world. You cannot touch these weapons. However, you may freely choose from those new handguns over there. The larger firearms were deemed too perilous to entrust to them, and a portion of the weaponry needed to be retained, as the situation outside remained dire and weapons were indispensable.